The world as I know it could be ending. Will my name be recorded among the final guardians of this sacred trust? Could this ancient duty, upheld for centuries, unravel during my stewardship? My love for Fablehaven ignited the moment I first glimpsed the marvels hidden within its borders. Few in our modern age can fathom the splendors tucked away on these enchanted preserves, where beings of myth roam and revel. Over half a century has flowed by since Fablehaven captured my soul, yet that devotion carries a heavy cost. How much am I prepared to sacrifice to uphold my oath, to safeguard the magical sanctuaries scattered across the globe? I reconciled myself to the potential loss of my own life decades ago, but the lives of others, the lives of my own family, I have ached to reveal the wonders of Fablehaven to those I hold dearest, yet with that revelation comes exposure to its inherent perils. Creatures of magic can inspire awe. They can also bring swift and terrible death. For me, the majesty has always outweighed the menace. But who am I to make that perilous calculation for someone else? I never compelled anyone to uncover Fablehaven's truths. Certainly not my grandchildren, but I did nothing to stop their inquisitive natures from leading them to it. After they sampled the milk from Viola, our enchanted dairy cow Kendra and Seth gained the sight. The butterflies shimmered into fairies, the goats revealed themselves as satyrs, and the horses stood proud as centaurs. That first glimpse of the hidden world is a moment of pure, staggering magic. And somehow that sense of wonder never fades. I could have stopped it. I chose to let Fablehaven unveil itself to them, and as it always does, it claimed a piece of their hearts. Danger, of course, was its shadow. My grandchildren now understand my true purpose here. As caretaker, I serve the beings of this preserve while shielding the mundane world from their power. I am sustained by experiences that shatter the ordinary, by spectacles witnessed only by those permitted into these extraordinary havens. Kendra and Seth have come to respect the grave responsibility of protecting these refuges. They have already demonstrated a courage to sacrifice. I truly believed we had endured our greatest trials. We were tested to our absolute brink. Lives were endangered. We lost people we loved. Kendra and Seth nearly perished, yet in the final hour, their actions saved us all. But now the call may come for them once more. I want to believe I can keep them safe. I have been wrong in that belief before. Once again, I am adrift, uncertain. My duty is clear, but how far will I go? What lines am I willing to cross? The weight of every possible risk rests heavily upon me, and the path forward is shrouded in doubt. Kendra Sorensen moved through the damp morning air, the fine gravel of the driveway shifting beneath her running shoes. She considered whether the haze clinging to everything could rightly be called rain. It felt more like a persistent, misty breath. Above, the sky was a uniform sheet of pale grey, and nearby a small cluster of fairies glowed with their own soft, blurred light. Her windbreaker's hood was damp to the touch, though no real drops fell, and the leaves on the overhanging branches glistened with moisture. This was, without question, the gloomiest morning of her summer running routine. The 15-year-old made a habit of rising just before dawn to complete 3 circuits around the extensive property, each loop taking her up the long drive to the main gate and back. Venturing farther wasn't an option. It would mean leaving the protected grounds of Fablehaven and facing the external dangers, or risking the internal perils that the yard's enchantments kept at bay. Wandering the preserve's woods was simply not safe. Today there had been no sunrise to mark her start, just a gradual, dull brightening as she ran, her feet occasionally sliding on the wet grass. The wrought-iron gate, adorned with fleur-de-lis patterns and standing as the sole break in the surrounding fence, appeared ahead, closed as it always was. Kendra's ritual was to touch it before turning back. As she neared the black bars and extended her hand, she stopped cold. The sound of an engine and tires grinding on gravel cut through the quiet. This was strange. The gate to Fablehaven sat far back from any public road, shielded by spells that discouraged notice, and the driveway was posted with multiple unambiguous warnings. Visitors didn't arrive by mistake. When someone was expected, her grandparents always mentioned it well in advance, sometimes even leaving the gate unlocked. So who was this? An old ally, a hostile agent, or perhaps just a terribly misguided traveler who couldn't read signs? Thinking it wise to assume the worst, Kendra quickly left the driveway, slipping in among the trees and ducking behind a thicket of shrubs. Stepping off the path slightly lessened her magical protection, but threats were rare this close to the yard. The opportunity to observe unseen felt worth the minor gamble. Soon a white car came into view and stopped just outside the gate. A figure cloaked in a brown hooded robe emerged from the vehicle. Kendra wore a hood, too, given the weather, but this attire looked centuries old, deliberately casting the face into shadow. This was no tourist. It might not even be a person. This individual clearly knew about magical preserves. Were they planning to force their way in? It seemed a bold move, parking right there on the drive, where it could be noticed, even if the house was out of sight. Then, from the direction of the house, Kendra heard the distinct crunch of footsteps on gravel. She froze as her Grandpa Sorensen, wearing a jacket and a baseball cap, came into view. He walked right up to the gate, which remained closed. "You looking to talk?" he called through the bars to the robed visitor. "Briefly, yes," came a rough, scratchy reply. As the head of the Knights of the Dawn, the group responsible for overseeing magical preserves worldwide, Grandpa occasionally met with informants. Those meetings usually happened in his study. Apparently, sometimes, they also occurred right here at the gate. Kendra felt a twinge of guilt for listening in, but revealing herself now would be more embarrassing than staying hidden. She crouched a little lower. "Things are getting worse," the hooded figure stated flatly. "They will most likely be needed." The statement hung in the damp air, simple and heavy. Kendra's mind raced. They, who were they? Her brother, some other resource. The ominous delivery made the morning mist feel suddenly colder, and the previously routine jog now felt like the prelude to something far more significant. "The boy needs to resolve his arrangement with the sisters," the figure stated. Grandpa nodded thoughtfully. "As I recall, he still has most of the year to fulfill their conditions." "That debt is not a trivial matter," the stranger pressed, his voice low. "Who can predict where the next several months might take him? What if events conspire to keep him from paying? Why delay? How much longer should that sword remain in his hands? It holds great power, but also great peril. Its legacy is one of twisting the hearts of those who carry it." "I understand your concern," Grandpa replied. "I will think about having a word with him. Any news from Soaring Cliffs?" "Nothing encouraging," the figure answered, taking a step backward. "I should go. We'll be in contact." "Give my thanks to our mutual friend," Grandpa said. "Thank him by taking the required steps, Stan Sorensen," the figure cautioned, his tone turning grave. "This situation could spiral into something far worse than the last emergency. Use the time you have to get ready." Grandpa's gaze drifted down the long driveway toward the house. "Are you waiting for someone?" the figure inquired. "My granddaughter is on her morning run," Stan explained.
"I must be off,"
the figure said, moving swiftly to his car. Grandpa turned and walked back toward the house without a farewell. The engine rumbled to life, and the vehicle executed a careful multi-point turn before pulling away. By the time the sedan vanished from view, Kendra could no longer make out her grandfather's words. She remained perfectly still until the sound of the car faded into the quiet morning. What had she just overheard? They had to be discussing her younger brother, Seth. Kendra was aware he had struck a bargain with a coven of witches to locate the fabled sword Vasilis. But why was some mysterious outsider getting involved, and what larger catastrophe was looming? Whose assistance was required? The conversation strongly implied the coming trouble would involve both her and her brother. Kendra carefully crept back to the edge of the road and peered down its length. Grandpa was nowhere to be seen. He had likely gone inside. She jogged back across the yard, completed a half-hearted lap to maintain her cover, and then headed indoors. She found Grandpa Sorensen in his study, seemingly at ease. "Good morning, Kendra," he greeted her. "Good morning," she replied, studying him closely. "Odd sort of day," Grandpa observed, glancing out the window. "Dreary and damp. Everything all right with your run?" "Fine," Kendra said, pausing. "Did we have company earlier?" Grandpa's eyebrows knitted together. "What makes you ask that?" Kendra considered how much to reveal. "I saw you walking down the driveway." A gentle smile touched his lips. "Just checking the gate. I do that when I get a little restless." "Okay," Kendra said, deciding not to push further. "I'll see you later." She left the room, her mind racing. It was unlike Grandpa to lie outright, but part of his role as both caretaker of Fablehaven and a leader among the knights was safeguarding secrets. She had no doubt he would withhold the truth to protect someone. It unsettled her to possess a fragment of a story that likely concerned her and Seth. Should she confess she saw the stranger? Should she repeat what she heard? Should she insist on knowing the mysterious man's identity, or demand to understand why she and her brother might be needed? Her intuition whispered that pushing for answers would be futile. Whatever the details, Grandpa wasn't prepared to share them, and he was a master at keeping confidences. Should she talk to Seth about it? Kendra doubted her brother could keep such a secret, particularly since it involved him directly and promised more intrigue. For now, it was probably best to sit with her worries alone. Whatever secrets Grandpa and that stranger shared, one thing was becoming painfully clear: serious trouble was on the horizon. A promise kept. Seth moved cautiously deeper into the earth, his flashlight beam cutting through the thick darkness. Pale, twisted roots hung from the glistening mud of the curved ceiling above him. While some caves smelled of clean minerals and ancient stone, this place reeked of decay. Things were putrefying in the damp gloom where insects thrived and slime crept across the walls. Each step he took caused the uneven tunnel floor to let out a wet, sucking sound. The silent, spectral form gliding beside him did nothing to lighten the oppressive mood. Neither fully alive nor entirely dead, the wraith moved with an unsettling stillness, a deeper darkness within the shadowed passage that radiated a penetrating chill and a palpable sense of dread. Most would find themselves frozen in its presence, breath catching in their throats, but Seth was no ordinary visitor. As a shadow charmer, he could not only withstand the undead, but converse with them. Survival here depended on a deal. Seth had promised this particular wraith freedom from the Fablehaven dungeons and delivery to new masters in exchange for its obedience and protection until the handoff was complete. This bargain was part of a larger, more dangerous pact. Months earlier, desperate to learn the location of the fabled sword Vasilis, Seth had vowed to bring the Singing Sisters both the blade and a wraith, plus agree to one unspecified future task. Failure meant a magical knife would hunt him relentlessly, so he'd chosen the least miserable wraith he could find, dubbed Whiner after a particularly grating bout of metaphysical complaining on the interstate, and embarked on a road trip to Missouri with Grandpa Sorensen and the satyrs Newell and Doran. Even locked in a trailer, hitched to their car, the entity's frigid aura had set everyone's nerves on edge. His first visit to the sisters had been through a door in a high bluff. This time, the guardian of this narrow Mississippi island instructed return visitors to use a low, muddy tunnel on the opposite side, a journey for Seth and his spectral companion alone. Since entering the clammy cave, they had encountered no other life. Vasilis hung in a scabbard over Seth's shoulder, a weight he was reluctant to surrender. Technically, he had a full year to return it after the deal that revealed its hiding place, and the deadline wasn't near. The sword had already done its job, helping him and his sister Kendra fend off the demonic surge from Zizeks. Yet, advice from Bracken the unicorn, echoed by Grandpa, urged him to settle debts early. Why risk some last-minute catastrophe? Normally, Seth was a champion procrastinator, but the threat of an enchanted blade with his name on it was a powerful motivator, that and the mind-numbing monotony that had followed the averted apocalypse. With both sets of grandparents managing Fablehaven, life had become painfully routine. This trip was a welcome escape, though he'd missed the sword terribly. As souvenirs went, a legendary weapon was pretty tough to top. The tunnel terminated at a battered, corroded door. Seth's knock was a feeble thud against the thick, scarred wood. "Almost there," he said to the wraith. A frigid thought brushed his mind. "There is no there for me, only endless absence." "Tell me about it," Seth replied, aiming for a lighter tone. "My back seat was a torture chamber. I think I lost feeling in my legs somewhere around Illinois. Dealing with the undead was a balancing act. Let them dwell on their gloom, and it was hard to change the subject. Maybe I should knock louder," he muttered, giving the door a couple of solid kicks. It swung inward to reveal a lumpy, warted face with protruding yellow eyes. "Who dares to disturb this gate?" The creature rasped. "Excellent point," Seth said, wrinkling his nose. "You might want to clean it first?" The river troll blinked, its confusion evident. "This is a place of unspeakable dangers." "So I've heard," Seth said. "I've been here before. The sisters recognized me." The tall troll leaned in, squinting. "Ah, the boy. I suppose you have passage rights. You're ahead of schedule." "I'm early," Seth replied. He indicated the sword at his hip and the wraith beside him. "I brought what they asked for." The troll took a cautious step back, his eyes lingering on the spectral companion. "I see. Since you're here to complete a task, consider this an invited entry." Seth shot a look at the wraith. "You'll get along with him," he murmured to the troll as he stepped inside. "Fantastic company, a real team player." With his long feet slapping the damp stone, the troll guided them down a corridor that resembled a pale, fleshy gullet. He kept glancing nervously over his shoulder at the wraith. It seemed even other creatures weren't thrilled about the prospect of having their life force drained. The passage descended, opening into a moist, cavernous room dotted with shallow pools. Enormous white maggots writhed grotesquely in each puddle, their pallid skin undulating. Several stout, big-headed trolls scurried off at their approach. Near one pool, 3 women stood in a ring, their wrists fused together to form a continuous circle. Seth remembered them. The tall, gaunt one was Berna, the one with sagging, flabby arms was Wilner, and the shortest, Orna, who had been the kindest during his last visit. The sisters adjusted their stance to view him, Wilner twisting to look over her shoulder. "Seth Sorensen," Berna greeted. "You've returned much sooner than anticipated." "I thought you could see the future," Seth said, trying to breathe shallowly. The chamber carried a cloying, rotten sweetness, like overripe fruit left to decay. "We don't scrutinize every possible path," Orna explained. "It spoils the surprise." "We could have dispatched the Covenant knife after you," Wilner grumbled. "You were not to disclose our arrangement." "It wasn't my doing," Seth protested. "Bracken read my thoughts. He's a unicorn. I didn't willingly tell him." "She knows that," Orna said softly. "Otherwise you'd already be dead. And what a pity that would be. You're beginning a journey not unlike the one your great-great-granduncle once walked." "I've got a long road before I can measure up to Patton Burgess," Seth said. "Don't be so quick to dismiss the parallel," Orna cautioned, her tone gentle. "It's part of why I find you interesting. We voted 2-1 against sending the knife," Berna stated. Orna spoke for you because you fascinate her. I sided with her because I perceive you might be of use. Our private deal reached outside ears. Wilna scowled. We were well within our rights to end the boy. And then we would have neither the sword nor the wraith, Berna countered. That wraith could prove quite valuable. The boy still owes us a favor, Orna added. And let's not forget Nagi Luna. You heard about that? Seth asked, surprised. He had defeated 2 ancient demons, Nagi Luna and Growlers, with Vasilis. Why would we need to hear about it? Wilna snapped.
We can observe such events whenever we wish. Are you upset? Seth ventured. The 3 sisters erupted into cackles, swaying so that their conjoined wrists creaked. Because Nagiluna instructed scores of witches, Orna managed through her giggles. Well, yes, Seth said. I suppose you heard about Gorgrog as well. Their laughter intensified. What self-respecting witch would have missed the fall of the Demon King? Berna asked. Seth was bewildered by their amusement.
Don't witches draw their power from demons? That is broadly accurate, Orna said, using her shoulder to wipe away tears of mirth. But the power comes with a cost. She raised her fused arms, lifting her sisters as well. The demons are our patrons, but rarely our friends. Fear and respect are not the same as affection. Witnessing a high demon's downfall can be rather satisfying. To see the king humbled by a child, Berna mused. A most entertaining day for everyone, Wilna concluded. Seth couldn't claim credit for the Demon King's defeat. That was his sister Kendra's doing. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced, a fleeting image of Patton Burgess standing in a sun-drenched meadow, looking back with a knowing, almost wistful smile. It was a detail from an old family story, but it felt vividly present for a moment, a silent nod from the past that sharpened Seth's own resolves. Seth sought confirmation. So, you're actually relieved the demons were locked away again? Oh, absolutely, in the grand scheme of things, Orna replied. Just picture the endless bowing and scraping we'd be doing with all those ancient demon princes running loose. Berna nodded in agreement. It certainly would have turned everything upside down. Wilna, however, stood her ground with a rigid posture. We are clever enough to navigate any era, even one dominated by demons. There would have been opportunities. It would have been messy, Orna countered. Life is always messy, Wilna retorted. Now our concerns shift to the dragons. Berna tried to downplay it. Their gaze is less fixed upon our affairs, at least. Dragons? Seth interjected, his interest piqued. Wilna cut him off sharply. No free glimpses of tomorrow. Did I ask for one? Seth shot back. Orna couldn't help herself. Your path is tangled with the awakening of the great serpents. Berna grabbed Orna's arm, pulling her aside. Will you please be quiet? Don't manhandle me, Orna complained, giving Berna a shove that nearly sent her sprawling. You saw my future, Seth pressed. Wilna offered a cryptic, non-committal answer. We perceive many possible tomorrows. Few solidify into reality. A sudden eager thought struck Seth. Is my task for you going to involve dragons? Wilna studied him, her eyes narrowing. You sound almost excited by the prospect. Seth gave a casual shrug, but a flicker of genuine enthusiasm betrayed him. I didn't get the full experience at Wormroost. I was trapped in a bag for most of it. But the ones I saw at Zigzix, absolutely incredible. See, Orna said triumphantly. He's just like Patton. We have not finalized your assignment, Berna stated firmly. Are you sure? Seth verified, a restless energy in his tone. I'd rather just get it done. Wilna seemed amused by his haste. Why such a rush to settle your debt? Things have gotten pretty boring around Fablehaven lately, Seth admitted. And honestly, letting a favor owed to 3 witches just hang there doesn't feel like a smart, long-term strategy. Orna let out a knowing chuckle. Boredom is a luxury you won't have for much longer. Quiet, Wilna commanded. Why? Seth asked. instantly alert. Tumultuous days are ahead for everyone, Wilner declared ominously. Berner shifted the focus. You brought the sword, and the wraith seems functional. It's fantastic, Seth assured them, his tone dipping into playful sarcasm. Constantly hungry, perversely cold, profoundly lonely. It's the complete package for a spectral minion. Empty, the wraith's thought echoed in their minds. And empty, Seth added. Also perpetually thirsty. A real hit at social gatherings. Wilner addressed the spectral entity directly. Will you obey us? Seth felt the answer form in his consciousness. The boy offered me as payment. I will obey. It appears Seth Sorensen has fulfilled 2 of his 3 pledges, Berner observed. I'm ready to take care of the 3rd whenever you are, Seth reminded them quickly. I do get to use the sword for it, right? Leave both the sword and the wraith here, Wilner instructed. We will summon you when the moment for your service arrives. When will that be? Seth asked. When it is convenient for us, Wilner replied dismissively. Goodbye. Do you need my email? Seth offered. Berner gave a thin smile. We have our methods for finding you. Seth slid the sword from his shoulder and laid it on the ground. He turned to the wraith. Mind your manners for the witches. Thanks for volunteering so cold, the wraith lamented. No solace, no respite. I'll miss you too, Seth said dryly. It's been a real party. He faced the sisters. Anything else? Not unless you wish to enter into a fresh agreement, Orna proposed, a hopeful lilt in her voice. Not today, Seth declined. Especially since I still have an outstanding balance with you. Our transaction is concluded for the present, Wilner stated. Depart. Or you could overstay your welcome, Berner suggested with a sly grin. I'm going, Seth said, heading for the exit. If you happen to forget about that last favor, I won't hold it against you. The 3 witches laughed in unison, a dry, rustling sound. Don't worry about that, Orna said. We always collect what is owed, Berner affirmed. Our association is nowhere near its end. Seth Sorensen, Wilner pronounced. We saved you from the Covenant knife. Do us the kindness of remaining alive. What's coming? Seth asked, still backing away. Wilner's expression turned solemn. No clues. Insight carries a cost. Maybe just a tiny one? Orna wheedled. No, Berner insisted. I control my own tongue. Orna fumed. The cat's already out of the bag. She fixed her gaze on Seth, her voice dropping. A tempest approaches. A tempest of dragons. Orna? Berner and Wilner exclaimed in horrified unison. You won't be waiting long, Orna promised him. Good, I suppose, Seth replied, a strange mix of dread and anticipation stirring within him. Patience was never my strong suit. The fairy realm. The rowboat cut through the calm water, its oars dipping and pulling with strong, rhythmic strokes that churned the surface into small, spiraling eddies as it approached the minuscule island. 12 elegant pavilions encircled the small lake, linked by pale wooden walkways. Past the pavilions, satyrs tussled on emerald lawns bordered by tall hedges. Kendra was aware that nearly everyone at Fablehaven viewed the Fairy Queen's shrine with dread. An ordinary intruder would be transformed into dandelion fluff in an instant. It was a well-known fact, yet today felt more thrilling than frightening. Bracken faced her in the rowboat, handling the oars, his gaze steady on her as he steered. Even though she understood he was a unicorn, Kendra had never witnessed his equine form. Bracken had been stuck in human shape ever since, giving up his 3rd and final horn to forge a relic that helped seal the demon prison. To her, he had always appeared as a teenage boy, maybe a couple of years her senior. His silver-blonde hair, charmingly handsome face, perfect complexion, and intense eyes all whispered of his true heritage, the son of the Fairy Queen, a youth of incredible power and virtue. And she had a hunch he might harbor romantic feelings toward her. but no matter how hard she tried to break through his reserved exterior, he maintained a polite distance. She was still dreaming of that first kiss. "Are you absolutely certain this is allowed?" Kendra asked as the boat's bow nudged the muddy shore of the island. He gave her a confident grin. "I already said my mother gave her blessing in the fairy world. That's pretty much the final word on what's allowed. Has no human ever set foot here before?" Kendra pressed. "Not a single one." Bracken confirmed. "You're making history. Mother sealed this place off from outsiders, especially after Gorgrog took father prisoner." A chill ran down Kendra's spine at the name of the Demon King. She could still see him in her mind, colossal, with a wild mass of twisted antlers erupting from his bull-like head. Heavy chains had hung from his broad belt, which he used to haul his most treasured captives. The Fairy King among them. After Kendra had slain the Demon King with Vasilis, the Fairy King had been freed. "How is your father doing now?" Kendra inquired. Bracken looked down. "Not much improvement since we recovered him. His body is healed, but he stays isolated and barely talks. Others still have to help him eat, though sometimes he wanders off alone." "I'm really sorry," Kendra said softly. Bracken's expression lifted. "Don't be, Kendra. You saved him. Most of us had given him up for dead. I wish we'd known sooner. I would have led a rescue myself." Mother warned that his healing would take time. Remember, he was chained to the Demon King and dragged through Zizix for centuries. It's a wonder he's alive at all. I can't even begin to picture how awful that must have been, Kendra said, pushing the dark images away. We're just lucky to have him back. Bracken leaped smoothly from the rowboat, and Kendra clambered out after him, painfully aware of how awkward and sluggish her movements seemed next to his natural grace. He took her hand, his eyes making her feel like the center of everything. Suddenly, 3 feminine heads broke the pond's surface near the island, wearing eager, gleaming smiles. "Hello, Bracken," one of the naiads called in a playful, musical tone. "Lovely day," another added with a coy glance. "Fancy a swim?" The third invited. Kendra scowled. Usually, naiads only lured men into the water to drown them. But Bracken was an exception. Part of his celebrity status among magical beings meant that naiads genuinely sought his attention. Normally, the water maidens would have bothered their boat, but the crossing had been peaceful. Kendra had even seen Bracken casually toss aside his shirt and swim with them on a previous occasion, always emerging unharmed. "Hi, Kiatra," Bracken greeted. "Good to see you, Zoli." "Hey, Uline." Kendra watched the naiads blush as he said their names. "Sorry, no swimming today," Bracken continued. "I'm taking Kendra into the fairy realm." 3 pairs of eyes immediately locked onto Kendra with clear hostility. "Does she need to tidy up the shrine?" Kiatra mocked. "Is she going to be an offering?" Zoli pondered aloud. "It's practically our duty to keep out the undeserving," Ulin stated flatly. "Be polite, ladies," Bracken told them, his tone firm. "These instructions come directly from my mother. You're aware Kendra is here with full permission, as my personal guest." Ulin and Zoli exchanged a look of pure exasperation before slipping silently beneath the water. Chiatra, however, lingered, her eyes sweeping over Kendra with undisguised contempt. "I simply don't understand," she muttered, then vanished into the shimmering pool, leaving only gentle ripples behind. "Seems your admirers aren't too thrilled," Kendra observed. Each naiad possessed a stunning beauty, and Kendra was acutely aware that any one of them would gladly claim Bracken's affection given the slightest encouragement. "Pay them no mind," he reassured her. "They're all flash and no substance, completely harmless. Unless they decide to hold me under," Kendra pointed out. Bracken's expression grew serious. "I'll have a word with Mother. We should probably make a rule against that." He guided her to a spot where a clear spring welled up from the earth. Nearby, atop a slender pedestal, stood a tiny fairy statue no more than 2 inches tall. A polished silver bowl sat beside it. It had been a while since Kendra last visited this shrine to the Fairy Queen. "So how do we cross over?" she asked. "It's straightforward," Bracken began, but then he hesitated, his confident demeanor faltering. "What is it?" Kendra pressed. He let out a slow breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly. "There's just been so much anticipation leading to this moment. I don't want you to feel let down." "Why would I be let down?" Bracken made a face. The grandeur of our original realm was beyond description, utterly magical. We gave all that up to forge a new prison for the demons. When Mother and the others took possession of Zizix and started reshaping it, the place was a complete disaster. Our new home is still a work in progress. It hurts to think of the demons destroying something so beautiful, Kendra said softly. That temptation is precisely what lured them in, Bracken explained. In their countless centuries of wickedness, not a single one had ever laid eyes on the fairy realm. The opportunity to invade and defile it was irresistible, especially when the other option was facing an army of dragons. Before they realized what was happening, our former paradise became their permanent cage. "And their cage became your new world," Kendra finished. "It was vacant," Bracken said with a shrug. "Much like our old realm, the prison existed as a pocket dimension linked to your reality. The demons left the doorway wide open, so we moved right in. There was ample space, but let me tell you, we've put in a staggering amount of effort. Remember, Zizix confined some of the most terrifying beings in existence for millennia. It wasn't merely messy, it was a nightmare. No one purifies corruption like unicorns can, and as for making things beautiful, that's what fairies do best. But there's still plenty left to do." "Can I help somehow?" Kendra offered. "Possibly," Bracken replied. "Your fairy-kind nature makes you a potent wellspring of magical energy. Who knows what you might be able to contribute? I'd be happy to act as your power source," Kendra said eagerly. "I'm really looking forward to seeing your home."
"I'll give you a proper tour," Bracken promised, though Mother won't allow anyone into the palace just yet. She's refusing to settle for anything less than absolute perfection in there. "Maybe I can visit again sometime," Kendra suggested, "once we establish that you're welcome here. I expect Mother will invite you back often. Getting to know her is a process. I'm still figuring her out myself, but when you defeated Gorgrog, you earned a loyal friend for life."
"I hope that's true," Kendra said. "The Fairy Queen has always been kind to me." "She doesn't bestow fairy-kind status on just anyone," Bracken noted. "Mother admired you long before you helped free my father after the battle at Zizix. I believe she holds you in higher esteem than any other human." Kendra's mind drifted to the whirlwind of fairy kisses that had transformed her. Since that day she could understand the languages of all fairy folk and no longer needed enchanted food or drink to perceive magical beings, whether at Fablehaven or beyond. She could power magical artifacts, see clearly in the dark, converse in multiple tongues, and who knew what other abilities were still surfacing? A quiet, nervous thought crossed her mind. How would the Fairy Queen react if her only son ever declared his love for a human girl? Would being fairy-kind make Kendra more acceptable in her eyes? "Do you think we'll run into your mum today?" she asked. "She spends most of her time in the palace with Father," Bracken said. "If we do see her, she'll likely be in her equine form. She enjoys going for long runs that way, says it clears her mind." It still struck Kendra as remarkable that the queen of all fairies was in truth a unicorn. Unlike Bracken, she retained her third horn, allowing her to assume the form of a horse at will or to appear as a stunningly beautiful woman. "All set?" Bracken inquired. Kendra responded with her own question. "What exactly am I supposed to do?" A sudden rippling wave of brilliant white light washed over her, bringing with it a deeply disorienting sensation. It reminded her of a time at the beach, standing in the receding tide as the water pulled back from the shore. creating the strange illusion of moving while standing perfectly still. That was precisely how she felt now. As the blinding whiteness faded, Kendra found herself standing in a vast, blossoming meadow. Above, the cloudless sky was painted in hues of golden orange, streaked with vivid reds and yellows. In every direction, peculiar flowers flourished, displaying colors more vibrant and luminous than any she had ever encountered. Their shapes and sizes were so wildly diverse that Kendra couldn't decide if they were exotic tropical varieties or unique creations that existed only in this place. Based on Bracken's earlier unease, she had pictured a scorched earth with just a few brave clusters of flowers and patches of young grass struggling to grow. She was utterly unprepared for the sight of immaculate, sprawling gardens that rolled across the countryside as far as the eye could see. "It's breathtaking," Kendra breathed. "It's a beginning," Bracken corrected gently. "A significant recovery from how it was. Follow me." He guided Kendra to a wide, shallow stream where sparkling water cascaded down a natural staircase of rocky ledges. Several fairies were wading in the silvery current. Each was taller than Kendra, possessing the slender, athletic grace of dancers, with magnificent, elaborate wings and faces of exquisite beauty. "They're so large," Kendra observed, "like the fairy warriors at Zidzix." "Fairies here naturally tend toward a fuller stature," Bracken explained. Kendra wondered aloud, would the small fairies from Fablehaven grow if they came here? "Many would," Bracken conceded, "but my mother would not grant that power to most. Fairies, as a rule, can be remarkably frivolous." "I certainly heard that," declared a supremely fit fairy with vibrant red hair and dazzling green eyes. She fluttered over and landed gracefully in front of Bracken, the water from the stream glistening on her legs. "The fairies who reside here are the exceptions to that general rule," Bracken amended smoothly. "Tinori, this is Kendra." "Hello," Kendra said, attempting not to feel dwarfed as she looked up at a face that belonged on the cover of a high-fashion magazine. Her fairy-kind status meant that, in theory, fairies were supposed to heed her. Yet she wasn't entirely certain if that authority extended to these majestic, full-sized beings. "I remember you," Tinori said with a wide, brilliant smile. "You're the one who defeated Gorgrog." "That's right," Kendra replied, somewhat relieved to be recognized for something. "You must have been at the battle." "I was," Tinori confirmed. Spreading her intricate wings wide, both appeared flawless to Kendra, their colors like sunlight streaming through stained glass. "I lost most of my left wing. It's been completely healed, of course." "They're absolutely gorgeous," Kendra said sincerely. Tinori leaned in and bopped Kendra playfully on the nose with a fingertip. "You," she said, with a squinty, self-satisfied grin, "certainly know how to charm a fairy." With that, she flitted away, her powerful wings transforming gentle skips into soaring, graceful leaps. "She's feeling a touch of envy," Bracken whispered once she was gone. "Your inner light is quite dazzling." Kendra looked down at her own hands. They seemed perfectly ordinary to her. Ever since her transformation, various magical beings had mentioned this radiance, but Kendra herself had never been able to see it. "At least she acknowledged me," Kendra noted. None of the other fairies had so much as glanced in her direction. "Tinori possesses more confidence than the others," Bracken said. "You understand how fairies can be. This is their sacred realm. You are the first human ever to walk here. You vanquished the Demon King. And you shine with a purity that outshines them all. It's a perfect recipe for petty jealousy." The tiny fairies back at Fablehaven had generally been kinder to her since her change. She supposed the vast difference in their sizes made it easier for them not to see her as direct competition. "Come along," Bracken said, leading Kendra toward a bridge crafted from smooth, rounded stones in various shades of blue. As they walked, she passed a fragrant flower as large as a rain barrel and a shimmering shrub whose countless petals twinkled like scattered glitter. The perfume hanging in the air was so potent and sweet, it felt almost tangible, like something she could taste.
"You've already made so much progress," Kendra observed. Bracken gave a modest shrug. "This section is more refined than others, but the landscape still lacks definition. Mature trees would help ancient groves or forests in their full glory. We also need more structures. The meadows and flowers are the easy part." "It feels like a paradise already," Kendra said. Bracken winked. "Just wait. It'll be truly breathtaking in a few years."
Crossing the bridge, they were met by two astrids landing before them, muscular men with magnificent golden wings. They removed ornate helmets shaped like owl heads and bowed deeply. "You look familiar," Kendra said to one. "I'm Denwyn," he replied. "This is Peridor. We both fought at Zizix." "Prince Bracken," Peridor said. "Jubaya has sent word. She wishes to parley." "Now?" Bracken asked, irritation clear. "I'm in the middle of a tour." "I believe that's precisely why the offer was made," Peridor said carefully. "Jubaya specifically asked to speak with Kendra." "Out of the question," Bracken stated flatly. "Who is Jubaya?" Kendra asked. "A demon," Bracken muttered. "You still have demons here? Not all of them left with the main horde," Bracken explained. "We've cleared out most stragglers, but a few have been stubborn. And you can't remove her?" Kendra pressed. "She's holed up in a sludge pit," Bracken said.
"The place is steeped in old dark magic. Her very touch corrupts. We've purified the surface temporarily, but it fouls again instantly."
"This could lure her out," Peridor suggested.
"Absolutely not," Bracken countered. "The risk is unacceptable." "How can I help?" Kendra asked, a bit stung that her view wasn't being considered. "Primarily as an incentive, you might say," Denwyn admitted. "The demon asked for you by name." "That doesn't sound so terrible," Kendra said.
She had, after all, stood against the Demon King and his legions. Here she would be surrounded by protectors. What real harm could Jubaya do? "How dangerous is she?" "We have a dozen of our finest fighters positioned," Peridor assured. "We can double that. I'm confident in your safety. This could be our chance to capture her." Bracken's frown deepened. "What about Mizelle?" "She's en route," Peridor confirmed. "Who is Mizelle?" Kendra asked. "One of my sisters," Bracken said. "She commands the warrior fairies." Kendra placed a hand on Bracken's arm. "If this gives you a shot at catching the demon—" "She's cornered," Bracken argued. "That's when they're most unpredictable. A trapped demon is a vicious one. I'd prefer to seal that pit and leave her there forever." "With respect," Denwyn interjected, "can you imagine your mother tolerating such a blight in her realm, sealed away or not?" Bracken folded his arms, conceding the point. "Let me do it," Kendra urged.
"I'll be careful. I don't like it. You have an entire guard to protect me. This could solve a problem. Let me help. I'm insisting."
Bracken sighed heavily.
"From what I know, Jubaya isn't much of a physical combatant, but she excels at psychological warfare." "Then I'll play the game right back," Kendra said, her courage rising. She thought of the shadowy paths she'd walked alone in the past. This felt manageable by comparison. "I've faced far greater dangers." Bracken shook his head.
"Don't underestimate this. She wants access to you for a reason. She sees an opening. I'll stay alert," Kendra promised. "So will you. This is an opportunity for us as well." "Very well," Bracken finally relented. "But at the first hint of trouble, you'll pull me out." Kendra finished. "Shall we transport you?" Denwyn asked eagerly. "Probably safest," Bracken agreed. Peridor gently lifted Kendra into his arms and launched skyward, his powerful wings beating steadily. Looking down at the shrinking bridge and creek, Kendra saw Bracken rising too, gripping Denwyn's ankles, using the Astrid like a living glider. As they climbed higher, the vista expanded, endless blooming fields and serpentine streams glittering below. It struck her then how vast Zizix had been, and how this new fairy realm was shaping up to be its magnificent successor. From her elevated position, Kendra spotted more Astrids approaching, sunlight catching on their gilded feathers and armor. She also observed areas of zizix that remained untouched by the fairies' restoration. Jagged, tooth-like rocks broke the gentle line of rolling green hills in one direction. A deep, foul-smelling fissure sliced through a peaceful garden, leaking unhealthy vapors, while ahead a pond of thick, bubbling sludge churned ominously. Peridor descended, landing in the tall grass, with a view of the murky pool, setting Kendra down as Bracken touched down beside them. The stench from the pond, a mix of hot tar and rotten eggs, overwhelmed the sweet scent of nearby blossoms. "The fairy realm is enormous," Kendra remarked. "Vast," Bracken agreed. "Even from up high, we saw only a small part. Our sky doesn't stretch into space like Earth's. The atmosphere just fades away. Travel far enough in any direction, and the land itself gradually vanishes." "Could someone fall off the edge?" Kendra asked. "It would require tremendous effort and strong magic," Bracken explained. "Usually, as you near the boundary, you find yourself turned back toward the center. The same happens if you fly too high. You start descending when you think you're still climbing." "How odd," Kendra said. "It's not really a full world, just a pocket dimension linked to ours. I demand to speak with the girl." The mental shout struck Kendra's mind, though her ears heard nothing. "Perhaps we can arrange that," Bracken thought back calmly. "You want to capture me. I won't allow it, but I might make a deal." "We're listening, Jubea," Bracken responded. "Withdraw your forces from my pool," Jubea communicated. "If I can speak to the girl alone, I vow to do her no harm. After our talk, I will surrender myself, provided you pledge to send me to the new demon prison. You'd trade your freedom for a private conversation with Kendra," Bracken replied. "You call this freedom?" Jubaya retorted. "I plan to trade captivity among enemies for captivity with my own kind. Why now?" Bracken pressed. "You could have requested a transfer months ago." "I have my reasons," Jubaya answered, "and those are my terms. Can she lie?" Kendra whispered to Bracken. "Absolutely," he said softly, "but demons usually honor formal vows. It's true for most magical beings. Our natures let certain oaths bind us. It's part of how preserves like Fablehaven were created and rules were set."
"Then I'll do it," Kendra said. "Jubaya promised not to harm you," Bracken noted. "Agreements made during a truce are hard to break. Still, she might tell you things that could lead you into danger." "This solves your problem," Kendra insisted. "It gets her out of here. And who knows, maybe I'll learn something valuable." "Or something painful," Bracken cautioned. "I've been shielding my half of our conversation from her. Because you're fairy kind, your mind is protected."
Jubaya can only see thoughts you intentionally send her. Go ahead and accept if you feel you must. "When should we talk?" Kendra projected to the demon. "Now," Jubaya replied. "Have the warriors retreat. Send Kendra to my pool with your first horn. She'll need it for us to communicate properly." "Very well," Bracken responded, then turned to Kendra. He drew a straight, spiral horn from a sheath at his waist and handed it to her. Pearly white and smooth, it was about the length of a dagger. Unicorns shed their first horn after childhood, and their second near the end of adolescence, both retaining magical properties, including the power to purify whatever they touch, a purification that could be fatal to certain beings. Kendra had once used this same horn to defeat a poisonous dragon. "I'm shielding our conversation again," Bracken said. "I was going to give you this anyway as a precaution. Maybe she guessed I would, or she might have a hidden scheme." "I'll be careful," Kendra assured him. Bracken nodded in agreement. "All right. We won't be far if you need anything." Jubaya speaks. As Kendra approached the churning sludge pool, Astrids and warrior fairies retreated, leaving her alone with the horn gripped firmly in her hand. She halted a few paces from the edge of the murky pond, and the turbulent surface suddenly grew calm. A shape slowly emerged from the muck, dripping with thick, dark filth. To Kendra, it resembled the scorched head of a giant praying mantis. "Greetings, child," came a slippery voice, echoing the words she had heard in her mind earlier. "Hello," Kendra answered, uncertain what else to say. She fought to keep her expression neutral, hiding her instinctive horror. Based on the size of the head alone, Jubaya was likely 2 or 3 times her own height. "I am Jubaya," the demon stated. "What is your name, child?" "Kendra." "Your full name?" "Kendra Marie Sorensen." "You are the one who destroyed Gorgrog the Vile, the Demon King." "Yes," Kendra confirmed, her fingers tightening around the horn. She half expected Jubaya to lunge forward in a vengeful attack. "Be at ease, child," Jubaya murmured in an oily, persuasive tone. "I gave my word not to harm you, and I am bound by that promise. It is you who poses a danger to me. Merely touching that horn would condemn me to eternal darkness." "I have no intention of attacking you," Kendra replied. "How did you know I was the one who killed the Demon King?" "An act of that magnitude leaves a certain signature, detectable to those with the right senses." A 6-fingered hand rose from the sludge, its grimy digits unusually long. "Will you take my hand?" Kendra instinctively pulled back. "I'd prefer not to." The slender fingers twitched slightly. "Please, Kendra, I need to sense your essence. The horn will shield you from any harm my touch might cause." "That is precisely why I requested you bring it." "Can't we simply talk? Speech is but one form of communication. Just hold my hand for a moment. Do not be afraid. I give you my word. I will not hurt you. Do I truly seem so monstrous?" "My brother was badly hurt after dealing with a demon," Kendra said, a flicker of old pain crossing her face as she recalled the hospital visit that followed the sterile smell, the hushed voices, the bandages. "People I cared for are gone because of demons." "This is not a bargain," Jubaya insisted. "Only a conversation. I wish to aid you. Why would you want to help me? I will explain after you take my hand. Do not be timid. Do not be repelled." Kendra disliked the idea of touching the demon, but she also didn't want to offend, and it was obvious the discussion would stall unless she complied. Bracken would probably disapprove, she thought, but how significant could a simple handshake be? Was she just being prejudiced? She held the horn and could use it if Jubea attacked. If the demon wished her harm, it could have struck already. Instead, Jubea waited patiently, hand extended. Steeling herself, Kendra stepped forward, bent down, and clasped the cool, slick fingers that felt unsettlingly like uncooked sausages. The contact sent a shudder through her. She let go quickly and wiped her palm on her jeans. "Ah," Jubea sighed, withdrawing her hand into the pool. Much clearer now. "Why did you not strike me with the unicorn horn? You held my hand. You could have ended me." Kendra felt thrown. "I don't want to end you, but you could have," Jubea pointed out. "I am a threat and a nuisance to your companions. You have personal reasons to distrust demons. I have sown discord and conflict for centuries. You made no vow to spare me. I don't make a habit of killing," Kendra said. "And yet you killed the Demon King. He was attacking us," Kendra countered. "I was defending my friends." "You lack ruthlessness, Kendra," Jubaya observed, a hint of something like amusement in her slithery voice. "It's a charming flaw. We are fundamentally different, you and I. We see the world through entirely different lenses. We do not use the same methods. If I had ever possessed the chance to kill Gorgrog, I would have done so without a second thought. My approach to existence has its own particular advantages and drawbacks, just as yours does. You used Vasilis to destroy my king, the sword of light and darkness." "How do you know that?" Kendra asked, startled. "When we touched, I glimpsed fragments of what you have witnessed. Your mind is well guarded. I required willing contact for even that brief view. After you slew Gorgrog, you could have taken his crown. You could have tried to become the Demon Queen. Why did you leave the crown for Orogoro? No particular reason, really. The idea of claiming it for myself never even occurred to me. We are fundamentally different, Kendra. That was one of the 5 great crowns. You could have become one of the most influential figures in all of history. I'm not sure I follow. Great crowns. The Demon King, the Fairy Queen, the Dragon Monarch, the Giant Sovereign, and the Underking, the 5 paramount rulers. You had a chance to join their ranks. Any second thoughts? Not really, Kendra replied, after a moment's consideration. I wouldn't want to be the Queen of Demons, but the sheer authority it would grant you. Besides, another demon likely would have torn me apart before I could settle onto any throne. Jubaya gave a slow nod. There, at least, we find common ground, the instinct for survival. And you are correct. My kind would have devoured you whole had you tried to command them. Orogoro is their new king now, Kendra noted. Indeed, ruling from a fresh prison. How utterly regal, Jubaya said, with a dry, sarcastic twist. You'll notice I did not depart with the others. That places me in a unique position to help clean up the considerable mess they left behind. Charging headlong into every new opportunity is rarely the most prudent strategy. Tell me, are any of those who fled currently conversing with the one who slew their king? No. You wondered why I wished to speak with you? Demons perceive reality through a different lens. Allow me to offer you a glimpse. To a demon, the entire world is a chessboard, an intricate game with countless pieces, a game that can actually be won. Most of those pieces are essentially meaningless, but a few are critical. You, Kendra, are a critical piece. Me? Jubaya released a low, resonant laugh. I cherish that innocence. Some would argue the most valuable pieces on the entire board are the 5 monarchs themselves. You obliterated one of them. You earned the genuine trust of another. And you managed to befriend the anxious son of a third. Raxtus, Kendra said softly. He had fought beside his father, celebrant during the clash at Zigzix. Just how much had Jubaya witnessed? But tell me, Kendra, are the monarchs themselves the most essential pieces? Or are they the pieces that can alter the destinies of those monarchs? I don't know, Kendra admitted. And yet you shape the world simply by your presence, Jubaya murmured, her tone shifting from contemplative to one of wry amusement. We truly are opposites, Kendra Marie Sorensen. I often wish I could comprehend half of what you instinctively understand without even trying. Is that what you wanted to tell me? Not at all. Why do you think I sought this audience? Well, if you believe I'm important, I suppose to manipulate me in some way. Jubaya tilted her head in approval. So you do grasp a fundamental truth about demons. Now, how do you imagine most demons will regard you after you murdered their sovereign? I assumed they would despise me, Kendra said. But from what you're saying, they might also respect me. Accurate on both counts, Jubaya confirmed. Which would you prefer? That every demon in existence thirsts for your death? Or that every demon in existence is impressed by you and inclined to support your endeavors? The answer seems obvious. The raw emotions to fuel either outcome are already present. Given what you know of demons, do you believe they are content with their defeat? Do you think they celebrate that a new era of demonic dominion was prevented? No. What do you suppose they desire above all else? Retribution. Jubaya made a soft, chittering sound. Precisely. The real question becomes who they will target. You struck the killing blow. It was the pivotal moment of the battle. But what was the primary reason the demons converged on the fairy realm instead of spreading across the globe immediately? The dragons. That should not be a question, Jubaya stated flatly. Demons and dragons share an ancient and bitter rivalry. If global domination is the game, then the battle at Zizix caused a seismic shift in the balance of power. What can the dragons possibly do now? Kendra asked. They returned to their sanctuary. Yes, they did, Jubaya agreed. but they are now armed with newfound power and purpose. Listen carefully, Kendra, Marie Sorensen. I have observed the tides of history for millennia. A new age of dragons is on the horizon, and there are precious few who are prepared or even willing to stand in their way. How does that involve me? Would you like to see dragons rule the world? No. Who else do you suppose shares that desire, and would very much like to see the dragons fail? It finally clicked for Kendra, where Jubaya was leading her. The demons, Kendra murmured, the realization settling over her. Now you understand, came the reply. You're suggesting I help stop the dragons. Consider this, the voice explained. Without the dragon's power, you never would have defeated the demon threat. If you ever find yourself opposing the dragons, many demons would see you as a friend. They might even reconsider their hatred for Gorgrog's downfall. Fight dragons. Kendra's stomach tightened at the thought. Her time at Wyrmroost, the dragon sanctuary, had been a nightmare she never wanted to repeat. Those creatures were colossal forces of nature, nearly impossible to oppose. The idea of making herself their primary target was terrifying. Why would I ever do that? Perhaps you won't, Jubea conceded. But if that day comes, remember 3 names, Talazar, Batusa, and Vezradim. These demons could offer significant aid to you and to your brother.
My brother! You are very kind. Their assistance to you would have certain boundaries. But Seth is a shadow charmer. The rules are different for him. Seth does not need more demon acquaintances, Kendra shot back, her voice rising. Grawlers betrayed him, Jubaya stated flatly. I wish I could claim surprise, yet dealing with demons can be more fruitful when your goals align. They hold a grudge against the dragons. The ones I named could help you.
They will look kindly upon you because of my mark. Your mark? Kendra asked, a knot of suspicion forming. There was always a catch. I placed it when we touched. It is harmless, visible only to demonkind. It signifies my favor, a form of protection, and a key to certain opportunities. And if I want nothing to do with those opportunities, then ignore them, Jubaya said simply. I desired a conversation. We have had it. If a future day arrives when you need assistance, recall this talk or dismiss it. The choice is entirely yours.
All right,
Kendra said, unconsciously rubbing the hand that had touched Jubea against her jeans once more. You can tell the unicorn I'll cooperate now. Thank you. Save your thanks, Jubea warned, a hint of dry amusement in her tone. They are premature. You may truly mean them someday. Visitors, it feels good to be home. Doran sighed contentedly as the SUV rolled to a halt before the sprawling house with its numerous gables and a single watchful turret. Really? Newell retorted. No more drive-through cheeseburgers? No more chili cheese fries or late-night burritos or convenience store taquitos? Doran took a long, nostalgic breath. I'll miss the culinary adventures of the open road, my friend, but you're overlooking our most prized possession. Newell smacked his forehead. Forgive me, Doran. A temporary mental failure. Maybe those enchantresses Seth met scrambled my brains. How could I forget our glorious, magnificent television? Nothing in this world compares. Seth chuckled at his companions. Satyrs from the waist down, men from the waist up. They had been gifted a massive flat screen for their help in locating Vazelis and their part in the Zidzix conflict. It was a monumental upgrade from their old, fuzzy, portable set. I'd hoped the obsession would fade after a few weeks of binge-watching, Grandpa Sorensen remarked, shaking his head. Stan, Doran chided. This isn't some passing fancy. What we have with that screen is a profound, deepening bond. Does true love become less novel over time? Newell posed dramatically. Or does one's dedication grow through years of shared experience and mutual sacrifice? We actually learned that from a daytime talk show, Doran added helpfully. Exactly. Newell agreed. That television is our window to the universe. It allows us to fall in love with 1,000 new faces daily, to experience culture, innovation, and human drama, and to watch Saturday morning cartoons, Doran cheered, doing a little hoof tap on the car floor mat. Grandpa Sorensen blew out a long, patient breath. Just exercise moderation. Some humans who overindulge become complete couch slugs. Try not to forget the smell of pine forests, the chill of mountain streams, the authentic thrill of pursuing actual, three-dimensional nymphs. Newell flinched. A low blow, Stan. I admit our pursuit of woodland delights has lagged somewhat. We'll get right back to it, Doran promised, just as soon as we finish the 17 recorded episodes of Celebrity Blacksmith. With that, the satyrs unbuckled and tumbled out of the vehicle in a gleeful rush. Seth reached for his own door handle, a smile still on his face. "Hold on a second, Seth," Grandpa said, pausing their conversation. "What is it?" "I didn't want to mention this around the satyrs," Grandpa continued, lowering his voice, "but we haven't really talked about your meeting with the sisters yet." Seth shifted uncomfortably in the passenger seat. "I have to watch what I say. The details of our deal aren't for public knowledge. There could be serious consequences if I slip up."
I get that, Grandpa acknowledged, but it's a long drive from Missouri to Connecticut, and you've been quiet for most of it. I thought you'd be feeling lighter, having wrapped things up. Well, it's not entirely wrapped up, Seth admitted, looking out the window at the passing trees. There's another condition to the agreement. A flicker of concern sharpened Grandpa's expression. Did they pressure you into something you don't want to do?
"No, it's not about the deal itself," Seth said quickly. "Not that I could tell you even if it was. They weren't kidding about the consequences. Bracken barely peeked into the situation mentally, just enough to learn an agreement existed, and they nearly came for me." He let out a tense breath, remembering the sudden chill that had filled the room. "But if it's not directly about the terms, maybe I can say something. They let a prediction slip. They said, 'A storm is coming. A storm of dragons.'" Grandpa's face turned serious, his eyes becoming cautious. "Is that what they said? You know something about this?" Seth pressed. "Only whispers," Grandpa replied, his hands tightening on the steering wheel. "Nothing concrete, but there have been disturbances reported from the dragon preserves recently. The wizard Agad sent word that he'll be visiting soon. I imagine I'll hear more details then." "Really? I'd love to see Agad again. I'm sure the feeling is mutual."
But the dragons are stuck in their sanctuaries, right? There's not much they can actually do from there. "I certainly hope not," Grandpa said, his voice grave. "Dragons represent the single greatest danger the magical world could unleash upon humanity. I don't mean to alarm you, but if the last few years have taught me anything, it's that no prison is foolproof and no magical boundary is permanent. Complacency is our enemy. We must remain watchful. Ah, look, there's your sister." Kendra had stepped out onto the front porch of the house. She spotted Seth and gave a wave. "I should go talk to her," Seth said, unbuckling his seatbelt. "She was stressed about me being gone." "Go ahead." Seth climbed out of the SUV and trotted over to his older sister. "So how did it go?" Kendra asked. "Super classified," Seth replied with a half-smile. "Let's just say you're down one wraith since I left. At least I didn't lose a brother." Kendra offered a tolerant smile.
Is Vasilis gone too?
Seth's face fell. "Yeah. We had a good run with it. Easy for you to say you got the final blow on Gorgrog and all the credit. You located the sword, and you handled plenty of other threats. We worked as a team."
I'm calling dibs on the next big one.
"He's all yours," Kendra said. She studied him for a moment. "Are you okay? Really?" "Mostly," Seth sighed. "I just heard we might have some dragon problems brewing."
Who said that?
"I can't go into details." "The witches," Kendra guessed. "A demon actually told me something along the same lines." "Wait, a demon?" Seth asked, incredulous. "Here at Fablehaven? I took a trip to the fairy realm. Bracken finally brought you." "No, I just strolled in by myself," Kendra said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Did I find forests made of lollipops? roads paved with candy bars. There were a lot of flowers, rainbows glitter. It was stunning. How did you bump into a demon there? Was it constructed from gumdrops? Some demons never got evicted, Kendra explained. The Astrids are trying to kick them out for good. I knew I gave up Vasilis too soon. Bracken wouldn't want you walking into unnecessary danger. I could have been a professional demon cleaner. Seth's eyes went wide with a sudden realization. Is that why he pushed me to finish my business with the witches? To keep me from having any actual fun? How much did he know about our arrangement? I honestly don't know. What exactly did this demon tell you about the dragons? She wanted to give me a heads up that trouble was on the horizon, Kendra said. It was a female demon. I think her main goal is getting back at the dragons. Probably a lot of demons feel that way. Who knows if her intel is reliable? A black minivan was making its way up the gravel driveway. Seth stared, completely puzzled.
Visitors to Fablehaven were almost unheard of. A strange vehicle was a genuine event. "Who is that?" Seth asked, a wild hope flashing that it might be Agad arriving early. Kendra couldn't hold back a laugh. "Seriously? No one gave you the heads up? About what? You are going to get a real kick out of this. Grandma and Grandpa Larson sent the invitation? To who? Your absolute favorite relatives. You have got to be kidding me," Seth muttered.
He tried not to say the name, but it tumbled out anyway. Knox. Kendra gave a confirming nod. And Tess. The rental minivan was now pulling up the driveway. "No way," Seth moaned, his shoulders slumping. "This is our spot. He's going to wreck everything. Oh, stop being so over the top. You two always wind up having a blast, even if you complain the whole time. He can't wreck a thing. Your bad mood, on the other hand, definitely could." What were they even thinking?
Uncle Pete and Aunt Zola planned a little getaway, and Grandma Sorensen made me promise to tell you again that we keep all the magical secrets to ourselves. No slips. Obviously, I'm not an idiot. That's a matter of opinion. Kendra shot back with a smirk. The minivan came to a halt next to their SUV. The side door whooshed open and a boy jumped out. He was dressed in high-end basketball sneakers, loose athletic shorts, and a plain grey tee. His hair, a dirty blonde, was cut close on the sides but left longer and messy on top. A set of military dog tags hung around his neck, and he tucked a basketball against his hip. It had been a solid 3 years. Knox was a bit shorter and more solidly built than Seth now, but the familiar cocky grin was the same. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," Knox called. "Still got that famous Seth breath?" Seth pretended to gag. "It was completely overpowered by your legendary Knox socks." Knox just grinned wider. "So you're the one who lives in the middle of nowhere now?" "Temporarily," Seth corrected. "Hope you like leaves." "It's called a woodland," Seth said flatly. "Hey, Kendra," Knox said, turning his attention. "You shrink or something?" "I think you just finally hit a growth spurt," she answered smoothly. "How old are you again?" Knox asked. 15. "I'm 13, same as this guy," Knox said, jerking a thumb at Seth. "I remember," Kendra said. "Same birth month and everything. I was born first," Seth pointed out. "First is the worst, second is the best," Knox retorted automatically. He squinted at the surrounding trees. "Man, you guys are hogging all the greenery. Can't see a thing through this mess." The whole drive was just a wall of trees. "Some of us think the trees are the whole point of the view," Seth said. Nearby, their grandparents were chatting with Uncle Pete, who looked like he'd put on a few pounds, and Aunt Zola. "You didn't drive all the way from Texas," Kendra stated. "No chance," Knox said. "We flew into Hartford and got this sweet ride. My parents are going to tour around New England with yours for a week, checking out boring historical sites, and I get the privilege of being marooned here." He scanned the yard again. "Please tell me you at least have a hoop." "Afraid not," Seth said. "Really? Or are you just scared I'll school you?" "Really? Is that ball actually autographed?" Knox lifted it proudly, tracing a finger over the signatures. Magic Johnson, Kobe, MJ, LeBron, Steph Curry. Each one looked legit, penned in thick marker. Are you for real? That's got to be worth a fortune. Knox casually dribbled it once on the lawn. Could be. I didn't pay for it, just got to know the right people, be in the right spot. You met all those guys? Seth asked, incredulous.
Or, you know, people who did, Knox said with a shrug, giving the ball another bounce. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Seth warned. A ball like that belongs in a case. Nah, Knox disagreed. It's way cooler with some scars on it. A ball that's actually seen some action. A small girl with bouncing blonde curls hurried over to join them, a pair of glittery fairy wings strapped to her back, and a white wand topped with a star clutched in her hand. Kendra and Seth exchanged a quick, knowing glance. Hi, everyone, she chirped. I'm Tess, your cousin. Remember me? You've grown so much, Kendra said warmly. I am bigger. I just had my 9th birthday. You came fully prepared, I see, Seth noted, nodding at her outfit. I adore fairies, Tess declared, giving a little spin. Grandma Larson told me this is the absolute best place for them, she said. It's called Fable Haven. Like a fable and a haven, a safe home for creatures from stories. I'm sure she's absolutely right, Kendra said, her voice kind. Grandma Larson is a very wise woman. Looks more like a prime spot for mosquitoes and gnats to me, Knox said, swatting vaguely at the air. Seth could easily spot a dozen fairies darting among the flowers and sunbeams in the yard. They were so ordinary to him now he barely registered them. But to Knox and Tess they were just insects, butterflies and dragonflies going about their day, the magic completely invisible. Mortals had to drink milk from the enchanted cow Viola to see the true nature of Fablehaven. Seth had been eating walrus butter from a similar creature each morning on his trip, which let him see Newell and Doran as satyrs instead of goats. Butterflies, Tess declared, pointing toward a fluttering shape. I bet they can lead me to the fairies. Seth and Kendra exchanged another knowing look. Tess had no clue how near she was to having that wish come true. No hoop, Knox complained, dribbling his basketball again. This might be the longest week ever. Please tell me you at least have video games. Grandpa Sorensen isn't really into electronics, Seth admitted. Knox looked utterly crushed. Right, your other grandparents are staying here too. Won't that get a little crowded? They have separate houses, Kendra explained. You'll probably be in the old manor with Grandma and Grandpa Larson most of the time. It looks like a huge mansion. Okay. That doesn't sound terrible, Knox said. Is it close by? It's actually pretty far, Seth told him. They own a ton of land out here, acres and acres of it. Anything interesting? Knox pressed. Or just a bunch of trees? There might be a few unexpected things, Seth said carefully. You have to watch yourself, though. The woods can be dangerous. Grandpa will explain everything. Dangerous? Knox scoffed. You mean like those ridiculous signs we passed? Certain death awaits. Come on, seriously. The woods really can be deadly, Kendra insisted. There are poisonous snakes, tons of ticks that carry Lyme disease. Knox wrinkled his nose in disgust. I can't stand bugs. Don't forget the old bear traps hidden in the underbrush, Seth added. Some areas are practically a minefield. That sounds terrifying, Tess murmured, her eyes wide. And fairies, Kendra said, with a slight smile. So many fairies? Tessa grinned and gave her wand a hopeful wave. Knox just rolled his eyes. Sure, fairies, unicorns, and leprechauns. Got it. More or less, Seth said with a shrug. And still no basketball hoop. Knox sighed dramatically. I'm getting the feeling this could be the single most boring week of my entire life. The little hero, Seth, woke up the next morning to discover a mouse perched upright on his nightstand. The tiny creature's nose twitched, and it started squeaking insistently. Seth was still using one of the beds in the big attic playroom. Kendra had moved to an empty bedroom on the floor below. Even though the playroom was spacious and crammed with enough toys to conceal a whole army of mice, Seth had never actually seen a rodent inside the house. "You're not really a mouse," Seth said aloud. The furry visitor waved both front paws and kept squeaking. Any normal mouse Seth had ever spotted would have scampered away at the first sight of a person. This one was clearly trying to get his attention. "Stay right there," Seth said. "I'll be back in a second." He rushed down the attic stairs. That mouse was an illusion. He needed some magical dairy to see its true form. Sometimes he wished he had Kendra's natural ability to perceive magical creatures without having to drink Viola's milk. Grandma Sorensen was at the stove, stirring a big pot of oatmeal, her grey hair tied up in a neat bun. "Morning, Grandma," Seth said, grabbing the milk from the refrigerator. "Good morning," she replied. "Your cousins and the Larsons will be joining us for breakfast?" Seth poured a generous glass of milk. Oatmeal had never been his favourite until he tried it at Fablehaven. Grandma Sorensen always set out an amazing spread of toppings. "Are we having all the extra stuff to go with it?" Grandma smiled. "We have honey, brown sugar, cinnamon, sliced almonds, sunflower seeds, walnuts, bananas, blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, and boysenberries, plus fresh homemade bread with my special jam. That should stop them from trying to escape," Seth said, then downed the milk in his glass. "You really do spoil us rotten. It's one of my fundamental rights as a grandparent," Grandma said warmly. "I'm saving the pancakes and French toast for later in the week." "Perfect finale," Seth agreed. "Don't forget the huevos rancheros." "Or the heavenly hash," Grandma added. Seth put the milk bottle back in the fridge. "See you in a few minutes." "Is everything okay?" Grandma asked, noticing his haste. "You seem in a hurry?" "Should have used the bathroom first," Seth called over his shoulder as he hurried away. On his way up to the attic, Seth made a quick stop in the bathroom, partly to make his earlier excuse about needing a drink cold water, and partly because the very thought had suddenly made it a pressing reality. When he finally stepped into the playroom, he discovered a miniature man standing right where the mouse had been, perched on his nightstand. The tiny figure was perfectly proportioned, just under 3 inches tall, with dark hair and sharp blue eyes. He wore a faded mustard-colored shirt, tucked into brown trousers, a small sword at his hip, and his boots looked like they'd seen some serious miles. Seth knelt down to get a better look. "Hey," he said softly. "Sorry, I ran out like that. Had to go drink some milk so I could actually see you." "Perfectly reasonable," the little visitor replied in a high, reedy voice. "You are Seth Sorensen, I presume?" "That depends on who's asking," Seth countered. "And what exactly are you?" This guy didn't match any creature Seth was familiar with. He was fairy-sized, but had no wings and was definitely male. He wasn't a brownie or a leprechaun either. The small man gave a formal little bow. "I am Calvin, of the Nipsies." "You're way too big," Seth said bluntly, holding his thumb and forefinger about 1/2 an inch apart. "Nipsies are tiny, like this." "Sharp observation," Calvin admitted. "I was curious if you'd notice I'm not quite to scale with the rest of my people." "I've visited the 7 kingdoms," Seth said. "I know the size." "I'm aware," Calvin squeaked. "You, along with those towering giants Newell and Doran, are rather difficult to overlook." "I suppose that's true," Seth said, a memory flashing of how easily they could have crushed those intricate cities with all their tiny towers, bridges, and bustling streets. "So why are you so tall?" "The elders worked some magic on me," Calvin explained. "Back home, I have something of a reputation for seeking adventure. I don't like to brag, it always feels a bit empty. I probably should have brought some letters of reference. Regardless, they selected me as their champion and used an old spell to turn me into the giant hero. Well, A giant to them, anyway. Seems pretty ridiculous standing here next to you. Maybe you should just call me the tiny hero." "Calvin, the tiny hero," Seth repeated with a grin. "Has a ring to it. Did they send you here to fight me or something?" Calvin let out a squeaky laugh and shook his head. "Absolutely not. You are Seth, correct? Yeah, that's me, the one who destroyed the Lord of Filth. I've taken out some pretty disgusting creatures. You defeated the foulest of the foul, the one who brings the curse." "Most likely," Seth said. "Did he have an actual name?" "We prefer not to speak it," Calvin said, his tiny face grim. "The Demon Growlers."
"Yeah, I finished him," Seth confirmed. A dark, sarcastic edge crept into his voice. "Honestly, I wish I could have done it a few more times. Once just didn't feel like enough for all the trouble he caused." "Our people celebrated when we heard," Calvin said, his tone brightening. "We had started to fear no one would ever manage it." "He was hanging on by a thread for ages," Seth said, carefully omitting the part where he had once restored the demon's health. He still felt the weight of that mistake, a secret knot of shame in his gut. "Which is precisely why we were worried," Calvin replied. "Because of the curse." "What curse?" "The ancient curse of the Nipsies," Calvin said solemnly. "It was laid upon us generations ago, long before my time." "What does it do?" Seth asked. "The specifics are fuzzy," Calvin admitted. "The elders are tight-lipped about the details, but we were once more powerful and larger, perhaps even as tall as I am now."
"Colossal," Seth teased with a smirk, Calvin's miniature features scrunched into a scowl. "Hey, it's a big deal to us. Every fraction of an inch counts." "Fair enough. So, did the elders break the curse just for you?" "No, but they possessed an ancient magic to create a single giant champion. I was the one they picked." "What's Growlers got to do with the curse?" Seth pressed. "A bargain with that demon is what caused it," Calvin stated.
"That tracks," Seth said, his voice turning hard and cold. "He offered me help once, too, played the wise old mentor before he betrayed everyone, overthrew Fablehaven, and murdered my friend Coulter. So, a curse from a deal with a liar." "Sounds about right." "The curse came with a prophecy," Calvin added. "Let's hear it. Every Nipsey knows it by heart," Calvin recited. "The curse arose from the demon's blight. The Lord who slays him will set it right." "It rhymes," Seth noted.
"The best prophecies usually do," Calvin said. "Some are more forced than others, but the meaning is clear enough. Whoever killed the vile demon would be the one to help undo our curse." "Well, I killed that vile demon," Seth said, a new sense of purpose cutting through his earlier bitterness. "Praise the stars," Calvin cried out, his squeaky voice filled with relief. "If the most wretched of the foul had perished from illness, who would we seek for justice?" Calvin asked, his voice earnest. "You think I'm the one to lift this curse? With the aid of a Nipsey champion. There is a second verse. The one who strikes the blow shall mend our wounded pride, the giant hero standing by his side." Calvin drew his blade, knelt upon one knee, and presented the sword with its tip toward the ground, bowing his head low. "I, Calvin, son of Brendan, pledge my life to you, Seth Sorensen. From this moment I am your sworn vassal, the guardian of your secrets, the shield for your honor, the servant of your will, and the warrior for your causes." "Wow, that's a lot. I'm still pretty fuzzy on the whole curse business, not to mention how to actually end it." Keeping his head bowed, Calvin admitted, "The details are hazy for everyone, but if you are willing to aid us, I beg you to accept my oath. Aren't you a little small for this?" Seth couldn't help but ask. "I am small next to a giant," Calvin replied, peeking up at Seth while maintaining his posture. "And I was small next to Growlers. You managed just fine against him. There is far more to me than my stature." "But what if you get flattened?" Seth blurted out. "I'd feel terrible. I'm more durable than I appear. It's part of the champion's magic.
Stronger too. Let me worry about the dangers. I don't flatten easily. You will not come to regret this. Little people can be surprisingly useful. I knew I should have brought along some references. All right, Seth said, relenting. I'll help with the curse. Try to be a bit more formal. I am offering my lifelong devotion. This is a solemn ceremonial occasion, something along the lines of, "Arise, valiant tiny one, and stand beside your new liege." Seth swallowed hard. Does this mean I'm responsible for you now? Still kneeling, Calvin lifted his head a fraction more. It means you accept my service. We are a team, and you are the captain. It will be an adventure. I will assist you in all your needs, and together we will watch for any chance to shatter the curse upon my people. Seth hesitated. The little warrior seemed enthusiastic and good-natured, but Seth worried this could lead to complications. How did you even get in here? The house is supposed to be protected. Being miniature has its perks. In this instance, the brownies granted me passage. With their consent, anyone smaller than a brownie can use their hidden ways to enter the dwelling. That's clever. My sister and I came in like that once. It's a long tale. How do I know you're not some kind of sinister spy? I am a Nipsey, Calvin stated, a hint of pride in his voice. We have never sided with darkness. The shadow plague twisted some of us for a time, but that was not by our choice. You can trust me. Go, ask our elders, or consult your grandfather.
I swear to serve you loyally, with a formal vow and everything. Arise, valiant tiny one, Seth said, trying to imbue the words with gravity. I believe you. We'll be partners. Calvin sprang to his feet, gave his sword a flourish, and slid it back into its sheath. You will not regret this decision. Shall I address you as Supreme Gigantic Overlord? No, Seth said quickly. The Satis invented that. I had nothing to do with it. My lord, how about just Seth? Very well, Seth.
Would you like to carry me in your pocket for the time being? Seriously, why not? I'll be perfectly comfortable. That way, I'll be right there if you require assistance. Seth, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, nodded. Okay, let me go get some proper clothes on first. Later, Grandpa and Grandma Larson arrived with Knox and Tess to join Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen, Kendra and Seth for breakfast. The family gathered around the table, where a steaming bowl of oatmeal awaited at each setting. A loaf of bread, butter, jam, and an assortment of oatmeal toppings occupied the center. Knox stared at his bowl with a look of profound skepticism. "Thank you all for coming over this morning," Grandma Sorensen said warmly. "We're so glad to have Knox and Tess here for a visit." "How was your first night?" Grandpa Sorensen inquired. "Absolutely wonderful," Tess gushed. She had removed her fairy wings for the meal, but a delicate tiara still rested in her hair. "Fablehaven is the most magical place." Knox let out a dismissive snort. "I wouldn't go that far, but the other house is pretty cool, I guess." Seth bit his tongue, thinking he really should have seen that place before the brownies worked their restorative magic on it. The old manor had stood empty for decades until Grandpa Sorensen arranged for a family of brownies to move in and restore it for the Larsons. Naturally, Knox was completely unaware that brownies were anything more than a story. "Help yourself," Grandma Sorensen encouraged. Knox eyed his bowl of oatmeal without much enthusiasm. "You can mix things in," Seth suggested, adding a spoonful of brown sugar to his own. "It makes a big difference." "We have fresh bread right from the oven, too," Grandma added. Knox perked up a little, stirring blueberries and honey into his breakfast. Seth discreetly broke off bits of the warm bread for Calvin, who was tucked away in the large pocket of his shorts. "So, you don't have a basketball hoop or anything?" Knox asked, once he'd finished eating. "We might be able to put something together," Grandpa Sorensen replied. "For this morning, why don't you let Seth give you a tour of the grounds? We have a swimming pool and plenty of space to run around." "I'm going to catch a fairy today," Tess announced. "I can help you look," Kendra offered, though her smile was a bit unsure. Seth quietly wondered what would happen if Tess actually drank the special milk. He guessed it would either be a total non-event or it would absolutely shock her. "All done," Knox declared, wiping his mouth. "That was seriously good oatmeal. The kind I get at home usually tastes like paste." "I'll consider that high praise," Grandma Sorensen said warmly. "Your grandpa went over the rules with you both?" Grandpa Sorensen verified. "Stay out of the woods because of ticks," Knox recited. "Easy, I'm not really into nature or insects. I'll just stay near the garden," Tess promised. "Off you go then," Grandma Larson said. "I can tell you're eager to get started." The children left the breakfast table. Seth trailed after Knox through the back door. The boy might be a pain, but he was someone to hang out with. "So, what's the plan?" Knox moaned. "I could show you around the property," Seth offered.
I can see the property,
Knox said, waving a hand at the view. "It's a bunch of shrubs, a whole lot of lawn. Are you going to give me a tour of every weed? This has to be the dullest spot in the entire country." "Actually, it's not," Seth said, a flicker of irritation rising in him. He'd called Fablehaven boring himself on countless occasions, but hearing someone else say it sparked a defensive urge. What if he just let Knox have a tiny taste of Viola's milk, then secretly led him down to the old dungeon? He could introduce him to the goblins, maybe even let a wraith loose for a second. Wraiths were definitely not boring. "Check out your sister, Seth," said, nodding toward Tess. She was darting around a rose bush, waving her glittery wand while Kendra trailed behind her. "She seems to be having a blast. She thinks she's having fun," Knox corrected with a sigh. "Tess turns everything into a fairy tale. She'll believe whatever you tell her. The minute she decided fairies lived here, she was perfectly happy. Tess has her head in the clouds. One of these days, reality is going to hit her hard. Are you so sure?" Seth asked, lowering his voice. "What if fairies really are here?" Knox stared at him. "You have got to be joking." "That is the single lamest thing anyone has ever said to me. Maybe you should go play make-believe with Tess." Seth knew he had to be careful. The truth was, yes, there were fairies at Fablehaven, and countless other incredible hidden things. And yes, Grandma and Grandpa Larson probably had some hope that Knox and Tess would discover those secrets, or they never would have invited them. But Seth also knew he'd be in monumental trouble if he just showed Knox everything. Grandpa Sorensen had taken him aside just the day before and stressed that Knox and Tess needed to find out about Fablehaven by themselves. "What if I told you there were demons here?" Seth tested. "Or hidden monsters? Or buried treasure? Now, that would at least be somewhat interesting," Knox admitted, "but still pretty dumb, except for the treasure part. I wouldn't say no to some treasure." An idea suddenly clicked into place for Seth. It would mean taking Knox into the woods, which was against the rules, but it probably wouldn't be dangerous for Knox. Since he didn't believe in any of the magic, the treaty's protections would keep him safe. "How about a dare?" Seth challenged. "I'm okay with dares," Knox said, though he sounded cautious. "We'd have to go into the woods. What about the ticks? I have bug spray. I go in there all the time and I've never once seen a snake around here. I'll show you some amazing things. And I'll even give you $10 if you complete the dare." A wide grin spread across Knox's face. "You've got yourself a deal. Steal the bacon." The Satyr's cottage was fully wired with electricity as Seth and Knox walked up the path. The low rumble of a television spilled from inside. Likely an action movie, judging by the sounds of explosions. "Mind waiting out here for a minute?" Seth asked. Knox frowned. "Why can't I come in? This place isn't exactly what it seems. A pair of goats live here." "Goats? This cottage is way too nice for goats." "Maybe," Seth admitted, "but my grandfather is using it to house them. They can be a little unpredictable with strangers. Let me just check their mood first. Make sure they've been fed recently. What for? Knox pressed, eyeing the leather bag. You got food in there? Seth patted the satchel. Not for goats. Just some granola bars and basic supplies in case we run into trouble. The goat food is kept inside.
I don't want to stand around all day and get eaten alive by bugs, Knox grumbled.
Seth dug into his kit and pulled out a bottle of insect repellent. Knox squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head as Seth gave him a thorough spraying. This stuff smells worse than your morning breath, Knox complained. Seth chuckled. Let's hope the mosquitoes think so too. I'll be right back. Seth slipped inside, shutting the door firmly behind him. Newell and Doran were sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a superhero battle. Seth, Doran called out. Perfect timing. The final fight's about to start. Pause it, Seth said. Newell grabbed the remote and froze the image at the perfect moment, a vehicle suspended in a fiery explosion. Excellent timing, Doran noted. What's going on? Newell asked. You remember that duffel bag we lost near the ogre's territory? Seth asked. Of all their misadventures after the Battle of Zizix, the botched ogre robbery remained a sore spot. Newell dragged a hand down his face. Are you trying to torture me? I think about that treasure constantly. It was far too much to just leave behind. That was my fault, Doran sighed. You made a decent throw. I'm the one who messed up. It wasn't a perfect throw, Newell corrected. It landed a little behind you. You should have slowed down and turned. But yeah, you basically blew it. I would have gone back for it, but she was right on my heels, Doran apologized. I know, Newell said. We've rehashed this 100 times. The plan was flawless until that moment. Easy money, but you might as well forget it, Seth. The ogres left the bag right where it fell. They're using it as bait, waiting to catch us if we return. I get it. Treasure is treasure, but going back would be a stupid move. Unless the shadow charmer here wants to sneak it away after dark, Doran suggested hopefully. Newell jabbed him with an elbow. Shadow charmer or not, Seth isn't about to steal a watched prize from an ogre. That's a sure recipe for shadow charmer stew. What if I found someone else to grab it for us? Seth proposed. Is anyone that foolish? Doran wondered. Verl, maybe? It's not worth getting Verl killed, Newell stated flatly. Besides, we still wouldn't get the treasure.
Not Verl, Seth said. What about a kid, a human kid, who doesn't have a clue about Fablehaven? He's never had the milk. Wouldn't the treaty offer him a lot of protection? He'd still be trespassing, a tiny voice chimed in. Who said that? Doran asked, glancing around. Was that my conscience speaking up? I've made a new friend, Seth announced, carefully pulling Calvin from his pocket. A Nipsey. This is Calvin, the tiny hero.
That's one impressive Nipsey, Newell remarked, leaning in for a closer look. What have you been feeding him? I was enlarged by magic, Calvin explained. But I assure you I am no supreme gigantic overlord. Doran's cheeks flushed slightly. Sorry about all that. I know we used our size to encourage some trades with your people. A satyr's got to eat. Don't apologize, Newell grumbled. He fixed his gaze on Seth. Why are you carrying an oversized Nipsey around in your pocket? He wants my help breaking a curse, Seth said. He's pledged his loyalty to me. Newell let out a short laugh. What's he going to do? Bring you a single peanut? Scare off a few butterflies? Calvin suggested, his tone dry. Calvin folded his arms. I should remind you that trespassing can void the treaty's protections. Sometimes, Seth conceded. But think about it. He's never tasted the milk. What if I specifically instruct him to go onto that land? Then he's not breaking a rule. He's following a direct order. It changes everything. Calvin's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. That could actually work. Not a terrible plan, Newell chimed in, his earlier boredom replaced by intrigue. If it all goes south, the worst outcome is the kid gets flattened. How attached are you to him exactly? Let's just say we're not best friends, Seth admitted, but he is my cousin.
I can't just stand by and let something terrible happen to him. So you want us there as bodyguards? Doran asked. We handle risky situations regularly, Seth pointed out. The treasure would still be split 3 ways. Doesn't the kid get a cut? Newell inquired. He's doing it for $10. Newell and Doran attempted to stifle their laughter, but failed miserably. Just how clueless is this boy? Doran managed to ask between chuckles. Extremely, Seth said.
But remember, he has no idea what Fablehaven really is. He'll think it's just some stupid dare. Newell reached over and clicked off the television. Now this is must-see viewing. Nothing beats top-tier live entertainment. It's a more immersive experience, Doran agreed with a nod. But you have to promise to help me keep him safe, Seth insisted. That's your part of the bargain. If the kid perishes, we forfeit our share of the loot, Newell reasoned aloud.
But we'd get an even more spectacular show.
Doran whispered, giving a sly wink. He cannot die, Seth stated firmly. He gets on my nerves, but technically, he's blood.
What's actually in the bag?
Calvin asked, changing the subject. Mostly gold, Doran answered. A handful of uncut jewels, a pearl necklace. We distracted the ogres and raided their place while they were out. They returned home a bit earlier than we'd hoped, Newell added. You robbed their house? Calvin asked, incredulous. It was all treasure they had stolen first, Doran explained. Perfectly fair game to reclaim, unless they catch us on their property. Which they did, Seth interjected. But once we crossed the border off their land, they couldn't pursue us, Newell said. We nearly made a clean getaway. You can still spot the bag from the edge of their territory. At least you could the last time we scoped it out. They might have moved it by now, Doran mused. I doubt it, Newell replied. We only swiped the treasure a few weeks back. It's barely been 2 weeks since we last checked. Once an ogre gets an idea stuck in its head, it tends to stay put. Not the sharpest tools in the shed, if you catch my drift. I'd wager they're still waiting to spring their little trap. So, are you both in? Seth verified. We're in, Newell confirmed. But the runt is out, Doran clarified. The loot gets split 3 ways. Fine by me, Calvin agreed. I'm here to observe and to act as Seth's guardian. You get what you pay for, Newell muttered under his breath. Perfect, Seth said. Come on, let's go meet Knox. Like Fort Knox? Doran asked. Isn't that place packed with gold? Newell wondered. That's a promising sign, Doran said. Just remember to him you'll look like ordinary goats, Seth warned. I'll have to watch how I talk to you, or I'll seem like a lunatic. You'd better hide your tiny friend too, Newell advised.
What does he look like to humans who can't see magic? A ladybug? A mouse? Seth said. He's right, Calvin. You should stay out of sight. No problem, Calvin replied, as Seth carefully placed him back into his pocket. Doran snatched up his bow, and Newell grabbed a coiled length of rope. Seth led the way to the door and outside, where Knox was idly tossing stones into the tree line. Knox turned, dusting his hands on his jeans. There really are goats,
Knox exclaimed, staring at the satyrs in astonishment. They're coming with us into the woods, Seth announced. Why? Knox asked, his brow furrowed. The kid seems wary, Doran observed. Maybe he's a decent judge of character, Newell said. Do I need a reason? Seth countered. You were whining about being bored. I thought bringing the goats might make it more interesting. I guess, Knox said, eyeing the satyrs with clear hesitation. Are they safe? I don't know if I trust them. He is a good judge of character, Newell cried. Why do they keep bleating? Knox asked. Do they bite? Not people, Seth assured him. Shouldn't they be on leashes or something? Knox wondered. They're clever, Seth insisted. They'll stick close. Unless you land in a mess, Doran remarked. Then you're on your own, Newell chimed in. Knox took a careful step forward, hand extended. Is he planning to touch us? Newell questioned. Can I pet one? Knox asked. He really shouldn't, Doran said, retreating a step. What's the harm? Seth pressed. Picture some random kid asking to pet you, Newell replied. It's unsettling. Knox interpreted the question as a green light and stretched out his hand. Newell raised a hoof, allowing Knox to stroke it briefly before leaping back, making Knox startle. A bit nervous? Seth teased. It moved first. Knox retorted. You think they carry bugs? Maybe skip the petting, Seth advised. They can get grumpy.
That one's Newell. His friend is Doran.
Odd pets, Knox observed. It's an odd spot, Seth said with a casual lift of his shoulders. Let's go. He guided them deeper into the forest. The duffel bag lay exactly where Doran had left it, nestled in knee-high weeds within a modest clearing. The satyrs had pointed out the precise edge of the ogre's domain, and now they lingered beside a tree just beyond that line, gazing at their prize less than 100 feet off. I don't follow, Knox said. I simply walk over and take it. And you hand me $10? What's the trick? You planning to abandon me out here? The goats and I aren't moving from this spot, Seth assured him. If I shout for you to run, then run, otherwise take your time. Knox scanned the surroundings with mistrust. Is the bag crawling with serpents? Are there hidden wires or pits? Your cousin isn't a total fool? Newell muttered. No ogre sent from here, Doran announced. Can you hush those goats? Knox asked. Can I nudge him? Newell inquired. Just a tiny nudge, or a nibble, Doran offered. Goats do nibble on occasion. Stay on task, Seth urged. I swear there are no tricks or traps from me, but people say this part of the woods has a presence. Knox let out a disbelieving chuckle. That's rich. You honestly buy into ghost stories. I'm not talking about ghosts. Exactly, Seth said. More like shades or the restless dead. Maybe revenants.
Or ogres, Newell added, suppressing a snicker. Knox shook his head. You're more dramatic than Tess. If this is a scare tactic, it's failing. I chuckle through creature features. Halloween is a comedy show. Your breakfast breath might be alarming, but spectres, give me a break. You never feel a chill, Seth probed. In a cemetery or alone in the dark. Why would I? Knox dismissed. How's a corpse in a buried box going to reach me? What's a tombstone going to do? Announce an old date?
And why fear the dark? Unless I'm fumbling for a light switch or tripping over furniture? Made-up horrors don't faze me. This will be the simplest $10 I've ever earned. This kid is a treasure, Newell remarked. I've never encountered anyone so willfully blind to the world around him. He lacks vision, Doran said. My mind conjures all sorts of eerie notions in shadowy corners. Impressive, Seth said. You've got guts. It's not guts, it's logic, Knox countered.
Crossing a canyon on a wire takes guts. Charging into battle takes guts. This is a stroll. It's still worth $10, Seth reminded him. Better not be rigged, Knox warned, beginning his approach toward the bag. I didn't tamper with it, Seth said. I can't promise it isn't being watched by ogres or worse. Knox gave a derisive snort and moved forward. Still no ogre trace, Doran reported, testing the breeze. There's an ogre nearby, Newell insisted. They aren't geniuses, but they wouldn't leave that bag unattended in the open. Unless something caught their attention, Doran proposed. It takes a spark of imagination to get sidetracked, Newell said. Once an ogre latches onto a thought, it's glued there. They're furious. We crossed their line, and they're counting on us returning for the goods. They'll be lying in wait, you'll see. Doran notched an arrow to his bow. No harm in being prepared. Could Knox spot your bow? Seth whispered. Unlikely, Doran answered. Humans who haven't had the milk rarely see our gear or what we carry. To them we're just goats. Seth kept his eyes on his cousin as he ambled across the clearing, the afternoon light casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twitch with a life of their own, a detail the original never mentioned, but which made the quiet woods feel suddenly watchful.
The clearing stayed silent. Knox nudged the duffel bag with his foot, clearly suspicious of a trick. He placed his hands on his hips, scanned the area, looked back at Seth, and finally hoisted the bag. Suddenly, an ogre burst from hiding at the edge of the open space. The charging giant stood almost double Knox's height, with massive limbs and coarse, ruddy skin. Hideous, swollen lumps on his savage face resembled extra nostrils. In his grip was a crude club, more like a small tree trunk, embedded with metal spikes and knots. "Now, that is a supreme gigantic overlord," a voice chirped from Seth's pocket. Knox spun to face the approaching menace, his feet frozen in place. The ogre lifted his weapon, closing the distance swiftly, his features twisted with pure fury. "Should I shoot?" Doran whispered, arrow nocked and aimed. "Hold on," Newell murmured. The ogre lurched to a halt right in front of Knox, club held high, ready to drive the intruder into the earth like a peg, a sickly grin of victory on his corrupted lips. The cords of muscle in his arms tightened, but the massive club never descended. His expression morphed from gleeful rage into confusion, then simmering irritation. "Knox, get out of there!" Seth yelled. The shout shattered whatever trance held his cousin. Knox bolted towards Seth, eyes wide with terror. "Bear!" he screamed.
"It's a bear." The ogre sniffed loudly, spat, then waved his club one-handed, his bicep bulging. He pointed a thick finger directly at Seth, eyes burning. "You, that's our signal," Newell said. "This way," Seth called to his cousin, whirling around to run. Even if the ogre couldn't follow him past his own borders, he might still hurl rocks or small boulders. "That's Mung," Newell panted, keeping pace with Seth. Not the largest ogre at Fablehaven, but easily the nastiest. Seth risked a look back. The ogre had already blown past Knox and was nearing the edge of his designated territory. "Faster, Knox!" Seth shouted. He hurdled a fallen limb and pushed through a thick patch of ferns. "Oh no," Doran said. "What?" Newell asked. Mung just crossed his boundary. Seth glanced over his shoulder again. The ogre was already past the tree where they had spied on Knox and was charging full speed. Knox lagged behind. "He can't do that," Newell cried. "And yet he is," Doran answered flatly. The news spurred Seth to run even faster. "What's the plan?" "Make for the yard," Newell urged. "He's fixated on you. We'll try to delay him." "What about Knox?" Seth asked. "I'll stick with him," Doran vowed. "I'll steer him back to the house." The setters slowed, and Seth found himself running alone. He knew the route to the yard, but outpacing the ogre would require a miracle. Stealing another frantic look back, Seth saw Newell and Doran crouched behind shrubs, a rope pulled taut between them. Mung bellowed, ploughing through the brush like a derailed locomotive. Seth stumbled over a root, but kept his balance. He veered around a tree, jumped a moss-covered rock, and looked back just as the ogre reached the satyrs. Both goatmen had their hooves planted, straining to keep the rope tight. The truplins snagged Mung just above the ankles. The ogre pitched forward, his enormous body gouging a furrow in the soil, simultaneously hurling Newell and Doran through the air. Seth never stopped running. When he peered back again, Mung was already back on his feet, thundering forward. The satyrs had bought him a few precious seconds, but judging by how quickly the ogre was gaining, Seth knew reaching the yard was impossible. "How is this happening?" he muttered, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "You sent Knox in," a voice piped up from his pocket. "What?" Seth wheezed, still sprinting. "The ogre couldn't touch Knox because he was an innocent," Calvin chirped. "But you dispatched him from outside the ogre's domain. That probably broke the rules and let the ogre come after you." Great timing with that insight. Seth grumbled as he zigzagged between trees. "I'm not certain," Calvin admitted. "It's only a theory." A sudden sharp memory flashed in Seth's mind. His grandfather's old journal, left open on the study desk, with a hastily scribbled footnote about territorial magic and provoked guardians. The thought was infuriating. All that forgotten knowledge, and now it was chasing him through the woods. Seth's lungs burned as he sprinted, the ogre's thunderous footsteps shaking the ground behind him. Calvin's shouted advice cut through the panic. "Don't forget, ogres charge in straight lines." The words clicked instantly, merging with a lesson from Newell and Doran. The gully, it was his only chance. "You're brilliant, Seth," gasped between ragged breaths. "Just basic monster lore," Calvin replied, his voice tight. Seth knew a direct dash for the yard was hopeless, but a detour, that could work. He veered sharply away from the house, branches clawing at his face and arms, praying his memory of the terrain from his explorations with the satyrs was accurate. If the footbridge wasn't where he thought, he'd be cornered against a sheer drop with a very angry ogre. The beast was gaining. Seth could hear its wet, slobbering snorts, a sound that reminded him of an enraged bull. Then he saw it, the narrow wooden bridge. He poured on a final burst of speed, his feet pounding across the planks. The moment he reached the other side, he turned and ran parallel to the gully's edge. His plan was a gamble. If Mung used the bridge, Seth was finished. All the ogre had to do was take the slightly longer route. But true to form, Mung ignored the bridge entirely. He charged straight ahead, his small eyes blazing with the promise of violence, fixated solely on his target. Seth, now a good 20 yards from the bridge, risked a taunt. He slowed just enough to wave his arms wildly and stick out his tongue. The ogre roared and launched himself toward the ravine in a powerful leap, one massive arm stretching out, the other swinging his club high. For a heart-stopping second, Seth thought the brute might actually clear the gap. The club whistled down, smashing into the near edge of the gully with such force that Seth felt the impact through his shoes. Then, with a furious bellow, Mung vanished over the side. "Don't stop running," Doran's voice called from somewhere in the distance. Seth didn't need telling twice. He took off for the yard, his heart trying to beat its way out of his chest. The ravine here was deep, maybe 30 feet. Could Mung climb out? It grew shallower farther along, but even a delay would buy precious time. A frantic glance over his shoulder showed 2 huge, grimy hands gripping the edge. Then Mung's snarling face as he hauled himself up, now without his club. As the ogre regained his footing and began to run, an arrow suddenly sprouted from his calf. Doran's triumphant whoop echoed. Mung stumbled, growled, but kept coming, his limp making him seem even more dangerously determined. "Can you make it?" Calvin's voice was tense in Seth's ear. "It's going to be close," Seth panted back. He had a slim lead, but there were no more convenient gullies or traps ahead. It was a flat-out sprint now, a race against a limping, furious monster. Nearby, Kendra observed her younger cousin, Tess, who was utterly enchanted by the cloud of fairies dancing around her. To Tess, they were merely beautiful insects, hummingbirds, butterflies, and glittering dragonflies, but her delight was genuine.
"They think I'm a real fairy?" Tess whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look how they follow me. This has never happened before." The fairies, however, saw it differently. "She absolutely adores us," a slender fairy with golden wings remarked, her tone dripping with condescending amusement. "It's almost cute, how she mimics us with those clumsy costume wings," a scarlet one added. A white furry fairy sniffed. "It's pathetic and insulting. She straps on those ugly things and pretends to be our kin." A hopeless little flatterer, giggled a fairy with translucent dragonfly wings. "She dreams of a world she can never enter." Their laughter tinkled like breaking glass. Kendra bit her tongue, folding her arms tightly. She wouldn't ruin Tess's joy by reacting, nor did she want to appear to be shouting at butterflies. "I can almost hear them laughing,"
Tess said, with a blissful smile, gently raising a butterfly-winged fairy on her finger to her face. The tiny creature leaned in and planted a feather-light kiss on Tess's nose. "You're a precious thing," the fairy said, before pushing off into a graceful glide. Tess blinked in surprise. "Did you hear that?" "I felt like I heard words." The reaction was immediate. Several fairies darted away, and those that remained fluttered back to a more cautious distance. "She couldn't possibly have heard us," the golden fairy insisted, her earlier amusement replaced by a note of wary uncertainty. "She hasn't had any milk," the scarlet fairy chimed in. Tess glanced around at the fluttering creatures. "They look surprised. Did I frighten them?" "It's tricky to know what's on a butterfly's mind," Kendra offered carefully. Tess peered closer. "These don't seem like ordinary butterflies to me." A part of Kendra wanted to encourage her young cousin to trust that feeling. The kid was sharp. But Kendra understood she couldn't be the one to spill Fablehaven's greatest secret. Perhaps there's simply... Seth burst from the tree line, his face flushed and damp, eyes wide with panic. He shot a frantic look over his shoulder before tumbling onto the grass. From the forest came heavy, wheezing breaths and the sharp snap of breaking branches. Something enormous was bulldozing its way toward the clearing. "What did you do?" Kendra shouted. It had been ages since she'd seen her brother so rattled. "Nothing," Seth insisted, scrambling to his feet, still gasping for air. He swiped sweat from his brow. "Just a friendly race." A hulking ogre exploded from the trees and stormed onto the lawn, its savage gaze locked on her brother. Tess screamed. Kendra stood frozen, bewildered. The founding treaty of Fablehaven explicitly barred creatures such as ogres from entering the yard without an invitation. How was this possible? "Oh, come on," Seth yelled, bolting for the house. "That's cheating." It was immediately clear Seth wouldn't reach safety. The ogre was gaining ground too fast. The vicious brute would run him down in another few strides. Then another colossal figure burst from the woods on the opposite side of the yard, its stony limbs swinging wildly. "Hugo!" Seth cried out. With a roar like crumbling granite, the golem charged across the grass in powerful, leaping steps, aiming to intercept the ogre before it could reach Seth. The ogre whirled to face this new threat just as Hugo launched himself forward. While the ogre stood taller, Hugo was wider across the shoulders, with massive hands and feet, and was composed largely of stone. A rocky fist hammered into the ogre, sending it crashing through a neatly manicured hedge. The ogre rolled upright and began to wrestle with the golem. Muscles straining, the ogre snarled and grimaced as Hugo forcefully maneuvered him into different holes. Soon the golem had forced the ogre to its knees. One immense hand clamped around the brute's thick neck, the other fist cocked back, ready to strike. Hugo gazed down with hollow sockets. "Yield," the golem commanded, its voice like grinding stones. "Never," the ogre hissed, features twisted in rage. "The boy is mine." Hugo brought his free hand down onto the ogre's head and began to apply pressure. The ogre groaned and thrashed, but Hugo simply shifted his weight, unbalancing him, and increased the force of his grip. "I yield." The ogre finally grunted in defeat. Hugo hauled him upright and shoved him roughly toward the forest. "Go!" As the ogre lumbered away, Kendra spotted an arrow protruding from its bleeding lower leg. The creature departed without a backward glance. "What is that?" Tess whispered, her eyes fixed on Hugo. Kendra had nearly forgotten her little cousin in all the chaos. "What do you see?" Tess gulped. "It looks like a tiny tornado full of rocks and dirt, but it chased the bear. Now it's standing next to Seth." "Apologies," Hugo rumbled to Seth. "Slow came when heard noise." "Not your fault, Hugo," Seth said. "I have a very strong idea about whose fault it is," declared Grandpa Sorensen as he hurried across the yard from the house. Seth Sorensen, what was a bear doing in the yard? "A bear!" Tess asked, confused. Grandpa sometimes calls big bears ogres, Kendra explained quickly, raising her voice a little. Yes, a bear, Grandpa said, his focus returning to Seth. What exactly have you been doing, young man? Nox is totally fine, Seth said. You dragged your cousin into this? Grandpa asked, his complexion deepening to a fiercer red. I kept him safe, Seth insisted. Why did he need keeping safe? Grandpa demanded, his jaw tight. Seth paused. I just had this really great idea. Enough, Grandpa said, with a quick glance toward Tess. We'll finish this discussion in my office. He began to steer Seth away. Is Nox okay? Tess called after them. He's fine, Seth replied. I bet he's rethinking his opinion on Fablehaven being dull now. Grandpa's stern expression softened slightly. Did he actually call it boring? Tess was still watching Hugo, who began to shuffle off once he noticed her gaze. What about that weird wind? She asked. Kendra squinting toward the trees. It headed straight for the bear and chased it off. Could it be fairies? No, too dusty. No sparkle at all. We get odd gusts here sometimes, Kendra replied. Probably just a lucky break. Let's head to the fountain. There are usually more butterflies there. Upstairs, Kendra found Seth in the hallway, his fist tapping restlessly against his thigh as he trudged toward the attic playroom. How did things go with Grandpa? She asked, falling into step beside him. What do you think? I'm officially the star grandchild again. He even gave me an award, a shame award. Seth managed a half-hearted laugh, basically. How was that ogre able to come into the yard? I was trying to recover some treasure. You stole from an ogre. You know, that's insane. It wasn't stealing, Seth insisted. We only took things the satyrs knew the ogres had stolen first. Finders keepers applies when you're reclaiming loot. So what went wrong? A few weeks back, during our escape, we dropped the treasure right near the edge of the ogre's territory. We knew they were guarding it, so I sent Nox to grab it. Kendra's breath caught. That's what you meant outside, about Nox being okay. Where is he? Is he really safe? He's back, Seth said, just a little rattled. The satyrs guided him home. You introduced him to Newell and Doran. Grandma said not to spill Fablehaven's secrets to them. They have to discover things on their own. Relax to Nox. The satyrs just look like unusually clever goats. Grandma took him into the den while I was with Grandpa. He thinks he survived a bear attack. Kendra shook her head. You could have gotten him killed. I was the one in real danger, Seth shot back. I thought I was clear once I reached the yard. Thank goodness Hugo showed up. I'm more concerned about our cousin. Nox has no idea what's really going on here, Seth said. I knew the treaty would protect him. The ogre couldn't lay a finger on him. The treaty is tricky, Seth. Sometimes innocent people get caught in the middle just for being somewhere they shouldn't. I brought Newell and Doran along as backup. And how were two satyrs supposed to stop a furious ogre? We always improvise. Clearly, it was a foolproof plan. Good thing nothing went wrong, except, you know, an ogre in our yard. You nearly gave Tess a heart attack. It couldn't have hurt anyone, Seth insisted. The ogre was only allowed to cross boundaries to come after me. Why? Grandpa explained, Seth said. Because I sent an innocent person somewhere I couldn't safely go. The treaty makes me the guilty party. The ogre could chase me anywhere inside Fablehaven unless he surrendered the right, even into the yard. Obviously. Hugo made him yield, Kendra noted. So now I'm off the hook, Seth finished. I should have brought Hugo from the start, but you were worried he'd tell Grandpa. The thought crossed my mind. He's not exactly discreet. What's the punishment? Kendra asked. Seth looked down. Grandpa revoked my adventuring rights. I can't leave the yard without an adult human escort. Kendra knew that would hurt. After everything that happened at Zizek's, Grandpa Sorensen had given Seth limited freedom to explore parts of Fablehaven with the satyrs or Hugo. It was his favorite thing to do. "I'm sorry, Seth," she said softly. "What was so special about this treasure? Just treasure, gold and jewels. You risked our cousin for some gold. I didn't risk him. I was right. He was safe. I risked myself. Why risk anybody?" Seth threw his hands up. "If you have to ask, how can I possibly explain? Because it's treasure, and I found a way to get it." "What's the adventure in exploring if you never find anything amazing?" Seth challenged. "Except now you're not allowed to explore at all," Kendra countered. "Which is worse, being punished so you can't explore, or having the freedom to explore and just wasting it?" "I explore Fablehaven all the time," Kendra pointed out. "Do you ever find any real treasure?" Seth pressed. "This entire sanctuary is a treasure," she insisted. "I mean actual, physical treasure," Seth clarified. "To me, the fairies are a far greater treasure than gold. So are the brownies and Hugo, even the satyrs in their own way." Seth shook his head in exasperation. "I like all of that too. But why can't we appreciate those things and also hunt for a little gold on the side? Why would I need gold?" Kendra asked, genuinely perplexed. "Are you serious?" Seth rolled his eyes dramatically. "Have you not heard it's kind of valuable?" "Our family has enough money," Kendra said flatly. "Why would I provoke the ogres for a bit of extra gold? Why would I put anyone in danger for it?" Seth closed his eyes and thumped his forehead with his palm. "Most exciting things have risk. You can get hurt playing football. You can get hurt hiking. But it's the challenge that makes it thrilling. People do dangerous things all the time without a gold prize at the end. The gold is just a bonus. You enjoy being chased by ogres?" "You like almost getting your cousin killed?" "I enjoy the exploration. Things happen sometimes you have to think on your feet." Kendra shook her head in defeat. "I give up. You're never going to learn. Maybe you shouldn't be allowed at Fablehaven at all." Seth crossed his arms, offended. Then Coulter should have been banned. He was a professional relic hunter. He explored constantly. So did Patton and Maddox. These preserves need people with curiosity. You defeated the Demon King. Fine. But who was it that found the sword? Kendra bit her tongue, stopping herself from asking who was responsible for Coulter's death. The retort was on the tip of her tongue, perfect for the argument, but the truth of it was too raw. During the chaos, Seth had shown mercy to a demon, and that act had nearly destroyed everything. "You can be occasionally useful," Kendra said, straining for diplomacy. "But this isn't about finding a magical sword to save the world. This is about risking your cousin's life because you were bored." "He was the bored one," Seth shot back. "You always have a justification," Kendra sighed. "It doesn't erase the fact that your actions have caused some colossal messes." "And solved some," Seth retorted. "It balances out." Kendra turned to leave, the frustration feeling utterly futile. But she paused. "Seth, you're important to me, please. Just be careful. I'm grounded," he said with a shrug. "When I do sneak out again, I'll have to be extra careful. You have serious issues. Only a logical person seems crazy to a psycho." "Probably. At least someone understands me." The following afternoon, Kendra sat by the pool behind the house, watching Tess splash in the shallow end. A small cluster of fairies, drawn like moths to a flame, flitted around her. For all their initial complaints about the girl, the tiny, vain creatures couldn't resist an audience so utterly captivated by their favorite topic, themselves. Kendra had half expected Tess to grow bored of pretending Fablehaven was full of fairies. Instead, her dedication to the game had only intensified. She regularly chatted with bumblebees and dragonflies, as if they were winged sprites, and she kept having uncanny moments of insight, humming a fairy tune she shouldn't know or correctly noting the color of an invisible gown. Nearby, Knox had been hurling pool balls at the equipment bin, but he had now migrated to the patio's edge, systematically decapitating rosebuds with a stick. Kendra frowned as petals fluttered to the ground. "Stop destroying the flowers," Kendra scolded. Knox turned, his eyebrows raised in mock innocence. "There are like 1,000,000 flowers here. No one will notice a couple missing. They belong to Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen, and they're beautiful. Leave them alone." He gave a defiant swish of his stick, sending another bloom tumbling. "I finally find a fun game and you have to ruin it. Typical Kendra. Are you really going to let him do that?" whispered a fairy with shimmering, mirror-like wings. "Shall we teach the little vandal some manners?" chimed in another, her voice like tinkling glass. "Not much you can do," Kendra muttered under her breath, a fresh wave of weariness washing over her. The constant mediation between the magical and the mundane was exhausting. "He's under protection." Knox paused, casually snipping another rosebud. "Come again?" he asked, though he'd heard her clearly. "I'll speak with Grandma Sorensen," Kendra repeated, raising her voice slightly.
She prefers her garden left untouched. Seth appeared then, balancing a tray with 4 glasses of lemonade, each sporting a plastic straw. He placed it on the patio table beside the pool. Grateful for the interruption, Kendra moved toward it, as did Knox, who discarded his stick. "They letting you out of confinement?" Knox inquired, grabbing a glass. "No swimming today," Seth confirmed, "and the woods are off limits." Knox took a long sip. "Not bad, thanks, man."
"Least I could do after nearly getting you mauled," Seth said with a shrug. "Tess, come try this. It's a special mix. Might sharpen your vision for spotting fairies." Kendra shot her brother a sharp look. She knew he was joking, but the comment hit uncomfortably close to home. "How did you know that bear would be there?" Knox pressed. "I didn't," Seth admitted, his tone turning sincere. "I'm really sorry about that."
"Lucky for me you're such a coward," Knox retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. "You bolted so fast it decided you were the better snack." "You were running too," Seth fired back. "Just not fast enough. Bears appreciate a moving target." Tess, still dripping from the pool, claimed a glass. "That bear was terrifying," she said, taking a sip. "Do you have them around here often?" "Rarely in the actual yard," Kendra answered. "But you must get some," Knox persisted.
"Didn't you mention bear traps out in the forest?" "We see a few now and then," Seth said vaguely, shifting on his feet. "Those goats are clever, though," Knox noted, changing the subject. "Stuck with me the whole way back, like loyal dogs." "Good old Newell and Doran," Seth agreed, then quickly asked, "What happened to the duffel bag?" "Left it in the woods," Knox said. "Our deal was to deliver it to you, but you vanished. Thing weighed a ton, felt like it was packed with bricks." "Was that supposed to slow me down? You had to know a bear's den was close. Did you plan for it to chase us?" "I was just messing around," Seth insisted, his voice tightening. "A bear was the last thing I expected." "Whatever," Knox dismissed with a wave. "Karma's a real beast. It chased you instead. You still owe me $10. A deal's a deal," Seth conceded. "How far did you actually get with the bag?" "Just past where you were hiding," Knox said. "The goats came back and herded me out. I was worried the bear might circle back." "Right," Seth said, and Kendra could hear the underlying worry in that single word. Her brother was anxious about the safety of his hidden treasure. "So when do I get my money?" Knox asked. "Planning to hand it over while you're treading water." "I'll get it to you," Seth promised. "But first I need to borrow Kendra. I was just about to dive in," Kendra protested. "That'll have to wait," her brother said firmly, lowering his voice as he stepped closer. "Agad is here. He needs to speak with us both." The moment Kendra stepped into Grandpa Sorensen's office, she sensed she was walking into a strained silence, the aftermath of a heated discussion. The expressions around the room told the story. Grandpa Larson wore a look of profound sadness, while Grandma Larson's anger was thinly veiled beneath a tense composure. Both Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen appeared deeply concerned, and Bracken stood unusually solemn. Agad himself had an air of apology about him. The lack of greeting, the heavy quiet that followed their entrance, it all pointed to a palpable tension hanging in the air. Agad moved forward first to break the stillness. The wizard was portly and aged, his long grey beard reaching nearly to his waist. He was dressed in a dark blue silken robe, over which he wore a black cloak trimmed with rich sable fur. Rings adorned every finger, catching the light. "It is good to see you, Kendra," he said warmly, then nodded. "Greetings, Seth?" "Hello," Kendra replied, meaning it. She had a deep respect for Agad. His guidance had been crucial during their time at Wyrmroost, and it was his recruitment of the dragons that had turned the tide at the Battle of Zidzix. After the demons were secured in their new prison, he had also played a key role in helping restore peace at Fablehaven. Agad stood before them, a figure of immense power and sharp intellect, firmly aligned with their cause. "Hey there," Seth began, a little too quickly. "We weren't trying to listen in. Grandpa Sorensen asked me to bring Kendra to his office." "What's happening? Far more than you'd probably prefer," Bracken replied under his breath. "I always prefer to know," Seth shot back. "Is it serious?" Kendra's voice was tighter with worry. "Is everyone okay? What about Warren, Vanessa, Tanu?" "To my knowledge, your companions are fine," Agad assured her. "Each remains engaged in their appointed tasks. It had been so long since Kendra had laid eyes on any of them, while she was sure Grandpa Sorensen, in his role as captain of the Knights of the Dawn, was aware of their whereabouts. He never divulged a thing. Everything was classified. So what's the problem?" Seth pressed. Agad exchanged a glance with Grandma Larson. "We have not yet reached a full consensus on how much to share." "Share all of it," Seth demanded. "Be cautious with that request," Bracken advised. "How terrible is it, really?" Seth asked. Grandma Sorensen sighed. "I'm no more pleased about this than you are, Gloria. But you understand what's at risk. We should at least discuss the possibility. If we have this discussion, you know exactly where it will lead," Grandma Larson countered. "The sole method to ensure they stay clear is to leave them in the dark." "In the dark about what?" Seth's eyes widened as he looked at Agad, his face losing color. "Wait, not prison right. Is this about the ogre? Do they need Kendra to testify?" Grandpa Sorensen tried to hide a smile. "Am I giving something away?" Seth continued, undeterred. "Are there, like, magical attorneys?" Agad regarded Seth with a solemn expression. "I am aware of the ogre incident. It was not a prudent choice. But disciplining you is not why I have come." Seth visibly relaxed. "Okay, so you called us here to tell us something. Let's hear it." "I agree," Kendra said, a sudden memory surfacing. The ominous, robed figure in the driveway of Fablehaven and his grim prophecy. "Could this be connected? You are all aware of my position," Agad stated to the adults in the room. "I am not in favor of this, yet I would not be standing here if there were any alternative. These are exceptional young people. They could provide genuine assistance. However, the decision is not mine to make. Our parents are traveling," Kendra reminded them. "We attempted to call them," Grandpa Larson said. "They wouldn't truly grasp what is being proposed," Grandma Larson added, her tone weary. "Not fully. Our world is still too foreign to them. It would all hinge on how we frame it. We could make it sound like an exciting vacation. We could present it as an absolute necessity. Or we could make it seem completely unthinkable." "What are we even discussing?" Seth asked, his frustration mounting. "What do you need us to do?" "Go ahead," Grandma Larson said, her voice heavy with resignation. "I suppose we knew this moment was inevitable, or we wouldn't have summoned them. They could always say no," Bracken pointed out. "In theory," Grandma Larson conceded sadly, "tell them." Grandpa Sorensen gave Agad a nod. The wizard straightened his posture. There has been growing discord recently among the dragonkind. Is a storm brewing? Seth asked. A new dragon age, Kendra ventured. Agad's brow furrowed. What brings you to that conclusion? Witches, Seth said bluntly. A demon, Kendra added. I sincerely hope those are exaggerations, Agad replied. But diplomatic relations are worsening at an alarming rate. We may indeed be moving in that direction. Aren't the dragons all in sanctuaries? Seth questioned. The overwhelming majority. Yes, for the time being, Agad confirmed. May it remain so? Are the dragon sanctuaries under threat? Kendra asked. We have cause for concern, Agad said, choosing his words with care. Simultaneously across every sanctuary, the dragons have begun aggressively testing their boundaries. No preserves have been breached yet, but in several locations the atmosphere is growing hostile. I fear we grew too comfortable over the peaceful decades. We are unprepared for a unified draconic uprising.
Provide some context for them, Grandpa Sorensen suggested. Agad nodded. Have you two ever pondered why we began moving magical creatures into hidden preserves in the first place? Seth made a thinking face. A little, not a lot. To protect them, Kendra guessed. That was one component, Agad acknowledged, but it was equally to safeguard humanity, and that initiative began with the dragons. Dragons just roamed free? Seth asked, incredulous. In essence, yes, Agad said. Kendra had encountered dragons before. The mere idea sent a cold shiver down her spine, a stark reminder of their terrifying primal power. In ancient times, magical beings lived side by side with ordinary people, Agad explained. They were as natural a part of the world as wolves in the forests or eagles in the mountains, with so much wilderness still untouched. Sharing the planet wasn't a constant struggle. The natural skepticism of humanity acted as a barrier against most magical entities, and there were ancient, unspoken rules that usually kept the two worlds separate. Then the dragons grew ambitious. Bracken interjected. Agad raised a hand. Not without cause. You must understand I was once a dragon myself, ages ago. I remember that era. As mortal civilizations expanded, the wild spaces shrank. Some dragons saw a future where humans would dominate every corner of the earth. So they decided to push back. What did they do? Seth asked. It became known as the Dragon Age, Bracken stated. The dragons overstepped, Agad continued. They began by targeting ships and trade routes. Before long, they were attacking villages and towns. Eventually, even major cities fell. Hold on, Kendra interrupted. We would know about something like that. Agad offered a knowing smile. Would you? Legends grow faint and twist over centuries. Historical accounts are lost or burned. The magical world has always been exceptionally skilled at staying hidden from human eyes. Doesn't it strike you as odd that more people aren't aware of the magical preserves scattered across the world, places like Fablehaven or the vast dragon sanctuaries? Distractor spells, Seth said. People see them, but their minds just slide right off. Precisely, Agad agreed. History can be manipulated in a similar fashion. It certainly helps that people prefer not to believe a dragon once flattened a city or incinerated a great library. They'd rather blame a natural disaster or a war. There was a period when a significant number of towns and cities survived only by paying tribute to dragons. Some offered gold and jewels, others sent livestock or even human offerings. That's terrible, Kendra whispered. Agad's expression grew solemn. It was monstrous, and the situation deteriorated each year. Many of us recognized it had spiraled out of control. I was among the dragons who chose to stand with humanity. Eons before my time, a great dragon named Arcadius discovered that by permanently assuming human form, he could vastly increase his magical power.
Arcadius became the first wizard. As you may know, all true wizards were originally dragons. True magic was never meant for mortals. They can only borrow it from magical beings. I followed Arcadius's path, partly because I had grown ashamed of my own kind and wished to halt their reign. It's weird to imagine you as a dragon, Seth admitted. It has become strange for me as well, Agad said, a distant look in his eyes. That life was so long ago. Once I ruled the skies, and my breath was fire. Sometimes in my dreams I catch faint echoes of those days. That is the only reminder I have left. You were a founding member of Dragonwatch, Bracken noted. You know your lore, Agad replied with a nod. I'm not as young as I appear, Bracken said with a faint smile. Dragonwatch? Kendra asked. The alliance we formed to counter the dragon plague, Agad explained. A coalition of wizards, enchantresses, dragon slayers, and countless others who agreed the draconic tyranny had to end. We pioneered the practice of confining dragons to sanctuaries. The system of other magical preserves followed from that. So places like Fablehaven exist because you had to stop the dragons, Kendra asked. That is correct, Agad confirmed. When did all this begin? Seth inquired. Nearly 3,000 years ago, Agad said. It was a protracted and brutal conflict. We were still hunting down rogue dragons well into what you call the Dark Ages. The casualties on both sides were immense. In the end, the bravery of the dragon slayers and the cleverness of the wizards prevailed over raw draconic might. All the aggressive dragons were sealed away in preserves. Only those dragons who had never attacked mortal settlements and who swore to abide by a strict code of conduct were allowed to remain free. The dragons must have been livid, Kendra said. Agad let out a short, dry laugh, absolutely furious. Dragons are not used to defeat. They did not go peacefully, but as centuries passed, they gradually adapted to their new circumstances. And eventually, Dragonwatch was dissolved, Bracken concluded. Not entirely, Agad replied. The organization diminished and its priorities shifted. The focus turned to managing the sanctuaries. In time, the Knights of the Dawn emerged. Dragonwatch gradually faded into history. For a period, one of your ancestors, Patton Burgess, stood as the only active member of Dragonwatch. Kendra sat up straighter. Patton? Our Patton. I'm aware you hold him in high regard, Agad said. Only because he's the most incredible person to ever walk the earth, Seth chimed in. Not an inaccurate description, Agad conceded with a faint smile. I held him in esteem as well. His leadership marked one of the rare instances when a regular mortal, not a wizard, took the helm of Dragonwatch. Who leads it now? Kendra inquired. I do, Agad stated. I am rebuilding it. The necessity for Dragonwatch has resurfaced. As Seth pointed out, a tempest seems to be gathering. I only pray we are not already too late to act. Seth's face lit up. I see you want us to join Dragonwatch. Is that what this is leading to? Not precisely, Agad said. Seth's hopeful expression faded. However, we might require your assistance with a connected issue, Agad continued. What is it? Kendra asked, her stomach tightening. Given the direction of the talk, it was bound to be perilous. Agad steepled his fingers. A little more background first. I bear some responsibility for agitating this potential dragon crisis. The Battle of Zidzix, Kendra said. Agad nodded solemnly. I struck a bargain with the dragons because victory in that conflict was imperative, and I saw no other strategy that offered a chance. Celebrant, the Dragon King, would lend his aid only under the condition that authority over Wormroost would be transferred to Dragonkind. He became a co-caretaker alongside my brother Camerat. Who is a dragon? Kendra remembered. Correct, Agad confirmed. As caretaker, Camerat remains in human form and uses the name Marat. Since he resides at Blackwell Keep, Marat still regulates who may enter and exit Wormroost, but Celebrant is actively working to subvert him.
In essence, by enlisting the dragon's help against the demons, I addressed one catastrophic problem by planting the seeds for a future one.
This is where the narrative starts to involve the two of you, Grandpa Sorensen interjected. How? Seth asked. Celebrant has assaulted Blackwell Keep on 3 separate occasions since my brother assumed his role, Agad said, his tone grave. How did Marat repel him? Kendra questioned. Blackwell Keep is shielded by potent enchantments that have existed since the sanctuary's founding, Agad explained, his brow furrowed in concentration. The terms of my agreement granted Celebrant no access to the keep, yet he persists in storming the fortress. Dragons do not attack without purpose. They engage to win, and they favor overwhelming victories. A hard-fought triumph is viewed as a flaw. A failed assault is far worse, let alone 3 consecutive failures. So Celebrant believes he can break through, Seth deduced. It would appear so, Agad said. The intent might be to intimidate or bewilder Marat. But I suspect Celebrant has discovered a vulnerability and is attempting to capitalize on it. The Dragon King is convinced there is a method to overthrow my brother, but has not yet identified the precise tactic. I fear I know the flaw. What is it? Kendra pressed. Agad stroked his beard thoughtfully. As per the ancient treaty established when Wyrmroost was created, the caretaker must be mortal. Weren't you the caretaker? Seth asked. That presented no conflict, Agad clarified. Wizards are mortal. We age at a glacial pace. But dragons become wizards by embracing mortality while preserving and amplifying our magical abilities. When I departed Wyrmroost to oversee the Living Mirage Preserve, there was a scarcity of suitable candidates for a new caretaker, so I turned to my brother. We consulted and concluded that as long as he maintained his human form, it should not pose an issue. But it has? Kendra ventured. I fear Celebrant has become aware of this stipulation and may have found a means to exploit it. I can conceive of no other reason for his persistent aggression. Perhaps he believes he can force Marat to revert to his draconic shape, thereby forfeiting his claim to the position. Or perhaps Celebrant has uncovered some other weakness. But I am convinced that installing a human caretaker would settle the matter. What about Celebrant himself? Kendra asked, a new thought occurring to her, as she glanced toward the window, where a sudden brief gust of wind rattled the pane, an oddly timed reminder of the brewing storm beyond the walls. Agad gave a thoughtful nod. I had to make certain amendments to the original treaty to allow for his appointment. Even with that, the magical protections of the sanctuary will not shield Celebrant as completely as they would a mortal being. For a dragon of his stature, surrounded by formidable allies, it is a minor concern. The greater vulnerability lies with Marat. Seth's mind raced with possibilities. Couldn't Marat become a wizard himself? He's in a human form right now, but it's temporary. If he made it permanent, wouldn't he then be considered mortal? A logical thought, Agad conceded. Yet the ancient art of a dragon transforming into a wizard has faded from the world. I achieved my own change only with the guidance of wizards from a bygone era, all of whom have now departed. No dragon has completed such a transition in over a millennium. Kendra leaned forward. If Marat can't become a wizard, why don't you resume control of Wyrmroost yourself? Another reasonable suggestion, Agad replied. Regrettably, the sanctuary known as the Soaring Cliffs is facing a crisis even more dire. My duty calls me there. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the quiet room. Seth's gaze swept over their grandparents. Are you asking for Grandpa Sorensen's help or Grandpa Larsen's? They are both remarkably capable, Agad acknowledged. However, the caretaker of Wyrmroost must be a genuine dragon tamer. This is not merely about surviving a dragon's glare or stammering out a command. It requires holding one's ground, speaking clearly and without fear, even when faced with a hostile dragon. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. A cold dread washed over Kendra. "Oh no," she whispered, the pieces clicking into a terrifying picture. "Now you understand," Agad said, his voice gentle but firm. "Kendra, with your fairy-kind essence, and Seth as a shadow charmer, you possess a unique synergy. When you are physically connected, your combined presence can withstand the overwhelming aura of a dragon. Together, you form a dragon tamer. I am here to formally ask you both to become the next caretakers of Wyrmroost. Caretakers wanted." A heavy, disbelieving silence filled the library. Kendra's mind was blank, a static hum of panic. Seth was the first to break it with a nervous laugh. "Okay, I see what's happening. This is a prank. Good one, everyone." Not a single smile appeared in response. "I don't think they're joking, Seth," Kendra said, her voice tight as a knot formed in her stomach. Seth looked from one solemn face to another. "Us in charge, officially? Co-caretakers?" Grandpa Sorensen clarified. Sharing the responsibility with Celebrant, an uncontrollable, brilliant grin spread across Seth's face. "You're serious? For real? Absolutely serious?" Agad confirmed. Seth threw his hands up. "Someone, take a photo. This is officially the greatest day of my entire life." "Have you lost your mind?" Kendra hissed at her brother. "Do you have any concept of how incredibly dangerous this would be? Do you have any concept of how incredibly awesome this would be?" Seth shot back, his eyes alight with visions of grandeur. "We're talking about one of the most perilous magical preserves on the planet," Kendra argued, her voice rising. "During what is essentially a dragon rebellion, right after you were warned about dragon storms, and I was told by a demon that a new age of dragons is coming." Seth shrugged, his enthusiasm undimmed. "Life's full of challenges. We'll be safe inside Blackwell Keep. It's protected." "How protected exactly?" Grandma Larson inquired, her tone laced with concern. "Blackwell Keep, combined with their formal status as caretakers, should provide all necessary safeguards," Agad assured her. "Until Seth decides to go exploring some forbidden mountain pass," Kendra retorted. "He'll hear a rumor about hidden treasure and just wander off." "The exercise of self-discipline would be paramount," Agad said, looking pointedly at Seth. "He has none," Kendra stated flatly. "Zero. The sanctuary would be overrun in a matter of hours." "I understand the stakes," Seth insisted, his expression turning uncharacteristically earnest. "I would never do anything to put the sanctuary at risk, just like you'd never do anything to put your cousin at risk." Kendra challenged Seth, placed a hand solemnly over his heart. "I've learned from my mistakes. I give you my word, I'll follow every rule. I'll only go where it's permitted." Kendra shook her head, a soft murmur of disbelief escaping her. "I can't believe this is happening. Would we have any support?" "Your grandpa and Grandma Sorensen have volunteered to accompany you as your chief assistants," Agad revealed. "The Larsons would maintain Fablehaven, Blackwell Keep has a competent, seasoned staff, and Marat would stay on in a supportive role." Seth's legs seemed to give out, and he sank to his knees, looking utterly thunderstruck. "A dragon, as my assistant? That's it. The answer is yes. 1,000 times yes. I'm in, with or without Kendra. Yes. This arrangement only functions with both of you present," Agad reminded him firmly. "Is there truly no one else?" Kendra pleaded, searching the old wizard's face. "There is no one else I can trust with this completely," Agad said, his final words leaving no room for doubt. "Many of the legendary wizards from Dragonwatch have either moved on or are deeply committed to other sanctuaries. Wizards have always been scarce. After all, every wizard was once a dragon. Should I dispatch a wizard to Wyrmroost whom Celebrant might sway, the sanctuary would crumble, unleashing hundreds of dragons. Genuine dragon tamers are now exceptionally rare. Hardly anyone can withstand the full force of dragon fear. You two are the final candidates I know I can rely on." "So we're the last resort," Kendra summarized. "You're both so young, Agad replied with regret. I truly wish there were another way. We are facing a genuine crisis, or I would not be here. If you cannot accept, Marat will do his best to hold the line alone. Come on, Kendra, Seth urged. We have to do this. The world needs us. You just want to run Wormroost, she shot back. The world needs me running Wormroost, Seth stated confidently. Then the world is finished, Kendra mumbled under her breath. She turned to Grandpa Sorensen. Do you think we should do this? The decision is yours, he said. I won't pretend this is safe. A preserve like Fablehaven is dangerous enough. Being its caretaker brings a mountain of risks. Doing the job well often invites even greater threats. A dragon sanctuary like Wormroost is 100 times more lethal. It's vaster, the politics are more tangled, and the beings there are far more powerful. With the dragons agitated, it's not a place I would ever consider sending you if we had any alternative. But, Kendra prompted. Grandpa Sorensen gave a weary shrug. If the dragons break free, the world could be obliterated. It might mean the end of everything we know. If sending you and Seth to Wormroost keeps the sanctuaries secure, it might actually be safer than leaving you here. Safer for you and safer for everyone. But the choice remains yours. Kendra tried to calm the tight anxiety in her gut, but it was no use. After the battle at Zizix, she had felt such relief, believing the worst of her adventures were behind her. She had cherished the peaceful months at Fablehaven since the demonic threat was resolved, even starting to picture what her ordinary future might look like. Now here was another massive detour, a potentially deadly one. She would be completely out of her depth. She would have to depend on her brother, whose enthusiasm usually outpaced his careful judgment. If they failed, the entire world would suffer. Yet doing nothing might lead more certainly to ruin. Agad needed their help. Her grandparents would never agree unless the situation was desperate. Kendra had already risked her life at Zizix to save the world if she was needed again, and no one else could step in. What else could she possibly say? All right, Kendra said, immediately wishing she could retract the word. Can any of our friends come with us, Bracken or anyone else? The sorrow in Bracken's eyes told her there was an issue. In time, perhaps, Agad answered, as we resolve certain problems elsewhere, we may send some allies to assist you. For now, they are all occupied with vital missions. Warren and Vanessa are partnered in one location, Tanu in another, Maddox and Trask in a third. I shouldn't give more detail. In case we're captured and tortured for information? Seth said bluntly. Essentially, yes, Agad conceded. What about Bracken? Kendra asked. I'm sorry, Kendra, Bracken said softly. There's a situation that requires my attention. An old adversary, Agad explained. Ronodin. That name rings a bell, Kendra said. A dark unicorn who deliberately corrupted his horns, Bracken clarified. He's my cousin. Your cousin, Kendra exclaimed. Ronodin is aiding the dragons at Soaring Cliffs, Agad added. Nobody there knows how to confront him. I've spoken with my mother about it, Bracken said. She insists I must be the one to pursue him. There may be no one else who can end his threat. Kendra was speechless. What was she supposed to say? Forget the evil unicorn and come protect what exactly, your maybe future girlfriend? Assuming she isn't eaten by a dragon first? A dark unicorn, Seth said, his voice full of awe. That sounds like a lot to handle. It won't be easy, Bracken admitted, but it's necessary. I'll join you at Wormroost as soon as I'm able, assuming you're headed there. I'm definitely going, Kendra stated firmly, fighting back the sting in her eyes. She absolutely would not cry now. That would be the most humiliating moment of her life. I'll manage. Hey, at least you'll get to see Raxtus, Seth offered, trying to lighten the mood. The idea was a comfort. The Dragon King's son was the single decent dragon she knew, and a genuine ally. They'd shared countless adventures. It had been ages since his brief visit to Fablehaven after the chaos at Zizix. That's true. My mother intends to connect the new fairy realm directly to the shrine at Wormroost, Bracken explained. I'll ensure she does it without delay. That way I can come straight to you once I'm done at Soaring Cliffs. Kendra gave a slow nod. You'll watch your back? Bracken offered a reassuring grin. I'll be seeing you again before you know it. I will strive to arrange more support and locate a substitute caretaker, Agad stated. Once you see what we can do, you won't want anyone else, Seth asserted confidently. Possibly, Agad replied. But the position is not mine to grant outright. Hold on, you offer it, and then pull it back, Seth protested. I do not possess the full authority to appoint you, Agad clarified. Even if Marat resigns, Celebrant holds the power to reject the new caretaker. The Dragon King would then have a year to propose his own candidate. Marat could refuse any of Celebrant's suggestions. If, after that year, no agreement is reached, Marat may appoint anyone he chooses, and Celebrant cannot interfere. Does Celebrant understand that having us in charge might actually make Blackwell keep safer? Kendra inquired. He may have an inkling, Agad said, or he may not. However, he is unlikely to casually dismiss the idea of 2 children replacing Marat. Despite your notable achievements, he will view your youth as a vulnerability, and he would be correct. Skilled as you may be, I would never consider assigning anyone your age to oversee a preserve, especially a dragon sanctuary, unless all other options were exhausted. We understand, Seth said, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. We're the disaster plan. You'd prefer some seasoned expert. We'll still take the job. What are the odds Celebrant actually vetoes us? If for no other reason, I suspect Celebrant might approve you simply to preserve his pride, Agad mused. Dragons possess immense arrogance, and not without cause they sit unchallenged at the top of the food chain. Celebrant would not want to appear intimidated by anyone, least of all children, but nothing is guaranteed. If we become the caretakers, could Celebrant prevent us from leaving? Kendra asked. Not directly, Agad answered. But recall, he could stall the appointment of a new caretaker for a full year. Once you are installed, if you depart without an approved successor, Celebrant would assume sole control and the sanctuary would collapse. He would have the right to release every creature within Wyrmroost. So when do we begin? Seth pressed. Are you both certain you wish to proceed? Agad asked, his gaze settling on Kendra. I don't think we have another option, Kendra said. That's the spirit, Seth exclaimed. Seriously, you faced down the Demon King in the middle of the wildest battle in history. We can handle this. Kendra felt Bracken's eyes on her and squared her shoulders. You need a decisive answer. If running Wyrmroost helps protect everyone, then I'm committed. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Seth cheered. But is there somewhere we can keep him restrained? Kendra asked, gesturing toward her brother. Maybe a binding spell to stop him from wandering off. I'm afraid that, as co-caretakers, you will both have full autonomy, Agad said. I can only hope you will respect the seriousness of this duty and listen to the counsel of your grandparents and Marat. I won't disappoint you, Seth vowed. That will have to be enough, Agad said. So when do we start? Seth repeated. I need you to leave right away, Agad stated. We have little time. I've already stayed away from Soaring Cliffs for too long. Bracken will start by joining you to question the staff. Consider it an unannounced check. After that, he'll meet me at Soaring Cliffs. Are we flying? Kendra asked, thinking back to her last trip to Wyrmroost. Is there a helicopter nearby? No helicopters, Agad replied, but I do have a barrel. Hold on, Seth cut in. I get that we weren't your first pick, but seriously, a unique barrel, Agad explained. And a travel partner you won't expect. Follow me. The wizard swung the doors open and guided them from the study. Bracken moved to Kendra's side, gently taking her arm to keep her behind as the others filed out. How are you holding up? Bracken asked quietly. Kendra mustered what she hoped looked like a convincing smile. Everything's happening so fast. I wish you weren't leaving. I feel the same, Bracken said. Ronodine is a dangerous old foe. He's been quiet for years, and now he's reappeared. I have to track him down." "I know," Kendra whispered. Bracken rested both hands on her shoulders. "Nobody thinks this is fair, Kendra. You're young, you've already faced more than anyone should, but your gift with dragons is crucial right now." He was standing near, and soon he would be miles away. "I'll miss you," she said, the words feeling too small. "I'll miss you more than I can say," he answered, pulling her into a tight hug. For a moment, everything else faded. He felt solid and real. Would he truly be gone so soon? Would she really be standing against a dragon uprising without him? "Can't we just stay here?" she murmured. Bracken drew back, his gaze soft. Then he reached behind him and offered her something. It was his first horn. "I want you to keep this," he told her. "But what if I drop it or lose it? We'll recover it. Very few could take it from you. Just do your best to keep it close." My bond to the horn was nearly broken when the centaurs held it, but I've restored that link. Among other things, it will let us speak across the distance. Kendra took the pearlescent horn. It felt warm and bright in her palms. "Thank you. We should go," Bracken said. "The others are waiting in the living room." Seth had already slung his satchel over his shoulder. He was peering at a life-sized wooden puppet with a blank, smooth face. The wood seemed richer and more finished than Kendra remembered, but the familiar brass hooks still connected the joints of its human-like form. "Kendra, look!" Seth exclaimed. "It's Mendigo. You repaired him." Kendra said to Agad, a real smile breaking through. The automaton had once been a tiny limberjack, a dancing puppet on a paddle, before the witch Muriel Taggart enlarged and enchanted him. Mendigo had shared countless adventures with Kendra and Seth until dragon venom dissolved him at Wormroost. They'd saved his hooks and a few wood fragments, and Agad had clearly rebuilt him. "It wasn't too hard," Agad said modestly. "I just needed a quiet moment. I thought you could use an extra set of hands at the preserve." "What about Hugo?" Seth asked. "Our golem is essential here," Grandpa Sorensen answered. "Besides, he'd have to shrink considerably to fit through the barrel." "This barrel shares its space with one at Wormroost," Agad explained. "If you climb inside and crouch, you exist in both locations simultaneously. If you climb out on your own, you remain here. But if someone on the other side pulls you out, you'll be there. We had a bathtub that worked like that," Seth recalled. "It linked to the Rio Branco Preserve." "It still does," Grandpa Sorensen confirmed. Agad gestured toward the barrel. "Best say your goodbyes now." Grandpa Sorensen stepped into the barrel, crouching low for a second before he disappeared. Kendra hugged Grandma and Grandpa Larson tightly. "What will you tell Mom and Dad?" she asked. "A careful version of the truth," Grandma Larson said. "We'll say it was an urgent situation only you two could assist with. We'll soften the risks without being dishonest." Seth hugged them both as well. "Tell Knox and Tess we said goodbye," Kendra added. "We will," Grandpa Larson promised. "Be safe out there." Grandma Sorensen stepped into the barrel first. "Would you like to go next?" Kendra asked Bracken. "I'll be last," Bracken replied. "Agad intends for me to be a surprise. Stay alert. If I sense a spy among them, things could turn ugly." Seth jumped in, and a moment later the barrel was empty. Kendra gave a final wave to Grandma and Grandpa Larson before climbing inside and crouching low. Strong hands immediately reached under her arms and lifted her out. A new beginning. Seth watched as a muscular minotaur set Kendra on her feet beside the barrel. The bull-headed warrior sported an eye patch and had the silky chestnut-colored hair of an Irish setter. Seth never grew tired of encountering magical creatures. To his delight, most of the individuals lined up to greet them fit that description perfectly. They stood in a courtyard enclosed by grey stone walls. The blocky buildings of the modest castle featured small windows and few doors. Beneath the gloom of an overcast sky, the fortifications appeared ancient, yet unyielding. The one-eyed minotaur then lifted Mendigo from the barrel, and the puppet clattered over to stand near Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen. Bracken was the last to be pulled out. A man of Asian descent shuffled forward, his long black goatee streaked with white. He had a polished, bald head and calm eyes that seemed to study Seth without looking directly at him. His elaborate scarlet robes were richly embroidered with gold thread. A circular medallion hung from a golden chain around his neck, set with a single vivid blue gemstone. "Welcome, Kendra, Seth, and honored guests," the man said in a soft, clear voice. "I am Marat, the current caretaker of Wimroost, serving in partnership with the Dragon King Celebrant." He gestured toward Bracken. "I believe you are the unicorn. That is correct," Bracken said.
"Your brother thought you might appreciate my meeting your staff." "Indeed," Marat replied, with a slight smile and a small bow. "We received no warning about this," grumbled a grim creature, who resembled a centaur, but with the powerful body of a moose instead of a horse. Several scars marked his brown hide, the most prominent starting below one ear and curling halfway across his throat. Seth had heard tales of the Alcitor from Blackwell Keep, but had never met him. Most of Seth's previous visit to the keep had been spent as a stowaway, hidden inside a magical knapsack. Alerting the staff to a surprise inspection would defeat the entire purpose, Marat answered calmly. "What about my years of faithful service?" the Alcitor challenged, heat rising in his voice. "You would let some outsider decide my worth?" "Those who are loyal have nothing to fear," Marat stated. "The crisis we face is no secret. We should be grateful for the chance to uncover any traitors." "It's an insult," growled a minotaur with patchy grey fur and a broken horn. One of his legs had been replaced by a wooden peg ending in a silver hoof. "Now I'm the one who's offended," Bracken said, his tone shifting to one of dry amusement. "Most beings find my presence rather soothing, you know. I can heal infections. I bear none of you any ill will." "We don't know this stranger," a dwarf gripped. "Why should we trust our fates to his judgment?" "Since when do unicorns lie?" Bracken asked, a hint of sarcasm colouring his words. "Only the disloyal have any reason to be afraid. There are many strong, independent spirits among my staff," Marat explained. "Most others wouldn't survive long at Wimroost. They perform arduous work in a hostile environment. They do not take kindly to being doubted. I will volunteer to go first." An empty gesture, the peg-legged minotaur scoffed. "Unicorns can search the soul, but since when can they pry into the thoughts of a dragon?" "I can't read every mind," Bracken confessed, "but I can usually sense basic intentions. I have no interest in guessing games. If I don't get a clear impression, I won't make any accusations." "Easy to claim when none of us can verify what you see," the Alcitor retorted. "I'm not here to expose your personal secrets." Bracken assured him, his voice turning earnest and strong. "Everyone has a past. Everyone makes mistakes. I've been around for a very long time. Little would shock me. My purpose here is to protect your new arrivals." As he spoke, a sudden sharp gust of wind swept through the courtyard, rustling robes and fur, a reminder of the wild, untamed power that surrounded the keep. They had all felt the sting of treachery in the past. "My presence is also to ensure Blackwell Keep remains secure from any act of sabotage." "Many among my staff have earned my confidence," Marat stated, his voice unwavering. "Yet I cannot profess absolute trust in every soul stationed within these walls. Can any of you, where there is room for doubt in one? I must extend that caution to all. This inspection will proceed. Should any wish to depart, the moment is now." Silence was the only reply. "I will lead by example," Marat announced, stepping toward Bracken and extending his hand. Bracken took it in a firm grasp.
"You are a Gad's brother?" Bracken inquired. Marat's smile revealed several golden teeth. "Do we not appear as twins?" The remark drew a few chuckles from the assembled staff. "Not precisely," Bracken replied. "We share a father," Marat clarified. "Our mothers were different." Bracken held his gaze for an extended moment before releasing the hand. "What is your preferred method?" Bracken asked.
Shall I proceed along the line?
By all means, Marat said, gesturing toward one end of the formation. Bracken walked to the end and looked down at a dwarf. The man was stout and powerfully built, his head bald on top with long hair flowing from the sides and a neatly trimmed beard. Every eye was fixed on them. Bracken offered his hand. "This won't cause any pain." The dwarf wiped his nose on his sleeve, shifted his weight nervously, glanced at his colleagues down the line, and finally accepted Bracken's hand.
A solid grip, Bracken noted. "You are, Oban. Better be, or else everyone's been mistaken my whole life," the dwarf grumbled. "Satisfied, indeed, thank you." Bracken released him and moved to the next dwarf. Seth began a mental count. The lineup included 5 dwarfs, 3 minotaurs, a pair of goblins, a troll, a serpentine woman with 4 arms, the Alzator, 3 elderly women, and Marat himself, 17 in total. It seemed a considerable number until he imagined them maintaining an entire castle. Then the figure felt surprisingly modest. Seth watched, fascinated, as Bracken advanced from one individual to the next. Each handshake carried a latent threat of violence. Seth knew from personal experience that Bracken was not deceiving them. He truly could perceive thoughts. Seth longed for a weapon. No, he longed for the weapon, Vasilis. He wondered how many more times that specific wish would haunt him in the coming days and weeks. At least they had Mendigo. "Be prepared," Seth whispered to the wooden figure. "If a fight erupts, subdue anyone who moves against Bracken." Seth held his breath as Bracken reached the Minotaur with the peg leg, but Bracken simply shook his hand, exchanged a few quiet words, and moved on without issue. Tension coiled in Seth again when Bracken clasped the hand of the Alzator, yet once more no conflict arose. Creature by creature, Bracken completed his journey along the line without a single disruptive outburst. After concluding the inspection, Bracken returned to stand before Marat. "You harbor 2 traitors," Bracken declared. A wave of angry murmurs swept through the staff. Some cast suspicious glances at their neighbors, while others directed outright glares at Bracken. Seth was taken aback by the announcement. After the final handshake, he had begun to relax. Clearly, Bracken possessed an exceptional talent for maintaining a neutral expression. Marat raised his hands, and the muttering faded. "Name them," Marat requested. "I invite the guilty parties to step forward voluntarily." Bracken said. No one moved. Seth suspected the traitors might be gambling that Bracken was lying, and honestly the demand did sound like a bluff. "Shall I identify them?" Bracken asked. "If you are disloyal, remember you are currently outnumbered," Marat warned, his tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. "Let's skip the theatrics and the inevitable brawl. Losing 2 staff members is trouble enough without adding a mess to clean up." Several figures in the line began to draw weapons. "Swords, knives, axes. Sheath your arms," Marat commanded, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm. "Do not forget who stands before you." A profound quiet fell. If a dragon couldn't command absolute respect, then truly, who could? Marat gave Bracken a curt nod. "Proceed." Bracken pointed at a minotaur with brown fur and a battle-axe slung over one shoulder. "Tonak relays information to the dragons on a monthly basis." "Lies," the minotaur bellowed. "Deception. The day of the week varies," Bracken continued, undeterred. Tonak departed well after midnight and returned just before sunrise, slipping away to the ancient watchtower to confer with a dragon named Baltizar. He stood prepared, even eager, to carry out acts of sabotage whenever the signal was given. "Brothers," Tonak shouted, rallying the other minotaurs, "will you endure such disgrace? Our people have always been met with suspicion. To arms!" He lifted his battle-axe high, but the minotaur with the wooden leg swiftly grabbed the weapon's half. At the same moment, the reddish-hued minotaur drove a heavy club into Tonak's stomach. As Tonak folded in pain, the peg-legged warrior wrenched the axe from his grip. The reddish minotaur then seized Tonak by his horns.
"We gave you a chance. These are falsehoods," Tonak insisted, his voice strained. "Every word of it. I've checked your quarters twice in the dead of night and found them empty," stated the peg-legged minotaur. "You were already under watch."
I observed him returning once, long before dawn, added the woman with serpentine features, though I did not know his purpose. Seth spotted one of the elderly women hastily retreating from the gathering. "What about her?" Seth called out. "She is the other accomplice," Bracken confirmed. "Stop her," Seth whispered urgently to Mendigo, "but do not harm her." The lumberjack launched forward, a blur of wooden limbs closing the distance. The old woman's eyes went wide at the sight of the towering puppet bearing down on her. She dropped to the earth, covering her head with her hands. Mendigo reached her, crouched low, and rested a carved hand gently on her shoulder. "I will strip the horns from your skull and the hide from your back, Tonak," roared the reddish minotaur. "What are your commands, sir?" "I shall entrust Tonak and Myrna to Romnus for secure keeping in the dungeon," declared Marat.
"Not Myrna," groaned Obin the dwarf. "Her cinnamon rolls are the finest in the land." "You hear that, Tonak?" chuckled the minotaur with the peg leg. "You'll be enjoying my company in the darkness below for a good long while." "What crime has Myrna actually committed?" Marat inquired. "None as of yet," Bracken answered. "She is an assassin awaiting her moment, a master of poisons." "The cinnamon rolls," Oban cried out in fresh alarm.
"They weren't poisoned yet," another dwarf pointed out reasonably. "I've committed no offense," Myrna pleaded. "I may have arrived here under a certain arrangement, but I've grown to care for all of you deeply. I could never have gone through with it." "Untrue," Bracken stated flatly. "Whatever you believe, I have done nothing wrong here." Myrna wept. "Arriving among us as a hired killer constitutes treason," Marat said solemnly. He shook Bracken's hand. "My thanks for your aid. Please pardon me briefly." Marat summoned the snake woman and the Altitor for a quiet word. Bracken gestured for Kendra and Seth to draw closer. "That was incredible," Kendra murmured. "Everyone has their role to play," Bracken replied softly. He rested one hand on Kendra's shoulder and the other on Seth's arm. His next words flowed directly into Seth's mind, and by Kendra's focused expression, Seth knew she heard them too. "Listen carefully. I've taken the measure of the staff. The snake woman, Simrin, distrusts humans. She is loyal to Marat, but be wary of her. She would delight in seeing you stumble. Henrik, the Altitor, is brusque, yet possesses unwavering honor. Stick close to him. Romnus, the Minotaur, with the injured leg, is also dependable and seasoned. The reddish Minotaur, Brunwyn, is skilled and steadfast, but has a fierce temper. The Ridge Troll is shrewd and will look for any chance to exploit you. The Goblin won't betray you outright, but he'd pick your pocket if he thought he could. The Hobgoblin provides amusement, but is near useless in a real fight." "Hobgoblin," Seth whispered. "The green-skinned goblin with the frog-like face," Bracken clarified mentally. "The dwarves are mostly loyal, though they won't extend themselves for you beyond what duty requires. The older women are self-centered, rather unkind, and fond of gossip. I believe Marat's intentions are good, and that he is worried for you. But dragons are famously hard to read." "Thank you," Kendra whispered aloud. "I wish I could do more," Bracken conveyed. "I'll come back as soon as possible. Listen to your grandparents. Their wisdom and mere presence can spare you countless difficulties." Seth glanced over to where his grandpa and Grandma Sorensen were talking with a pair of dwarves. Grandma told some jest, and the dwarves burst into hearty laughter. Seth felt a deep wave of gratitude for his grandparents. At Fablehaven, the house and yard often felt so ordinary he could almost forget he was living in a secret sanctuary for magical beings. That comfortable illusion was impossible here. Blackwell Keep stood as a solitary fortress on the very fringe of the wilds. The staff operating it were not kindly caretakers who loved him. They felt nearly as alien as the creatures they tended. While still thrilled by the opportunity, Seth felt a new layer of intimidation settling in. "I'm really glad they're here," Seth murmured, a wise feeling Bracken communicated silently. Marat returned, the two loyal Minotaurs and the Serpent Woman having escorted the traitors into a building and vanished. Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen moved closer. "Perhaps we could retire to my private chambers for a more discreet discussion," Marat proposed. "Sounds good," Seth agreed. "I must depart," Bracken announced. "Ensure your staff understands these 4 newcomers are under my personal protection and have earned the favor of the Fairy Queen. Your presence alone has conveyed that clearly," Marat assured him. "They will be under my protection as well." Bracken shook hands with Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen and Seth, then turned to Kendra, pulling her into a brief embrace and planting a quick kiss on her cheek. Kendra flushed. "Stay safe." "You as well," Bracken replied. "We'll speak again soon. Use my horn. Just hold it and reach out with your thoughts." "I'll guard it with my life," Kendra promised. "Guard yourself even more carefully." Bracken climbed into the barrel, and when Seth peeked inside, he had already vanished. Marat led them to a sitting room furnished with simple yet elegant divans and chairs. Fine carpets softened the stone floor, and painted paper folding screens depicted serene landscapes of meadows, woodlands, and flowing rivers. As Grandma, Grandpa, and Kendra took their seats, Marat approached Seth. "Are you aware you brought another entity from Fablehaven with you?" he inquired. For a moment, Seth was bewildered. "Oh, right, the Nipsey," Seth said, reaching into his pocket. "I was not informed of his involvement," Marat stated politely. "I assume he is not a stowaway." "I was unaware as well," Grandpa Sorensen said, his expression and tone carrying a clear note of reprimand as he looked at Seth. Seth held the tiny figure up on his palm. "This is Calvin. He calls himself the Tiny Hero." Dropping to one knee, Calvin bowed his head. "Mighty Marat, I hope my unexpected arrival causes no offense. No insult was intended. I have sworn my service to Seth Sorensen." "He's rather large for a Nipsey," Grandpa observed, his voice tinged with suspicion. "You have a sharp eye," Calvin replied, his head still bowed. "My people used an enchantment to increase my size when the elders chose me as their champion." "Rise, little warrior," Marat said. "I have no objection to your presence, provided the Sorensens are in agreement." Calvin stood. "I meant to tell you," Seth apologized. "It just never seemed like the right moment. I forget he's with me sometimes." Grandpa walked over to Seth and peered closely at Calvin. "He seems to be exactly what he claims." "Indeed," Marat concurred. "I sense no darkness within him." "Bracken could have verified that," Kendra pointed out. "I nearly offered," Calvin admitted, "but I didn't wish to interrupt. Besides, my presence being unknown could be an advantage. You'll have an extra secret set of eyes and ears." "That might prove very useful," Grandma Sorensen murmured. "Just you wait," Calvin said, with a confident grin. "You'll be pleased I came along." "Nipsies don't typically involve themselves in affairs beyond their own kingdoms," Grandpa noted. "I am the exception," Calvin answered. "It is part of my duty as champion." "Why choose Seth?" Grandpa asked. "He defeated Growlers," Calvin said simply. "Our ancient enemy?" "Ah, yes," Grandpa said. "I recall some stern words from your elders concerning that demon. They wanted him destroyed. My people chose to settle at Fablehaven precisely because Growlers was there," Calvin explained. His end was cause for immense celebration. "Welcome, Calvin," Grandpa said, returning to his seat. "Seth, you should not have brought him without consulting me first, but I am glad he is here. Will you serve Seth as a scout?" Marat asked Calvin. Scout and bodyguard. That's right, Calvin confirmed. Marat granted them permission to explore Blackwell Keep. The handful of tough brownies around here won't give you any trouble. I'd steer clear of the dungeons, though they house some rather unpleasant prisoners, and give the Blackwell a wide berth if you care about living. If you step outside the keep's walls, you're on your own. Understood, Calvin replied. We appreciate the warning. Marat turned a pointed look towards Seth. That goes double for you, Seth. Stay away from the Blackwell. A chill ran down Seth's spine. On his last trip to the keep, he'd slipped from the knapsack after dark and wandered until he found the ominous pit. A heavy chain lay coiled beside that circle of pure darkness, and from the unseen depths below, desperate voices had whispered, pleading for him to lower the chain. Agad had discovered him there and given him a stern warning. Absolutely, Seth said quickly. Did you hear that? Kendra pressed. Yes, I'll stay far away, Seth promised, and he truly meant it. Marat nodded gravely. As a shadow charmer, you'll hear the cries of the undead trapped within. The Blackwell is the single greatest threat inside these walls. It could be your end. Agad already warned me, Seth said. I've already decided to avoid it. Calvin, Kendra said firmly, make sure he sticks to that. The tiny Nipsey peered up at Seth. Need me to help protect you from your own curiosity on this one? Seth glanced around at the others in the stone chamber. Sure. He tucked Calvin back into his pocket. Can he even breathe in there? Kendra asked. Perfectly well, thank you. Calvin's muffled voice answered. I find the pocket quite cozy, actually. He's already overheard confidential discussions, Grandma noted. He'll likely hear more. Can we trust you to keep our secrets? Grandpa asked. A voice piped up from the fabric. They could pull my arms and legs off, and I wouldn't tell them what you had for breakfast. You can count on me. I believe his intentions are good, Marat said. I agree, Grandpa added. Marat stroked his chin thoughtfully. It might be to our advantage to keep the Nipsey's presence hidden from the rest of the staff. His small ears could be far more effective if no one knows he's listening. Good point, Seth said. Marat offered a thin smile. Can I offer anyone something to drink? Everyone declined. Tell us about the situation here, Grandpa requested. Marat's expression turned serious. Celebrant has launched 3 assaults on the keep. He clearly senses a vulnerability. Since I assumed the role of caretaker, I have maintained my human form, but we suspect that because the caretaker is meant to be a true mortal, Celebrant may be attempting to exploit that irregularity. So far, the magical defenses have held, but I've felt them shudder under his attacks. That shouldn't happen when everything is as it should be. If Kendra and Seth are willing, I plan to arrange a meeting with Celebrant tomorrow to transfer the stewardship to them. So soon? Grandma asked. I'd prefer not to give the Dragon King time to ponder this shift, Marat explained. He may try to block their appointment, but he'll also have compelling reasons to allow it, not least their youth and inexperience. Much hinges on whether Celebrant realizes that their instatement could solidify the keep's defenses. If he refuses them, I will send you all back to Fablehaven. If he agrees, you will remain here under my protection and the protection of those who serve us. What will we actually need to do as caretakers? Seth asked. Your grandparents and I will train you gradually, Marat assured him. The foremost priority will be keeping you safe. I want to do the job properly, Seth insisted. Marat gave an approving nod. I admire your resolve. So do I, Grandpa added. But first, we have to survive the interview. Kendra sat at the vanity in her new room, running a brush through her hair. The thick stone walls and narrow windows gave most of Blackwell Keep the feel of a cavern. Her room was comfortably furnished, yet perpetually cool, with draughts whispering through unseen cracks. In the corner, Mendigo stood motionless, a silent wooden sentinel, as still as a forgotten scarecrow. Outside her door, She could faintly hear the distant rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer, a lonely, persistent sound that underscored the keep's isolation. Kendra had been jolted awake in the deep of night, her heart hammering against her ribs as she stumbled toward the bathroom. Even though she knew the lumberjack was stationed by her door when she turned in, seeing Mendigo's still wooden form in the shadows had sent a fresh shock through her. The fur comforter had been wonderfully warm, but the stretches of uncovered stone floor were like ice under her bare feet. The bathroom itself was ancient, with a creaky, high-tank toilet, though she was grateful for the sink's steady stream of both warm and cold water. Her room was part of a private wing she shared with her grandparents and Seth, a secluded corner of the keep guarded by a dwarf at the outer door, and for Seth, by the watchful satyr Calvin. A sudden rap at the hall door pulled her from her musings. She looked toward Mendigo. "Stay sharp," she murmured. The lumberjack responded with a crisp, jingling salute. Kendra walked to the door. "Who's there?" "Simrin," answered a voice from the hall. The Serpentine woman had always put Kendra on edge, even before Bracken mentioned her general dislike for humans. Still, she wasn't an enemy, and the dwarf on guard had let her through. Kendra turned the lock and opened the door. If you overlooked the second pair of arms, Simrin resembled a slender, hairless woman, but her skin was a tapestry of small, intricate scales, her eyes pools of profound darkness, and a bandolier strapped across her narrow torso held 6 polished knives. "Hello," Kendra said. "A dragon wishes to speak with you," Simrin stated, her accent clipped and distinctly British. Kendra's throat tightened. "Celebrant." Simrin gave a slight shake of her head. "His offspring." A wave of relief washed over Kendra. "Raxtus? Indeed, he is waiting just outside the lesser gate." "I suppose he can't come inside the fortress," Kendra ventured. "Most certainly not," Simrin replied, her dark eyes flashing with disapproval. "Right, of course," Kendra said, feeling properly chastised. "I will guide you," Simrin offered. Kendra glanced back. "Mendigo, you're with us?" Simrin led the way past the vigilant dwarf, her movement a study in fluid, silent grace. Kendra had to quicken her pace to match the woman's surprisingly swift strides. They stepped out into a sun-drenched courtyard dominated by a small plain chapel and a scattering of weathered, tilting gravestones. Kendra squinted, letting her eyes adjust to the brilliant light from the cloudless blue sky. Simrin moved without pause to the outer wall, heaving open a stout iron door. Beyond it lay a narrow, straight tunnel through the massive wall, bisected midway by a gate of thick iron bars. Simrin unlocked the gate, passed through, and then unlocked a second iron door at the far end. Emerging from the keep with Mendigo close behind, Kendra found a dazzling dragon waiting on the stony ground. Raxtus, with a body roughly the size of a big horse, was the most compact dragon she had ever encountered, though his long neck, tail, and wings added to his presence. His armor was a shimmering cascade of silvery white scales that threw off a prismatic glow, and his sleek, aerodynamic head shone like buffed chrome. Notably absent was the crushing aura of dread other dragons emanated. "Kendra!" he cried. His voice a resonant blend that sounded like an assured teenager amplified by something more than human. "I still can't believe you're actually here."
"It's really good to see you too," Kendra said, stepping forward to rub the spot where his neck met his chest. Her touch made the rainbow sheen across his scales intensify visibly, a tangible transfer of her own magical energy. "Hey, easy on the glow, there might be others watching," Raxtus fretted, pulling back slightly. Kendra withdrew her hand, a wry smile touching her lips. "Since when do you care what other dragons think? Are you serious?" Raxtus exclaimed. "I've always cared."
"It just never made a difference, because nobody gave me a second glance." He shuffled his wings, a surprisingly self-conscious gesture for a creature of his majesty. "They'd probably respect you more if you stopped worrying about their opinions." Kendra pointed out, folding her arms. It was almost funny, this magnificent glittering beast fretting over peer pressure. That's wisdom up to a certain point, Raxtus conceded, his tone turning dry and a touch sarcastic. But let's be real. A dragon of any standing has an image to uphold. The official manual says humans are supposed to be trembling puddles of terror in our presence. It's basically Dragon Etiquette 101. Kendra's hand paused on the dragon's chest. Letting someone pet you ruins the whole terrifying image, she observed, and the way you practically purr when a fairy-touched girl does it. That's even worse for your reputation. I suppose you're right, Kendra admitted. I already have enough of a shimmer, Raxtus grumbled, though he leaned into her touch. Glitter isn't exactly a dragon's ambition, but it feels nice, doesn't it? Kendra pressed, her fingers tracing the smooth metallic finish of his scales. Raxtus let out a long, contented sigh. It really does. Just a little more right there. He waited until she gave his chest an extra lingering stroke before speaking again, his voice dropping. I see someone fixed your unsettling little puppet friend. Agad handled the repairs, Kendra confirmed, following his gaze toward the gate where Simrin stood vigil, her forearms folded. The guardian was a respectful distance away, but her presence was a constant, watchful reminder. Getting to know the four-armed sentry? Raxtus whispered, a hint of mischief in his tone. A bit, Kendra said. Twice the hugs if she ever decides to grab you, Raxtus murmured, and Kendra stifled a laugh. Can we speak freely around her? I believe so, Kendra replied. She's here to protect me. All right, listen, Raxtus began, his voice barely audible. Word is you and Seth are considering becoming the new caretakers of this place. It's more than just a word at this point, Kendra confirmed. Raxtus emitted a tense, almost apologetic chuckle. Has anyone pointed out that the timing for this is spectacularly unfortunate? They mention my father is attempting to overthrow Wimroost, Kendra stated. He is a caretaker, Raxtus countered, and the Dragon King. Can a king overthrow his own throne? Perhaps it's more accurate to say he seeks to solidify his authority, to rule without the old restrictions. That wasn't the agreement he made with Agad, Kendra insisted. Agreements can have layers, Raxtus hedged, shifting his weight. You don't actually support Celebrant, do you? Raxtus flinched as if struck. Consider this. Your own grandparents are caretakers at Fablehaven. They come and go as they wish, correct? Essentially, yes. Then if my father is the rightful caretaker of Wimroost, why is he confined here like a common prisoner? This is supposed to be a sanctuary. Why does it feel like a cage? It is a dragon sanctuary, Kendra replied firmly. The pact with Agad granted him greater influence within its borders, not a passport to leave them. If he cannot depart, what is the difference between a sanctuary and a prison? Is he a steward or an inmate? Kendra was silent for a moment. A bit of both, I imagine. My father believes the era of dragon imprisonment must conclude. Are we to be trapped here for eternity? Due to my unconventional childhood, I was never bound to a single sanctuary. I have that freedom. But what of the others? Why can they never leave? How are dragons ever to reintegrate with the world if we are never permitted to learn how? And what if that learning process ends in disaster? Kendra challenged. Father would oversee it, Raxtus said, a defensive edge entering his whisper. We have learned much during our long seclusion. He doesn't seek the world's destruction. He seeks a place in it with the dignity and freedom that entails. The last time dragons enjoyed such freedom, they nearly conquered the planet, Kendra reminded him. My duty as caretaker would be to ensure they remain within the sanctuary. I know, Raxtus said, his voice growing somber. That is precisely why accepting the position may be a terrible mistake. Is that a threat? Kendra asked, her arms folding across her chest. It is a warning, he insisted. I am trying to warn you. You're telling me to abandon Wormroost? It is not safe to stay. It simply isn't. I do not wish to see you harmed. The concern in his voice was genuine, laced with a personal conflict she hadn't sensed before. Kendra studied him. So you are taking your father's side in this?
Strange, isn't it? Raxtus admitted, a bitter twist to his words. We were never close, but recently he appointed me to his personal guard. For a dragon, it is a profound honor. The other 5 are legendary veterans, heroes of countless conflicts. And then there's me. Weren't you supposed to be monitoring the other sanctuaries for Agad? Kendra asked. That arrangement concluded when I received this new post. This was after the battle at Zidzix. The battle changed everything, Raxtus said. And for a moment, his usual diffidence vanished, replaced by a fierce, almost sarcastic pride. Oh, my breath might only be good for making flowers bloom, and my magic is best suited for hiding and mending scratches. But don't let the glitter fool you. My scales are as hard as my father's. I can outmaneuver almost anything in the sky, and my claws and teeth, they are remarkably uncommonly sharp. Those unique abilities really stood out at Zizzix, and now the Dragon King was paying attention. Raxtus had been the only survivor after his mother died, and a cockatrice ate his 3 siblings before they could hatch. Fairies took him in, protected him, and raised him as one of their own. Their magic became woven into his very being, setting him apart. Kendra understood that Raxtus had always craved the approval of other dragons, particularly his father's. But what would happen to their bond if he finally earned it? He had always been her ally, unlike any other dragon. If I take the caretaker role, would you turn on me? Kendra asked. Never. But I might not be strong enough to shield you. Would you even try? Kendra pushed. My trying wouldn't change the outcome. It would change everything for me. I owe you more than I can say, Raxtus replied, his voice low. You know you're my friend. I would try to protect you. I would give it everything I have. But you don't know my father, Kendra. His power is immense, and he commands legions of fearsome dragons. He's on his way here to speak with you. He'll arrive any minute. He sounded eager. That scares me. I think he might actually want you and Seth for this. His excitement is a bad omen. You have no idea what you're walking into. You don't have to do this. You should get out of here. But I do have to, Kendra insisted. They're running out of dragon tamers. There's chaos spreading everywhere. They need my help. Kendra, this is me helping you get out. You don't want any part of this. If they're short on tamers, let Marat keep covering the role. That's a far better plan than relying on a couple of kids. Kendra almost told him that Marat might be the reason the defences at Blackwell Keep were weakened. But what if Raxtus told his father, and Simrin was right there watching? Even if she trusted Raxtus completely, sharing that would look like outright betrayal. I appreciate the warning, Kendra said, but I can't take it. That's the gist of it. So you're staying. I have to. It's my responsibility. Raxtus let out a derisive huff. What a noble responsibility, making sure my people can't rule themselves, keeping us locked up as prisoners, even if it gets you killed. You know what dragons are capable of, Kendra said. In some ways, I really don't, Raxtus countered. Every dragon I've ever known has lived its whole life inside a sanctuary. I have no idea how they'd act with a taste of real freedom. Some dragons are merciless, Kendra argued. They could tear the world apart just like the demons almost did. Mortals could wreck the world too, Raxtus shot back. Just because my father might get the authority to let dragons leave the sanctuaries doesn't mean he'd let them run amok. He could keep the truly dangerous ones locked up and keep the rest on a very tight leash. Talk about naive optimism. Here he was, the son of the most powerful dragon alive, trying to sell her on the idea of draconic parole. The irony wasn't lost on her,
a fairy-touched dragon pleading for the freedom of creatures known for incinerating villages on a whim. But if it goes wrong, that's it for everyone, Kendra said. Raxtus sighed, his voice dropping to a whisper. I hear you. And honestly, when I say he could leave the dangerous ones behind, that list would include practically every dragon I know, him first and foremost. But it's not simple. I get why they want more freedom, and I don't want to be the one who betrays my own kind. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle. Raxtus suddenly jerked his head around, his neck stretching upward. He's here. Your father, can you see him? You can hear the whistle of his wings from miles away, Raxtus said. I knew he'd be quick. He was too interested. We have less than a minute. You're really set on staying. I'm sorry, Kendra said, squaring her shoulders. My situation is tangled too. We're not leaving. Then stand straight when you address him, Raxtus advised urgently. You'll need every ounce of bravery you have. His mere presence can make other dragons go quiet. Mortals usually just freeze. We'll handle it, Kendra said. You should go, Raxtus urged. I'll do what I can from my end. He vanished, the air shimmering faintly where he had been. Kendra desperately wished she could turn invisible as well. A gust of wind from his wings washed over her as he took to the sky. This way, Simrin said, guiding Kendra back inside the keep. She secured the heavy iron door behind them, then the gate, and then another door. Mendigo remained a silent wooden sentinel at Kendra's side. Kendra shook her head. I won't speak to Celebrant unless Seth is with me. Simrin gestured for her to follow. We'll meet your brother at the perch. Where is that? Kendra asked, keeping pace. It's a platform on the outer wall where the caretakers hold their talks with the dragons, Simrin explained. Kendra felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. Nobody has given me any real instructions. Simrin's reply was blunt. Don't show any fear. Answer whatever he asks. Beyond that, there isn't much to say. As she followed Simrin into a stone building, Kendra fought to steady her breathing. How could she possibly remain composed before the Dragon King when she was this nervous already? Do you believe Raxtus was correct? She ventured. Simrin glanced back. About what? About me being here, Kendra said, her voice dropping. Should I just leave? Simrin let out a sharp, frustrated breath. If my thoughts matter, then yes, you should go. I think I need to stay, Kendra insisted. Then think it with more conviction, Simrin snapped. You must be certain, or you must withdraw. Your determination will be challenged very soon. They rounded a corner and found Seth walking toward them with their grandparents and the reddish minotaur Bronwyn. There you are, Seth called out. Celebrant has arrived. Did you hear? Marat is trying to delay him. I heard, Kendra said. Seth studied her face. You look pale. I just spoke with Raxtus, Kendra admitted. What? Seth exclaimed. Why didn't you come get me? The dragon requested a private word with your sister, Simrin stated flatly. It wasn't a pleasant chat, Kendra added. He was warning me Raxtus believes we should leave. Seth shook his head firmly. He can get in line. Everyone thinks we're too young. Everyone says it's too risky. Maybe we're not the ideal choice. But we're the only choice they have. We're the final chance to secure the defenses. Don't talk yourself out of this now. Our decision is already made. Kendra met her brother's determined gaze. Managing Wyrmroost would be terrifying and immensely difficult. Containing Celebrant and the other dragons was a monumental task. Raxtus had handed her a convenient reason to retreat, and a part of her desperately wanted to take it. But she and Seth had a responsibility. Countless people were relying on them. You're right, she said, her voice firmer. You must be absolutely sure, Bronwyn emphasized, his deep voice grave. Celebrant will test you. We're needed here, Seth stated. Kendra reached for her brother's hand. Let's go get this job. Are you both certain? Grandma asked, her worry evident. We could return home right now, Grandpa reminded them. That choice is still on the table. If Celebrant approves you and you accept the caretaker roles, walking away later becomes nearly impossible. I've never doubted it, Seth said. The warning rattled me for a moment, Kendra confessed, but this is what we have to do. This way, Brunwyn directed, leading them to a formidable iron door. I do not parley with dragons. Go through this door and follow the walkway straight ahead. Marat is waiting for you at the perch with Celebrant. Kendra gripped Seth's hand tightly. Don't let go. You couldn't pay me to, Seth replied. Brunwyn heaved the door open. The walkway, running along the top of an interior wall within Blackwell Keep, led directly to a wooden platform enclosed by a rail, jutting out beyond the fortress's outer wall. Marat stood waiting there, and behind him rose Celebrant. The colossal dragon loomed, his head, neck, and powerful shoulders towering above the keep's battlements. His flawless platinum scales formed a majestic armor, making him look like a vastly larger, more muscular version of his son. Where Raxtus was sleek and built for speed, Celebrant was a monument of sheer power, with formidable horns curving from his skull. Now that, Seth whispered, is a dragon. Kendra had seen Celebrant during the battle at Zizix, but never from this proximity. Watching him fight demons from afar was entirely different from walking toward him under the glare of his penetrating eyes, which glowed like pools of molten gold. She knew the direct gaze of a dragon could be utterly paralyzing, so she fixed her attention on Marat instead. As they stepped onto the platform, Marat placed a steadying hand on Kendra's shoulder. May I present Kendra and Seth Sorensen, the candidates to succeed me as co-caretakers of Wyrmroost and masters of this keep? A low, rumbling bass voice filled the air. So very young to me. All humans are children, but you too are children even among them. His words were unnervingly clear, spoken with a resonance that felt like a chorus of identical voices layered into one. I'm 15, Kendra stated. Seth chimed in. 13? And you have permission to speak in my presence, Celebrant declared. Yes, Kendra replied, keeping her answer short. The dragon's massive head lunged forward, jaws parting wide enough to engulf a vehicle, exposing terrifying rows of teeth built for piercing and tearing. His mouth snapped shut with a thunderous clap, so near Kendra could almost feel the displaced air. Though her first instinct was to recoil, she forced herself to stand firm. Gripping Seth's hand, she felt his reassuring squeeze in return. Remembering Raxtus's advice, she focused on the dragon's flaring nostrils instead of the fiery intensity of his gaze, willing herself to appear brave. Can you speak now? Celebrant roared, the sheer volume pounding in her ears, his hot, damp breath washing over them like a foul gust. Kendra felt a spike of fear, but refused to lock up. You're a bit too close, she managed, her voice betraying a slight quiver. And your breath is terrible, Seth added bluntly. Celebrant drew back, his immense form towering. Few mortals can endure my presence, he observed, his tone deceptively calm, and even fewer dare to answer with such cheek. Together, you meet the bare minimum, but what of you individually? They will serve as a pair, Marat interjected. All dragon relations will be handled jointly. My thanks, Marat, but I wish to hear from them directly, Celebrant countered. Same answer, Seth said firmly. We're a team, and if you are parted, Celebrant pressed. Then we won't speak to any dragons until we're together again, Kendra answered. What of urgent situations? The Dragon King challenged. What if a crisis forces you apart? We'll make sure it doesn't, Seth asserted. I certainly hope you can, Celebrant said with a low, ominous chuckle. Failing to perform your most fundamental duties in an emergency could be seen as reason enough to strip you of your post. We'll fulfill our responsibilities, Kendra stated. Celebrant shifted his piercing gaze to Marat.
Am I to take offence that you propose to yoke me as an equal to a pair of human children? Despite their youth, Kendra and Seth have demonstrated remarkable courage, Marat responded. She is fairy kind, and he is a shadow charmer. Their qualifications are legitimate. Being partnered with any human caretaker is an insult, Celebrant hissed. Even a wizard. His attention swung back to the siblings. Do you comprehend the perils? Were you informed that I have assaulted Blackwell Keep on 3 separate occasions this very month? We were told, Kendra confirmed. I am called Celebrant the Just for a reason, the Dragon King proclaimed. I wield great power, but I am also fair. Take this as your formal warning. Should you accept this role, we will not be allies unless you grant me shared authority over who may enter and exit Wimroost. Those were not the terms agreed upon with Agad, Marat objected. You were to be a co-caretaker, partnering with the Keeper of Blackwell Keep. The Keeper controls the gate. Your authority is to manage the dragons within this preserve. It ends at the threshold. You have no power to regulate its traffic. Celebrant bared his teeth in a menacing display. I find this arrangement unsatisfactory. I demand equal rights to control access. Your satisfaction is not a factor, Marat stated flatly. The pact cannot be changed. Except by mutual consent between the caretakers, Celebrant replied smoothly. We won't agree to change it, Kendra said. Celebrant fixed her with a prolonged, searing glare. Then we may find ourselves as adversaries. Should I become the sole caretaker, the power over Wyrmroost's comings and goings would be mine alone. You have been warned. Are the applicants acceptable? Marat inquired, steering the conversation back. Celebrant brought his head close to Kendra and Seth once more, sniffing each of them in turn. Kendra held perfectly still, keeping her eyes averted. With a final, considering look, Celebrant turned to Marat. I will accept the candidates on a single condition, Celebrant declared. Make it official this instant. Relinquish your post and install them as caretakers now. Then I will simply deny them the chance, Celebrant declared. Traditionally we would seek Lord Dalgorrel of the Fair Folk's approval, Marat pointed out. That is merely a polite formality, not a requirement, Celebrant countered dismissively. Dalgorrel holds no authority to reject our decision. Introducing him to the new caretakers after the fact will be just as simple as presenting them for his consideration beforehand. He will view it as a deliberate slight, Marat warned. Their perpetual stance of neutrality renders their opinions meaningless. Celebrant stated flatly. Seeking Dalgorrel's blessing is an outdated ritual. This moment can establish a fresh precedent. What is your verdict? Marat shifted his gaze to Kendra and Seth. Are you prepared and willing to assume the role of caretakers? Kendra hadn't expected the transition to be so sudden. She exchanged a glance with her brother. Without a doubt, Seth answered immediately. Kendra gave a firm nod. I am as well. Marat lifted the chain from his own neck, the medallion swinging. In the past, the caretaker wielded one of the 7 great scepters and bore this token. As per our accord with Agad, the scepter now resides with Celebrant. This medallion signifies the wearer as a guardian of Wyrmroost and the sovereign of Blackwell Keep. I should probably wear it, Seth asserted quickly. It is bestowed upon both of you jointly, Marat clarified. You may only transfer it to another with Celebrant's express consent. Your authority is shared equally, regardless of who physically wears the medallion. I still think I should wear it, Seth insisted. It's essentially just a fancy necklace, Kendra said, trying to sound casual. She caught a glimpse of Celebrant's immense watchful form and felt a flush of embarrassment. Arguing over a piece of jewelry in front of the Dragon King felt utterly childish. He can hold on to it for now, she conceded. Her voice tight, Marat stepped closer to them both. Do you, Kendra Sorensen, and you, Seth Sorensen, accept the duty of safeguarding Wyrmroost and all the beings who dwell within its borders? He waited for their response. I do, Kendra said. Yes,
Seth affirmed. Marat gave a solemn nod and continued. And do you, Kendra Sorensen, and you, Seth Sorensen, swear to shield the outside world from the inhabitants of Wyrmroost, and likewise to protect those inhabitants from any external dangers? I do, Kendra repeated. Sure, Seth said. Marat moved directly in front of Seth. Then I, Marat, as the current caretaker of Wyrmroost and master of Blackwell Keep, of my own free will, hereby transfer my stewardship to Kendra Sorensen and Seth Sorensen. This includes all rights belonging to an official sanctuary caretaker, along with every privilege granted to the master of this keep. As Marat fastened the medallion around Seth's neck, a sharp, unexpected pang of envy shot through Kendra. Marat shook Seth's hand, then turned and clasped Kendra's. Finally, he faced Celebrant. It is finished. Celebrant let out a low, rumbling snarl. My congratulations, little ones. Treasure your new title while you are able. The dragon's jaws parted, and a torrent of blistering blue-white energy roared forth. Marat raised a golden axe, and the violent blast splashed against an invisible, dome-like shield enveloping the platform. The wooden planks trembled under Kendra's feet. The air grew intensely hot, and the ancient stones of the keep let out a deep groan. Fall back, Marat commanded, his axe held aloft. Kendra and Seth scrambled off the perch and onto the broader top of the curtain wall. Marat followed more deliberately, shuffling backward until his boots were on solid stone rather than wood. Celebrant paused, his eyes gleaming with malice, then unleashed another devastating stream of radiant power. It cascaded over the top of the wall, held at bay by the unseen barrier. Though blindingly bright, the attack proved as harmless as rain against glass. Get inside, now, Marat ordered, his voice strained. He pulled an ancient, ornate mask of Asian design over his face. Kendra and Seth retreated along the inner wall walkway toward the heavy metal door they had come through. Marat stood his ground atop the outer wall, his golden axe raised in a defiant stance against the energy washing over the transparent shield. Against the colossal bulk of Celebrant, he appeared heartbreakingly small and alone. Kendra understood that if the magical shield protecting Blackwell Keep failed, none of them would survive. Would anything remain? Leave this place, Celebrant, Marat declared. Your threats are meaningless here. By showing contempt for these new caretakers, you only weaken your own standing. Once the cascade of brilliant energy ceased, Celebrant lowered his head toward Marat and unleashed a torrent of fire. The majority of the flames splashed against an unseen protective field, though a few tongues of fire slipped through, only to be deflected by an invisible dome surrounding Marat. Tipping his head back, the Dragon King sent a pillar of flame roaring into the heavens. Then, with a furious bellow, Celebrant gripped the perch with his massive forelegs and ripped the entire platform from the wall, casting it down to the ground below. After expelling one last, scorching blast, he wheeled around and took flight, his vast wings cutting the air as he ascended. The following morning, Seth met with Calvin for the first time since arriving at Wyrmroost. The tiny hero had spent the entire previous day and night investigating Blackwell Keep. Please tell me you discovered some useful secrets, Seth said. Secrets require patience, Calvin answered brightly. He gestured toward Seth's chest. Isn't that the pendant Marat was wearing? I'm officially a caretaker now, Seth confirmed. Along with Kendra. I suppose, technically. Don't you want her help? Calvin inquired. For communicating with dragons, perhaps. Isn't that a major part of the job? I'm not certain, Seth admitted. They seem far more interested in making a meal of us. I heard about the perch, Calvin said. Everyone in the keep is talking about it. That's one story I know all too well, Seth replied. It made Kendra and me feel incredibly welcome. Calvin laughed. You didn't expect it to be simple, did you? I expected it to be amazing, Seth said. So far, it's going all right, I guess. What else did you find out? I spent some time with a few of the dwarfs. I wish I could get those hours back. The conversation was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Did you learn anything useful from them? When he's alone, the one called Didger digs in his ears constantly. Give him a week and he'd have enough wax to sculpt a decent-sized statue. Of you or of him, of Celebrant, most likely. Seth grinned. Are the dwarfs just soldiers here? 3 serve as guards, Calvin reported. Oban and Didger manage the stables. Are there horses? 11, plus 3 mules. And 5 griffins. They keep griffins here? 5, Calvin repeated. Since I'm a caretaker, that means I have 5 griffins. You and Kendra, Calvin reminded him gently. I need more information like that, Seth said. All the interesting details I'm supposed to know. Calvin gave a crisp salute. I'll do my best. A knock sounded at the door connecting Seth's room to his grandparents'. Without waiting for an answer, Kendra opened it and peered inside. Good, you're awake. Marad wants to speak with us. Finally, Seth said. Where was he last night? Speaking with Grandpa and communicating with Agad. Kendra explained. We'll get the full story now. Seth picked Calvin up. Want to come along, if it's no trouble? Calvin said. Seth tucked him into a pocket, then followed Kendra into the adjoining room. Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen sat on the edge of their canopied bed, their expressions grave. Marat stood in the center of the room, his face lined with worry, his eyes weary. Please, sit down, Marat offered. Kendra took a chair, but Seth remained standing. Celebrant isn't fond of us, Seth stated. That depends on your definition, Marat replied. He is quite pleased with the opportunity your presence presents. What about the defenses? Kendra asked. Are they stronger now? Grandpa released a heavy sigh. They remain unstable, Marat said. Seth had feared this might be the answer. After Celebrant destroyed the perch, their grandparents had hurried them to their rooms. There had been lingering doubts about whether the protections were any more secure than before. This was the first clear confirmation. I thought the defenses were supposed to become stronger with us as caretakers, Seth said. It was our most hopeful theory, Marat admitted. Agad and I are both confused that your formal appointment didn't resolve the issue, Marat admitted, his brow furrowed. Kendra stepped forward. How was Celebrant even able to damage part of the castle? She asked. The same method he used to bring his head so close to you during your meeting, Marat explained. The perch extended beyond the physical keep, creating a temporary zone of neutral ground. He could have killed us right then, Kendra said, a chill in her voice.
Not while I was present, Marat countered calmly. The Dragon King is swift and powerful, but I was prepared. We were mere steps from a secure retreat. Seth crossed his arms. And how long would that retreat stay secure? Celebrant unleashed his full strength, and the ancient wards held, Marat said. But I felt them tremble in a way I haven't felt until recently. Destroying the perch was a deliberate statement. The Dragon King holds no respect for your authority.
He does not anticipate further negotiations with you. I was genuinely looking forward to our next cozy chat, Seth said dryly. It's a disheartening beginning, Grandma, Ruth added, her voice heavy. You're commencing your duties with relations already shattered. Celebrant isn't offering you any opportunity to succeed. I bear my portion of the blame, Marat conceded. Celebrant demanded their immediate instatement. His eagerness was a signal. I had hoped his urgency was misplaced, that he was merely focused on their youth and inexperience. I had prayed he did not comprehend that their appointment should have fortified our protections. But it didn't, Kendra stated flatly. Marat's frown deepened. Perhaps he was fortunate, perhaps his knowledge exceeds our own. The fact remains the defenses are no stronger, and given Celebrant's demonstrated haste, he will never approve a replacement for you. I am so terribly sorry, Grandpa said, his shoulders slumping. I've failed you, and I failed your parents. This was a calculated risk, and I fear we have lost catastrophically. You are bound here as caretakers for a minimum of a year until you can somehow override Celebrant's veto to name successors. I have no certainty that Blackwell Keep can endure that long." Kendra moved to her grandfather's side, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. We understood the dangers. We had to try, and the walls haven't come down yet." "I have consulted with Agad," Marat interjected. "He possesses no alternative explanation for why the protections became vulnerable initially, but we will not cease our efforts until we uncover the truth." "And we still have the barrel," Grandma reminded the room. Grandpa nodded, a flicker of grim resolve returning. "If the worst should happen and Blackwell Keep falls, we can send Kendra and Seth back to Fablehaven. We will relocate the barrel to a chamber adjacent to ours and keep the children nearby." "Not every single minute," Seth protested. "A significant portion of it," Grandpa insisted, "especially during any threat or attack." "But we have responsibilities," Seth argued. "We're the caretakers now. It's not just a title. This sanctuary needs us. We'll actually be safer if we're doing our jobs properly." "There is wisdom in that," Marat allowed, though he sounded cautious. "Although a great deal of the daily work can be delegated to your appointed assistants, you should become familiar with the staff. Your new authority permits you to ask direct questions and expect truthful replies. Building trust with them may prove crucial. There are certain ceremonies they must perform themselves, however," Grandma noted. "Such as meeting with the fair folk this afternoon," Marat said. "Who are they?" Kendra asked. Grandpa gestured for Marat to continue. "I'd be very interested to hear your perspective on this." "The fair folk are a notoriously secretive race," Marat began, his tone taking on a new, almost sarcastic edge. "It wasn't always this way, but despite my considerable age, they were already keeping to themselves in my youth. Fair folk."
The name certainly has a pleasant, harmless ring to it, doesn't it? "Nice?" Kendra ventured. "Nice?" Marat repeated, as if the word tasted strange. "I suppose they can be pleasant. It is not the primary adjective I would choose. They are long-lived. They are typically breathtaking in appearance. They command formidable magic. And for millennia, they have systematically withdrawn from all meaningful interaction with other magical beings. They uphold a rigid policy of neutrality, aligning with neither demon nor fairy, dragon nor giant, nor spectral horror. Tell me, is a policy of absolute seclusion nice? Is remaining deliberately aloof while others fight for survival nice? You really don't like them," Seth observed. "I am reluctant to dislike anyone," Marat corrected, his voice returning to its measured calm. "Disliking a person is nearly as significant a commitment as loving them, and it offers none of the rewards. My feelings regarding the fair folk are complicated. I struggle to admire skilled individuals who are solely focused on their own gain," Marat admitted. Grandpa Sorensen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I've caught whispers about the fair folk over the years. Their tales often get tangled up with old fairy stories." "They are not fairies," Marat clarified firmly. "They stand about as tall as we do, and you won't find any wings on their backs." "Who can say for sure?" Grandpa replied. "They're spotted even less often than unicorns. Even within magical circles, they remain genuine enigmas." "Unless, of course, you happen to be running a dragon sanctuary," Marat said, with a slight smile. "Every sanctuary hosts a settlement of fair folk. This isn't widely known. The 3 largest communities are at the secret sanctuaries, the ones with dragon temples, like Wyrmroost. Traditionally, any new caretaker here must receive approval from the fair folk leader before the official appointment. Celebrant forced me to bypass that formality, as the new caretakers, Kendra and Seth, must now be presented to Lord Dalgorel, who leads the fair folk in this sanctuary." "Will he come to the keep?" Grandma inquired. Marat gave a slow shake of his head. "The fair folk never depart from their settlements. They are entirely self-reliant
and avoid any action that might risk their safety or compromise their neutral stance. Can you ensure the children's safety on the journey? Grandpa pressed. Marat leaned forward. 5 roads within Wimroost share the same protective enchantments as Blackwell Keep itself. The high road runs straight from here to Terabel, their settlement. Kendra crossed her arms, a flicker of remembered frustration crossing her face. Where were these convenient roads during our last chaotic visit? We were scrambling through the wilderness. If memory serves, Marat replied, his tone dry, you were not exactly official guests of the sanctuary then, and you managed to find your way to the Dragon Temple, which is notably distant from any maintained path. Grandma's expression was worried. The defences of Blackwell Keep are weakening. Do these roads suffer the same vulnerability? This trip would take Kendra and Seth far from the barrel that leads back to Fablehaven. The high road connects 2 fortified locations, Marat explained. Therefore, it benefits from the magical protections surrounding Terabel, combined with the safeguards of the keep. The defences of Terabel show no indication of failing. In fact, your grandchildren will be safer on that road and within their settlement than they are right here. Then why not have them stay in Terabel permanently?
Grandma suggested.
Neutrality, Grandpa answered before Marat could. Marat nodded in agreement. The fair folk would never offer long-term refuge to outsiders. As I said, their commitment to neutrality is absolute, Seth. Always practical, asked, how are their defences better than ours here? Marat's voice grew more serious. The fair folk are in possession of one of the 7 sceptres of Wimroost. Each sceptre creates a protected sovereign territory within the sanctuary. Even if Wimroost itself fell, the territories anchored by these sceptres could potentially endure. Didn't you say Celebrant took the sceptre that was once here at the keep? Kendra asked, connecting the dots. He did, Marat confirmed. Could that be why our protections are failing? She ventured. One would assume so, Marat said, but the caretaker's medallion holds power equal to the sceptre. The sceptre kept here was largely a backup. Seth's mind was already on logistics. Can the medallion leave the keep without wrecking the defences? So long as it remains in the caretaker's possession, Marat assured him. The medallion has certain fail-safes. For instance, Seth, if you are ever captured, simply say, medallion, 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 return 3 times, and it will instantly teleport back to the vault within these walls. It will also return here if the wearer is killed. So I'll wear it when we go to see the fair folk. Seth asked, the weight of the responsibilities settling on him. The medallion is intended to be worn at all times, Marat instructed. Only send it back in the event of a dire emergency. Grandma looked from Marat to her grandchildren. When do you propose they make this visit? I had hoped to send them this afternoon, Marat said. It is already a slight that the fair folk were not consulted prior to the appointment. We should introduce Kendra and Seth without further delay.
You're not coming with us? Seth asked, a note of surprise in his voice. The idea of navigating this formal introduction without their guide suddenly felt more daunting. No dragon would find welcome within the walls of Terabel unless it also held the title of caretaker. Henrik will be your guide. What about our grandparents? Kendra inquired. It is best you travel alone, Marat advised. The fair folk know Henrik.
As the gamekeeper of Wimroost, he possesses the same access privileges as the caretaker. Additional guests would test their hospitality, and we have already given them offence. Grandpa nodded in agreement. That's logical. Presenting a pair of young caretakers might even stir some sympathy, Marat continued. Perhaps the fair folk will extend them some mercy. Your primary task, Kendra and Seth, is to apologize for being installed as the new caretakers without their consent. Your second is to inquire if they possess any insight into why the defences of Blackwell Keep are faltering. Wouldn't asking for that kind of help compromise their neutrality? Grandpa questioned. To some extent, Marat conceded, yet the fair folk have been known to offer useful counsel before. It is a risk worth taking. Seth folded his arms. We're already at a serious disadvantage. If these people are actually fair, they'll give us a hand. Not that kind of fair, Kendra corrected. Oh, said Seth. So they're just mediocre? Perfectly average? Not that either. Fair like a county fair, Seth pressed, a grin spreading, with funnel cakes and prize pigs. Kendra sighed in exasperation. Fair as in beautiful and otherworldly. Let us hope they at least find you agreeable, Marat interjected, his tone shifting to one of dry practicality. Their opinion holds considerable sway across this sanctuary. Their approval could make the other inhabitants more accepting of your new roles. Or should they disapprove, it could encourage others to be decidedly uncooperative. Given your youth and inexperience, you will need every bit of goodwill you can muster. Can Mendigo come along? Kendra asked. Mendigo possesses no true will, Marat stated. He is more a tool than an independent being. His presence should not be an issue. A small voice chirped from Seth's pocket. What about me? If Kendra gets a wooden bodyguard, Seth should have his Seth-produced Calvin. Marat leaned in, peering at the tiny figure. You wish to accompany them? I've always longed to meet the fair folk, Calvin confessed. They feature in our oldest legends, but I've never had the opportunity. Marat stroked his goatee thoughtfully. The fair folk do not care for outsiders. However, they have a fondness for curiosities. There are no nipsies at Wyrmroast. Your kind is exceedingly rare. In fact, Lord Dalgarell's daughter, Eve, has a particular fascination with unique creatures, and your stature lends you an air of harmless charm. You may likely join them. They'll probably stare at you, Seth warned.
Most likely, Marat agreed.
A small price to pay, Calvin said with a cheerful smile. Grandpa turned to the siblings. Kendra, Seth, how do you feel about this mission? You are the caretakers now. We are merely your advisors. It seems like we have to go, Kendra said. Yeah, we should, Seth agreed. Marat gave a slight bow. I will send word to the fair folk to arrange an audience with Lord Dalgarell. Expect Henrik to collect you shortly after noon. What should we do until then? Seth asked. The sooner you acquaint yourselves with the staff, the better, Grandpa advised. I concur, Marat said. Your quest to be seen as legitimate caretakers must begin right here. Kendra and Mendigo found Henrik waiting in the courtyard near the stables. The Altitor had a massive bow slung across his broad back, a quiver of arrows hanging at his side, and a long knife sheathed opposite it. He regarded Kendra with an unsmiling gaze. Your brother? He grunted. Seth went on ahead to the stables, Kendra explained. He's very excited about the griffins. Henrik's scowl deepened. Griffins are useful for reaching the mountains or the sanctuary's remote corners, but dragons also patrol the skies. We seek the protection of the high road, which requires staying on the ground, which means horses. I don't think he was planning to ride one, Kendra said quickly, feeling a sudden need to defend her brother's impulsive curiosity. First impressions were crucial, after all. Then again, with Seth, you can never be sure. Henrik turned and started toward the stables with long strides. Your brother is unpredictable? Kendra hurried to keep pace, Mendigo clattering beside her. He's enthusiastic, she offered, choosing her words carefully. Interesting, she remarked. Henrik gave a dismissive shake of his head. Wyrmroast is a lethal maze for veterans. A child's curiosity is a liability here. Kendra felt a flicker of irritation on Seth's account. He holds the caretaker's title, and I hold the title of gamekeeper, Henrik countered. My understanding is that my sole duty today is to ensure neither of you ends up dead. Am I right? That's correct, Kendra confirmed. Then curiosity is a complication we cannot afford, Henrik stated flatly. Inside the vast stable, the air was thick with the scent of dry hay, animal musk, and well-oiled leather,
At the aisle's far end, she spotted Seth alongside a dwarf. Her initial glance swept past the stalls, but her attention snapped back to the nearest occupant when it delicately used its lips to flip a page in a book propped on a wooden stand. The stall's inner wall was lined with shelves, packed with hard-bound volumes. The horse remained intently focused on the text. "Is that horse reading?" Kendra asked. "Incredulous. Every one of them reads." Henrik replied matter-of-factly. "They're mute Luvians." Kendra peered into other stalls, each equipped with its own miniature library. Several other horses were similarly engrossed. "I've never heard of Luvians. A donation from the Zawali Protectorate. Is that in Africa?" "It's one of the sovereign territories within Wyrmroost's borders. You'll become intimately familiar with it, given time. Tell me you've at least looked at a map." Kendra's cheeks warmed. "I haven't, no!" Henrik fixed her with a stern, disapproving stare. "You're preparing to leave Blackwell Keep as caretaker during a period of significant tension, without having studied a sanctuary map?" She felt a familiar, sinking dread, like realizing a major exam was today and she'd never opened the textbook. "I suppose that was an oversight." "A catastrophic understatement," Henrik grumbled. "What if a dragon decides I look like a snack? What if I simply keel over? Then I'd stay on the high road," Kendra ventured. "We're supposed to keep to it, right?" Henrik's severe expression eased, just a fraction. "That at least is a sensible starting point, and the horses know every trail. But you must be better prepared. This isn't a picnic in a city park. Diligent preparation is the only thing that marginally improves your odds here." "I understand," Kendra said, her tone sincere. Henrik gave a single, curt nod. "The Zawali Protectorate is the domain of the speaking beasts. The Luvians are their celebrated breed of articulate horses. They can actually talk," Kendra breathed, viewing the creatures with sudden wonder. Henrik stepped closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Keep your voice down. These are all mute Luvians, descended from that line, but born without the gift of speech. It's a sore point." "But they read," Kendra whispered back. "Their intellects are perfectly intact," Henrik assured her. "The Luvian herds donate their silent offspring to the keep. It's a form of banishment. They guard their spoken language fiercely. It's becoming rarer. Mutes aren't permitted to live among the speaking herds." "How terribly sad," Kendra murmured. "A harsh tradition," Henrik corrected, "not unkindly. But not without mercy. They receive exceptional care here. At 2 years of age, we offer them the choice to roam the wilds freely. Most choose to stay." Kendra approached the nearest stall, where a chestnut horse with a handsome white blaze stood. A polished nameplate read, "Glory." "What's your book about?" she asked softly. The horse, Glory, lifted her head and met Kendra's gaze. With careful precision, she nudged the book on the lectern with her nose, tilting it to reveal the cover. "Pride and Prejudice." Kendra exclaimed, then quickly lowered her voice. "You have excellent taste." A personal favorite, came a rough, gravelly voice from beside her. Kendra looked down at the dwarf. "Hello," she said. "I'm Kendra Didger," the dwarf replied, a gap-toothed grin appearing. "Glory's among the finest we have. Gentle temperament, strong as an ox, and still in her prime." "I need a horse for the journey today," Kendra said. "You're the new caretaker," Didger stated, spreading his hands. "The choice is yours, but I'm a stranger here," Kendra admitted. "I don't know them. Which would you recommend?" Didger tapped a thick finger against the side of his nose and shot a knowing look at Henrik, his grin widening. "This one might just have a head on her shoulders after all."
"I haven't given up all hope," Henrik conceded dryly. Didger turned his full attention back to Kendra. "First, tell me true. What's your experience with riding? Glory might be the perfect choice.
Didger suggested. She's very attentive to her rider. That works for me, Kendra replied. Why don't you ask her? Didger encouraged. Glory had lifted her head from her book and turned to observe Kendra with one large, intelligent eye. The horse appeared politely curious.
Would you be willing to take me to Terabel today? Kendra inquired. The horse stamped a single hoof firmly against the ground. Does that mean yes? Kendra asked. Glory nodded her head and stamped once more. One stamp for yes, two for no, Didger explained. Kendra gently stroked the horse's soft cheek. You appreciate pride and prejudice, yet you're limited to answering yes or no. Glory stamped once. Does that ever feel frustrating? The horse responded with a particularly emphatic stamp and a vigorous nod. Over in the play area, they have letter tiles, Didger mentioned. Sometimes they arrange them to spell messages. Glory has been known to compose short poems. These horses actually read books, Seth exclaimed, walking down the aisle between the stalls with the dwarf Oban following closely behind. I already gathered that, Kendra said. Have you seen the griffins yet? Seth asked. Not yet, Kendra answered. I was in the process of selecting my horse. We get to choose, Seth asked. We're the caretakers, Kendra reminded him. Seth smacked his palm against his forehead. Why do I keep forgetting that? He touched the medallion hanging around his neck. How am I supposed to pick one? Do you have much riding experience? Didger inquired. I've ridden a centaur, Seth stated. Mind your tone, Henrik cautioned. It's true, Seth insisted. What self-respecting centaur would ever lower itself to? It was Broadhoof at Fablehaven, Seth explained. The situation was an emergency. Didger crossed his arms. Setting aside emergency centaur excursions, what's your actual experience? Not a lot, Seth admitted, but I'm probably a natural. Do you have any horses like Tempest? Who is Tempest? Kendra asked. Their most untamed griffin, Seth said, gesturing toward the far end of the stable. The griffin enclosures were significantly larger than the horse stalls, featuring perches and rocky terrain inside, more reminiscent of a high-end zoo exhibit. The fastest, the fiercest, but not yet deemed safe for people. That particular griffin may never be suitable for a rider, Oban noted. Too much wild spirit. She knows this preserve intimately, Didger said. She'll take you where you ask to go. But she'll do it by her own path, in her own manner. She's utterly uncontrollable. Makes even expert riders queasy. Yet it's difficult to abandon that level of raw talent. She would be an incredible mount if we could ever calm her enough. Do the griffins read as well? Kendra wondered. Both dwarfs chuckled. No, lass, Didger said. Griffins possess a different order of intelligence than the Luvians. Clever for animals, certainly, but not readers. All the horses read? Seth asked. Mostly, Didger confirmed, though Noble can be a bit reluctant. Tell me about Noble, Seth said. One of our 3 stallions, Didger replied. On level terrain, likely the swiftest. Where is he? Seth asked. Didger led them down the aisle to a stall occupied by a sleek, chocolate-brown horse with a black mane. The animal was quietly nibbling hay from a feed box. Seth picked up the book resting on the lectern. The Cat in the Hat. Picture books, Seth observed, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. Look, Kendra, he mostly has picture books on his shelf. Kendra peered into the stall. The shelves were lined with slim, brightly coloured spines. No substantial novels. The longest book she noticed was Frog and Toad Our Friends. Noble fixed his gaze on Seth. You're not a fan of reading? Seth asked. Noble stamped once. But you enjoy running fast? Noble stamped again. I want this one, Seth declared. Not a poor selection, Didger said. Are you certain? Henrik challenged. What about Princess? Her temperament is far more. No horses named Princess, Seth interrupted. Or Fluffykins. Or Ponyface. A stallion is a male horse, correct?
Yes, Didger confirmed. I want Noble, Seth insisted. Ask him, Didger suggested. Who, Henrik? Seth wondered. No, ask Noble, Didger clarified. Seth turned to face the dark brown horse. Feel like getting out of here. Want to take me to see the fair folk? Noble delivered a loud, decisive stamp.
Isn't that rather a lot of horse for a beginner? Henrik questioned. He is Alluvian, Oban stated. Simply Seth might be the new caretaker of Wimroost, but that didn't mean he was thrilled about their transportation. Didger had just finished explaining the situation to Noble, a magnificent stallion who gave a light stamp of agreement. It's a deal, Seth said, though his tone lacked enthusiasm. Kendra glanced at Henrik. Is this really all right? She asked quietly. The Altitor let out a resigned grumble. I suppose it will have to be. Obun gestured toward an open area. You two head over there while we get them saddled. Seth led the way, only to stop short. In the designated play area, 2 horses stood at opposite ends of a table, a chessboard between them. A white horse, speckled with grey dots, carefully gripped a bishop in its teeth and captured a pawn. Now, I've truly seen everything, Kendra breathed. What kind of play area is this? Seth complained, waving a hand. It's all board games. He wasn't wrong. On other tables, Kendra spotted checkers, backgammon, and even a Scrabble board. Don't they ever, run around? Any horse can run around, Kendra pointed out, her eyes wide. It's incredible that these are playing chess at all. Henrik strode over. Starshine and Socrates are chess fanatics. They spend half the day locked in battle over this board, and the other half studying strategy books.
Do they ever go outside? Seth pressed. There's an exercise yard, Henrik said flatly, and messengers ride them to the different territories when needed. Seth looked up at the towering Alcitor, a mischievous glint in his eye. Are you absolutely sure we shouldn't just take griffins? Wouldn't that be faster? We require the protection of the high road, Henrik stated. Seth couldn't resist. What higher road is there than the sky? Are you sure this isn't because you're a bit too
heavy for a griffin? I am an Alcitor, Henrik said, drawing himself up to his full height. I do not require a griffin for transport, but the last thing we need is for a dragon to pluck our new caretakers from the sky like juicy berries. Not the goal, Seth conceded. Henrik continued. Besides, any sensible griffin rider takes proper precautions. While griffins are generally reliable if you state a destination, no intelligent rider takes flight without a detailed map.
I have a map,
Seth said, patting the satchel at his side. Brunwyn gave it to me this morning. Have you actually looked at it? Henrik asked, his brow furrowed. Enough to know Terabel is northeast from here, Seth replied confidently. We have to go through a mountain pass. It's sitting in a huge valley surrounded by peaks. I even brought a compass, just in case. Seth always packs an emergency kit, Kendra added, a note of sisterly exasperation in her voice.
I even have some magical items in it, Seth boasted. The giant Thronis gave me a figurine of a leviathan that can turn into a real one, and a tiny tower that transforms to full size. That is surprisingly sensible, Henrik admitted, though he sounded wary. I carry a few magical aids myself for tight spots. Preparation is wise. His expression then darkened, unless that compass means you're planning to wander off the road. Why? Seth asked, his innocence a little too perfect.
What's off the road? An agonizing, messy death, Henrik said, each word dripping with emphasis. The road sounds much better, Seth agreed quickly. Don't for a second believe this is some kind of game, Henrik warned, his voice dropping to a disturbingly calm and even tone. What? Seth asked, gesturing toward the chess-playing horses. Because of them? Kendra had the sudden, powerful urge to elbow him in the ribs. I'm talking about leaving the relative safety of Blackwell Keep, Henrik clarified, his calmness more alarming than any shout. I admire courage. I would rather hear bad jokes than witness cowardice. but I have no patience for fools, and I have less than no interest in carrying your corpses back to your grandparents. That is a very real possibility here at Wyrmroost. Many have died on this preserve over the years. Many more will perish in the future. It takes meticulous preparation, constant caution, developed skill, hard-won experience, and yes, a dash of luck to avoid becoming one of them. Seth pondered this for a moment. What about an untamable griffin that does lots of loop-the-loops? Would that help our odds? This, Henrik grumbled, turning away, is going to be a very, very long afternoon. Later, cantering along the high road atop Glory, with the wind whipping through her hair, Kendra felt a tension she hadn't even fully acknowledged begin to melt away. She had desperately needed to escape Blackwell Keep. No more gloomy stone corridors, no more hushed, worried conversations, just the open road stretching ahead, a vast sky above, and wild, untamed wilderness on all sides. She had been to Wyrmroost before, but she had never felt like she belonged. Their previous journey to the Dragon Temple had involved no protected paths. They had scurried like frightened mice, exposed and vulnerable with every single step. This, despite the danger, felt different. It felt like a beginning. Kendra had never realized how impossible it was to appreciate a beautiful view when you were constantly afraid of being eaten. Today was different. She wasn't just allowed at Wyrmroost, she was a caretaker. She was being led along a protected path by a knowledgeable guide who knew every inch of the sanctuary, riding a horse that for some reason had a fondness for classic literature. Life in these moments could be surprisingly pleasant. They hadn't been riding long when Henrik moved closer to Kendra, gesturing toward the northern sky. "We have visitors." It took her eyes a second to find the two dragons approaching, one gleaming gold, the other a vivid crimson. They circled high overhead, sometimes diving alarmingly close to the road. Their immense size and fierce looks made Kendra feel terribly vulnerable out in the open. She had to keep telling herself the invisible protective barrier was there. "They're trying to scare you," Henrik explained after the red dragon made an especially low pass. "Ignore it. The road keeps us safe." "Does it matter if they see where we're headed?" Seth wondered. "Probably not," Henrik replied. "Our trip to see the fair folk is no secret. Celebrant is just sending a message. He wants you to feel watched, like intruders in his domain. It only works if you let it get under your skin." After a long stretch, the path started a sharper ascent, and the horses settled into a steady trot. Mendigo sat behind Kendra, his wooden hands holding her waist, his metal hooks clinking softly with the horse's rhythm. Ahead, mountains rose, their jagged peaks dotted with brilliant white snow. "You'll understand the name High Road soon enough," Henrik announced. "We climb quite a distance before descending into the valley." Seth asked, "Hey, Henrik, are you faster than these horses?" "We shouldn't push them too hard," Henrik answered. "They need to save their strength just in case." That didn't answer the question, Seth pointed out. Henrik shot him a look. "Luvians are very fast, but few four-legged creatures can outrun me. How did you come to work at Blackwell Keep?" Kendra asked. "You seem like you belong out here." "I'm the gamekeeper," Henrik said. "I do spend most of my time roaming the sanctuary." "Yeah, but how did you start?" Seth pressed. "Were a bunch of other Altitors applying for the job?" The position wasn't reserved for an Altitor, Henrik clarified, and no, others weren't interested. "We tend to be solitary." "No families?" Kendra asked. "Only when we're young," Henrik said. "Altitors aren't very common."
"We don't have communities, not like the other woodland Taurans." "The other what?" Seth asked. "Rumitors," Henrik said. "Men with the bodies of elk, and servitors, men with deer bodies. They live in groups. Alcitors are mostly on our own." "How old were you when you left your mother?" Kendra asked. Henrik gave her a peculiar glance. "My mother was different. She stayed with me far longer than is typical." "How long?" Seth asked.
"Well, into my adult years," he said, a slight hitch in his voice. Did you live in her basement? Seth inquired. Kendra briefly considered shoving him off his horse. I don't follow, Henrik said. It's a human thing, Kendra said quickly. It sounds like she was very important to you. She taught me a great deal, Henrik said, his voice firming. It was at her urging that I sought out Agad years ago. Get a real job, Seth muttered, imitating a cranky old woman. It gave me purpose, Henrik stated, ignoring the jab. I may not be the most social person at the keep, but you should meet some of the other Alcitors sometime. Are they jerks? Seth asked. Some are, Henrik admitted. I knew some centaurs once, Seth said. Total jerks, too. Not shocking, Henrik said. What is surprising is that you actually rode one. They can be okay sometimes, Seth shrugged. Just don't try to steal their precious unicorn horn. I can imagine how that would go poorly, Henrik said. They're grumpy enough without a provocation. I've given too many creatures a reason to be grumpy, Seth said with a sigh. I really hope it doesn't catch up with us, Kendra murmured, her eyes darting back toward the pass. Henrik chuckled softly. Me too. Luckily you're riding a swift horse today at the crest of the mountain pass. Kendra, Seth, and Henrik reined in their horses to admire the scene below. A vibrant valley stretched out before them, a tapestry of orchards, neat farm plots, and wide meadows. A brilliant blue lake sparkled at its heart, fed by winding streams and dotted with smaller ponds. Scattered farmhouses were joined by a handful of sturdy towers and a large mill, its water wheel turning steadily beside a rushing creek. Not far from the lake, a single town was enclosed by a stone wall, its gate and corners fortified with watchtowers. The buildings within were constructed of stone and brick, many adorned with gables, turrets, and elegantly curved roofs. Some structures were even linked by arched walkways that spanned the cobblestone lanes. Dominating the town centre stood a majestic castle, its towers reaching skyward with delicate spires. It looks like it's straight out of a storybook, Kendra breathed. The fair folk certainly understand how to craft a pleasant environment, Henrik agreed. Kendra glanced over her shoulder. Far behind them, the red and gold dragons still circled in the distant sky. Are they giving up? She asked. Dragons tend to avoid this valley, Henrik explained. The protective enchantments here are exceptionally powerful. Seth leaned forward in his saddle. Can we run down the hill? Henrik looked to their horses. What do you think? Both animals stamped a hoof decisively. Then off we go, Henrik declared. The descent was a thrilling rush of speed. As they lost elevation, the surrounding peaks seemed to grow even taller. Despite the breakneck pace and her simple saddle, Kendra felt perfectly secure atop Glory, whose gait was remarkably smooth. Behind her, Mendigo's wooden limbs jingled faintly with the motion. Soon they were cantering across the valley floor toward the walled town. Passing the mill, Kendra spotted 3 hulking, ogre-like creatures heaving massive, overstuffed sacks. They paused their labor to watch the riders pass. Are they part of the fair folk? Kendra asked, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind that the name might be misleading. Those ogres operate the mill under an agreement with the fair folk, Henrik clarified. They're a relatively mild-mannered clan. They grind dragon meal here. Made from dragons? Seth asked, his voice tinged with morbid curiosity. Made for dragons, Henrik corrected. It's a substitute for fresh meat that most dragons secretly prefer, though they'd rarely admit it. It's Terabel's primary export, and it helps maintain a more peaceful sanctuary. Every dragon enjoys the hunt, but they're far less motivated on a full stomach. So it's like oatmeal for dragons. Kendra ventured. Essentially, Henrik said with a nod, it's a secret recipe using grains cultivated by the fair folk. I suspect a significant amount of magic is involved. By their very nature, dragons are carnivores. They rode past numerous farms until they reached the open gates of the walled settlement. Henrik slowed their pace to a walk. As they approached, a fanfare of trumpets sounded. People gathered along the road inside the walls began to cheer enthusiastically. "Is this for us?" Kendra asked, half convinced they had accidentally joined a parade route. "You are only the second new caretakers to arrive in many decades," Henrik reminded her. "Though Marat assumed the role just a few months back, your appointment is a significant event here at Wyrmroost. But how do they already know we're coming?" Kendra pressed. "Marat has been in communication with Lord Dalgorrel regarding your visit," Henrik answered. The cheering swelled, and the trumpets blared once more as they started up the cobblestone road beyond the gates. Applauding spectators lined not just the roadway, but also crowded the nearby rooftops and balconies. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in Kendra's mind, a stark contrast to this vibrant welcome. She recalled a much colder reception at a different preserve, where suspicious eyes had watched from shadowy doorways, and the only sound was the whisper of the wind. The sheer warmth here was almost disorienting. "This is more like it," Seth declared with obvious relish. Though Kendra found her brother's comment a bit embarrassing, she couldn't suppress a wide, delighted smile. The crowd's welcome was utterly overwhelming. As they moved farther up the road, Kendra realized she had never experienced anything like this in all her travels to various magical preserves. This wasn't a loose gathering of centaurs or a satyr glen. This wasn't a solitary cottage or even an isolated castle. It was a complete, bustling town verging on a small city. It was meticulously orderly and rich with detail. She saw storefronts and cafes, inns and counting houses, row homes and apartments. Thousands of beings clearly lived here. The well-kept ancient buildings whispered of deep history, each cobblestone and carved lintel holding a story. The air itself seemed to hum with a quiet, organized magic, a far cry from the wild, untamed energies she was accustomed to. It felt less like entering a hidden refuge and more like arriving home. Stepping into Terabel was like slipping through the pages of a story, leaving the modern world of school and home feeling like a distant memory. The crowd continued its enthusiastic welcome, and Kendra found herself waving back, the initial shock giving way to observation. The sea of people was a balance of men and women, nearly all in the vibrant prime of life. She saw no elderly faces and only a handful of children, no infants at all, while they looked human. One breathtaking trait united them. Every single person was stunningly attractive. The women were radiant, the men commanding. It wasn't a uniform beauty. She saw a spectrum of hair colors, features, and skin tones, though each person was tall and athletic. This wasn't a town full of pageant hopefuls. It was as if every resident had already won the crown. These were the faces you'd cast for the lead role, every one of them. Each countenance seemed to shine with an inner light, like a bride on her wedding morning or someone utterly captivated by new love. The light literally appeared to fall on them more brightly. Trying to choose the most beautiful among them would be a futile task for any judge. Their collective perfection made the welcome feel incredibly flattering, as if the world's most popular and good-looking people had all decided to throw a party just for her. Yet their expressions held no mockery, no hint that this celebration was a prank. Could it possibly be real? The generosity of it all felt too perfect, sparking a quiet suspicion within her. Her thoughts were interrupted by a single rider on a white horse cantering down the road. For a fleeting second, she wondered if the crowds had gathered for him, but every gaze remained fixed on her, Seth and Henrik. The rider drew near, reined in his magnificent horse, and raised his hands, bringing instant silence. He looked about 16, with effortlessly stylish dark hair, flawless golden-brown skin, and playful, intelligent sea-green eyes. This young man could have been a global movie star regardless of talent or a chart-topping singer without a good song. His looks alone would guarantee it. While Bracken was the most handsome male she'd ever seen in real life, this rider, with a completely different aesthetic, was absolutely his equal. Most men in the crowd were just as attractive, but their more mature demeanour didn't fluster her the way this youth's presence did. "Welcome to Terabel, Kendra and Seth Sorensen," the rider announced, his voice clear. "I am Gareth, second son of Lord Dalgorel. We only recently learned of your surprising appointment as the new caretakers of Wyrmroost. When they were presented as candidates to celebrant," Henrik clarified, "the Dragon King forced Marat to instate them immediately or lose the chance forever. So Marat informed us," Gareth said with a nod. "Well met, Henrik." "Well met, Gareth," the Altator replied. Gareth then turned his gaze to Kendra, offering a smile that made her feel instantly cherished and absolved of all doubt. "Follow me to the palace. My father awaits. We are all eager to meet you," he added, a conspiratorial wink. With a sweep of his arm, Gareth signalled the crowd, and the applause erupted once more. As they followed him up the road, Kendra was nagged by a profound sense of being unworthy. The cheers sounded sincere, the faces looked genuine. But how could she accept this adoration? These unbelievably beautiful people didn't know her. She had done nothing to earn their praise. The longer the fanfare continued, the more a guarded feeling tightened in her chest. Was this all a manipulation, a way for the fair folk to lower her defences? She glanced at Seth, who was having the time of his life, laughing and waving and pointing out individuals in the cheering throng. In contrast, Henrik stayed serious, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, bearing the public focus without reaction. Kendra aimed for a middle ground, approachable and appreciative, but not overly theatrical. The palace gates were wide open. Once past the crowds, she entered a vast courtyard paved with polished tiles that seemed more fitting for an elegant interior. Attendants in uniform took the horses. After dismounting, Kendra became acutely conscious of how everyone around her, men and women alike, towered above her. She had nearly reached her mother's height, which was fairly average, but the fair folk appeared to be a solid 6 inches taller on average. Though numerous elegantly dressed fair folk filled the courtyard, they observed with courteous curiosity rather than cheers. "Appreciate you joining the procession," Gareth told Kendra and Seth, his demeanour relaxed again.
"Sorry about all the ceremony. With so many eager to catch a glimpse, we didn't have many other options." "All good," Seth replied, still grinning. Gareth hesitated, his eyes lingering on Kendra. "I hope this isn't overdone. You must hear it constantly, but your aura is remarkably vivid." Heat flooded Kendra's cheeks. Thanks," he offered a reassuring smile. "Truly meant as praise. Shall we go meet the elder?" Kendra found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to recover.
That smile should come with a warning label. "After you," Seth chimed in. "Your wooden companion is intriguing," Gareth remarked, as they stepped into a lofty, wide hall with pale blue walls and white trim adorned with delicate silver scrollwork. "That's Mendigo," Kendra said. "He sort of acts as our protector." "Does he speak?" "No," Kendra answered, "but he follows every command." "I'm honestly envious," Gareth said, with playful wistfulness. "We got him from a witch," Seth added. "Mendigo actually used to work against us." "I'd love to hear that tale," Gareth said. "I've never had a true enemy. There are a few rivals among our people, but no outside adversaries. I was born under our neutrality. It makes for a peaceful life, though sometimes it feels a bit too quiet, not that anyone asked my opinion." Kendra pondered how it would feel to live without enemies. She had accumulated quite a few in recent years. They moved into an expansive chamber, where a dignified man sat upon a jewelled throne atop a raised platform. Though silver touched his temples, he looked vigorous and handsome. His sculpted features clearly resembled Gareth's, though his complexion was even deeper, but his smile lacked warmth. "Welcome, Kendra Sorensen," the man on the throne said. "I was not aware you carried fairy-kind blood." Seth leaned toward Kendra. "Did you catch any of that?" "Yes," she whispered. "You didn't." "Only heard your name," Seth murmured. Kendra realized the man must be speaking a fairy tongue. Her fairy-kind nature let her comprehend fairy languages as easily as English. "May I present Lord Dalgarel, Protector of Terabel?" Gareth interjected, his tone turning formal once more. "Yes, I am fairy-kind." Kendra finally responded, "And my brother Seth is a shadow charmer." "So I observed," Lord Dalgarel said. "An unusual combination. Welcome, Seth. You're a shadow charmer." Gareth asked Seth with clear curiosity. "I don't share my father's perceptive gifts." "The adults are speaking," Dalgarel cut in sharply. "My apologies," Gareth said with a slight bow. "I understand him now," Seth whispered hurriedly. Kendra gathered Dalgarel had switched to English. She didn't care for his harshness toward his son. "Please pardon Lady Dalgarel's absence," the Lord continued. "She is indisposed, and this audience was arranged on short notice. I understand you have already been named co-caretakers alongside Celebrant." Kendra scanned the room. Dozens of stunningly attractive men and women stood assembled, dressed in regal attire. Admitting they had veered from protocol felt daunting under their collective gaze. Henrik started to speak, but Dalgarel lifted a hand to stop him. "I know what Marat has reported. I wish to hear directly from our new guests." Seth produced the medallion. "It's true. We've already been appointed." A heavy silence settled over the room. Dalgarel absently turned a ring on his finger.
"Were you aware,"
he began, his tone measured, "that the fair folk customarily interview and approve any candidate before the caretaker role is formally granted?" Kendra understood this was partly about making a public apology for bypassing their customs. They needed Dalgarel's cooperation, and maybe his guidance, even if his manner was infuriatingly superior. She had to handle this carefully. "We didn't know the fair folk existed until we arrived here," Kendra said. "Celebrant explained the usual process only when he forced the decision on us. He said we had to accept the position immediately or lose the chance forever." "Marat argued for a delay so we could consult you first," Seth added. "So you feared Celebrant's wrath more than you feared offending us," Dalgarel concluded. "We earned plenty of his wrath anyway," Kendra replied, a flicker of defiance in her voice. "He destroyed the perch, the place where caretakers meet with the dragons." "So I've heard," Dalgarel said. "The Dragon King made it perfectly clear we are not allies," Kendra continued. "We skipped your approval because Celebrant would have prevented our appointment. It felt like the only choice. We are sorry. Celebrant does not bluff," Dalgarel stated. "He would have barred your path."
The real question is whether two mortal children should be handed the guardianship of Wyrmroost at all, particularly now. Did it cross your mind that Celebrant rushed you precisely because I would have advised against this reckless plan? "Hold on," Seth cut in. "I don't think it's reckless. Did Marat feel no alarm at the Dragon King's haste?" Dalgarel pressed. "Marat had his own reasons for supporting us," Kendra said. "Reasons better discussed privately." "Indeed," Dalgarel conceded. He sighed, a sound of genuine weariness. "I pity you both. I will not compound your troubles by withholding my forgiveness. You came to apologize, and I accept. But your predicament remains unchanged. In the most perilous era this sanctuary has faced, Wyrmroost has never been entrusted to less experienced hands. We know it won't be simple," Kendra said, fighting to keep her tone respectful. She shot a warning glance at Seth, willing him to stay silent. "We would welcome any advice you can offer. I am not without sympathy," Dalgarel replied. "You are young and likely doomed. Go with Gareth to the Green Parlour. I will join you shortly to discuss your situation." "Thank you," Kendra said. Seth said nothing, only raising his eyebrows at his sister in exasperation. Gareth gestured for them to follow. Seth sat fuming in an ornate room decorated in various shades of emerald and moss. He understood this was a diplomatic mission. He knew Kendra wanted him to keep his temper, but listening to that stone-faced critic had been almost unbearable. "Are you all right, Seth?" Gareth asked, noticing his clenched jaw.
Just fantastic, Seth muttered. My father has a habit of speaking plainly, Gareth offered apologetically. Seth couldn't help himself. If he's got so many brilliant opinions on running this place, maybe he should stop watching from the sidelines and actually do something. Seth, Kendra hissed. Gareth raised a hand to calm her. I understand his frustration. The point is fair, though you're wise to voice it to me and not to old Stony Face, especially in front of others. Truthfully, many of the fair folk are uneasy with our strict neutrality, myself included. Really? Seth asked, his anger cooling into curiosity. Then why not pick a side? It's complicated, Gareth said, his gaze drifting to a tapestry on the wall. The neutrality isn't my father's personal rule. It's a tradition upheld by all our people for generations. Wouldn't want to upset tradition, Seth grumbled, slumping back into his chair. Outside the window, a strange bioluminescent moth fluttered past, a tiny speck of light in the gathering dusk, a small, beautiful thing utterly disconnected from the tense politics of the room. The rules were set by our ancestors, Gareth explained. Our ancient leaders make the fairy queen seem like a newcomer. The fair folk have an extensive history. Through experience, we've learned that when we step into conflicts, the situation tends to worsen for all involved. So you avoid every battle? Seth remarked. Gareth gave a slight shrug. It's not a simple choice. There are moments when I feel compelled to intervene, injustices I wish to correct. Innocent people under siege I long to save, yet who am I to break our long-standing peace? We would defend ourselves against a direct assault. Our protections remain vigilant. But because of our neutrality, the fair folk have avoided a significant attack for millennia. What happens if the sanctuary collapses? Kendra pressed. You'll just stand by. The fair folk do not govern Wyrmroost, Gareth stated. Terabel can endure even if the sanctuary falters. We will focus on safeguarding our own. Do you even care if it falls? Seth asked bluntly. Naturally, I care, Gareth replied. We all do. We desire stability. We don't wish for chaos. But we will not abandon our neutral stance. Seth observed that Gareth occasionally used informal names for his father in private, yet was meticulously polite in public. He wondered if Gareth would ever voice his frustrations about neutrality openly. Were all the fair folk this restrained? Hesitant to speak freely, reluctant to champion their true beliefs, the door swung open and Dalgarel entered, accompanied by a girl roughly Seth's age. Seth generally tried not to focus too much on girls, but this one was striking. Pale blue eyes, dark hair cascading in spiraled curls, and lovely features. We meet again, Dalgarel said. Allow me to introduce my daughter Eve. I understand you may have brought a small being for her entertainment. Seth reached into his pocket and produced Calvin. The Nipsey offered a swift bow. I'm more a miniature person than a mere creature, Calvin clarified. No gills, no venomous teeth, no flashy plumage. I hope I'm not a letdown. Eve rushed over to Seth, gazing intently at the tiny figure. You're so little, but you're not a fairy. I'm a Nipsey, Calvin announced proudly. I'm actually quite large for my kind enhanced by magic. A bit of a giant in Nipsey's society, believe it or not. I've never met a Nipsey before, Eve said, her excited eyes turning to Seth. May I hold him? Seth handed Calvin over. I've never encountered any of the fair folk either, Calvin mentioned. Eve brought him close to her face and poked his stomach. Careful now, Calvin said. That tickles. Can we keep him, father? Eve pleaded. You know the rules, Dalgarel responded. No outsiders may join us here, not even brownies. But he's so tiny, Eve protested. No one will even see him. That's enough, Dalgarel said curtly. Appreciate him as a guest. May I take him to my room? Eve asked. He isn't a toy, Seth told her. Please don't try to dress him up. Eve scrunched her face. Why would I do that? I'd rather find a little hatchet and see how he fares against a field mouse. Sounds like a fair challenge, Calvin remarked. Dalgarel rubbed his temples. Enough of this foolishness. Eve, you may show the Nipsey your room if you insist, but you will treat your guest with the highest respect and courtesy. As you wish, Father, Eve said with a small, practiced curtsy. Is that all right with you? Seth asked the Nipsey. Calvin winked and gave a salute. Delighted to provide some diversion, Seth realized Calvin was thrilled at the opportunity to explore secretly. See you soon, Eve dashed out the door. Thank you for accepting our apology, Kendra said. Did I have another choice? Dalgarel answered. The harm is already done. Celebrant has secured the perfect caretakers for his rebellion. It only worsens the situation if I weaken your authority by expressing my dissatisfaction. Why do you assume we'll be so ineffective? Seth challenged. Dalgarel let out a low chuckle. You are mortal children. Dragon sanctuaries are usually overseen by wizards, mortals of immense power who were once dragons themselves. I do recognize that you possess abilities. No one has been fairy-kind for a long time, and a shadow charmer can certainly be an asset. I sense you have overcome formidable adversaries. Even a dragon, is that right? We defeated Siletta together, Kendra confirmed. No minor accomplishment, Dalgarel acknowledged. Kendra defeated the Demon King, Seth boasted on her behalf, a hint of defiant pride cutting through the earlier tension. So I've been told, Dalgarel remarked. You may wish to reconsider sharing that victory with every new acquaintance. Provocations have a way of circling back. Gorgrog was the one attacking us, Kendra insisted. Because you placed yourselves directly in his way, Dalgarel countered. The clash at Zidzix is well known. That day sowed the seeds for a far greater conflict between demons and dragons. But we prevented the demons from seizing the world, Seth stated. Dalgarel offered a thin, knowing smile. Did you, some would argue, you only delayed the inevitable. Others might suggest the demons never fully articulated their aims. There are even those who believe you destabilized the dragon sanctuaries and paved the way for a global draconic uprising. As the new caretakers, you'll have a front-row seat to the fallout. We stopped the demons, Seth repeated firmly, and we'll keep the dragons contained. A soft chuckle escaped Dalgarel. My understanding is the dragons redirected the demonic threat, but I admire your conviction. Kendra indicated Marat had additional motives for appointing you both. I am prepared to listen. Seth looked to his sister, who seemed hesitant. The reasons are somewhat confidential, she admitted. Your secrets are your own, Dalgarel said. However, if you desire my guidance, I require a clearer picture of what you two hope to achieve here. The fair folk are exceptionally trustworthy, with secrets that could tilt the scales unfairly, Henrik advised them. You would be wise to accept any counsel Lord Dalgarel is willing to offer. The protections at Blackwell Keep are failing, Kendra explained. Celebrant attacks because he senses an opening. Marat believed mortal caretakers could restore the magical defenses. Dalgarel sighed, a note of genuine sorrow in the sound. This is precisely why Celebrant opposed you speaking with me before your formal instatement. The weakness had nothing to do with the caretaker being a dragon. Marat maintained his human form. As long as he did so, the qualifications were met. You're certain? Seth asked. Dalgarel's expression darkened. I have resided here since Wyrmroost's founding. My knowledge of this sanctuary surpasses that of nearly anyone. My role is neutral, yet I have no wish to see Wyrmroost collapse. I do not want dragons unleashed upon the world. I would have warned you. The caretaker was Marat, one of the dragons most loyal to the wizards of Dragonwatch. He was a formidable check against Celebrant. Now the caretakers are a pair of untested novices. Do you want us to succeed? Kendra asked. What a delightful surprise that would be, Dalgarel said, his tone dry. But yes, for the world's sake I would prefer you uphold this sanctuary's integrity. Balance fosters order and peace. History shows few things disrupt balance more than dragons running amok. Agad should have weighed that before recruiting dragons for the battle at Zidzix. Maybe he did consider it, Seth retorted, a spark of defiance in his voice. Sometimes the people who actually solve problems have to take calculated risks. Dalgarel's gaze turned icy. This discussion can conclude immediately if my insights are unwelcome. We want them, Kendra said quickly, nudging Seth with her elbow. Seth is still adjusting to the concept of our neutrality, Gareth clarified. Then it is one of many concepts he fails to grasp. Dalgarel stated, no lasting good has ever come from the fair folk engaging in war. The fewer factions at war, the less strife in the world. We are a voice of reason, urging others in the magical community to seek diplomatic solutions. We host peace talks. We advise against aggression. Our neutrality has cultivated more peace than any violence we might have prevented. If you say so, Seth muttered, reluctantly biting back further argument. He knew debating neutrality wasn't why they were here. They needed answers. Do you know how we can repair the defenses? Kendra pressed. Do you understand what's broken? Dalgarel offered a grim, almost pitying smile. I do. Then will you tell us? Seth asked. The knowledge is too critical to come from the fair folk, Dalgarel replied. Seth threw his hands up in frustration. Of course it is, came the reply. Is there anything you can share with us? Kendra pleaded. Dalgarel's gaze shifted from Seth to Kendra. Your brother makes for a dreadful diplomat. You, however, show potential. While I recognize his youth and inexperience are largely to blame for his conduct, he remains a caretaker of Wyrmroost. Because of his outburst, I am less than eager to offer assistance. I apologize, Seth said, the words feeling hollow as he strained to sound earnest. Please, you must be able to offer us some clue, Kendra pressed. Dalgarel studied Kendra in silence for an extended moment. Agad erred in allowing Celebrant to claim the scepter. He ought to have surrendered the medallion instead. The medallion is defective? Seth blurted out. The medallion operates as intended, Dalgarel clarified, but it possesses a vulnerability the scepter did not share. What kind of vulnerability? Kendra asked. I have said more than I should, Dalgarel stated. You are the caretakers now. The secrets of Wyrmroost are within your reach if you discern where to search. Furthermore, as mortals, you may seek knowledge from a local source. Agad and Marat have likely been reluctant to consult. The Dragon Slayer, Henrik said, understanding dawning in his tone. Who is that? Kendra inquired. Every hidden dragon sanctuary has an appointed Dragon Slayer, Henrik explained. Ours is known as the Somber Knight. Is he stationed at Blackwell Keep? Seth asked. I didn't notice any knights around. No one has laid eyes on him for hundreds of years, Henrik said. If he still lives, he dwells within the catacombs under Terabel. He could be dead? Seth questioned. It is possible, Henrik admitted. There has been no communication with him for a very long time. He carries a rather grim reputation. I thought this place was meant to be neutral ground, Kendra asked. Terabel itself is neutral, Dalgarel affirmed. The fair folk did not station the Dragon Slayer here. His lair was established by the founders of Wyrmroost. We have no formal ties to the Somber Knight and cannot be held responsible for his presence or his deeds. He is a ruthless killer, notorious for his bleak perspective and disagreeable nature. His sole purpose is to combat any direct, physical threats to this sanctuary. Yet he does possess knowledge. And he's still down there? Kendra asked. He should be, Dalgarel said. The legendary dragon slayers are nearly untouched by the flow of time. We killed a dragon, Seth reminded the group. Any who slay a dragon earn the title of Dragon Slayer, Henrik acknowledged. It is no simple feat, but only a select few have ever held the official office of Dragon Slayer. It is an appointed calling, a lifelong duty. There are never more than 7 in the entire world. The Somber Knight has been at Wyrmroost since its inception. He might have the answers to the question Lord Dalgarel has hinted at. Why wouldn't Agad or Marat go to him? Kendra asked. The designated dragon slayers exist to protect mortals from dragons, Henrik said. Their hatred for dragons runs so deep that they have never been particularly cordial with wizards either, not even the Dragonwatch wizards who founded Wimroost. But desperate circumstances can create strange alliances. This specific dragon slayer has an especially sinister reputation. The Somber Knight is here as a final safeguard in an emergency. As caretakers, you have the right to present yourselves to him? Perhaps you can discover some of what you seek, Gareth suggested. Is he safe to approach? Kendra asked. That is not the term I would choose, Dalgarel said dryly. But you and Seth are indeed the caretakers of Wyrmroost, Henrik countered. You hold the medallion and you are not wizards. You should be capable of holding a successful audience with the Somber Knight. I'm convinced, Seth declared. How do we get to him? The simplest entry would be through a portal linked to this castle's dungeon, Dalgarel explained. May I accompany them? Gareth asked. I have no objection, Dalgarel said. What about the Nipsey? Seth asked. Calvin. It may be wisest to leave him with Eve, Dalgarel advised. The Somber Knight does not welcome visitors. He is fatalistic and notoriously inflexible. You two are about to test the limits of his hospitality, Henrik remarked. Very reassuring, Kendra replied dryly. Henrik added, you might also consider leaving that limberjack behind. Will you be coming with us? Kendra asked him. I should stay behind, the Alsator said, but I will walk with you to the border of his lands and wait there. Seek out the Dragon Slayer, Lord Dalgarel urged. Be cautious and keep your mind sharp. He may offer assistance where I cannot. Or where you won't, Seth muttered under his breath. Lord Dalgarel's gaze settled on Kendra. You are walking into the presence of a formidable warrior known for his harsh temperament. Should you return without your brother, I would hardly be shocked. The Somber Knight. This is the dungeon? Seth asked, his voice thick with disbelief. Kendra shared his surprise. Before them stretched a brilliantly lit hallway, its ceramic floor gleaming, with vibrant bouquets hanging at regular intervals along cheerfully painted walls. The steady illumination came not from torches, but from numerous glowing orbs set into the ceiling. I know it's spotless, Gareth said with a laugh. The food is incredible. For a time we had folks committing petty offences just for a meal here. Seriously? Kendra asked. Gareth raised a hand. I confess. I spent a week down here for borrowing someone's horse for a joyride. The judge knew I was angling for it. He offered to let me off with a warning. I had to negotiate my way in. Was the food worth it? Seth pressed. Absolutely phenomenal, Gareth affirmed. The chefs are true artists, and it was fun to be part of the fad. We'd probably still have a minor crime wave if they hadn't opened a separate wing for paying customers. What about the real prisoners? Seth inquired. Gareth chuckled. We have ample space. There are only 3 permanent residents. A giant who assaulted Terabel centuries ago. We offered him release, but he prefers it here. Then there's a Werbor who checks himself in voluntarily during the full moon. And finally, the rebel Lomo, son of Targon. Is he one of the fair folk? Seth asked. Yes, Gareth confirmed. You might actually like him. He was never afraid to voice his opinions. Lomo fought against our neutrality policies and eventually took matters into his own hands as a vigilante. He left Wyrmroost entirely. The fair folk aren't bound to the sanctuaries. We're here by choice. After meddling in conflicts across the world and on other preserves, he was captured and sentenced to remain here until he pledges to follow our rules. So he goes free, if he simply agrees? Kendra asked. He's far too stubborn for that, Gareth said. It might well be a life sentence. Do you like him? Kendra wondered. Who doesn't? Gareth replied. His only crime is refusing to accept our neutrality. Many of us privately share his views. The difference is he acts on them. Part of me admires that, but we have laws for a reason. I even helped track him down and capture him. Was it difficult? Seth asked. It took some doing, Gareth admitted. I wish I could claim a pivotal role, but I was mainly there to support the real experts. Honestly, I was just grateful for the excuse to travel beyond our borders. The fair folk don't engage in wars anymore, but we still handle our own disciplinary matters. Is he the only criminal among your people? Seth asked. Gareth shrugged. We've existed for a very long time. The truly troublesome ones were sorted out ages ago. They left or were exiled. Most of us have learned to coexist. When disputes arise, we usually resolve them without needing the dungeon.
Why even have a dungeon, then? Kendra questioned. Tradition, mostly, Gareth said. We once had castles where dungeons served an actual purpose. There is much to respect in the order of your society, Henrik observed. Gareth flashed a grin. And plenty to criticize about our seclusion. Kendra fought to maintain her composure, struck by how charming he looked when he smiled. Bracken was unquestionably her one and only, but was it so wrong to notice when someone was objectively, overwhelmingly handsome? It was a purely academic observation, of course. Here we are, Gareth announced as they rounded a corner. A massive, reinforced iron door loomed ahead. Just ahead lie the catacombs, Gareth announced. Seth grinned. Is that where the fair folk go for a midnight snack? With a pair of keys, Gareth worked 2 locks, one near the top of the door and another down low. The catacombs should finally look the part, properly shadowy and full of secrets. The heavy door groaned inward, revealing a narrow passage built from ancient stone blocks, barely touched by the dungeon's light spilling in behind them. Kendra's fairy-kind sight pierced the gloom, allowing her to see far down the dim tunnel. "Is it dark?" she whispered to her brother. Pitch black, Seth confirmed. Gareth passed Kendra a short silver rod topped with a glowing sphere, giving identical ones to Seth and Henrik. "Any monsters down there?" Seth asked, his voice echoing slightly. "Nothing too concerning," Gareth replied. "Terabel's scepter shields us from most dangers above or below. We don't come down here often. The worst we've heard about are some oversized rats." Kendra stopped short. "Giant rats aren't serious." "None bigger than a terrier," Gareth assured her with a casual wave. "Think we'll spot one?" Seth pressed, his curiosity piqued. "Could be our lucky day," Gareth said with a shrug. Kendra quickly moved to position herself between Gareth and Henrik. "I'm staying in the middle." Once they were all inside the corridor, Gareth pulled the door shut and locked it again. "If something eats me down here, don't forget these keys." He jingled them before tucking them into his pocket with a theatrical wink. "What if the rats carry you off?" Seth asked, only half joking. "Let's aim for everyone making it back in one piece," Kendra suggested firmly. They began their trek. The passage split several times, branching off into deeper darkness. "You know where you're going in this maze?" Seth inquired. "Not every path," Gareth admitted. "But the catacombs are one of the few places around Terabel to find a bit of safe adventure. My friends and I come here sometimes when we're bored. Our favorite dare is to touch the door of the Somber Knight's crypt. I can get us there, no problem. I'm keeping track of our turns," Henrik stated, his voice low. The air was cool and carried the scent of old stone and undisturbed dust. A profound silence hung around them, as if these halls had been empty for ages. Kendra noticed their footprints in the fine layer of dust, and wondered how long the marks would last. She remained vigilant, but saw only old tattered webs clinging to the corners. Past a crumbling stone arch, the hallway transformed into a rough, natural cavern, wider and more uneven, though hints of old masonry still clung to parts of the walls. Faint chirps and squeaks echoed from somewhere deep ahead. Bats or mice, perhaps. "Now it's a cave," Seth observed. "Plenty of natural caverns down here," Gareth explained. "Old, dry, and dead. We're getting close ahead. Something man-made emerged from the cavern wall, vague at first, then sharpening under the glow of their batons. It was a large, tomb-like structure, its stonework remarkably smooth and well-preserved compared to the rough tunnel. A short flight of steps led up to a set of imposing bronze doors, intricately carved. "This is where we wait for you," Gareth said, coming to a halt.
"Is it unlocked?" Kendra asked. "Probably not," Henrik answered, "but this dwelling was meant for the caretaker. Use the medallion, hold it up, and request entry." "Just ask," Seth sounded skeptical. "Wizards built this place," Gareth reminded him. "They usually prefer straightforward solutions." Kendra climbed the steps beside Seth. He lifted the medallion, extending the chain toward the doors. "Open for the caretakers," he announced. The bronze doors immediately began to swing inward with a chorus of high-pitched squeals that reminded Kendra of chattering dolphins. She took an involuntary step back. "It worked," Seth said, sounding genuinely surprised. Beyond the doors stretched a broad corridor illuminated by large orbs that cast a cool bluish light. Everything was constructed from massive pale stone blocks fitted together seamlessly. A wave of icy air rushed out, making Kendra shiver violently.
"We should have brought coats," she muttered through chattering teeth. Suddenly, a lightweight, stylish jacket was draped over her shoulders from behind. "Take mine," Gareth offered, tailored to fit him closely. It hung almost to Kendra's knees, enveloping her in borrowed warmth. A faint trace of his scent still clung to the fabric. "Thank you," she murmured, feeling her cheeks grow warm. "Of course," he answered with a gentle smile before moving back down the steps to rejoin Henrik.
"Let's go!" Seth urged. Kendra fell into step behind him, their glowing batons casting white beams that mingled with the corridor's steady blue light. The passage was immaculate, free of dust or cobwebs, and the chill air carried a sterile, almost clinical purity. It lacked the earthy scent of life, of soil or greenery that true freshness seemed to require. They approached a staircase as broad as the hall itself, easily wide enough for 10 people to descend side by side.
At its base, the hallway terminated before another pair of imposing bronze doors. Her brother caught her eye and raised the medallion. Before he could utter a word, the doors swung open on silent hinges, revealing a vast chamber beyond. At the far end, upon a throne, sat a colossal knight encased in intricate black armor that concealed every inch of him. A massive sword lay across his lap. "Who approaches?" The voice was a deep, resonant rumble that filled the space effortlessly, as if amplified by the hall itself. "We are the new caretakers of Wimroost," Kendra announced, her own voice sounding small. "Kendra and Seth Sorensen." The knight beckoned them forward. With each step, his immense scale became more apparent. Seated, he was monumental. Standing, he would easily tower at 10 feet. The armor was so thick and ponderous that a ridiculous thought flickered through Kendra's mind. What if there was just a very small, very sad man with a microphone inside that giant chest plate? "Who orchestrates this jest, little ones?" the knight inquired, his tone weary and dripping with melancholy. "Surely you cannot be the true caretakers." "It's no joke," Seth stated flatly. "We were appointed just yesterday. Celebrant is the other caretaker." "I'm aware of the 2 dragons," the knight replied gloomily. "Marat and Celebrant. It is a grim epoch when dragons govern their own prison. It wearies me to my core. But children, I see the medallion. I sense its authority. Have all worthy humans vanished, that none remain to take up this duty?" "There were no other suitable candidates who are also dragon tamers," Kendra explained. "You too are dragon tamers?" the knight asked, disbelief coloring his somber voice. "By what method?" "We hold hands," Kendra said simply. The knight gave a slow, disheartened shake of his helmeted head. "Naturally. How charmingly simple. And here I stand, the Dragon Slayer, now answering to children while the Dragon King ascends to a position of oversight. Tell me, has a decree of endless winter been issued? Is the sun never to rise again?" "It's not quite that terrible," Seth offered, trying for a reassuring tone. Easy optimism from the lips of a child, the knight intoned morosely. If you had endured the horrors that stain my waking sight and poison my dreams, you might not be so swift to dismiss the looming catastrophe. You have never seen a sky blackened by dragonfire, or heard the silence that follows a slaughtered village. What do you believe will happen? Kendra pressed. What always happens? He sighed, the sound like grinding stone. Beauty withers, prosperity crumbles, songs of joy become dirges, youth surrenders to age, health falters into sickness. From the moment of your birth, death waits, as certain as the coming night. The rising tide of shadow will drown hope, truth, and light, until nothing remains but the void. And I thought Wyner was a downer, Seth whispered sideways to his sister. Who is Wyner? The knight inquired, his head tilting slightly. A wraith I borrowed a while back, Seth clarified. We can fight the darkness, Kendra insisted, her voice gaining strength. This wasn't just some gloomy statue. This was a guardian, and they needed guardians, not philosophers of despair. Ah, but this is my appointed lot, the knight said, his earlier melancholy shifting into a tone of sharp, resigned sarcasm. I wait here in the gloom, neither properly dead nor fully alive, as pointless and forgotten as a monument in a lost kingdom, listening to the centuries grind past. I stand watch while history repeats its tired cycles, pretending that when my glorious call to arms finally comes, I'll actually help by contributing more expertly to the slaughter. What a noble purpose! Did you kill many dragons? Seth asked, his curiosity cutting through the knight's bleak rhetoric. The knight laid a heavy gauntlet upon his sword. That I have done. More than enough. I know my grim trade well, but it is like sending a hydra to a headsman. For every dragon I slay, a new nest hatches. We once had them at our mercy. We could have ended them. But no, he said, the word dripping with bitter irony. Why solve a problem permanently when you can instead shelter it and give it millennia to multiply? And as their numbers swelled, those who once stood against them faded into memory, failing to train a new generation to take our place. When the dragons break free this time, there will be no one left to shield the world. Civilization will shudder, fields will be scorched to ash, great cities will crumble into dust, people will flee in terror, scattering before merciless creatures who will claim the earth as their own. You seem really down, Seth observed. They call me the Somber Knight, he replied. I think I understand why, Kendra said softly. But do you still believe we can win? The dragons haven't gotten out yet. Maybe we can stop them from ever leaving the sanctuary. The Somber Knight let out a low, weary laugh that seemed on the verge of breaking into tears. Hope abandoned me years ago, yet I will not lay down my sword. He ran a hand along the blade. I will walk this lonely road of duty until my final breath. We could really use an ally, Seth said. So could I, the knight answered. The hours and days have all blurred into one endless vigil. I stand alone against an unstoppable tide. And what aid does fate send children? How may I assist you? Would you like a sweet, or perhaps a soothing tale to help you sleep? I bet his stories are something else, Seth whispered to Kendra. I have a feeling they'd leave us with nightmares for a week, she whispered back. Then, speaking up, she said, We need to stop Celebrant. He's trying to seize control of the whole sanctuary. I would be honored to lend my strength, the Somber Knight said, but my vows bind me. I cannot act unless the dragons break their ancient agreements. Celebrant tore down the perch. Kendra told him. Was anyone injured? The knight asked, a flicker of concern in his tone. No, Kendra answered. Marat kept us safe. Celebrant shares the title of caretaker, the Somber Knight explained. Because of that standing, I am uncertain I could raise my blade against him, regardless of his actions. Since the perch was considered neutral ground, he was within his rights to destroy it. He's attacked Blackwell,
keep multiple times, Seth pointed out. Without success, the knight replied, there is no consequence for testing the strength of its barrier. So you'll only show up to get revenge after we're dead, Seth said, his voice rising with frustration. The somber knight's tone stayed quiet, and even, if your deaths are deemed unlawful, my bindings may loosen, allowing me to seek justice. Could you fight every dragon in Wormroost at once? Kendra asked.
Certainly, the somber knight said. And I would be slain. I would be hard-pressed to defeat a single dragon in an honest duel. Magical armor and an enchanted sword only carry you so far. You do not kill dragons by brute force. You outthink them. You choose the battlefield and stack every advantage in your favor. Only then do you have a prayer. We killed a dragon, Seth stated. Soletta. The two of you stormed the dragon temple. We had help, Kendra clarified. But we ended Soletta. It was a desperate situation. We were racing against others who wanted to open Zedzix. Soletta possessed a very unique set of abilities, the somber knight said, leaning forward with a new spark of interest. Her attacks and defenses were built around her toxic nature. How did you manage it? Unicorn horn, Kendra answered. Clever, the knight said, almost smiling. That shows real ingenuity. He then slumped back, the brief light fading from his eyes. A pity you will both be dead before long, so very young. We're not going to lose, Seth insisted. A noble spirit, young man, the somber knight said. Cling to that resolve. Fall on your feet, fighting. What we're hoping, Kendra admitted, is that you might help us. With your funeral arrangements, unnecessary. The dragons will leave very little behind. They are meticulous. We're trying to understand why Celebrant keeps targeting Blackwell Keep, Kendra explained. Do you know why its defenses might be failing? Will knowing change the outcome? The somber knight asked gloomily. It might help us fall on our feet fighting, Seth said. It might give us a real chance. The somber knight tapped the flat of his sword thoughtfully. Do you have any theories? Is the medallion losing its power? Seth asked. Blackwell Keep once housed both the medallion and one of the 7 scepters, the knight revealed. When Celebrant became a caretaker, he demanded the keep's scepter. Now, only the medallion remains to protect it. Do you know the source of the medallion's strength? Magic? Seth guessed. The treaty? Kendra ventured. Both answers touch on the truth. The somber knight said, the gem set within the medallion was taken from another scepter, the lost one, the 7th. Only 5 scepters still hold their power today. One of the scepters was lost long ago when Wormroost Castle, known as the Roost, fell into ruin. The somber knight explained. Seth looked puzzled. What's the Roost? He asked. Do you truly understand so little about the sanctuary you are meant to protect? The knight replied, his tone heavy. We're still learning, Kendra offered. Please help us understand. The Roost is Wormroost Castle, the knight continued. The caretaker once divided time between the castle and Blackwell Keep. The scepter kept at the castle vanished. A 7th scepter was concealed when this sanctuary was established, and it is magically linked to the medallion you now hold. Why wouldn't they keep that scepter with the medallion? Kendra pressed. Wizards have a particular need to control their surroundings, the knight said. Others try in their own ways, but few possess the power to succeed as wizards do. They love redundancies. Elaborate locks on their prisons are a perfect example. With one scepter already secured at the keep, they hid its counterpart elsewhere and bound it to the medallion. So if someone stole the scepter from the keep, the other would remain hidden, Seth clarified. Correct, the knight confirmed, and the magical defenses here would hold. Even if the medallion were taken, damaging those defenses would be nearly impossible without finding the linked scepter. Celebrant likely sensed the medallion's power source isn't at Blackwell Keep. He may believe that lets him overpower the defenses. I doubt he can, but if he locates the connected scepter, he could walk right in. Then we have to find it, Kendra stated firmly. The somber knight gave a slow nod of his helmeted head. Now that the previous scepter has been handed to Celebrant, retrieving the one tied to the medallion is the only way to make Blackwell keep truly secure again. "Where is it?" Seth asked. "I cannot say for certain," the knight admitted. "The founders likely hid it somewhere within Wyrmroost. But even that is not guaranteed." "This preserve is massive," Kendra observed. "Enormous," the knight agreed. "Searching for a hidden scepter is a hopeless task. Even without the Dragon King interfering, you could spend your entire lives looking and never come close, or you might be killed by the traps and guardians that surely protect it. This scepter was not hidden carelessly. It was concealed with great intention." "Do you have any idea where we could even start?" Seth asked. "You want Wyrmroost to survive, don't you?" "Indeed I do," the somber knight said, his voice taking a sudden weary turn. "And I also know it will not. You know it too. Beginnings and endings, that's the world we live in. Everything is temporary. Wyrmroost had a beginning, so it must have an end. It's only a matter of time before it all collapses." The shift from guidance to grim resignation hung in the air, a stark reminder of the scale of their task. "We'd at least like it to outlast us," Kendra said quietly. "Your lives are brief," the knight acknowledged. "With such limited time, some endure sadder days than others. I am sorry you are here now, sorry you were deceived into this. You were made captains of a sinking ship. My lifespan is longer. I have seen much seasons of order crumble into chaos. Ruin comes and goes. I wait for the next hour when I am needed. It always arrives. We need you now," Seth insisted. "My ability to act is limited," the knight replied. "You wish to delay Wyrmroost's inevitable end. You seek help finding the scepter. I have one suggestion, though it is no guarantee. As a rule, I avoid dragons except to end them. But there is one dragon here who might possess the knowledge you require. Dromedus." "Tell us about Dromedus," Kendra urged, "a former dragon king." "There were others," Seth exclaimed, surprised by this new thread of history. "Several over the millennia," the knight said. "Former dragon kings rarely survive the challenge that takes their crown. Dromedus was different. He stepped down without a fight, the only dragon king to ever abdicate. The other dragons viewed it as a profound disgrace. Dromedus fell from the very peak all the way to the depths. I've never actually met him myself. But he was tight with the original wizards who set up Wyrmroost. Dromedus might be the one who knows about the scepter's hiding place. Wouldn't Agad know, Seth wondered? Or Marat? Definitely not. Kendra cut in. If they knew why the medallion was failing, they'd have gone after the scepter themselves by now. Agad took over long after this place was built. The somber knight explained. He was the fourth caretaker. Wizards hoard their secrets. It's entirely possible he was never told the medallion draws its power from a hidden object. If he did know, then you two were deliberately placed here to figure this out on your own. That way, the choice of what to do next, and all the danger that comes with it, rests solely on your shoulders. You've really thought this through, Seth remarked. I don't shy away from grim realities, the knight replied. I face them head-on. Some call it a bleak outlook. I consider it being prepared. It's certainly fitting, Kendra said. So how do we find Dromedus? If you decide to seek him out, you do so at your own peril, the knight warned. I can't promise your safety. A recommendation from me would only make things worse. I've ended too many of their kind for any dragon to trust a word I say. Understood, Seth said. Where do we look? Do you have a map? The somber knight asked. With a confident look toward his sister, Seth pulled a folded map from his bag and spread it out. The knight motioned them closer. His armored finger traced a path called the Winding Way, leading out from Terabel, then veered south, coming to rest on a specific point. You'll find a stand of giant sequoias here, he instructed. Look for a hidden entrance near the middle of the grove. And that's where Dromeda's is, Seth asked. For better or worse, the knight confirmed. Isn't it risky to leave the main road? Kendra pressed. It was risky to come see me, the somber knight stated flatly.
I haven't heard a friendly word in decades, or seen a genuine smile. We like you, Seth said, offering a wide grin. I could cut you down right here, the knight said, his voice devoid of warmth. I am an executioner, and you are in my domain. This blade has ended thousands, just trying to keep things light, Seth said, his smile fading. This sanctuary is no safe haven for mortals, the knight continued, least of all for children. But duty weighs on you. You came for guidance.
If you intend to oppose the Dragon King, recovering the hidden scepter would shift the odds. You might die on the journey to Dromeda's. When you find him, he could harm or kill you, though of all the dragons, he is known to be the least warlike. Should you survive that meeting, he may not have the answers you seek. If he does, you could perish hunting for the scepter. You might even lose it to the Dragon King and speed up the collapse of Blackwell Keep. I think that about covers every awful possibility, Seth said dryly. In a general sense, the knight agreed. Cataloguing every specific gruesome way you could meet your end would take far too long. Encouraging, Seth muttered, using a pencil to mark the spot on the map. Thanks for the pointer. Is there anything else we should know? Kendra asked. The somber knight rose to his full height, looming above them, and lifted his sword before his helmet. Despite your youth and the overwhelming likelihood of failure, I honor your commitment to protecting Wyrmroost. Seth brought a hand to his forehead in a returning salute. And we honor you for waiting here all these years in the dark, ready to help. The knight gave a slight bow before settling back onto his stone throne. Do not waste your concern on my fate. My post has always been a lonely one. Go now. Journey carefully. Survive for as long as luck allows. Off the path. Henrik stood in a secluded chamber with Seth and Kendra, his powerful arms crossed over his chest, a deep frown on his face. I'm not sure about this, the Alcitor rumbled. Henrik's orders were clear. Take the kids straight back to Blackwell Keep. Seth, however, wasn't having it. You understand why we might need to adjust the plan, right? He argued. If there's any shot at locating the scepter, we have to take it. Kendra backed him up, addressing the Alcitor directly. Technically, we're the caretakers, and technically any orders you get from other people are just suggestions. Seth and I are the ones who give the actual commands. They were in a small, ornate room borrowed from Dalgarel, and Henrik seemed to fill every inch of it. The moose-like parts of his body made him so large he had to move with deliberate care to avoid knocking over the delicate furniture. He uncrossed his arms, then folded them again, looking thoroughly conflicted. I acknowledge your authority, he finally said, but my job, and the job of everyone advising you, is to keep you breathing. Sometimes that basic responsibility has to come before even your direct orders. The path to the Sequoia Grove the somber knight described means leaving the road and heading into untamed wilderness. Your safety would be on the line every step of the way. We get it, Seth said, his frustration evident. The somber knight gave us the whole scary rundown. And you still want to proceed? Henrik asked, his gaze shifting between them. You're both in agreement on this? I believe so, Kendra replied. If we turn back to Blackwell Keep just to debate it, we're wasting precious time. What if Grandma and Grandpa try to block us from going to see Dromeda's? This has to happen. Finding that scepter isn't optional. Henrik's brow furrowed in thought. If Dromeda's would trust anyone with the location, it would be the caretakers. Your youth might even work in your favor, appealing to his compassion. I doubt anyone else could approach him with a real hope of success. But you two have been entrusted to my care. Navigating this sanctuary is my specialty, and given the current chaos, my strong professional advice is to stay on the roads or within protected zones. Seth waited, prompting him with a look. Henrik let out a long sigh. But this is an emergency. I see the logic in your position. The gamble could be warranted. Failing to pursue the scepter carries its own profound risks. I respect your desire to defend this place. If your decision is united, I will respect your authority to make it. I will guide you to the grove and do everything in my power to keep you alive." "Yes," Seth exclaimed, punching the air in triumph. "That's exactly what we needed to hear." Kendra then pulled out the unicorn horn. "Is it okay if I check in with Bracken first? Since we can't get a hold of anyone else, I'd like his thoughts before we commit." "Oh, come on," Seth groaned. "What's the point? He can't be objective. You're basically his favorite person. He'll never agree to you being in danger." "He's seen me in dangerous situations before," Kendra countered. "Just coming here was a risk. I just want his perspective." "Terrible idea," Seth insisted. "We know what needs to be done. Let's just go do it."
"Maybe I'd also just like to hear his voice," Kendra said, her tone softening. "You know, before we head into something where things might go wrong." "Wow, way to jinx the whole mission," Seth exclaimed with dramatic flair. "Should I go ahead and pick out our funeral plots, just to be efficient?" "Can I please have a minute alone?" Kendra asked pointedly. "Fine, tell him I said hey," Seth relented. "I'm going to go find my tiny hero." Seth left the room.
Henrik moved to follow, meticulously navigating between a chair and a small sofa to reach the door. "Please offer Bracken my apologies. The altar said I spoke against him during his visit, but he rooted out a pair of traitors for us. Tell him I wish him well." Henrik ducked through the doorway and closed the door behind him. Alone, Kendra gripped the horn tightly. Bracken, she thought, projecting the message with her mind. "Can you hear me?" "Sure, Kendra." The reply came promptly. "I was wondering when you'd call. I tried to reach you before I turned in for the night, but I couldn't get through." "I've kept the horn with me," Kendra assured him. "You must have tried while we were on horseback." "Are you out exploring the sanctuary?" Bracken asked, his mental voice tinged with alarm. "That might not be the best idea right now. The rebellion is intensifying. It's happening across all 7 sanctuaries simultaneously. The unrest feels coordinated, and it's getting nastier by the hour. Long-standing truces are shattering. People are dying, and we have to find a way to shore up the defenses at Wyrmroost," Kendra insisted. "Are you sure nobody can overhear us?" "I'm shielding our conversation completely," Bracken assured her. "Celebrant tore a section right off Blackwell Keep. The protections held, but they're fragile now. What we need is one of the 7 scepters, the ones that establish safe zones within the sanctuary. Seth and I might know where to find one. It seems like we're the only ones who can get to it in time. If Celebrant reaches it first, we're finished. I believe we have to go for it. Does your grandfather agree? We haven't been able to ask him yet. We're visiting the fair folk right now as the new caretakers. It was a necessary courtesy call. They're quite striking, aren't they?" Bracken remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Kendra felt her face flush. Why did she feel so self-conscious? She hadn't done a thing wrong. Could he possibly pick up on her feelings from halfway across the globe? Probably not. Their connection was meant only for thoughts she chose to share. "I suppose they are," she answered after a moment. "Will you consult your grandfather first? Not without returning to Blackwell Keep. And time is short. This feels urgent." Seth agrees. "Henrik has offered to guide us if we both decide to go. He sends his regards, by the way. Henrik is clever," Bracken observed, "and so are you. Trust your judgment. Just don't take any chances. You don't have to. The sanctuaries are falling into chaos. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle of all this. You were pulled into this world too," Kendra reminded him. "How are you holding up?" "I've had smoother days. I'm holed up in a cave for the night, way up on a mountainside. I'm following Ronodin's trail. Soaring Cliffs is a wreck. Dragons are running wild there. Only the magically fortified spots are holding. Celebrant is practically declaring war. Those defences might be your only lifeline, Bracken pressed. If that sceptre can secure them, then it's worth the danger. But don't push it. Retrieve the sceptre and return to the keep immediately. Something tells me this is just the opening move. Thanks, Bracken, Kendra replied. Please be careful. You too. My mother linked the new fairy realm to the shrine at Wemroost. So once I'm done here, I can reach you through that path. That's wonderful. I hope to see you soon. I want to be there to help. I know, Kendra said softly. I wish I could be there with you too. Help me by staying alive. Be clever. Don't sell yourself short. And tell Seth not to get overconfident. Give my best to Henrik. He's a good man. Rely on the people who are on your side. I'll come the moment I can. Goodbye, Bracken.
Goodbye.
The mental link faded, leaving her feeling abruptly alone in the room, the pearly horn cool in her hand. After tucking the horn away, Kendra went to find Henrik and her brother. Meanwhile, with directions from a servant, Seth located Eve in her quarters. She turned from a small table, looking slightly sheepish, a dab of yellow pudding at the edge of her mouth.
What's going on in here?
Seth asked. She swiped the pudding away with her hand. Hey, Seth. I was just letting Calvin try my favorite dessert. Seth walked over to the table and found Calvin, wearing only shorts, happily sloshing through a wide bowl of pudding. He grinned up at Seth and waved, "Check it out." "Looks like you've been hard at work," Seth said. "Oh, come on," Calvin cried. "You're telling me you'd say no to swimming in a pool of amazing vanilla custard?" "Okay, probably not," Seth conceded. "You have to taste it," Calvin urged. "I'm serious. It's like nothing else." Eve handed Seth a spoon. "You really should try it." "But your feet are in there," Seth pointed out. "I washed up before I got in," Calvin explained. "I didn't want to taste my feet either. Scoop from over there," he gestured. "I haven't even touched that side of the bowl." Seth took a bite. It was incredible, sweet, chilled, and perfectly creamy. "If I could shrink down, I'd join you," Seth said. "Where's Tanu when you need him?" "Tanu?" Eve asked. "A friend of mine," Seth said. "He's a potion master. He can brew a potion that makes you tiny." Eve clapped her hands. "You have to bring him here someday." "That would be incredible," Seth replied. "One last bite," Seth urged Calvin. "We need to get moving to protect the sanctuary." "Aren't we heading back to Blackwell Keep?" Calvin questioned already, climbing the steep side of the bowl, a challenging task for someone his size. He swung from the edge for a moment before letting go and landing on the table. "Not a chance," Seth said. "We're tracking down a dragon named Dromedus." "You absolutely are not," Eve cut in, her voice thick with envy. "The most ancient dragon in all of Wemroost. You can't be serious." "He might know something useful," Seth explained, feeling a swell of pride at her astonished reaction. Eve stamped her foot in frustration. "That's completely unfair. I've spent my entire life at a dragon sanctuary, and I've never even laid eyes on one." "Never?" Calvin asked, pulling on his clothes. "Don't they ever fly overhead?" Seth added. "They avoid this valley," Eve said flatly, "and I'm forbidden from leaving it." "You've got plenty of time," Seth offered. "You're only, 12? What does that matter?" Eve shot back. "It feels like forever. And there are barely any other kids around here. How come?" Seth pressed. "Hardly anyone has babies anymore," she explained. "Nobody really knows why." "If no one's having kids, won't the fair folk just die out eventually?" Seth wondered. Eve let out a short laugh. "No, once we reach adulthood, we age much, much slower. We'll be around for ages, but that doesn't mean I'll ever see a dragon. Can you imagine, stuck at a dragon sanctuary with a bunch of grown-ups and never getting to see the main attraction?" "Okay, that does sound pretty awful," Seth conceded. He knew if he were in her shoes, he'd probably try to sneak off for a look himself. And then some random mortal kid shows up and gets to chat with a dragon on his 3rd day. "On my 2nd day, the Dragon King tried to kill me," Seth corrected. "And I've seen dragons before, and a hydra, a whole bunch of demons too." Eve grabbed the front of his shirt. I want your life. Take me with you." Seth looked over at Calvin, who just gave an awkward shrug. "I can't," Seth said apologetically. "Your father would be furious. What about your people's whole neutrality thing?" Eve let go of his shirt. "The neutrality is ridiculous. Lots of us think so, but nobody says it out loud. Only Lomo had the courage to actually do something, and we threw him in a cell for it. You agree with Lomo?" Seth asked. "Obviously," Eve said. "We're completely cut off from everything. It's so dull here. I want to actually do something. See something sneak me out. I'll be really useful." "Is she for real?" Seth asked Calvin. "I believe she is," the Nipsey said. "Everyone will see us leave," Seth argued. "It would never work." "Just wait for me outside of town," Eve insisted, her eyes lighting up with a plan. "I'll catch up. I'll even bring a horse and supplies." Seth understood her longing. He saw the raw, genuine hunger for adventure in her eyes, and it reminded him of his own restless feelings. "I just can't, Eve. Your father helped us. We need him as an ally. Henrik would never permit it." "You're the caretaker," Eve countered. "Order Henrik to listen. My dad can't touch you. He's neutral. The worst he'll do is send people after me. With any luck, they won't catch us before I meet a dragon, and maybe see some other amazing things. I'm still a kid. I won't get in that much trouble. The dungeon for a little while at most, if Dad wants to make a point, and the dungeon isn't even that bad. If I say I'm sorry, I might not even get that." "Your dad might stop helping us altogether," Seth said. "He's the one who sent us to the somber night and told us about Dromedus in the first place." "You're right. I am the caretaker, and I have to be a responsible one. Visiting Dromedus is part of the job for Kendra and me. You'd just be coming along for the thrill. What if something happened to you? I can't take that chance." Eve's face fell into a pout. "You have your reasons. Good for you. But don't act like you're not thrilled about meeting Dromedus. I can see it." "Fine. I'm excited," Seth admitted. A sudden memory flashed in his mind. A story Kendra once told him about a starry night she spent wishing on a falling star. A small, private detail he'd never shared with anyone. It made Eve's longing feel even more familiar. "I wish I was the caretaker," Eve muttered. "I wish I had a real reason to go on adventures." "Be careful what you wish for," Seth said. "This might get us all killed." "At least you'll have actually lived," Eve replied, her tone sullen. "I wish I could bring you," Seth said softly. "Maybe another time?" "Really?" Eve asked, a flicker of hope returning. "I hope so," Seth said, "as long as a sanctuary remains to be seen." After saying their goodbyes to Lord Dalgarel, Kendra, Seth and Henrik rode away from Terabel. Mendigo was perched behind Kendra, and Calvin was tucked securely in Seth's pocket. They chose a different path out of the valley than the one they had taken coming in. The sun had already dipped behind the mountain peaks, draining the last color from the evening sky. Seth couldn't help glancing back toward the city, a small, foolish part of him still hoping to see Eve galloping after them on horseback. The winding way would eventually lead straight into the Zawali Protectorate, Henrik explained. Maybe one day you'll get to see the land of speaking beasts for yourselves. But we'll be turning off that road long before we reach it. Will traveling in the dark help hide us? Kendra asked. From certain beasts and some dragons? Yes, Henrik replied. But others will spot us far easier than we can spot them. Speed is our best defense now. I've journeyed across every corner of this preserve. I'll use every trick I know to keep us safe. What about the protections that come with being caretakers? Seth wondered. The position does grant some natural safeguards, Henrik admitted. But you also invaded a dragon's den at this very sanctuary and struck the first blow. That choice cost you a great deal of that inherent shelter. You do have one other significant edge. Celebrant seems to want you both as caretakers when he makes his move. If you were to die, replacements would be chosen. That might make him think twice about ending your lives. Marat mentioned that Celebrant can't get the medallion by killing me, Seth recalled. True enough, Henrik confirmed. If you die, The medallion instantly returns to Blackwell Keep. The same happens if you simply command it to go back. Celebrant is aware of this. That little feature might not keep you breathing, but it certainly gives the Dragon King less incentive to hunt you down. As the horses climbed toward a high pass leading out of the valley, Seth kept stealing looks over his shoulder. "I don't believe she's coming," Calvin said. The voice, coming from right beside his ear, made Seth jump. The Nipsey had climbed from the pocket up to his shoulder. "You're not going to fall, are you?" Seth asked. "I know what I'm doing," Calvin assured him. "This is nothing. Do you think Eve would have actually tried to meet us if I'd said yes?" Seth asked. "I don't believe she was lying," Calvin said. "She seemed like the daring type." Seth mused. "And quite pretty," Calvin added casually. "Don't be weird," Seth said, though he felt his face grow warm. "You didn't notice?" Calvin pressed. "Okay, maybe a little," Seth conceded. "But that wasn't why I liked talking to her." "Give it a year or two, that might become the main reason," Calvin said with a knowing tone. "Take my word for it. Isn't she a bit tall for you?" Seth teased. "My heart already belongs to another," Calvin said, his voice softening. "Serena. Besides, Eve is far too young. I may be small, but I'm fully grown." "Is Serena back with the other Nipsies?" Seth asked. "No," Calvin sighed, a sudden weight in the single word. "I wish she were. She left with a team trying to study the Nipsey curse years ago. She never returned." "Years ago?" Seth asked, surprised. "How old is she?" "I'm older than I appear," Calvin explained. "We Nipsies age like the fair folk. Everything slows to a crawl once we reach our late teens. Lots of magical creatures have much longer lifespans than regular people." "I've picked up on that," Seth said. "Do you think Serena is okay?" "I worry every day," Calvin confessed, his tiny form seeming to sag slightly. "She'd be back if she weren't in some kind of trouble. But deep down, I believe she's still alive. We have a bond. I think I'd feel it in my soul if she were gone." "Do you have any idea where she went?" Seth asked. "Only that she left Fablehaven," Calvin said. "Can she just do that? Leave without permission?" Seth questioned. "I did," Calvin pointed out. "The wizards who built these preserves didn't exactly plan for anyone smaller than a fairy. We often slip through the cracks." "Do you want to go look for her?" Seth asked. "More than anything," Calvin said, a spark of hope returning to his voice. "I'm always listening for clues. I'm hoping that if we can break the curse, it might lead me to her." "Me too," Seth said softly. They rode through the narrow pass, and the valley vanished behind them. One by one, stars pierced the deepening black of the sky as the last light faded. The air grew sharp and cold as they pressed onward. A moon rose, brushing the clouds with silver and sometimes breaking through to cast a pale glow. The vast wilderness around them stayed mostly swallowed by shadow, with no lamplight or fire to brighten the dark forests and silent slopes. Massive forms took shape in the low light, only becoming clear as trees or large rocks when viewed from a specific direction or when they were very near. Seth longed to know what kinds of beings were concealed within the shadows. It was a relief that Kendra possessed such excellent night vision. With any luck, she would give them plenty of notice if any danger appeared. The path called the Winding Way lived up to its title, bending around obstructions in the uneven landscape and tracing a twisting, turning course up and down the sharp inclines. Their mounts shifted between a brisk trot and a steady, rolling gait. On one occasion, a deep, powerful roar reached Seth from far away. Later, an eerie, piercing cry echoed down from somewhere high above in the dark heavens. When they reached a section where trees crowded both sides of the trail, their branches weaving together into a canopy overhead, Henrik brought his horse to a halt. "This is where we can leave the road," he announced. "The trees will offer us some concealment." "Perfect," Seth replied, giving his own horse an affectionate pat on the neck. "How are you doing, Noble?" The horse stamped a hoof once. Luvian steeds don't tire easily, provided you don't demand a full sprint for too long, Henrik explained. Then his expression grew troubled. One detail bothers me, the absence of dragons. Is that a bad sign? Kendra asked. Dragons kept a very visible watch over us for much of our journey here, Henrik reminded her. I took it as a method of intimidation, but I haven't detected a single dragon in the sky or on the ground since we departed Terabel. Either they've truly stopped observing us, or they want us to believe they have. That's not good, Seth muttered. They anticipated our destination was Terabel, Henrik reasoned. Perhaps they assumed we would return directly to Blackwell Keep and called off their surveillance. Or perhaps they saw us leave on an unanticipated route and are now watching from hidden positions. Dragon ambush, Seth said grimly. Or merely discreet scouting, Henrik countered. It's impossible to say. Our trip to Dalgarel was no secret, but Celebrant would be intensely curious about our current path. An ambush would be devastating. We haven't fully left the road yet. We could still turn around and make straight for the keep. If we actually saw dragons, that would also be a problem, Kendra pointed out, a new edge of sarcasm sharpening her tone. Honestly, we've already made our decision. Let's just keep going. All this worrying about what we can't see is just slowing us down.
Did either of you notice the domed structure on the ridge as we left Blackwell Keep? Henrik asked, changing the subject.
I saw it, Seth confirmed. I didn't, Kendra admitted.
It's a safe hut, Henrik explained. The protective enchantments of Blackwell Keep extend to more than 50 such shelters scattered across Wyrmroost. They can withstand a dragon's assault. They are marked on your map, Seth. I've owed my life to a safe hut on more than one occasion.
If you somehow become separated from me, get back to a main road or find one of these huts and wait for help. The horses can lead you. We have similar safe houses at Fablehaven, Seth said. I've used them before. I'm glad the concept isn't new to you, Henrik said. He then addressed the horses directly. Noble Glory, you recall the maps we studied back in Terabel? Both horses stamped a hoof once. You understand where we need to go? Henrik verified. The horses stamped again.
And you know the sites of the closest safe huts along our intended path?
Another synchronized stamp answered him. Then, with both caretakers in agreement, we should proceed, Henrik declared. He guided his horse off the path and into the woods. Kendra followed without a moment's pause, and Seth felt a sudden, fierce surge of pride for his sister's resolve. Kendra, Seth, and Henrik moved at a trot beneath the trees, entering a hazy realm of twisted, shadowy forms. Brush crackled and rustled as the horses advanced in a single line. Kendra was aware her vision was superior to Seth's, and likely better than Henrik's as well. Yet the shapes gliding past remained indistinct and puzzling. She ducked her head to evade the reaching branches. Plants whispered against her legs as they passed. Henrik kept a rapid pace for a considerable time before finally slowing to a walk.
We have company, Kendra whispered.
She could make out pairs of eyes glowing softly at the fringe of the dimness. Very observant, Henrik murmured. No cause for alarm. They are moss folk, timid creatures. They prefer to hide, not confront. We're going to lose the tree cover for a stretch soon. Stay close. They broke from the woods onto a broad, grassy hillside. The horses broke into a canter down the slope. After the murk beneath the trees, the landscape bathed in moonlight seemed brilliantly lit. Kendra's gaze swept across the open sky. Searching clouds drifted across the sky, hiding many of the stars. No dragons were in sight. Ahead, the path dropped into a steep ravine, crossed by a narrow bridge, with the trail climbing again on the other side. As they neared the crossing, a gaunt figure leaped from the shadows beneath the bridge, blocking their path. It was tall and wiry, with a narrow torso but wide shoulders and long, thin limbs. A heavy jaw with upturned tusks gave it a severe underbite, and thorny spines bristled across its scaly head. The lanky creature stood almost as tall as Henrik. "Slow down, travellers," it declared. "This bridge is taken." Henrik stopped immediately, signalling for Kendra and Seth to halt. Glory, the horse, obeyed before Kendra could even react. "Stand aside," Henrik commanded. "This bridge belongs to the sanctuary. It's open to everyone." "Don't get tangled in old history when we're living in the now," the creature retorted. "I'm not a scholar. Maybe this was public land ages ago. Today it's claimed. Today it's mine. I am Henrik, son of—" The creature cut him off with a dismissive wave. "I know who you are. I've been around." "Then you know I'm the gamekeeper of Wyrmroost," Henrik stated. The creature let out a low chuckle. "Are you, or were you?" I am," Henrik asserted, taking a deliberate step forward. "Do you know who I am?" the creature challenged. "I know your kind," Henrik replied. "Stand down before this gets worse." "And what kind is that?" "A gate troll," Henrik answered. "Some call you a bully troll." "And here you come, subtle as a sledgehammer, threatening me on my own bridge," the troll sneered. The price just went up, significantly. "I'm not in the mood for games," Henrik said, his hand moving in a flash to draw an arrow from his quiver and knock it to his bowstring. An axe materialized in the troll's grip, and he sidestepped quickly, putting the bridge's railing between them for cover. "But you're the gamekeeper? I thought you loved games." "Stand down and wait for easier prey," Henrik warned. "You're out of line." "Whose line?" the troll shot back. "Word is the Dragon King is the new boss here. He wrecked Blackwell Keep. Won't be long before he chases off all the mortals. What rules will you enforce then? What authority will you have?" "From where I stand, the era of taking orders from you is over. You stand before me armed, troll, blocking my path," Henrik said, his voice low. "I'll ask you one more time, then I loose this arrow. Is that so?" the troll replied. "Looking for a scrap tonight, are you? Even with your delicate passengers watching?" His eyes shifted past Henrik to Kendra and Seth. A cold wind picked up, carrying the distant scent of pine and damp earth, a sharp reminder of the wild, untamed land surrounding them. "I'm warning you, Grimp," Henrik said, drawing the bowstring taut. Grimp crouched lower, now almost entirely concealed behind the stone railing, though the blade of his axe still caught the moonlight. "You know my name. Is that meant to scare me? Here you are, sneaking around in the dark, 2 kids in your care. The sanctuary teetering on chaos. You really want to fight? How fast can you put me down, Mooseman, before any of the children get caught in the crossfire? Before we make enough noise to wake the dead, don't you even want to hear my terms?" "Speak," Henrik said, the arrow still poised. Grimp licked his lips. "After you cross, the bridge is mine, officially. Not just squatters' rights, not a simple claim, mine. The final word from the mighty gamekeeper himself." "Unacceptable," Henrik growled. "It costs you nothing," Grimp insisted. "I've already claimed it. This bridge is hardly ever used by the Blackwell staff anyway, and you won't be acting like you have authority here much longer." "Unacceptable," Henrik repeated. "I'll throw in lifetime passage rights," the troll bargained. "You ever come back this way, cross as much as you want, with whoever you bring." "Not a chance," Henrik said. "One final offer," Grimp said. "Tell me who these people are with you and what your business is tonight. On your honor, do that and you can pass freely." "I'm glad that was the last offer," Henrik said, his tone dripping with a sudden weary sarcasm. It was a shift from grim determination to a kind of exasperated mockery. All this posturing over a bridge, while the real power in the sanctuary was shifting like sand. "What a joke!" "Are you certain you want a fight instead of a deal?" Grimp pressed. "Are you sure you can handle me before they get hurt? Are you even sure you can handle me at all? Let's find out," Henrik said. "No counteroffer?" Grimp asked. "Sure," Henrik replied, his voice now cold and clear. "All pretense of negotiation gone. You move or you fall. Move aside. 3, 2. The troll raised a tube to his mouth. Kendra braced herself, expecting a blowgun,
but instead the creature ducked beneath the bridge, railing, and vanished.
A deep, mournful note echoed through the night. "Go!" Henrik shouted, his bow drawn. Glory lunged forward, and Kendra held on tight. Behind her, Mendigo rattled and clinked. "Guard us if we need it, Mendigo," she cried out. Racing alongside her brother Kendra, charged across the bridge with Henrik, close behind, arrow still at the ready. Glancing back, she saw no trace of the troll, but that haunting call continued to sound. "Dire bears," Henrik explained as he caught up. "The coward is summoning dire bears." He knew facing me directly was a losing battle. Typical troll, always relying on tricks and traps. They began charging up the slope on the other side. The path ahead was open, dotted with scrub, and flanked by dense woods. "Dire bears sound awful," Seth remarked. "Think of the largest, meanest bear you've ever imagined, then make it bigger and magically enhanced," Henrik said. "Several roam this part of the sanctuary." "Will they come?" Kendra yelled. "Possibly," Henrik replied. "If Grimp did his job, he's trained them to associate that call with a meal waiting at the bridge." A tremendous roar erupted from the trees to their left. "That's bad, right?" Seth asked. "Glory, Noble, keep heading for the grove," Henrik directed. "I'll catch up with you later." With an arrow still nocked, Henrik veered sharply to the right toward the source of the roar. Kendra watched in terror as two bears, each the size of an elephant, burst from the forest. Grotesque spines covered their heads and backs, and their roars revealed rows of vicious teeth. Henrik charged straight toward them, swerving at the last second as the nearest bear lunged, planting an arrow deep into its shaggy side. He circled around and fired a second arrow into the other beast's flank. Meanwhile, Glory and Noble thundered up the slope, the weedy ground blurring past. Kendra realized a fall here could be disastrous. Looking back, she saw Henrik had successfully drawn the massive bears after him. "Should we help?" Seth called. "He told us to get away," Kendra answered. "He said he's fast. If we turn back, we might just get in his way. Once we're safe, he can outrun them." "What about Mendigo?" Seth asked. "Against those things?" Kendra shouted back. "He's not big enough. He wouldn't even slow them down." Seth seemed convinced. Kendra looked back again. Henrik was leading the dire bears back toward the bridge. The bears were surprisingly swift, but his zigzagging path confused them. Turning clearly wasn't their strength. As Noble and Glory plunged back into the woodland, Henrik and the colossal bears disappeared from view. The deeper they rode into the trees, the more Kendra hoped the horses knew where they were going, because she certainly didn't. After what felt like an eternity, they broke free of the woods. The horses raced along ridges and over rolling hills, the moon casting long shadows. Travelling through the night without Henrik kept Kendra's nerves on edge. Every hoot and distant howl seemed ominous. What if they encountered more dire bears, or something worse, like a dragon? As they cantered across a moonlit meadow, Kendra heard the welcome sound of hoofbeats from behind. Turning, she felt a wave of relief seeing Henrik catching up. Noble and Glory slowed without a command. "We can stop here," Henrik said, coming to a halt. Sweat gleamed on his torso, and he was breathing heavily. His quiver held far fewer arrows. The horses halted as well. "Are you okay?" Kendra asked. "Just a bit of exercise," Henrik replied with a tired grin. "Had a couple of close calls. Those bears were gigantic," Seth said. "Dangerous creatures," Henrik agreed. "Brutal and powerful. My arrows were little more than irritations, but the dire bears lost interest once I outran them." "Should you have tried to bargain with the troll?" Kendra asked. "I wish that had been an option," Henrik said. "I never wanted to start a fight, especially with you two there. Grimp was pushing boundaries, and you saw the result. Our authority is being challenged. If I had caved to his pressure, the rumor would have spread instantly, that we're fading, that we can be bought, that we fold under a threat.
that would have planted seeds for far greater troubles down the line.
Smart move, Seth agreed. A necessary one if Wormroost is to endure, Henrik added. This sanctuary is untamed on its calmest days. We have adversaries enough already. Our credibility is not something we can afford to lose. Are we nearing Dromedas? Kendra asked. Nearly there, Henrik confirmed. This path leads the way, Kendra and Seth trailed Henrik to the meadow's border. They guided their mounts through a thin copse of trees and emerged into an open field.
Across the expanse, under the faint moonlight, a stand of sequoias rose like silent sentinels. "That must be it," Kendra murmured. "I believe you're right," Henrik replied, his gaze lifting to the heavens. Kendra followed his look, searching the sky for any sign of dragons, but finding only the cold glitter of stars. The moon slipped behind a thickening cloud, casting the world into deeper shadow. They quickened their pace toward the redwoods. The grove held perhaps 50 ancient trees, widely spaced, with little brush between their massive trunks. The bark was rough and furrowed with deep, savage gashes. At the heart of the grove they found a clearing. Near its center a pair of heavy wooden doors, like those leading to a root cellar, were set into the ground and flanked by large, upright stones. The flat faces of the stones bore carved inscriptions. Some of the markings were completely foreign to Kendra, while others repeated a single clear word, "Welcomen." "I see a lot of welcome," Seth noted. "What does the rest say?" "Likely the same invitation in many tongues," Henrik guessed. "I can't read them all, but the pattern is clear enough." Kendra slid from her saddle and approached the stones. "I can read these." She traced the legible words with a finger. Each welcome appeared as English to her, though she knew her fairy-kind gifts were translating several. "Welcome," Seth echoed, pointing to one she could read. "And this one, and this too, and over here, some of the markings Seth indicated looked like nonsense scribbles to Kendra. As a shadow charmer, he could decipher languages that remained closed books to her, just as some she understood were gibberish to him. "Remarkable," Henrik observed. "Between you both, you cover most languages spoken by the magical races. That is exceedingly rare for mortals. What if the stuff we can't read is the fine print?" Seth wondered aloud. "Welcome to dinner. You are the main course." "The simple welcome is ominous enough on its own," Henrik said. "One of Wimroost's first rules is to let sleeping dragons lie. Do not provoke the most formidable predators in our world. A dragon's lair is never inviting. Yet here we have a blatant invitation, like a spider's web welcoming the flies," Kendra said softly. "You grasp the concept?" Henrik replied, scanning their surroundings. "You came to seek Dromadus? We seem to be alone for the moment." "Will you come with us?" Kendra asked. "My presence would lessen your chances of receiving aid," Henrik explained. "Your vulnerability makes you more appealing, and inside a dragon's den, if he decided to end you, there would be nothing I could do to prevent it." "Would the dragon freeze you solid?" Seth asked. "I can hold my own against a dragon's presence," Henrik stated. "I remain capable of movement and speech. Otherwise, I'd be a poor gamekeeper. But the aura of a dragon is never comfortable. My personal preference is always to run." Kendra reached for Seth's hand. "I guess it's just us then, and me," Calvin chirped from Seth's pocket. "I've never met a dragon before. Don't be shocked if you freeze up with terror," Seth warned. "That's never happened to me," Calvin replied cheerfully. "Either I'll discover I'm as brave as I think, or I'll have a brand new experience. It's a win either way. It might be best if the dragon doesn't notice you, Calvin," Henrik advised. "They can focus their intimidation on a specific target." The Alsator crouched, seized the edge of one heavy wooden door, and with a grunt of effort heaved it open. A dim descending stairway gaped before them, leading into darkness. Seth peered down into the darkness. Totally normal, he remarked. Just your average basement in the middle of nowhere, home to a dragon, naturally. What about Mendigo? Kendra asked, glancing at the wooden puppet. I doubt the puppet will be of much use to you here, for good or ill, Henrik replied. Mendigo, stay with Henrik and keep watch, Kendra instructed. She then turned to her brother with a faint smile. Shall we, ready to march straight into the trap? Seth countered. Let's not phrase it like that, Kendra sighed. Jump into the frying pan. Calvin offered cheerfully. Not that either, Kendra said. Maybe we don't need an analogy. Walking into a dragon's den is descriptive enough. Well said, Henrik agreed. Stay sharp, be respectful, but don't show any fear. Did you catch the respectful part, Seth? Calvin teased. I heard it, Seth muttered. You're in charge, Calvin said brightly. Kendra looked back at their horses. Thank you, Glory. Thank you, Noble. You were brilliant. The horses dipped their heads in acknowledgement. Stop saying goodbye, Seth grumbled. You're tempting fate. We'll see them again soon. Henrik, do you have any paper? Kendra asked suddenly. Maybe we should jot down a quick last will and testament. Let's go, Seth growled, tugging his sister forward as she chuckled at her own dark humor. Kendra and Seth began their descent. The darkness swallowed them quickly. Looking back, Seth could just barely discern the moonlit rectangle of the doorway, and then it vanished entirely. Step after cautious step, he kept one hand on the rough wall, blindly trusting the stairs, continued downward. Can you see anything? Seth whispered. A little, Kendra answered, giving his hand a reassuring squeeze. It's very dim. Should I use a flashlight? Seth asked. Or would that be like ringing a dinner bell? That would definitely be a dinner bell, Kendra confirmed. Your vision is incredible, Calvin chimed in. I see fairly well in the dark, but this is the darkness at the heart of darkness. Imagine the blackest night from the highest peak, under a sky stripped of stars, where light is a forgotten concept, and we're not on the mountain, we're under it in the deepest pit, where... We understand, Seth cut him off. It's pitch black. You could practically chew on it, Calvin said. What do you see? Seth asked, directing the question to his sister. Just more stairs, Kendra reported. They stretch farther than I can see, a long, straight staircase with steps roughly hacked from the stone. Is it a tight fit? Seth asked. Fairly narrow, not much wider than the entrance. Hugo could touch the ceiling. There has to be another way in, Seth reasoned. A dragon would never fit through here, unless it comes and goes in human form, Calvin suggested. Good point, Seth conceded. Kendra, give a shout if you see anything besides stairs. Are endless stairs considered interesting? She asked dryly. Barely, Seth replied. They descended in silence for a while, the only sounds their footsteps and breathing. Seth was quietly grateful for the solid feel of Kendra's hand in his. I see the bottom, Kendra announced. Warn me when we get to the last step, Seth. After about 40 more steps, she began the countdown. 5 more, 4, 3, 2, last step. What's it like now? Seth asked. A round tunnel carved through the rock, Kendra described. It doesn't look natural. No, Kendra agreed. It looks machined or burrowed out. It's too uniform. They moved forward into the blackness. Seth adopted a slight shuffle, hoping his feet would find any unseen obstacles first. The floor is smooth, Kendra told him. I see a door. The tunnel ends at a door. Old thick wood like the ones up top. They halted before it. Seth heard the groan of hinges as Kendra pulled it open. More darkness, Calvin observed. With the door shut, do you suppose it's even darker in there? A sort of premium darkness. I think we've found the source, Seth said. This is enormous, Kendra breathed, her voice echoing slightly. Huge. It's not a tunnel anymore. I can't see the other side. A massive cavern. The ceiling is very high. Big enough for a dragon, Seth asked. Yes, Kendra said, leading them through the doorway. Do you see a dragon? Calvin whispered.
It looks empty, Kendra replied. Seth kept a firm grip on Kendra's hand as he rummaged through his satchel with the other. "I'm grabbing my flashlight," he announced, pulling it free and clicking it on. After the deep gloom, the beam felt blindingly intense. It was a powerful light, but even its strong glow couldn't reach the distant walls of the enormous cavern. Most of the space was taken up by a massive, dusty heap of boulders and rubble, like the aftermath of a collapse. There was no sign of a dragon. Seth swept the light across the room, finding no other openings, no doors, no tunnels. "Is he even here?" Seth muttered. "Maybe he left," Kendra offered, her voice echoing slightly. "This place feels empty. There could be another chamber? Can dragons walk through walls or something?" Seth wondered aloud. "A hidden passage, maybe," Kendra suggested. Then, raising her voice, she called out, "Hello, Dromedus. We need your help." Silence answered them. "This is a total waste," Seth grumbled, his tone shifting to sarcastic frustration. "What did we expect? Taking advice from a crusty knight who's been gathering dust in the same room for a millennium? Of course his intel would be outdated. Suddenly the great pile of rocks stirred with a grating rumble, stones shifting and rolling. Kendra and Seth jumped back in unison. From the rubble, an enormous dragon's head lifted, its nostrils flaring. The head looked as if it had been sculpted from the mountain itself, knobby and rugged, with a few stony tendrils hanging like coarse whiskers from its jaw. Seth aimed the flashlight beam directly at it, the dust now swirling in the air, making the light appear almost solid. This head was even larger than Celebrant's. Seth's mind raced, trying to picture the colossal body that must be buried beneath the stones, filling most of the cavern. "For what reason would the somber knight direct you to me?" the dragon asked, his voice a deep, gentle baritone, dark eyes blinking slowly. "You nearly scared us to death," Seth blurted out. "Are you Dromedus?" "That is my name," the dragon replied calmly. "I intended no fright. Remaining still is often a wise method for discerning the purposes of visitors." "You spoke of the somber knight. He matches your description. What is his concern with me?" "We're the new caretakers of Wyrmroost," Kendra explained. "He believed you could assist us." "The somber knight has historically shown little interest in dragons except to slay them," Dromedus rumbled. "Why would he wish for me to counsel caretakers? Celebrant is a caretaker now too," Seth added. "He's been attacking Blackwell Keep. The somber knight wants to preserve the sanctuary." "As I presume do you," Dromedus said. "I withdrew from the conflicts of wizards and dragons ages past. I will not raise fang or claw against another dragon, certainly not the Dragon King. We only need information," Kendra pressed. "Celebrant has taken the scepter from Blackwell Keep. We must find the other one. It won't hurt the dragons. It will only help protect us." "And the somber knight believes I hold this knowledge?" Dromedus asked, a note of weary amusement in his tone. "Why would a broken old dragon know such a valuable secret?" "You were friends with the wizard who founded Wyrmroost," Seth said. "He might have told you. Arcadius established this sanctuary," Dromedus confirmed. "The first and greatest of wizards. Others aided him. Arcadius and I shared a kind of friendship, though in the end he came to scorn me. I am a dragon it is fashionable to despise." "Why is that?" Kendra asked. "That is a lengthy tale," Dromedus sighed. "We travelled a long way to get here," Seth pointed out. "You are young," the dragon replied. "The story would weary you." "Just give us the short version," Seth said. Kendra nudged him with her elbow. "We would be grateful to hear whatever you're willing to tell us," she said politely. "What do you youngsters know of me already?" Dromedus inquired. "You were once the Dragon King," Seth answered. "We didn't know you were rocky." Dromedus emitted a soft, rumbling laugh. "While my form is unusual, I am not entirely stone in my prime. It was said I possessed the toughest hide of any dragon, and I was undoubtedly among the most powerful. Over the centuries, many dragons challenged my rule, as is our way, and many dragons perished.
How many? Seth asked, unable to curb his curiosity. More than I care to recount, Dromedas said, his voice growing sombre. But one mattered more than all the others. My nephew Ezerod was always my favorite in the family. He was a fascinating dragon with incredible promise, and I took him under my wing. I'll admit, I preferred his company to that of my own children, who were strong but rather uninteresting. Ezerod, however, did what none of my own offspring dared. He tried to seize my crown. That's awful, Kendra murmured. We fought, Dromedas continued. I defeated him, but he refused to surrender. To protect my rule, I was forced to kill my most beloved nephew. That act changed me forever. But the somber knight mentioned you gave up the crown afterward, Seth pointed out. I did, Dromedas acknowledged. Truthfully, I was already growing weary of leadership before the clash with Ezerod, but tradition and wounded pride demanded I face him. Winning that battle broke something in me. Soon after, without a second thought, I did the unimaginable. I walked away from the throne. I offered it to another dragon I believed would lead well. He took it, only to be murdered for the crown a decade later.
What became of you after that?
Kendra asked. I was cast out, the dragon replied. My wife left me. My children disowned me. Even those I called friends turned their backs. It was no surprise, really. I had committed the ultimate disgrace for a dragon. I embraced pacifism. You won't fight at all? Seth asked. Does that mean you won't try to eat us? Most likely not, Dromedas said. After ending Ezerod's life, I vowed never to take another. At first, that promise only extended to other dragons, but over time my resolve deepened. I no longer believe in harming any creature capable of thought. Then why hasn't some other dragon come to finish you off? Seth pressed. Too much risk, too little reward, Dromedas explained. Unlike many dragon kings, I was never beaten in combat. Why challenge a disgraced but undefeated dragon? There's no glory in killing an outcast. I never said I wouldn't defend myself, though whether I actually would remains unknown. I live quietly, cause no problems, and am mostly forgotten. Well, I like you, Kendra offered. You have to say that, Dromedas rumbled, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. You need my assistance, and you're perfectly aware I could end you both with ease. So you just stay down here in the dark, Seth asked. Sort of like your somber night, I suppose, Dromedas mused. Except I'm not biding my time for violence. Dragons spend much of their lives at rest. We are massive beings. Movement requires tremendous energy, especially as we grow older. Aren't you ever hungry? Seth wondered, then immediately looked like he regretted the question. Is that a prudent thing to ask when you resemble a small snack? Dromedas replied, though not unkindly. Do not worry, I am not hungry. My meals are delivered by ogres. Dragon meal from Terabel, Kendra guessed. A satisfying alternative to villagers. Dromedas confirmed. Quite flavorful. Many dragons partake, some more discreetly than others. Who needs to consume people, livestock, or giants? My ogres bring more than I can eat. An inactive dragon requires less than you might imagine. We are efficient hibernators. But do you actually know where to find the scepter? Seth asked, growing impatient. You weren't very specific earlier. The dragon shifted, causing stones to groan around them. Are you truly the caretakers? It seems absurd. As if Celebrant wished upon a star and Marat simply handed his duty over to two human children. It's a long story, Kendra said. There weren't many choices left. Agad believed human caretakers might reinforce the magical protections at Blackwell Keep. Has Dragonwatch become so desperate? Dromedas questioned. We're not completely useless, Seth grumbled. Kendra gave his hand a quick squeeze. I suppose you're better than nothing, Dromedas conceded, which is faint praise indeed. I do know where the scepter is hidden. Since this sanctuary was established, you are the first to ask me. Will you tell us? Kendra asked. First, Explain precisely why you want it, Dromedas instructed. To safeguard Blackwell Keep and prevent Wimroost from collapsing, Kendra answered. To what final purpose? The dragon pressed. To preserve the peace, she said, so the dragons cannot run free. Celebrant is a formidable king, Dromedas noted quietly. Don't you believe he has earned the right to govern his own refuge? Kendra replied. He assists in the governance. But consider the history of dragons. Once they break free, they inevitably attempt to seize control of everything. Probably accurate, Dromedas rumbled. Seth couldn't contain himself. Probably. Have you ever actually encountered a dragon? Dromedas ignored him, his massive head tilting toward Kendra. Are you certain this boy is also a caretaker? We come together, Kendra stated firmly. The dragon's voice was a low tremor. I trust your motives are pure. I believe your intentions are honest, yet only a simpleton surrenders something without receiving anything in return. What do you propose to offer? I thought you were a peacekeeper, Seth interjected. A peacekeeper must not be an idiot, Dromedas intoned, the weight of ages in his words. Often those who refuse to fight require even sharper cunning than those who are eager for battle. Kendra stepped forward. Is there anything we possess that you desire? Nothing you can legitimately provide? The dragon answered. Therefore it must be pledges or future actions. Swear this to me. The next occasion you find a dragon at your mercy, show the utmost compassion. Strive to preserve its life, not end it. Can you both take that oath? Seth's eyes widened.
You think we'll get another shot at a dragon? You already defeated Sileta, Dromedas stated flatly. Seth's gaze dropped to the stone floor. You know about that? Dragons can sense a dragon slayer, Dromedas said, a hint of ancient sorrow in his gaze. I, perhaps more than others, if you vow to show maximum mercy when next a dragon is within your power, and if you each pledge an additional favor to be named by me later, I will disclose where the hidden scepter lies.
Seth groaned under his breath. I'll be doing chores for eternity. Pardon? Dromedas asked. I just owe a few other individuals' favors as well, Seth admitted. The list is getting long. Not a favor that forces us to abandon our duties as caretakers, Kendra clarified quickly. Nothing that violates your core principles or responsibilities, Dromedas conceded. But it may prove arduous and unpleasant. Can Seth and I discuss this privately? Kendra asked. By all means, Dromedas said, a plume of warm air sighing from his nostrils. If it helps you decide, understand this is my sole offer. All right, Kendra said. The siblings moved close together. You have to agree, a tiny, muffled voice insisted from Seth's pocket. You need that scepter. The terms aren't terrible. You can still talk. Seth whispered, astonished. Told you I was courageous, Calvin squeaked. This dragon is monumental, like a mountain that speaks. Kendra nodded slowly. Calvin's likely correct. Finding the scepter is what matters most. Quieter, Seth hissed. He can probably hear every word. Every syllable, Dromedas confirmed, a glint of amusement in his large eye. Who is this third conspirator? My clandestine associate, Seth declared, puffing out his chest slightly. A champion of legendary stature. Have you concluded your deliberations? Dromedas asked, a weary rumble in his throat. Seth looked at his sister, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. She's right, we have to accept. We have an agreement, Kendra announced to the cavern. Very well, Dromedas replied. I will hold you to your word. Do not imagine I am incapable of seeking vengeance for oaths betrayed. Understood, Seth said. So where do we go? You must journey along the path of dreams, the dragon declared. Is that a real place? Seth asked. The scepter awaits at the path's terminus, Dromedas said. And where does it begin? Seth pressed. At Wyrmroost, I'm hoping, within this very chamber, Dromedas said, his colossal form shifting once more, stone grinding against stone with a deafening roar. Truly, Kendra asked, her voice echoing, right here.
Arcadius constructed this den to contain me and to conceal the entrance to the path of dreams, Dromedus explained. The path will not be a simple stroll. You may forfeit your lives. We assumed as much, Seth said. A sudden, reckless idea struck him. What if they had stumbled upon a hidden grove within Wyrmroost just yesterday? A place shimmering with deceptive peace that made them briefly forget their peril. The memory sharpened his sense of the unknown dangers ahead. Can we fetch a friend, maybe two, some allies for the journey? No, Dromedus said, his tone final. The path is intended for caretakers alone. What about me? Calvin piped up from the pocket. I suppose the diminutive unseen champion may accompany you, Dromedus allowed, a dry, almost sarcastic twist entering his tone. The great beast seemed to roll its eyes, the earlier gravitude giving way to a moment of indulgent mockery. But solely because I'm feeling generous. His stature provides a certain entertainment. We have a servant, Kendra ventured. Not a person, a limberjack, a kind of living wooden doll. May we bring only you two and the invisible hero, Dromedus interrupted, the brief levity gone, replaced by stern authority. I regulate access to the path of dreams. Do you wish to attempt to claim the scepter or not? Seth glanced at Kendra, finding a steely resolve in her expression that mirrored his own sudden surge of determination. We want to try, he said, right? She drew a steadying breath, the air cool and ancient in her lungs. Yes. Then move back, Dromedus commanded. I haven't stretched like this in ages. It would be a real pity if I squashed you by mistake. Kendra and Seth backed through the doorway into the passage, giving Dromedus all the room he needed. From the cavern came the deafening roar of shifting stone, like a mountain being torn apart, and a thick cloud of pulverized rock billowed out. Seth quickly shoved the heavy door shut before the choking dust could overwhelm them. The colossal grinding and crashing went on and on, making the very floor tremble under their boots. Kendra glanced at her brother. He seemed so small suddenly, his face pale, eyes wide with a fear he was trying to hide. His hair was already coated in fine grey powder, and he had the flashlight pressed to one ear, his free hand clamped over the other in a futile attempt to block the apocalyptic noise. How in the world had two kids from Connecticut ended up in a situation like this? What if this ancient dragon's efforts got them buried alive? Wasn't there a professional hero somewhere who was supposed to handle this sort of thing? Finally, the thunder subsided into an echoing silence. Very well, Dromedus's voice rumbled through the door. You may come back now, little mortals. Holding tight to Seth's hand, Kendra pushed the door open again. Softly glowing orbs now floated near the cavern's ceiling, casting a gentle light over the transformed space. A haze of dust still drifted in the air. A massive, bowl-shaped crater now dominated the center of the floor, leading down to a perfectly square opening and a stairway that descended into darkness. It was staggering to realize Dromedus's body had once filled that entire space. The shattered debris from the floor had been swept into a mountainous pile against one wall. On the opposite side, Dromedus rested, curled up. The ancient dragon could almost be mistaken for another part of the cavern's geology, but the intricate patterned design of his stony scales gave him away, as did the great horned head resting atop the coiled form. He was colossal, easily twice as massive as Celebrant and built like a living fortress. Each of his claws looked capable of crumpling a school bus. You're enormous, Seth blurted out, his voice full of wonder. My kind generally expands with time, Dromedus replied, a dry humor in his tone. Yours tends to shrink and wrinkle, rather undignified, if you ask me. Could I walk the path of dreams by myself? Kendra asked suddenly. I beg your pardon, Dromedus responded, one great eyelid sliding open. Why risk both of us? Kendra pressed. No chance, Seth yelled immediately. If anyone goes alone, it should be me. You have basically no experience with not dying.
I've managed not to die plenty of times, Kendra shot back.
I admire the tactical discussion, Dromadus interjected, his voice like grinding boulders. But if I understand correctly, you must maintain physical contact to act as dragon tamers. Yes, he's sharp, Seth mumbled under his breath. Then you will need to remain together to walk the path of dreams, Dromadus concluded. You're welcome. That bit of wisdom might just keep you breathing.
Thank you, Kendra said, swallowing her fear. Is there anything else we should know before we go down there? Regrettably, I do not know the inner workings of the path, Dromadus admitted. Archadius guarded the particulars closely, as wizards are wont to do. Those who are unworthy will not endure. Death is the probable outcome. Now, off with you. Hand in hand, they climbed down into the depression until they reached the square opening where the stairs began. The glowing orbs lit a single long flight of steps descending into the earth, perhaps 100 steps deep. The path of dreams doesn't sound so awful, Calvin's tiny voice chirped from Seth's pocket. In my dreams I can sometimes fly, or breathe underwater like a fish. We visited a place called the Dreamstone once, back in Australia, Seth said, his voice dropping. It was awful. Not the good kind of dreams at all. We can do this, Kendra said, firmly, more to herself than anyone. She thought of her parents' faces, of her grandparents waiting at home. The memory of her mum braiding her hair by the fireplace, a simple, safe moment that felt a world away, flashed in her mind, hardening her resolve. They're all counting on us. We don't have a choice. They started down the stairs. At the bottom, a short corridor ended in a stone archway. The walls of the hallway were covered in deeply carved, mysterious runes that seemed to shift in the orb light. Seth, can you make out any of that writing? Kendra asked. Not a word, he said, squinting. You? Nothing, Kendra confirmed. Don't bother asking the Nipsey. Calvin piped up helpfully. The little guy's probably never seen an alphabet. Can you read it, Calvin? Seth asked, grinning slightly. Nope, Calvin admitted. Kendra stopped at the threshold of the arch. We have to keep holding hands, she reminded her brother, her grip tightening. I haven't let go yet, Seth pointed out. Just don't, Kendra whispered. I don't want to die because I was too scared to move. Then stop worrying about it, Seth said, and with a tug he pulled her through the arch. The room beyond was modest and mostly bare. Fainter globes provided a muted light, glinting off walls of polished copper decorated with raised runes and silhouettes of mythical beasts. Leaning against one wall was a single, long, narrow table, and on it sat 3 glass bottles, each sealed with a wax-coated cork. No other exits, Seth observed, looking around. What's the deal with the bottles? Kendra wondered aloud. Together they approached the table. The trio of bottles were crafted from a deep, smoky blue glass, each appearing ancient and unmarked. Do we dare take a sip? Seth ventured. Kendra eyed them warily. That feels reckless. What if they're toxic? Perhaps one is a poison, Seth countered. Or 2 of them, the third might be our ticket forward.
At least one of us ought to survive this, Calvin declared. Seth carefully lifted the Nipsey from his pocket. Calvin peered up, his expression one of keen interest. Maybe you should wait outside, Seth suggested. No reason for you to share the danger. Are you serious? Calvin retorted. A vassal is summoned by his lord for moments exactly like this, to stand firm when the situation turns dire. I didn't come all this way to cower at the first hint of peril. I'm the tiny hero, remember?
Not the tiny spectator. He gestured toward the bottles. Let me sample the left one first. I have a hunch about it. The middle bottle is too obvious a choice, best avoided. The right, most people are right-handed. Any clever wizard would anticipate that. I'm not convinced we should drink from any of them just yet, Kendra interjected. At the very least, we could uncork them and take a whiff. Now that's a clever idea, Calvin chirped. We can test the scents. If one smells particularly sweet, it's likely a decoy, especially if it's the center bottle.
I'll start with the left one, Seth said, tucking Calvin safely back into his pocket before picking up the vessel. Kendra, keep a hand on my shoulder instead of my hand so I can get some leverage. Kendra shifted her grip, sliding her palm up his arm to rest at the base of his neck, ensuring they remained connected. Seth seized the cork and tugged. He adjusted his hold and pulled once more. It won't budge. Let me try, Kendra insisted. It doesn't need your germs, Seth grumbled. Keep it up and you'll get a knuckle sandwich, Kendra warned, giving his neck a playful squeeze. All right, Seth relented, passing her the bottle. I probably loosened it a bit. Good luck. With Seth's hand steady on her shoulder, Kendra attempted to work the cork free. It was stubborn, feeling almost fused to the glass. Seth rummaged in his satchel with his other hand, producing a pocket knife. He used his teeth to unfold a small corkscrew attachment. Never actually used this thing before. You carry a corkscrew? Kendra asked, handing the bottle back and returning her hand to his neck. It took me a second to remember it was there, Seth admitted. Wasn't sure this old knife had one. He screwed the spiral into the cork and began to pull, his arm straining. Want me to try? Kendra offered. It's moving! Seth grunted through clenched teeth. With a final pop, the cork came free and a stream of greenish smoke began to erupt from the bottle's neck at an alarming speed. Fumbling momentarily, Seth pointed the opening away from them. Set it down, Kendra cried, releasing her hold on him. Don't breathe it in! He hastily returned the bottle to the table. Kendra seized his hand and dragged him back toward the archway. The green smoke continued to fountain upward, spreading across the ceiling in undulating waves. They dashed through the arch and turned to watch. Soon the billowing cloud obscured the bottle from view, though the hissing sound persisted. Remarkably, the smoke halted at the archway, held back by an invisible barrier. Within moments, a churning wall of emerald fog sealed the entrance from top to bottom. Kendra could barely see a few inches into the room. What now? She whispered. When the gas first started, I thought it might be a message, Seth mused. Patton left one like that once. Seems more like a trap to me, Kendra said flatly. Maybe it'll dissipate, Seth offered. Let's give it a minute. They waited in tense silence. I don't hear the hissing anymore, Seth noted. The smoke looks just as dense, Kendra observed. Maybe we hold our breath and try to grab the other 2 bottles, Seth proposed. That won't be simple, Kendra replied. Her voice edged with doubt. We won't be able to see a thing in there, Kendra said, peering into the thick green haze. Calvin's tiny voice piped up from Seth's pocket. Smoke is usually thinner near the floor, but this stuff looks dense all the way down. What if we open another bottle and it just releases more of this? Kendra asked, a note of worry in her voice. Then we run back up the stairs, Seth stated firmly. Let me test it. I'll hold my breath and dash in a short way, then come right back out. I don't think that's a good idea, Kendra argued. I didn't freeze when you let go of me earlier. I should make a run for the bottles by myself. Not by yourself, Kendra insisted immediately. If you're going in, I'm going with you. Dromedas said. We'd die if we didn't stay together, remember? What if you go in alone and we can't find each other again? Hey! Seth suddenly shouted, pointing across the chamber floor. Kendra turned just in time to see Calvin, who had somehow slipped from Seth's pocket, sprinting toward the smoky archway. How did he get down there? She gasped. Seth released Kendra's hand and bolted after the tiny Nipsey, but Calvin had too much of a lead and vanished into the green cloud before Seth could reach him. Seth dropped to his knees at the arch, thrusting his arm blindly into the haze, groping around before pulling it back empty. He's gone. That little guy is too quick. He must have climbed right down my leg. Maybe he'll come right back. Kendra offered hopefully, though her voice lacked conviction. He better, Seth grumbled. He just ignored a direct order from his leader. Kendra couldn't help but roll her eyes. Right,
Because you're famous for always following orders, especially when you think you know better.
Calvin, Seth yelled into the smoke. Time's up. Can you hear me? Get back here. They both stared into the eerie, silent green mist. After a long moment, Kendra whispered, "Oh, no! Calvin!" Seth called again, louder. "Are you lost? Follow my voice. Answer me if you can hear. More silence. He's not coming back," Kendra said, her heart sinking. "He said he was only going a few steps in and then coming right out." "And what did that teach us?" Seth complained, throwing his hands up. "Absolutely nothing. Did he accidentally breathe some in? Is he gone?"
"All we know for sure is that the smoke is dangerous," Kendra summarized. Her mind racing, Seth planted his hands on his hips, glaring at the archway. "We have to try for another bottle. What other choice do we have?" "I suppose we could just leave," Kendra suggested weakly. "Can we, though?" Seth shot back. "Can we really walk away from the scepter? Abandon Calvin? Go back to Blackwell, keep empty-handed? What if Celebrant already knows we're here? What if he pieces together what we're after and sends someone to grab the scepter tonight, or even right now? Has anyone ever lost a magical preserve just 2 days after becoming its caretaker? That would be a record." "Those are all fair points," Kendra conceded. "But if Celebrant does know we're here, what's to stop him from just taking the scepter from us on our way back?" "Let's cross that bridge if we get to it," Seth said. "We'll consult with Henrik and be as stealthy as possible. But first, we have to actually get the scepter. We can't lead a dragon right to its hiding place and then just leave it there." "Maybe nobody followed us," Kendra said, trying to sound hopeful. "We haven't seen any dragons since Terabel. Maybe we're about to suffocate in a poison cloud for absolutely no reason." "We hold our breath," Seth said, decisively, grabbing Kendra's hand. "In and out, we run to the table, each grab a bottle and run straight back out. Don't breathe." "I guess," Kendra said, her uncertainty plain. "Seth, are you absolutely sure about this?" "I'm not sure we'll make it," Seth admitted, his expression grim. "But I'm sure we have to try." Kendra let out a long, resigned sigh. "Okay, I'm in. Are you ready? Breathe slowly. Then take one deep breath and hold it," Seth instructed. 3. They both breathed in and out slowly. 2. They did it again in sync. 1. They took their final deep breaths. Seth gave a sharp nod. Holding his hand tightly, Kendra let him lead her into the smoky room. The dense fumes immediately stung her eyes, so she squeezed them shut. Keeping them open only showed a wall of solid green. She hadn't gone more than a few steps before a strange lightheadedness washed over her. Her foot caught on nothing, and she stumbled, barely keeping her balance. She felt Seth lurch beside her. The floor seemed to tilt under her feet. A wave of dizziness made the world spin. This was not going to work at all. Kendra pulled Seth toward the exit, but he jerked her the other way, nearly toppling her over. Holding tight to his hand, she froze, completely disoriented. Perhaps they could feel along a wall to find their way back. How much longer could she hold her breath? It was already a strain. The ground seemed to tilt beneath her, and a strange, weightless sensation washed over her, a sudden, unexpected calm. She opened her eyes. The green smoke no longer stung. She realized she was breathing, and the air didn't hurt her lungs. In fact, it carried a faint, almost pleasant scent. Then her feet found solid flooring again, and as quickly as it had appeared, the smoke vanished, not blown away, but simply fading into nothing. She now stood in a lengthy chamber, lined with dark wood and crowded with coffins. The soft glow of melting candles cast flickering shadows. The unsettling boxes lay on tables or stood propped against the walls, every one of them shut. Kendra could still feel Seth's hand in hers, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Was he invisible? She reached out with her free hand, but touched nothing, no arm, no shoulder. Only the grip of his fingers remained. She gave a firm squeeze. He squeezed back.
"Seth?" she whispered, afraid to raise her voice. "Can you hear me?" No answer came, but his hand stayed in hers. That was something, at least. What was happening? Was this some kind of dream? It felt startlingly real, in fact. She felt hyper-aware, not sleepy at all. But how had she gotten here? A cold dread crept in. What if those coffins began to open? Kendra wasn't sure she could face that. The room had no visible windows or doors, unless they were hidden behind the coffins. Everything was tidy, but the caskets looked ancient, and the air held a cloying perfume that seemed to cover something worse. The coffins stayed closed. "Hello," Kendra called softly. "Is anyone there?" Silence. What was she supposed to do now? Her gaze drifted to the nearest coffin resting on a table. Did she dare look inside? What if a monster waited in there? What if lifting the lid triggered some horrible chain reaction, unleashing zombies from every side? She glanced toward an empty corner. Maybe she should just sit down and wait. But was sitting still going to help? Probably not. She had chosen to walk the path of dreams. This was undoubtedly part of the trial. She needed to find the scepter, and Seth, and Calvin. Steeling herself, Kendra approached the closest coffin and laid her free hand on the lid. She scanned the room. How many were there? 50? 60? Many stood upright like ancient sarcophagi. Would bodies spill out if those were opened? At least this one lay flat. She wanted to lift the lid but hesitated. What if a skeleton lay inside? Or a rotting corpse? Or a vampire? Then again, if the coffins were full of enemies, they'd likely attack eventually. She might as well know, gripping Seth's unseen hand tighter. She pushed the lid all the way open, then stumbled back with a gasp, tears springing to her eyes. It wasn't fair inside. Lay her Grandpa Larson, eyes closed, looking exactly as he had at his funeral. Same clothes, same hairstyle. Back then, Kendra hadn't known she was viewing a duplicate created by a sting bulb. The sight hit her with a fresh wave of grief. She shut the lid quickly and stood still for a moment, struggling to compose herself. Squeezing Seth's hand, she took a slow, steadying breath. Okay. This was at least partly a dream. She had left Grandpa Larson safe at Fablehaven. That couldn't really be him in there yet. It looked exactly like him. Moving to another coffin, she lifted the lid and found Grandma Larson inside. It was less shocking this time, but no less unsettling. What was the purpose of this place? Just to torment her? Where was Seth right now? She assumed he could feel her hand. Was he trapped in his own twisted nightmare somewhere? Kendra approached the next coffin and raised its lid, her eyes falling upon the still form of Grandpa Sorensen. She had never actually seen him deceased, yet this image matched exactly what she would have imagined. Mentally, she repeated that he was secure at Blackwell Keep, that he was perfectly fine. The vision remained ghastly regardless. She reached out and pressed a finger against his side, recoiling at the sensation. It was stiff and wrong, an unsettling texture she had no real-life reference for, having never touched a dead body before. The subsequent coffin revealed Grandma Sorensen. By this point, Kendra anticipated encountering the lifeless faces of those she cherished, but no amount of preparation could truly numb the shock. Lifting the next lid, she found Seth. Her insides twisted into a hard knot. He looked utterly convincing and utterly deceased, yet the weightless, invisible grip of his hand remained in hers, a tangible anchor of proof that he was still alive. She clung to that sensation. Another coffin lid revealed Coulter Dixon, their old friend slain by the demon growlers. This provoked a deeper, more visceral horror within Kendra, because his death was a brutal fact of her past. Gritting her teeth, she shut the lid and began to move faster, methodically opening each container, giving the occupant only a fleeting glance before moving on. She fought to suppress her reactions, attempting to frame it all as a morbid wax exhibit full of convincing replicas. It had to be fake. It simply had to be. But every detail screamed of chilling reality, and her own senses confirmed she was fully, painfully awake. Mom. Dad. Warren. Tanu. Lena. Patton. No matter the mental mantras she recited, each new corpse delivered a fresh, emotional blow. She considered halting her search, but the possibility that one coffin might conceal the scepter drove her forward. She had to be certain. Having finished with the coffins resting on tables, she turned her attention to the majority, which stood upright against the walls. The first upright coffin she cautiously opened held Vanessa. The body did not pitch forward but remained standing, appearing just as lifeless as the others. Maybe they've got hidden straps or something, Kendra thought with a grim, almost sarcastic detachment, because of course a room full of nightmare fuel would prioritize proper corpse posture. She continued along the wall. Dale, Trask, Agad, Maddox, her school friend Alyssa, her friend Brittany, Mara from Lost Mesa, Berrigan from Obsidian Waste. After closing each one, she checked behind it, hoping to find a hidden door or window, but only found more unyielding wall. As she progressed, the faces remained recognizable, but belonged to people she knew less intimately, former teachers, casual acquaintances, allies from past adventures. She steeled herself, half expecting to find Bracken at any moment, but he never appeared. Startling her, a full-length mirror stood between two coffins. Her reflection stared back, but it was a version of herself that was older, more womanly. She was taller, her features more defined and mature, and she looked frankly stunning. Glancing down at her own body, Kendra saw no such transformation. Not even her clothes matched the reflection. A cold dread seeped into her bones. Was this a glimpse of her future? Was she destined to outlive everyone here? A jarring realization struck her. She had contemplated becoming an eternal. The immortal enchantment offered to mortals would grant her centuries, binding her life to the security of the new demon prison. A shiver cascaded down her spine and fanned across her shoulders. Was this room illustrating the cost of that choice? A lonely eternity watching everyone she loved perish? Or were they all fated to die before her, regardless? She shook her head sharply, dispelling the thought. She was granting this awful place far too much authority. It was all just terrifying nonsense, devoid of any real meaning. Abandoning the mirror, Kendra opened more coffins, discovering more deceased acquaintances. Soon, only one last wall of the room remained unexplored. As she worked her way down the final row, she noticed a strange, wet squelch underfoot. She paused. Hadn't the floor been made of wood like the walls? She was certain it had been. Now, however, the entire floor was blanketed in dark, clinging mud. Taking a step toward the next coffin, she sank in past her ankles. By the time she reached the following one, the mud was up to her shins. Only 5 coffins remained now. The nearest one held Aunt Zola, who had dropped off Knox and Tess before leaving on that vacation with Kendra's parents. 4 left to go. Kendra trudged toward the next coffin, the thick mud growing even softer beneath her, swallowing her legs up to the knees. She lifted the lid to find Uncle Pete, Zola's husband, lying inside. Only 3 remained. Each step became a heavier labor as the mire climbed past her knees. At the next coffin, she revealed Knox. 2 left. Plunging deeper with every movement, Kendra forced herself onward through the thickening, soupy sludge. By the time she reached the second-to-last coffin, the mud had risen to her waist, making the coffin appear strangely tall. She continued to sink slowly, as if trapped in quicksand. Pulling the lid open, she saw Tess, the young girl's features pale and still. Tess was the youngest corpse Kendra had encountered, and even though the rapid parade of familiar faces had left her somewhat numb, The sight of her little cousin dead delivered a fresh, sharp pain. Tess should have been outside, chasing imaginary fairies across the sunlit grass. What kind of twisted mind had designed this awful place? One coffin remained. After shutting the lid, Kendra waded forward. She sank rapidly until the mud reached her shoulders, and her motions felt less like wading and more like treading water. Her feet found no solid ground, so she kicked instead of stepped, stroking with her arms as if swimming through glue. She kept a firm grip on the invisible hand, but she was floundering badly, barely keeping her head above the murky surface. With a final, desperate lunge, Kendra grabbed the edge of the last upright coffin. For a moment she clung there, gasping. Then she hauled it open to find nothing. No body, no interior shape. Only pure darkness. Kendra had grown unaccustomed to such absolute blackness. Nothing was truly dark to her anymore unless she shut her eyes. One thing was clear: she had to escape this mud before she drowned. Strangely, none of the coffins or other furniture in the room was sinking. Only her. It was as if the mud wanted her alone. Heaving herself up, Kendra slithered out of the muck and into the empty coffin. Reaching into the darkness, she felt no back panel. Was this what she'd been searching for? A hidden passage? An exit? Why was it so utterly dark? She still couldn't see a thing. Holding tight to Seth's invisible hand, Kendra stepped into the black void. There was no ground beneath her feet, but she didn't fall. She simply floated forward, enveloped in a blindness so complete it was dizzying. From behind, she thought she heard the voices of her family and friends calling out. But that couldn't be right. Not here. She had just seen them all, and they were dead. Seth saw only a dense green fog. He couldn't even make out his own hand until it was inches from his face. The room seemed to spin slowly, leaving him disoriented and light-headed. Every sense of direction had vanished. But he had to find those other 2 bottles. He had to grab them and escape. Kendra pulled him one way. He tugged in another, though he no longer knew if he was heading toward the table with the bottles, back toward the arch, or into some empty corner. Seth tried to keep walking, but his feet suddenly lost contact with the floor. He pedaled in the air, drifting inside the green haze, clutching Kendra's hand tightly. And then, just as abruptly, he felt solid ground again. The green smoke dissolved. Seth stood in the center of a vast banquet hall with a polished parquet floor and an ornate coffered ceiling, dimly illuminated by candles in enormous chandeliers. 2 impossibly long tables stretched down either side of the room. Dozens of shadowy figures dined and murmured quietly. Servants in crisp livery cleared empty plates and replenished food and tableware with silent efficiency. No one paid Seth any attention. He still held Kendra's hand, but she was nowhere to be seen. He found he could move his arm freely, as if her hand were detached from her body. He waved his other hand through the air near her invisible grip, but felt nothing else. The hand squeezed his briefly, and he squeezed back. Seth whispered Kendra's name into the strange silence, but there was no answer. The only connection he had to her was the faint, inexplicable feeling of her hand in his. This bizarre situation left him with nothing but confusion. Had he somehow been transported here? Was any of this real, or just an incredibly vivid dream? Why could he sense her hand and nothing else? A sudden, cold certainty washed over him. He wasn't alone. From the moment this grand banquet hall had formed from the mist, he had kept his gaze forward. Now, he was utterly sure someone else was present. Not the oblivious feasters and their servers, but something far more sinister lurking behind him. A part of him wanted to ignore it, to simply walk over and try to blend in with the oblivious guests. But he forced himself to turn. At the far end of the opulent room stood a figure that didn't belong. It was the only other being not partaking in the feast. a demon staring directly at him with glowing red eyes set in a wolf-like head covered in dark, greasy fur. It stood as tall as a man, a tattered cloak obscuring most of its form, revealing only rat-like hands and feet. Seth had never seen this particular demon before, yet there was a dreadful, unsettling familiarity about it. He knew its kind. The creature's gaze never wavered. Swallowing his fear, Seth walked toward it, stopping just out of arm's reach. Seth Sorensen, the demon said, its mouth opening to reveal a nightmare of jagged, crooked teeth. Seth had a bizarre, fleeting thought about whether wolves ever needed braces. "We finally meet?" "You know who I am?" Seth asked.
"We all know you," the demon replied smoothly. "All the wolf people who lurk at fancy parties?" Seth shot back, his sarcasm a thin shield. "I am Talizar," it stated, ignoring the jab. "I believe we could establish a relationship that serves us both." "Let me guess," Seth said flatly. "Demon, indeed," Talizar confirmed. "And I'm done with demons," Seth declared. "How can that be?" Talizar asked, its tone unnervingly calm. "You're a shadow charmer. You are part of the family."
"I'm no demon," Seth insisted. "You require a mentor," Talizar pressed. "Do you know what I did to my last one?" Seth challenged. "Grawler's was already fading," Talizar dismissed. "You merely hastened his end. Any mentor foolish enough to be bested by his student gets what he deserves. The truly powerful among us have all surpassed our teachers. You still want to help me, even knowing I killed the last demon who tried?" Seth asked, incredulous.
"Growlers betrayed you," Talizar pointed out. "I would only betray you if you gave me a compelling reason to." "What if I decide to kill you instead?" Seth asked. "Attempt it if you feel you must," Talizar said, a dangerous edge entering its voice. "But do not fail. The consequences would be most unpleasant for you." Seth fought to keep the chill from showing. "Maybe the smartest thing is for us to just stay away from each other." "Not if you wish to find the scepter," Talizar said, as casually as mentioning the weather. "What do you know about it?" Seth demanded. "Enough," Talizar said. "And I know you're stumbling in the dark regarding your own potential. So much power lies dormant within you. You could accomplish far more, become far more." "I've made bargains with demons before," Seth said, his voice hardening. "Never again. I mean it. You may mean it," Talizar conceded. "But are you correct? The dragons pose a monumental threat. You cannot hope to oppose them alone. You are hopelessly outmatched. Demons and dragons are not allies. I could provide the assistance you need." "No chance," Seth refused. "You'd help me right up until the moment you decided to turn on me, then simply ensure that betraying you never becomes the advantageous choice," Talizar reasoned. "Adhere to a few basic principles, and a partnership could yield tremendous rewards for us both." The memories surged forward, raw and painful. "Growlers killed my friend," Seth said, the words thick with a grief that threatened to overwhelm him. He took a shaky breath, forcing the anger down so he could speak. "I won't risk that happening again. Your emotions are clouding your judgment," Talizar said, its tone almost clinical. "Did your alliance with Growlers play a role in a friend's death? Possibly. But consider how many more might have perished without it. Would you even be alive?" "What of your sister?" Seth was silent, the argument striking a nerve. Without Grawlers' knowledge, he might never have retrieved the unicorn horn from the centaurs. Without that horn, Kendra and countless others could have died during their last confrontation at Wyrmroost. Could they have possibly defeated the dragon Siletta without it? And no Grawlers might also have meant never finding the sword Vasilis. The entire battle at Zizix might have been lost to the demons. The logic was cold, uncomfortable, and terrifyingly persuasive. Clenching his jaw, Seth let out a low, frustrated sound. "You demons have a real talent for twisting everything. We simply perceive reality without the usual filters," Talizar replied smoothly. "Most find that perspective rather unsettling." And in between those insights, you're busy trying to conquer everything. Seth shot back. You destroy, deceive, and abandon anyone in your way. When it serves our purpose? Certainly, Talizar conceded with a slight shrug. I don't require your assistance, Seth stated firmly. His eyes scanned the crowded, noisy hall. Just tell me how to leave. Providing an exit would constitute help, Talizar pointed out. Consider it a strong suggestion, Seth countered. I can offer more than suggestions, Talizar said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. What if you could understand the full scope of your shadow charmer gifts? I could awaken a latent power within you this very moment. Imagine walking out of this place, not empty-handed, but with the concealed scepter in your grasp. That would be helpful, Seth admitted, his voice laced with caution. It's simple, Talizar pressed. Form a pact with me. Your previous patron is gone. Acknowledge me as your new guide, and the scepter becomes yours. What would that actually involve? Seth asked, his mind racing to a memory of his sister, Kendra, warning him about deals that sounded too good to be true over a campfire weeks ago. A detail that now felt painfully relevant. It means you and your sister will live through the path of dreams, Talizar promised. Afterward, I will aid you in crafting a plan to return the scepter to Blackwell Keep. And what would be required of me in return? Seth questioned. You would visit my physical domain, Talizar explained. And you would be prepared to respond when I summon you. A mutual exchange of favors. Aren't you visiting me right now? Seth asked, gesturing at their surroundings. This is a dream space, Talizar clarified. We are not together in the flesh. This is an elaborate creation by masterful wizards. Actions here have consequences. Get wounded here, and you bleed in the waking world. Die here, and you perish for good. How did you even get in? Seth wondered aloud.
Your consciousness upon entering created a pathway for me, Talizar said. This realm crafts experiences linked to its visitors. Do you actually possess the scepter? I know the precise method to obtain it, Talizar assured him. I can lead you to it. Seth paused, the offer hanging in the air. The prospect of guidance was tempting, and unlocking new abilities was a powerful lure. Much of what the demon proposed sounded logical, even sensible.
But then growlers had seemed reasonable once too. Demons possessed a silver-tongued persuasion that didn't equate to honesty, a lesson Seth had learned through bitter experience. I'll manage on my own, Seth finally declared. As you prefer, Talizar said, pulling his dark cloak tighter with an air of finality. Are you going to attack me now? Seth asked, bracing himself. If your death was my goal, this conversation would not be happening, Talizar stated flatly. I seldom repeat an offer, but should you reconsider and desire aid, you may seek me out in the tangible world, provided, of course, you survive this dreamscape. Talizar's gaze shifted past Seth, his tone suddenly dripping with sarcastic contempt. Do watch this gathering, forever feasting, yet eternally hungry. Darkness swallowed the hall for an instant. When Seth's vision cleared, Talizar had vanished. A profound silence had fallen. The murmur of voices, the clatter of cutlery on plates, the swift steps of attendants, all had ceased. Talizar had spoken with him at the hall's far end, leaving Seth with his back to the lengthy dining tables. He turned around slowly, reluctantly. No one was eating, no servants moved. Every figure was frozen in place, some seated, others standing, and every single eye was fixed intently on Seth. He couldn't tell if the people had changed, or if he had simply failed to look closely before. Now he saw them clearly. They were all undead, desiccated and withered, yet not as ephemeral as wraiths, nor as vacant as zombies. A chilling awareness flickered in their hollow gazes. In unison, the motionless revelers and servants began to shift, advancing toward him with deliberate slowness. Chairs scraped backward, figures rose and turned. The entire assembly crept forward, a slow, relentless tide aimed at Seth. A cold wave of dread started to rise within him, an icy sensation skittering over his skin, but, for now, unable to reach his core. He remembered past encounters where the mere presence of the undead had locked him in place with pure terror. This time, the fear was a surface chill, but the advancing crowd promised it would soon sink much deeper. Since becoming a shadow charmer, Seth had faced many fears, but nothing compared to the sheer weight of terror radiating from the figures now surrounding him. Each one felt as terrifying as the revenant he'd once battled. Gripping Kendra's hand tightly, he desperately searched for an escape. The undead assembly advanced with such unnatural slowness, it felt like some bizarre, staged performance. Yet even at this pace, they would eventually trap him. There had to be over 100. If they sped up even a little, he'd be overwhelmed in seconds. His eyes swept the walls, finding no windows or doors, until he spotted a set of velvet drapes behind where Talizar had stood. Seth dashed over, yanking the heavy fabric aside to reveal a solid door. The handle refused to turn, locked firmly. He shook and pulled with all his strength, but it was useless. His fingers found a large keyhole. Did Talizar have the key, or was it hidden somewhere else? All the while, the slow-motion crowd crept closer. Seth's gaze was drawn to the center of the banquet hall, where a withered, aristocratic-looking woman wore a large key on a cord around her neck. He scanned the other guests, but saw no other keys. That one looked like it might fit. He had to reach it. If these guests ever decided to move at a normal speed, things would turn ugly fast. But without that key, he was already doomed. The choice was clear. Seth darted forward. Weaving through the eerily slow crowd, felt surreal, like one of those nightmares where you're stuck in molasses while everything else moves normally. Only now the roles were reversed. These figures were horrifying up close, leathery skin stretched over sunken cheeks, wispy hair clinging to scalps. He'd faced the undead before, but there was something especially unsettling about desiccated corpses dressed in fine banquet attire. And though they moved slowly, every one of them pivoted toward him, their hollow eyes tracking his every move, arms stretching out, as if through thick syrup. Reaching the noblewoman, Seth ducked behind her as she gradually turned, her jaw unhinging silently. In one quick motion, he lifted the cord over her head and snatched the key. But the path back to the door was now clogged with guests who had closed in around him. Space to maneuver was vanishing fast. A cold hand brushed his arm, sending a searing pain through his skin. Seth dove sideways, rolling beneath a long banquet table and scrambling between chair legs, the key clutched in one hand, the other still holding Kendra's. Instead of cutting him off, the guests simply pressed toward him, which allowed Seth to squirm to the end of the table and burst out near the door. He reached the threshold well ahead of them, shoved the key into the lock, turned it, and pushed the door open. Beyond lay nothing but absolute darkness. Not exactly comforting, but still better than staying behind as the banquet's guest of honor. Seth pulled Kendra through and slammed the door shut behind them. Then he ran blindly into the void after only a few steps. The ground vanished. He was floating, maybe slowly turning, but with no gravity or visual reference. It was impossible to tell. All he could do was cling to Kendra's hand in the dark. When the darkness finally dissolved, Kendra found herself standing beside Seth, their hands still joined. He looked as surprised and relieved as she felt. "Seth," Kendra cried, tears welling in her eyes. "Are you okay?" "Mostly," he said, still visibly shaken. "What about you? Any sign of the scepter?" "Just a room full of dead bodies," Kendra replied. "Yeah," Seth said, with a weak, almost sarcastic laugh. "I got the same delightful tour. Dead people everywhere really sets the mood, doesn't it?" "They came after me," Seth said, his voice still edged with adrenaline. "People you recognized?" Kendra asked, searching his face. "Not even close. They were these shriveled up, Shambling things, slow as molasses. I saw everyone, Kendra whispered, the memory tightening her throat. You, Mum and Dad, our grandparents, everyone we love, they were all gone, laid out in caskets. Well, that sounds like a terrible party, Seth quipped, trying to lighten the mood. I'm just really glad you're okay, Kendra said, forcing a small smile. If you're fine, maybe the others are too. The whole time I could feel you holding my hand. I felt it too. Seth squinted, taking in their new surroundings. So where did we land now? They were in a rough tunnel that opened into an enormous underground chamber ahead. The space was illuminated by the flickering glow of massive iron bowls filled with fire. The walls sparkled, studded with clusters of crystals, mostly milky white, but some were perfectly clear. I have no idea, Kendra admitted. But look at all this. It's incredible. A loud, brittle crunch echoed from deeper in the cavern. What was that? Seth hissed. Probably nothing good, Kendra sighed. This whole experience has been one long, awful dream back with the zombies, I talked to her. Creature, Seth offered. He called this place a dream space. Said we could still get seriously hurt here. Or worse. What kind of creature? Kendra asked, trying to sound only mildly interested. His name was Talizar. Never seen him before. Had the head of a wolf. Kendra's blood ran cold. She recognized that name from Jubea's warnings. What did he want? She asked, keeping her tone light. Offered to help, actually. Promised to teach me some new tricks and help us locate the scepter. But don't worry, I told him no. I know I make dumb choices sometimes, but I'm not a complete idiot. Another sharp crunch fractured the silence. Kendra grabbed Seth's sleeve. We should check it out. The cavern floor was unnaturally level and smooth, almost like glass, despite the jagged, crystal-encrusted walls. In a shallow, bowl-like hollow to their left, they spotted 4 enormous eggs, each as big as a beach ball. 2 had rough, scaly purple shells, like a strange fruit. A third was sleek and swirled with color, like polished stone. The last one was crisscrossed with fine lines and gleamed with a dull metallic gold sheen. With a fresh crunch, the swirly egg wobbled, then rocked onto its side. A pair of tiny clawed feet poked through a web of cracks. Dragon eggs, Seth breathed, his eyes darting around nervously, which means a mommy dragon is probably around here somewhere. Oh, but look, he's adorable, Kendra cooed, watching the little claws struggle. Just trying to break free, adorable, until they grow up and decide to redecorate the planet with fire, Seth retorted. But Kendra just shook her head. You can't hold that against him. He hasn't even hatched yet. Maybe he'll be friendly, like Raxtus. Another crack splintered the shell, widening the gap. Should we help it out? Kendra wondered. Suddenly Seth gasped. Oh no! What is it, the mother? Kendra spun around, fear spiking, but Seth was staring past her. Lumbering toward them was a monstrous scorpion, its glossy black shell reflecting the firelight. It was colossal, its barbed tail arched high above their heads, pincers large enough to sever a limb. Seth yanked Kendra backward toward the narrower tunnel they'd come from. The scorpion clattered after them for a few steps, claws snapping. Then it stopped, turning its attention toward the hollow where the eggs lay.
It's going for the eggs,
Kendra cried out. Better them than us, Seth said pragmatically. But they're babies, Seth, helpless. You remember what almost happened to Raxtus? We're supposed to protect this place. We have to do something. It's just a dream, Seth insisted, though he sounded less sure. It's a dream where the stakes feel very, very real, Kendra shot back, her voice firm. She snatched up a loose stone and hurled it. It clattered harmlessly near the scorpion's legs, but the creature whirled toward them, its venomous tail poised and trembling. After a heart-stopping pause, it turned back to the eggs. Seth launched a rock of his own, which struck the base of its tail with a solid thwack. This time the scorpion charged. It moved with shocking speed. Kendra and Seth scrambled backward, but the creature was gaining fast. A deafening, ground-shaking roar suddenly split the air, making them both duck. The scorpion instantly changed direction, skittering sideways in panic. A second roar, even louder, reverberated through the cavern. The scorpion made a desperate dash for a large fissure in the wall. It was almost to safety when an enormous, taloned claw slammed down from above, crushing the scorpion with a final sickening crunch. Kendra's fingers remained tightly laced with Seth's as she tilted her head back, following the immense fur-covered leg up to the dragon peering down at them. This was unlike any dragon she had ever imagined. Its body was shrouded in a dense chocolate-brown pelt rather than scales, and its head was a bizarre fusion of an African buffalo and a crocodile, crowned by two sets of horns that swept outward before curling back. "It appears I have guests," a voice of astonishing depth and resonance spoke. "Has no one taught you the peril of interrupting a dragon mother with her brood?" "We were defending your eggs from that giant scorpion," Kendra explained quickly. "I observed as much, which is the sole reason you still draw breath," the dragon replied. "Can you both converse? State your names." "Kendra." "Seth. What madness has led you here, little mortals? A dragon's den is no playground for your kind." "We didn't plan to come here," Kendra said. "We're searching for something." The massive creature lowered her head, bringing her formidable gaze closer. "Elaborate. Searching for what? Precisely." Kendra shot a look at Seth, who merely gave a helpless shrug. "Your continued survival hinges on your honesty," the dragon intoned. "My patience is a finite resource, the hidden scepter," Seth blurted out. "We're the caretakers of Wyrmroost. We need the scepter that safeguards Blackwell Keep." "A logical assumption," the dragon said. "I am Betrayal, the guardian of the labyrinth which leads to that very artifact, and I find myself in a quandary."
"What is it?" Kendra asked. "My duty dictates I should end your lives," Betrayal stated flatly. "Yet you shielded my unhatched young. At least one would have been lost without your actions. So, you're not going to eat us?" Seth ventured, a flicker of hope in his voice. The dragon studied them for a prolonged, silent moment. "I shall grant you a sporting chance. You have 5 minutes. Enter my labyrinth, and I will wait that long before I begin my pursuit."
"Locate the scepter, and you may depart unharmed. Fail, and I will fulfill my obligation and consume you." "But we are the caretakers," Kendra protested, a spark of frustration cutting through her fear. "The scepter is rightfully ours. Why not simply hand it over?" "I am the guardian of the scepter," Betrayal reiterated, her tone leaving no room for debate. "My directives come from the founders of Wyrmroost themselves. You have my offer. Your time begins now." "Which way?" Seth yelled, already turning. Betrayal shifted her great head, indicating the path behind her where the cavern stretched into a vast darkness. "Make haste," she advised, a hint of dark amusement in her rich voice. "I am remarkably swift." Hand in hand, Kendra and Seth broke into a sprint. "Could we negotiate for a few extra minutes?" Seth called over his shoulder. "We're pretty worn out from that scorpion fight. Your minutes are dwindling." Betrayal's voice echoed after them. As they raced across the unnaturally smooth stone floor, the cavern around them seemed to breathe and expand, the ceiling vaulting to impossible heights and the walls receding into shadow. Ahead, a formidable barrier of stone blocks at least 20 feet high stretched from one side of the cavern to the other, broken only by a single narrow opening. "That's the labyrinth," Seth groaned. "She can just fly over the top. What kind of fair chance is that?" He was right. The cavern ceiling soared even higher beyond the entrance to the maze. "At least we're not dragon food yet," Kendra countered, her breath coming fast. "We need to move." Past the breach in the wall, the path forked sharply to the right and left. The dim corridor was intermittently lit by fiery cauldrons set into the walls. "I wish we could just climb up and get a view," Seth muttered, craning his neck. "The walls are too high and smooth," Kendra said. "No way up." "Which direction?" "We should split up," Seth proposed. Kendra's stomach clenched. "We'll just freeze in terror when she comes for us." "And how many extra steps does not freezing buy us?" Seth argued, his logic annoyingly practical. "Like 10, and she can't be in 2 places at once. If we split up, it's like turning 4 minutes into 8. The idea of navigating this stone puzzle alone filled Kendra with dread, but his reasoning was sound. "Okay," she relented, reluctantly releasing his hand. "Just hurry." She darted to the left, while Seth sprinted to the right. Yet a bizarre sensation lingered, a phantom pressure in her palm, as if she were still holding on. After letting go, the feeling of Seth's invisible hand inexplicably returned, warm and reassuring. "I can still feel you," Kendra called out, her voice bouncing off the stone. "Me too," came Seth's distant reply. Kendra poured all her energy into running. There was no time for careful exploration or strategy. She had to trust pure instinct and blind luck. With every new intersection she passed, her hope dwindled. The possibilities were endless, a maddening geometric trap. She whipped around corner after corner, making snap decisions at every junction, her only constant anchor the unseen, steadfast grip of her brother's hand. Perhaps the dragon's immunity meant she couldn't be paralyzed either. Kendra clung to that sliver of hope. If she moved quickly and fortune smiled, she might still locate the scepter. It could be waiting just beyond the next turn, ready to reveal itself at any second. The initial dead end was a letdown. By the third, a creeping sense of disorientation set in. After the 5th, she was utterly lost, possibly even circling back toward the entrance. She cursed her lack of a plan. She should have committed to always turning right, or marked her path somehow. It was too late for regrets now. Sweat stung her eyes, but she forced her legs to keep moving. How much time had passed? 5 minutes felt like a lifetime. A stitch burned in her side, and her muscles were turning to jelly, forcing her to slow from a desperate sprint. Then the dragon's roar shook the very air. Seth tore around a corner, hit a 4-way intersection, veered left, took a right at the following fork, and slammed into a solid wall. Wheeling around, he backtracked to the last junction and tried the other path. This was a disaster. Time was bleeding away. "Seth," a small, frantic voice called. "Over here, Seth." He skidded to a stop. Looking down, he saw Calvin sprinting toward him, arms waving wildly. "Calvin!" Seth gasped, relief flooding him as he scooped up the tiny figure. "You're okay. There's a dragon coming. We have to move." He started running again. "I found the scepter," Calvin yelled over the pounding footsteps. "But it was mounted too high. I couldn't reach it. Turn around." Seth stumbled to a halt. "You know the way back?" "That way," Calvin pointed urgently. Seth took off in the new direction. "You're sure you remember the route?" "Left," Calvin shouted. "What good would I be if I forgot now?" "Straight ahead. There were so many turns," Seth said, afraid to believe. 12 more turns, Calvin confirmed. "Go right. Make that 11, Kendra," Seth bellowed, his voice echoing. "If you can hear me, follow my voice. Calvin's with me. He knows the way." "Straight on," Calvin directed. "Did you see the dragon with the massive horns left here?" "You saw her too," Seth exclaimed, taking the turn. "She gave us a 5-minute head start. Go right. Really? Well, that's almost sporting of her. Straight, then a left. It wasn't much of a chance until I found you. How long have you been in here?" "Keep going. Not long, but it feels like forever. My legs are like wet noodles. So much running. Up ahead. Turn left." "This maze must feel like a continent to you." Seth panted. "You have no idea. Go right. I had a little help finding the scepter, actually. Now left, running all the way back to the entrance nearly finished me off. You made it all the way to where I found you. Left, Calvin said. This part loops back on itself, around this bend, then that one. It twists for a while. I was trying to reach the entrance so we wouldn't lose each other in this stone jungle. Okay, right now. Who helped you? Seth asked, curiosity cutting through his panic. Go left, Calvin directed, evading. It's a long story. I'll tell you if we survive now right. A colossal roar thundered through the cavern, vibrating in Seth's bones. His legs and lungs screamed in protest, but the sound spurred him back into a full sprint. This is going to be tight, Calvin said, his voice strained. Then, with a gasp, I see her. How? Burelli's voice rang out, dripping with disbelief. Impossible. Left. Calvin urged. Run for your life? That's it. Ahead, Seth saw it, a covered alcove, the only roofed section in the entire maze. 2 iron cauldrons burned within, casting a flickering glow. Between them, mounted horizontally on the stone, was a golden scepter, its jewels glittering in the firelight. Seth didn't dare look back. He poured every ounce of strength into his sprint. The sound of enormous wings beating the air and the sinister whistle of a vast body in motion filled his ears. 15 yards! Halt! Burelli commanded. 10 yards! She's right behind us! Calvin cried. Seth plunged into the roofed corridor. 5 yards, a deafening whoosh of dragon breath, preceded a scorching wave of heat. The approaching fireball lit up the end of the maze, its fierce light blazing across the scepter's jewels. Seth leaped, his fingers closed around the cool metal shaft just as the blistering heat became unbearable. Kendra felt Burelli release a long breath beside her, and the flickering light from her flames briefly illuminated the cavern ceiling before everything plunged into darkness. Blinking, Kendra found herself lying on the floor of the familiar starting room. The eerie green smoke had vanished. On the table at the far end, 3 bottles remained, 2 sealed with corks, 1 open. Seth was sprawled next to her, his shirt and hair lightly charred, carrying the faint scent of a recent fire. Their hands were still clasped. Grinning, Seth lifted his free hand to reveal a golden scepter about 3 feet in length, its top swelling into a jewel-encrusted orb. You actually got it, Kendra exclaimed, pushing herself up. Was any of that real? It felt like a wild dream. Hard to say, Seth replied. It seemed incredibly vivid. I never let go of your hand. Maybe because we never physically left this spot, Kendra suggested, giving his fingers a reassuring squeeze.
Wherever we went, it left evidence, Seth said, rolling up his sleeve to show circular bruises on his forearm. Got these from those creepy figures? Their grip was icy. They weren't ordinary zombies, something much worse. Likely liches if a mere touch left bruises, Calvin chimed in. A standard zombie wouldn't mark you like that, and a revenant would have caused decay. Calvin, Kendra cried with relief. You're okay. We were so concerned. He's the real MVP, Seth declared.
The tiny hero strikes again. He'd already located the scepter and guided me right to it. I was just getting to that part, Calvin said, clearly delighted to have listeners. He gestured animatedly as he spoke. Charging into that smoke was a bad idea. I got disoriented instantly and wound up in a chamber with giants stomping around. Wizards never consider the little people when designing these traps. Since when do fairies go on treasure hunts or brownies? Even leprechauns, they acquire gold through cunning and charm, not dungeon crawling. But leprechauns have treasure, Seth pointed out. Having it and hunting it are 2 entirely different things, Calvin retorted. Anyway, I darted for the door, slipped under the gap, and found myself in pitch darkness. Next thing I knew, I was in that glittering dragon's den. The massive horned beast was coiled on her nest. Scaling her took a while. You climbed a dragon? Seth gasped. Piece of cake, Calvin said with a shrug. She was incredibly shaggy, plenty of handholds. I was too small for her to even notice. But why climb her? Kendra asked. To get close to her ear, Calvin explained. The cavern felt endless, so I followed a hunch. I cupped my hands and made my voice sound distant and echoey. Being tiny probably helped sell the effect. What did you say? Seth pressed. Calvin demonstrated, covering his mouth. Hurry, grab the scepter, let's go.
What happened then? Kendra asked. The dragon's head snapped around so fast I almost lost my grip, Calvin said, chuckling, and I was holding on for dear life. Guess what she did next? Went to investigate, Seth shouted. She soared right over the maze. Calvin confirmed with a wink. I memorized the layout. Spatial reasoning is a specialty of mine. The dragon dove toward the covered section of the labyrinth and thrust her head inside.
I shimmied down her snout, dangled from her whiskers, and dropped. It's amazing what you can survive when you're small and magically resilient. Didn't even sprain an ankle. So she led you directly to the scepter? Kendra asked. Right to the grand prize, Calvin agreed, a laugh bubbling up. Then she spent time circling the maze, ensuring no other intruders were lurking. That must have been when we entered, Seth realized. The nest was unguarded. Most likely, Calvin said. The scepter was too high for me to reach alone, so I used my mental map to sprint back toward the entrance. I was nearly there when Seth stumbled upon me. Then Calvin navigated us straight back to the scepter. Seth finished. The second I grabbed it, everything faded, and I woke up here. It pulled me back, too, Kendra said, a thoughtful smile touching her lips as she glanced at the majestic scepter now resting in Seth's hands. The cavern flickered with sudden light. That was too close, Seth admitted, brushing a smudge of ash from his sleeve. Got a little toasted. At least we're in one piece, Kendra said, rising to her feet. Seth stood as well, though his expression remained grim. I wouldn't celebrate just yet. We have the scepter, sure, but I'll only relax when it's safely inside the walls of Blackwell Keep. A prudent perspective, echoed the distant voice of Dromedas from somewhere far beyond the chamber. Can you hear every single word? Seth called out. If your voices travel, I will listen, Dromedas replied. He has remarkable hearing, Kendra whispered. No visible ears to speak of, Dromedas answered from the void. Rather unsightly appendages, in my opinion, but my hearing is indeed exceptional. Kendra gave Seth's hand a quick, reassuring squeeze. We should move. Absolutely certain you don't want to sample one more of those potions? Seth asked, a playful glint in his eye. She tugged him from the room, and he offered a mock struggle before following. They ascended the lengthy staircase and climbed out of the hollow to find Dromedas waiting patiently exactly where they had left him. Astonishing, the ancient dragon rumbled. I confess I did not genuinely anticipate your return. It seems Agad and Marat possess insight beyond your years. I may have also misjudged your so-called tiny hero. Our job isn't finished, Seth insisted. We still have to deliver this to Blackwell Keep. A perilous position. Dromedas acknowledged. You will either hasten your downfall by losing the artifact, or merely delay it by succeeding. Regardless, you have my commendation for acting decisively. I offer my hopes for your quest to foster tranquility. Thank you for your guidance, Kendra said. She and Seth left the cavern, entering the long, dark tunnel. At the distant end, the glow from a stone held by Henrik illuminated his waiting form, along with Mendigo and the two horses. Kendra and Seth hurried toward them.
Is that object what I suspect it could be?
Henrik asked, his eyes fixed on the scepter. The scepter was hidden here all along, Seth confirmed, a note of triumph in his voice. We recovered it, that is, utterly extraordinary, Henrik breathed. To be perfectly honest, I considered the chance of actually finding it to be vanishingly small. Now, of course, we face a fresh and formidable challenge. I suppose you brought the horses down those stairs for a good reason, Kendra observed, moving to pat Glory and Noble. The horses stamped their feet and shook their manes in greeting. I have confirmed we are being watched by a dragon, Henrik said, his tone turning serious. Mobando, a member of Celebrant's personal guard, and among the most lethal dragons within the sanctuary. He is powerful, swift, cunning, and clever. You were inside for quite some time. Eventually his curiosity overcame his caution, and he ventured too near. Once I detected him, I led the horses to shelter. Otherwise, he might have attempted to eliminate us or drive us away. While I doubt Celebrant desires your deaths at this moment, he would have no qualms about making your return journey to Blackwell Keep utterly miserable. But now everything's different, Seth argued, hefting the scepter. We have this, which alters the entire game, Henrik countered. The Dragon King would slaughter us all with delight to claim this scepter. If Blackwell Keep falls, he is rid of a co-caretaker forever. We're trapped, Kendra murmured, a cold knot forming in her stomach. The initial thrill of success was rapidly souring into dread. Perhaps the situation is not quite as dire as it seems, Henrik offered. No one yet knows for certain what you have found. Mobando will likely sense the scepter's immense magical signature. It will be impossible for him to overlook, but he may not immediately recognize its true nature. So what's the plan? Seth asked. They likely assume you came seeking Dromadus's counsel, Henrik reasoned. I'm uncertain if they will deduce the true reason. They may presume it was for general advice. Therefore we depart together as if our mission is complete. We do not rush. We make for the winding way. I will carry the scepter. You? Seth blurted, his protective instinct flaring. He'd just retrieved the thing, after all. I will conceal it as best I can, Henrik stated firmly. Whoever bears the scepter becomes the primary target. I am swift, and I know a few tricks for evasion. My knowledge of this sanctuary is unmatched. I have dodged dragons before, though I have never been pursued with the intensity I will face if they discern what I carry. If Mobando attacks before we reach the winding way, you two must continue to the road and return to Blackwell Keep via Terabel and the high road. With luck, I might find my own path to safety as well. If not, I'll blaze my own trail through the wilderness. With the scepter in my possession, Mobando will pursue me, giving you a solid shot at making it out alive. Seth had another idea. What if we have Mendigo carry it? We could leave the puppet behind when we go. Once we're clear, maybe he could slip the scepter back to Blackwell Keep on his own. A clever tactic, Henrik acknowledged, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But Mobando is cunning and observant. He'll likely notice if your wooden companion vanishes. That would draw unwanted attention. And if the dragons catch Mendigo, he stands no chance of escape. I, on the other hand, might actually outrun them. I wish we could just make it smaller. Calvin piped up from Seth's pocket. Dragons have a tough time tracking someone my size. Burelli didn't even know I was around. We're a considerable distance from Blackwell Keep, even on swift horses, Henrik pointed out. That distance becomes a vast journey when your legs are only an inch long. I've travelled farther, Calvin insisted. When you're tiny, you learn to get around in all sorts of ways, not just by walking, but wishing the scepter was smaller won't actually shrink it. Your plan is the best we have, Henrik. Kendra said, her voice firm with resolve. Seth nodded in agreement. Should we move? Henrik turned to the horses. How are you two holding up? Was that break enough? There might be quite a gallop ahead before you're back in your comfortable stalls. Both horses lifted their front hooves slightly, then stamped the ground once. It was as good an answer as any. Kendra and Seth followed Henrik and the horses as they began the arduous climb back up the seemingly endless stairway. Even though she had just come down it, Kendra was stunned by how interminable the ascent felt. Her thighs were screaming by the time they reached the cellar doors leading out to the sequoia grove. "Remember," Henrik whispered, his voice low and urgent. Stay perfectly calm until I make my move. There's always a chance the dragons will simply watch us pass. If we can reach the winding way, we should get to Blackwell Keep without issue. If I have to bolt, don't look back. Get to the winding way as fast as possible." "Understood," Seth whispered back. Henrik extended a hand, and Seth passed him the heavy scepter. The Altator quickly wrapped the artifact in a thick, dull cloth he produced from one of the pouches slung across his equine back. Then he pushed the doors open and led the horses out into the quiet grove. Dawn was painting the horizon in soft hues of orange and pink. The stars were fading into the brightening sky. A gentle breeze whispered through the towering sequoias, making the massive trees sigh. "Let's all pray for that wind to pick up," Henrik muttered under his breath. "Dragons find strong gusts rather bothersome." "I didn't realize we'd been up all night," Seth remarked, stifling a yawn. "Time has a funny way of speeding up when you're fleeing for your life," Kendra replied, a wry smile touching her lips. She swung up onto Glory's back and gave the mare a reassuring pat. They moved at a trot out of the grove and into an open field. Then, with a sudden rush of air, a massive green dragon swooped down and landed directly in front of them, completely blocking their path. Its build was sleeker and more serpentine than other dragons Kendra had encountered, with spines along its neck and back that resembled sharp fins. Its yellow eyes fixed on them with a gaze of pure, calculating malice, and a long, forked purple tongue flicked out to taste the air. "What business brings you so far from the main road?" The dragon inquired, its voice a sinister, penetrating whisper. Kendra found herself utterly frozen. Seth was too far away on Noble for her to reach for his hand. Her mind was racing, clear and alert, but her body was locked in place, trapped in that heart-stopping instant of terror, like stumbling upon a coiled rattlesnake. "Greetings, Mabando," Henrik answered, his tone steady. "We have consulted with Dromadus. I am Henrik, the gamekeeper, escorting the new caretakers. We are within our rights to be here." "I see," Mabando replied, its head tilting. "I am most interested to hear what our illustrious new caretakers have to say. What news did Dromadus share?" Kendra desperately wanted to speak. The words were formed in her mind, but her lips refused to obey. It was so effortless when she was holding Seth's hand. She had nearly forgotten how utterly paralyzing the dragon's presence was without that connection. A sudden sharp memory flashed of her grandmother's voice, long ago, warning her that some fears are so primal they can steal your voice entirely. "Do not trouble the children," Henrik said firmly. "They have been awake through the night and are exhausted." The dragon's great head swung closer to the Altator, its breath hot and smelling of ozone and old stone. "One final question. It seems that Dromadus, that notorious coward and rogue, may have entrusted a certain valuable object to your care. Show me what he gave you." "Ride!" Henrik cried. In a blur of motion, he split into 5 identical versions of himself, each clutching a wrapped bundle, and they all raced off in 5 different directions across the field. Kendra barely had a moment to process the strange spectacle before Glory surged forward. Noble matched her stride, his hooves pounding a frantic rhythm against the earth. As her frozen shock began to thaw, Kendra twisted to look behind them. The 5 Henriks each split again, multiplying into a crowd of 25 identical figures. Mabando issued a sharp hiss that swelled into a furious roar. The dragon's serpentine head weaved side to side before unleashing a billowing cloud of dark vapor toward the scattering duplicates. The mist swallowed several. Yet they kept running, hunched over with hands clamped over their faces. There were simply too many, all sprinting in different directions for the poison to catch them all. "It's some kind of toxic gas," Calvin shouted. Mobando's gaze flickered toward them for an instant before snapping back to the chaos. Every Henrik clutched the same bundled object. With a powerful beat of his wings, the dragon took to the air, pursuing the nearest cluster of duplicates. "I don't think we're his main target anymore," Kendra called out. Seth shot a look over his shoulder. "That could change in a heartbeat if he figures out what we're really after." Kendra knew he was right. They might be an afterthought now, but their luck was fragile. Glory and Noble retraced their path from the previous night as dawn broke, washing the sky in pale gold. Kendra scanned the heavens for any sign of dragons, but found only empty blue. A part of her worried for Henrik. She didn't understand the mechanics of his duplication magic, but she desperately hoped the spectacle had bought him the time he needed to escape. If he could get the scepter back to Blackwell Keep, their mission would count as a victory, and Wyrmrost might actually stand a chance. The alternative was too grim to consider, returning to find the keep in ruins. The horses wove through the forest, keeping to the shadows beneath the trees. They occasionally detoured around open meadows to maintain the cover of leaves and branches. It cost them a little speed, but Kendra judged the precaution essential when a dragon's eye might be searching for them. Whether by the horses' cunning or plain good fortune, they encountered no dragons and no other dangers for a long while. The whole sanctuary felt eerily quiet, almost abandoned. Eventually, they arrived at the familiar slope leading down to the ravine bridge, where the troll had once summoned the dire bears before the horses could break from the tree line. Kendra asked them to halt. They obeyed instantly. "That troll, Grimp, is probably still guarding the bridge," she reminded the others. "And we don't have Henrik to negotiate with this time." "No bargaining," Seth stated flatly, "and no time to spare. We should just rush him. Maybe we send Mendigo in first as a distraction." Kendra looked at the Limberjack. "Mendigo, if that troll tries to stop us, you engage him. Don't let him call for bears. Keep him occupied, then catch up to us once we're across." "Sounds like a plan," Seth said. "Let's move." Glory and Noble burst from the trees, their hooves drumming against the sunlit grass. In the warm morning light, the whole scene looked deceptively peaceful, almost welcoming. Kendra felt a thrill as they picked up speed, daring to hope that maybe, just maybe, Grimp would stay hidden. No such luck as they neared the bridge. The troll emerged from beneath it, hefting his axe with a smug, gap-toothed grin. The horses slowed just enough for Mendigo to spring down and charge ahead. The Limberjack moved with a startling fluid quickness. Had Agad made some improvements? Grimp scowled at the approaching puppet and raised his axe. He swung as Mendigo closed in, but the wooden figure dropped low, tangled the troll's ankles, and jerked his feet out from under him. Grimp hit the ground with a heavy thud. Glory and Noble accelerated, thundering past the troll as he flailed to get up. Mendigo was already a whirlwind of motion, grappling fiercely. Crossing the bridge, Kendra glanced back to see Grimp flattened once more. The horses charged up the far slope, and Kendra never heard a call for bears. Just before they disappeared back into the forest, she saw the troll and the Limberjack still locked in struggle. Beneath the trees, their pace eased, but they saw no further signs of life. No dragons, no creatures, nothing. Kendra could scarcely believe it when the horses finally trotted out onto the familiar, winding path without any interference. "We actually made it," Kendra exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over her. Seth shrugged, a wry smile on his face. "Guess the dragons really did have bigger problems than us." "They're after what Henrik's got," Kendra said, her voice tight with worry. Seth gave Noble a reassuring pat. "We need to get back to Blackwell Keep and check on Henrik. You've covered a lot of ground. We could head to Terabell first, see about getting some fresh horses." Noble shook his head firmly, stamping a hoof twice. Glory mirrored the motion. "They're not fans of that plan," Kendra observed. "Do you think you can manage the run back to the keep?" The horses answered by surging forward, their powerful strides quickly building into a full gallop that stole Kendra's breath. "Just find a pace you can hold," she called out, to which Glory responded with a sharp toss of her mane. They flew over the rolling terrain, their speed rarely dipping below a brisk canter and often returning to that thrilling breakneck gallop. Kendra scanned the skies, but the dragons were absent. Were they being observed from some hidden vantage, or had they simply become unimportant next to the prize Henrik carried? The desperate urge to reach home made the familiar road feel endless. She knew from Seth's maps that it wasn't the most direct path back, but cutting through the untamed wilds was out of the question with dragons on the hunt. They raced through the valley, bypassing Terabel entirely, and swung onto the high road. As they descended from the pass, the horses found another burst of speed, forcing Kendra to cling tightly. Still, the skies remained clear. The pace eased only slightly on the flatter ground, a testament to the incredible stamina of their mounts. When the walls of Blackwell Keep finally rose in the distance, so did the dragons, dozens of them. They circled the sky beyond the fortress, lined the high road near the gate, and a solid cluster of about 12 celebrant prominent among them surrounded the domed, safe hut on a nearby ridge. There had to be at least 50, a chaotic tapestry of colors, sizes, and textures. Scales ranged from sleek and small to rough weathered plates like ancient roofing. Some gleamed with metallic sheens, a few were oddly furred. While most heads were reptilian, others bore unsettling resemblances to wolves, oxen, or lions. "Henrik didn't beat us here," Seth yelled over the wind. "I was hoping a straight shot through the wilderness would get him home first. Looks like they're here to intercept him." "He might already be inside that safe hut," Kendra said, pointing to the dome on the ridge. "Celebrant and a bunch of others are all over it. Or they've got it bottled up," Seth countered. "We'll know soon enough." The gate swung open as they approached. Riding into the courtyard, they found Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen waiting with Marat. Kendra slid from the saddle and was immediately wrapped in a crushing hug from Grandpa, then Grandma. Turning, she gave Glory a grateful pat, and the horse dipped her head in acknowledgement. "We've been sick with worry," Grandpa said, his hands on her shoulders. "Are you both unharmed?" "We found the scepter," Seth announced bluntly. Grandpa's eyes widened. "What?" "The medallion works because it's linked to a hidden scepter," Kendra explained. "We found it. Astounding," Marat breathed. "That explains everything. Henrik has it now." "He does," Seth confirmed. "He is currently cornered in the nearest safe hut," Marat said. "We heard the roaring, then saw him barely reach it ahead of a pursuit. He must have led them on a spectacular chase. The rest of the host arrived shortly after." I could not comprehend why Celebrant would commit such force to trap one man. Now it makes perfect, dreadful sense. "Can we get him out?" Kendra asked. Marat offered a sorrowful smile. "With that many dragons standing watch?" "My dear, it would require nothing short of a miracle." Seth leaned against the cold stone of the outer wall's battlements, watching the dragons carve circles in the sky. Their vast shadows fluttered like dark banners over the land. Each one was a monstrous engine of destruction, capable of sending an entire village fleeing in terror. It was a sight he had secretly dreamed of seeing ever since he discovered dragons were real, though the reality felt less like a thrilling spectacle and more like a tightening noose. During the chaos at Zizix, Seth had been too occupied battling demons to truly appreciate the immense dragons, and they had vanished shortly after the fight concluded. Now he had all the time in the world to watch them, a sight that would have made Eve incredibly envious. Yet he found no pleasure in it. Henrik was imprisoned in the secure hut with the scepter, and no one had a viable solution, almost no one. Seth was quietly forming a very promising idea. Just the thought of it made him look around nervously, ensuring Grandpa, Grandma, and Kendra were nowhere nearby. He had intentionally isolated himself for this moment. Leaning against the coarse stone wall, he let out a heavy sigh. His family would undoubtedly disapprove of this scheme. They would try to prevent him if they knew his intentions. The question was, should he prevent himself? Was this pure recklessness? Kendra often accused him of chasing every wild notion that popped into his head. But he was the caretaker of Wimroost now. That responsibility wasn't meant to be safe. Retrieving the scepter initially had been a tremendous risk. The more Seth considered his approach, the more convinced he became that his family's caution was misplaced. They wouldn't approve, but the plan should succeed. Crucially, it wouldn't endanger Kendra, Grandma, or Grandpa in the slightest. In fact, it might very well shield them. The greatest danger would fall squarely on Seth himself. If anyone were to perish, it would be him. Only one other individual would face any real peril. He wished desperately to execute this alone, but that was impossible. He needed one other person, plus a bit of additional assistance. Turning, he scanned the courtyard below. Who could he trust? If anyone tattled to Grandpa, his strategy would be dead before it began. He required a discreet accomplice who would follow instructions without question, ideally someone who might even validate his logic. He spotted Simrin crossing the yard. She seemed quite close to Marat, and if Marat learned of the plan, he would surely report to Grandpa. That would be the end of it. Seth descended a staircase into the courtyard. As he reached the bottom, Brunwyn, the reddish minotaur, emerged from a distant doorway. Bracken had labelled him as dependable but ill-tempered. Seth rarely saw him conversing with others. Perhaps that very temper would make the Minotaur more willing to take decisive, independent action to recover the scepter. With no superior alternative in mind, Seth hurried over. "Can I ask you something?" The Minotaur halted, peering down at him. "You're in charge. What is it?" "I know a way to help Henrik," Seth stated. "We're all trying to devise a strategy." Brunwyn grumbled. "I doubt there's any feasible path to success, even with 10 times our current strength. If I told you I had a way, would you keep it secret?" Seth pressed. "That depends on why it needs to be secret," the Minotaur countered. "Grandpa won't like it," Seth admitted. "Neither will Grandma or Kendra. They'd try to stop me, but I know it can work." Brunwyn gave a derisive snort. "You think you can reach the safe hut and return?" "No," Seth said, "but I think I know someone who can." "Really? Who? Will you keep it secret?" "You're the caretaker," Brunwyn said flatly. "You can command me to keep it secret. If I do, you won't say a word?" "I could," Brunwyn admitted. "But I'm supposed to follow orders, and I likely would. Who is it?" "A person who wouldn't suspect he's at a dragon sanctuary," Seth explained. "If I sent someone like that, wouldn't the treaty protect him?" "You're referring to a mortal?" "Yes, a boy who has absolutely no clue magical creatures are real." Brunwyn's nostrils flared. "Well, if he genuinely had no suspicion about dragons being here, and he was only acting on your direct orders, then yes, I suppose the treaty would protect him. But if he figured out what was truly happening, he could be torn apart." "I don't believe he'd figure it out," Seth insisted, a flicker of dark amusement crossing his thoughts. "Trust a creature of legend to worry about a kid's imagination." The boy in question was so stubbornly practical, he'd probably explain a dragon's roar as faulty plumbing. His mind doesn't work that way. What if he had the scepter with him? Then it's neutral ground, Brunwyn confirmed. If the boy remains unaware of his true surroundings and follows directions with honest intent, he should remain shielded even while holding the scepter, even against a host of dragons. Naturally, that's all speculation. No one has ever challenged the treaty with that much power at stake, and there isn't anyone here who matches the description of the boy you mentioned. But there is someone back at Fablehaven. Brunwyn fixed his gaze on him, then gave a slow nod. "If you give the boy his instructions, the dragons could pursue you across any boundary within Wyrmroost. That includes right into Blackwell Keep." "I understand," Seth replied. "I'd have to flee, or more accurately, fly. Can you have one of the dwarves prepare Tempest? Brunwyn stared at him once more. Where in the world could you possibly hide? Let me handle that part, Seth said. I don't want to speak it aloud until the final moment. If the dragons intercept me, it's over. Tempest is swift and capable, Brunwyn acknowledged, but scores of dragons are watching the keep. The odds are you won't escape, no matter where you aim. I know, Seth said. I'm willing to take the chance to save Henrik and defend the keep. If the keep falls, we all perish. If the dragons break free, the entire world faces disaster. Even if the dragons catch me, this plan should still work. I have to try. Brunwyn rubbed his large hands together. Seth, this is by far the most clever idea I've heard. Truly ingenious. It might actually succeed, but the cost could be very high. Are you certain? Protecting this sanctuary is my responsibility, Seth stated. Help me see it through. Brunwyn extended a hand. Seth shook it firmly. I respect your bravery, the Minotaur said. To someone who can't see magic, Seth asked, with a hint of mischief, do you look like a man or a cow? Brunwyn's eyes narrowed. I mean a bull, Seth corrected. A man or a bull. Eyes closed to magic typically perceive me as a man. Perfect, Seth said. Go tell whichever dwarf you trust most what we require. Then meet me at the barrel. Seth located the lone goblin guarding the door to the room where the barrel was stored at Blackwell Keep. This creature was shaggier and more ape-like than most goblins Seth had encountered, with large hands and dark fingernails. Unable to recall his name, Seth simply gave a nod and moved down the hall, turning a corner to wait for Brunwyn. He hoped the Minotaur could help him gain access. You're going after Nox, came a sly whisper from his pocket. I wish I could think of another option, Seth answered. It's a clever scheme, Calvin assured him. Thrilling. But if things go badly, I'll be finished, Seth said flatly. They can lecture me at my funeral. What if Nox gets injured? He should be safe. When we tested this with the ogre, it was pretty rough for me, but not for him. I have to trust that, or I couldn't go through with it. How will you persuade him to come? Calvin wondered. I'm figuring that out, Seth replied. All I know for certain is I can't tell him the truth. His ignorance about the dragons is part of what protects him. They waited until Seth heard Brunwyn addressing the goblin guard. Then Seth stepped around the corner. Tell no one of this, Brunwyn was saying. This is a covert mission for the good of the sanctuary. The goblin offered a salute. As you command. He produced a key and unlocked the door. Brunwyn ushered Seth inside and shut it behind them. Seth peered into the empty barrel, then turned to Brunwyn. The boy's name is Nox. When he comes through, he'll believe we're playing a game. Treat it like the game matters. Take him to the door. Kendra used to visit Raxtus when I fly over the wall. Send him to the safe hut. Understood, Brunwyn said.
What about the dwarves? Seth asked.
Oban will assist. He and Didger are preparing Tempest right now. Seth climbed into the barrel and crouched down. I need to reach Fablehaven, he said. Inside the barrel, he existed in both places simultaneously. He knew that if anyone at Fablehaven was near the barrel, they would hear his voice. All he needed was for someone there to reach in and touch him, and he could emerge on the other side. A pair of hands grasped his and helped him out. The hands belonged to Doran. In an instant he was standing in the living room at Fablehaven. Newell was there as well. It's great to see you, Doran exclaimed. Things get pretty boring around here when you're not around. What a surprise, Newell replied. Is everything okay? Should we go get Old Man Larson? Doran asked. No, please don't, Seth said quickly. I'm actually glad you two are watching the barrel. I'm here on a secret assignment. Doran pumped his fist in the air. Helping with a secret mission beats guarding an empty barrel any day of the week. Good, Seth said. I need to borrow Nox. By borrow, you mean? Newell asked, raising an eyebrow. I need to take him to Wormroast for a little while, Seth explained. Newell folded his arms. We're supposed to get permission from Old Man Larson before letting anyone travel from Fablehaven to Wormroast. What's with this Old Man Larson thing? Seth asked. His name is Hank. Doran shrugged.
We just like the sound of it. Don't try to change the subject, Newell said firmly. You're asking us to neglect our duty? We can't explain this to Grandpa Larson, Seth insisted. I'm the new caretaker of Wormroost. Do it under my authority. I'll accept all the responsibility. You're what? Doran asked, confused. The what-taker of where? Caretaker of Wormroost, Seth repeated, holding up the medallion for them to see. Looks pretty official, Doran admitted.
Did Stan and Ruth vanish or something? Newell asked. Or every other possible person who could do the job? They needed people who could handle dragons, Seth said. Kendra and I were qualified. You're serious, Newell stated. Completely serious, Seth confirmed, and we have a real emergency on our hands. Newell nudged Doran. Hear that? We're personally acquainted with the caretaker of Wormroast. We could have some real influence there now, Doran said, his eyes widening.
Can you imagine? A caretaker who's on our side, one who isn't hung up on all the rules. Hey, Seth interjected, I do care about the rules. Newell and Doran both burst out laughing. Doran slapped his woolly thighs. There's nobody else around, Newell finally said, his laughter subsiding. You can be honest with us. I want to be an excellent caretaker, Seth said. But first, I have to save the entire sanctuary with Nox, Doran asked skeptically. Come on, what's the real plan? Need to grab some more treasure, in a way, Seth admitted. But that's not the point. Listen, unless you let me take Nox, Wormroost is going to be destroyed. Newell and Doran immediately grew solemn. We're at Fablehaven, Seth, Newell reminded him. The caretaker of Wormroost doesn't give orders here. Why not just check with Hank? He won't let me do it, Seth said, frustration creeping into his voice. But it has to be done. Doran gasped and covered his mouth. Are you planning to offer Nox as a sacrifice to the dragons? Newell placed a hand on Seth's shoulder. There are other, less permanent ways to deal with irritating relatives. Nox will be perfectly fine, Seth said through clenched teeth. If anyone ends up dead, it'll be me. Are you two going to trust me or not? I thought you were my friends. Newell put his hands behind his back and looked away. See, Seth, the problem is Old Man Larson, Hank, trusted us with this job so we could earn television privileges. He said he'd cut off our cable signal if we didn't stand guard properly, Doran added. Stan promised us a television, but he never guaranteed we'd get a signal. Old Man Larson found a loophole. You won't help me because it might mess up your TV shows, Seth asked, incredulous. We gave our word to be reliable guardians, Newell said. It's a solemn duty. And yes, if Hank gets angry, what happens to us? I can't go back to using an antenna, Seth. It's practically barbaric. I'll tie you both up, Seth offered. You can say you were overpowered and had no choice, but then we'll look incompetent, Doran complained. Wait a second, Newell said, a thought occurring to him. Hank wouldn't want incompetent guards watching the barrel. Doran smiled. Good point. I promise you won't get in trouble, Seth said. I'll shoulder all the blame. You can tell everyone I had permission from Grandpa Sorensen. Do you have his permission? Newell asked. Sure, Seth said. You have to lie better than that, Doran chuckled. No one will believe you for a second. Yes, Grandpa Sorensen sent me to get Nox, Seth said, trying to sound more convincing. Grandma too, definitely. Are you satisfied now? Newell let out a long sigh. Seth, are you absolutely certain you know what you're doing? Seth took a deep breath. I'm certain. It's a solid plan. Calvin's voice chirped from his pocket. Are you still carrying that little guy around with you? Doran asked. I was certain a bird would have gotten to him by this point, one of them remarked. Leave him alone, Seth insisted. Calvin's already proven himself useful today. Must have been a very brief crisis, Newell grumbled under his breath. This is a genuine problem.
the tiny Nipsey insisted. Calvin's with me on this, Seth stated. Are my original friends still willing to lend a hand? Or have you outgrown helping? Of course we'll help, Newell declared. We didn't earn the title of supreme gigantic overlords for no reason, Doran added proudly. Are Grandma and Grandpa Larson close by? Seth inquired. Once Stan and Ruth left, the Larsons came to stay here with Knox and Tess, Newell explained. Partly to keep an eye on the old barrel, I think, and partly to be near the garden, the front gate, and that cow in the barn. Are they home right now? Seth pressed. Gloria's out getting groceries, Newell said. Hank went with Hugo to check on some fencing or other project. What about Knox and Tess, by the swimming pool? Newell answered. Seth shifted gears. Have you spotted a basketball with writing all over it? I know exactly where it is, Doran chirped. It's sitting in the hallway right by the front door. Could you stash it somewhere for me? Seth asked. Somewhere? Knox would never think to look. Consider it done, Doran assured him. All right, I'm going to fetch Knox, Seth said. I'll be right back. Seth hurried through the kitchen and out the back door. He spotted Dale in the vegetable garden, pausing with his wheelbarrow to give a friendly wave. Everything okay over there? All good, Seth called back. Just need to ask Knox something quick. I won't be staying long. Sounds good, Dale replied, returning to his work. Good to see you, son. Seth made his way to the pool area. Tess was splashing happily in the shallow end, delighted by the small cloud of fairies dancing around her. Knox was seated on the patio, intently using a magnifying glass to make a wood chip smoulder. Hey, Seth said, approaching. That's my magnifying glass. Knox glanced up, a look of surprise on his face. Seth, I thought you were stuck at camp for the summer. It's just a short trip back, Seth explained. I'm not here for long. Knox held up the glass. Found this up in the attic. You can hang on to it, Seth offered. I've got a better one in my go bag anyway. I have a professional grade one at my house that can slice through rock, Knox boasted. I'm sure you do, Seth said, brushing off the comment. Listen, I need your help with something. I could suggest a few industrial-strength breath mints, Knox said with a smirk. I'm serious, Seth replied, his tone shifting. There's a game at camp, and you could help my team pull off a win. Oh, no way, Knox said, shaking his head vigorously. I am not signing up for summer camp. Being bored here is bad enough. I don't need a bunch of counselors telling me how to be bored. You wouldn't be going to camp, Seth clarified. You'd just be helping us win one single game. No counselors involved. Why would I want to help your team? Knox retorted. Can I join the other side? Seth played his card casually. I thought you might be interested in getting your basketball back. My basketball. Knox's interest was piqued. The one with all those signatures? Jordan, LeBron, the whole crew? What's it worth to you? Knox threw his head back and let out a loud, mocking laugh. What, are you holding it for ransom now? It's in a secure location, Seth said calmly. For the time being, Knox laughed again, harder this time. You are so clueless. Do you actually believe all those players really signed that thing? Seth just stared, his plan crumbling. There was nothing he could say. Knox kept chuckling, wiping a tear from his eye. I wrote those names myself. I didn't even bother to look up what their real autographs looked like. You think I'd actually dribble a ball like that? It'd be locked in a safe if it were real. Seth's mind raced, scrambling for a new angle. Just come with me. This camp isn't like anything you've seen. It'll blow your mind. I'll give you an incredible prize if you help our team win. What kind of incredible prize? I don't know, Seth admitted, grasping. Gold, maybe, or precious gems. Knox snorted with disbelief. How stupid do you think I am? You don't have any gold. Where even is this camp? Have you heard of VR? Seth asked, switching tactics. Knox let out a dismissive huff. Virtual reality, please. I probably know 1,000 times more about it than you do. It's a virtual reality camp, Seth said. We can access it from the living room. You are such a terrible liar, Knox said, though a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. Prove I'm lying, Seth challenged. Knox twirled the magnifying glass thoughtfully in his fingers. The sheer boredom of the afternoon was his ultimate motivator. Fine, but only because I have absolutely nothing better to do. Seth, Tess's voice rang out from the pool. I thought you left. Just popping in for a minute, he called back. Aren't the fairies just gorgeous? Tess sighed happily. They look like oversized insects to me, Seth said, turning to lead the way back inside. If you insist, she replied with a playful wink. Those insects genuinely seem to trail after her, Knox observed. It's strange. Will she be all right if we go? Seth whispered. Dale is watching us, Knox assured him. No swimming without an adult is a major rule for Grandpa and Grandma Larson.
This way,
Seth directed, guiding Knox inside, past the kitchen, and into the living area. Newell and Doran were positioned beside the barrel. Why does Grandpa allow these goats to wander indoors? Knox questioned. I'm amazed they haven't chewed the sofa to pieces.
perhaps you should offer him as a tribute,
Newell proposed. Seth gave the back of Knox's neck a sharp pinch. Hey! Knox yelped, retaliating with a solid punch to Seth's shoulder that left a dull throb. What was that for? Seth massaged his shoulder. I was administering a VR implant. Your lies are the absolute worst, Knox said, scanning the room. Do you even have a headset? Headsets are outdated, Seth stated. The latest technology interfaces directly with your nervous system. Nice story, Knox scoffed. That tech doesn't exist yet. Is that so? Seth countered. Then get in that barrel and say, Wormroost. Knox eyed the barrel and let out a dismissive laugh. Oh, sure. It looks incredibly advanced. Prove me wrong? Seth challenged again. Care to make it interesting? Knox asked. Absolutely, Seth agreed. Anything you want. Knox studied him for a moment. Fine. Let's just see. He climbed into the barrel and stood upright. What was the word again? Lower yourself and say, Wormroost? I'm not squatting. Knox refused. You'll just push me over or something. I could tip you over right now, Seth pointed out. You need to get the implant near the sensors. Squat and say it. If nothing happens, you win, I lose. Knox crouched down, disappearing from view. Wormroost Seth stepped closer and peered into the barrel. It was empty. Should I tie you two up? Seth asked the satyrs. We'll settle for telling on you the second anyone asks, Newell said. Now go save Wormroost. And honestly, Doran added, try not to get your cousin killed. I'll do my best, Seth promised, climbing into the barrel himself. Brunwyn! Seth called out. The Minotaur lifted him from the barrel. Knox was staring around the chamber in utter disbelief. How is this possible? He demanded. I told you virtual reality, Seth said. Impressive tech, right? You've been introduced to Brunwyn? Barely, Knox admitted, but this can't be real. And yet here we are, Seth said. Tough to dispute. Now we seriously need to win this match. Are you paying attention? Okay, yeah, Knox conceded. This is a massive simulation, Seth explained. It's called Blackwell Keep, feels completely authentic. The game is essentially capture the flag. This fortress is our headquarters. Brunwyn will lead you to a door. When he signals, you'll head to a dome on a ridge and retrieve a golden scepter guarded by a moose. A moose? Knox echoed. It's an eccentric game, Seth clarified. The developers are a bit unhinged. Anyway, tell the moose Seth sent you for the scepter, and then bring it straight back here. Won't the opposing team come after me? Knox asked. Seth shook his head. You're not an official player. They can't touch you. You might see some bizarre things. Animals figures. Just get back to the fort quickly. They shouldn't be able to interfere. They may attempt to deceive you with words, Brunwyn rumbled. They might make promises. Do not heed them. Bring the scepter to the fort. Getting this right is crucial, Seth emphasized, his tone shifting from serious to a sarcastic edge. This is the Grand Championship. I've been saving this little workaround for a true emergency. The other team is composed of total Grade A jerks, the absolute worst. Whatever they promise you, it's a lie, and whatever they offer, you tell us, and we'll triple it. This game is the entire reason for this camp. I'm dead serious. You'll be hailed as a hero.
All right, Nox said. You're positive the other team can't eliminate me? Try to steer clear of them, Seth advised. But yes, I'm sure. I'm going to go create a diversion. Brunwyn will take you to the starting position. Are you ready? I suppose, Nox said, his gaze still wandering the stone room. I still don't understand the mechanics of this. Maybe we'll give you a behind-the-scenes tour after the game, Seth offered. The technology is truly mind-blowing. Brunwyn, we need to find a way to hide his appearance, Seth urged. The Minotaur was already moving. Consider it handled. We can't have him spotted before his task begins. I've prepared a cloak. Are we set to proceed? Seth inquired. Brunwyn gestured toward the stables. Head there now. I'll watch for your sign. They left the chamber. Brunwyn offered a curt nod to the goblin guard, stressing the importance of silence regarding the barrel. And who is this? The goblin grunted, pointing a knobby finger at Nox. My orders are clear. Marat and Stan must be notified of any arrivals. You have my authorization, Seth stated firmly. The goblin shifted uncomfortably. I was to be given prior warning. You weren't briefed because this individual represents a top-secret operation. Brunwyn cut in, his tone leaving no room for debate. This is under Seth's command, and my own necessary parties will be informed. A low rumble escaped the goblin's throat. I don't care for this. My instructions were specific. I won't be blamed for a breach. No one at Blackwell outranks Seth, Brunwyn said sharply. And I outrank you as well. You'll face consequences only if you speak of this. Is that clear? Muttering under his breath, the goblin finally waved them through. Once they had separated from Brunwyn and Nox, Seth quickened his pace toward the stables, resisting the urge to sprint and attract unwanted eyes. From his pocket, Calvin's voice piped up, brimming with enthusiasm. This is incredible. The ogre was impressive, and the Path of Dreams was something else, but 60 dragons. That tops everything. You can't join me on this, Seth said flatly. Oh, don't start, Calvin retorted. We've had this discussion. Where you go, I go. Not for this part, Seth insisted, his voice dropping. My only shot at getting out of here involves reaching a specific spot. I won't name it until the final moment. Having you along could ruin everything. Are you just saying that to keep me safe? Calvin asked, skepticism lacing his words. No, Seth replied. I'll fill you in later. You'll see why. Tell me now, Calvin pressed. I can't risk saying it aloud, Seth whispered. We have to assume the dragons might have ears everywhere. But there is a way you can help. I'm listening, Calvin conceded. Do you think you can beat Nox to the safe hut? Seth asked. It would be a huge relief if someone could get to Henrik first and confirm he'll surrender the scepter. Leave it to me, Calvin said, as Seth crossed the courtyard near the stables. A familiar voice called his name. Turning, he saw Simrin swiftly approaching. Your grandfather is searching for you, the Serpentine woman informed him. As is your sister.
Understood, Seth said, keeping his stride. I just need a moment to check on Noble. That horse performed miracles getting me back. Might that wait? Simrin asked, gliding alongside him. Stan is quite eager to speak with you. Tell him I'll be there shortly, Seth replied, a touch of irritation in his voice. We're at a standoff with the dragons. I'm already at the stables. He can spare another minute. Simrin halted, her gaze piercing. Stan observed your absence.
There is a concern you might act impulsively to assist Henrik. Seth managed a convincing laugh, though it felt hollow in his chest. "Take on all those dragons, you've got to be joking. What's my plan? Charge in on horseback and snatch the scepter." Simrin's eyes narrowed to slits. The stable's house griffins, letting out an exasperated sigh, Seth shook his head. "I would never endanger the scepter by attempting a griffin raid. You have my word." "Then allow me to accompany you to see Noble," Simrin proposed. "Afterward, I will take you to your grandfather." Seth's frown deepened. "Listen, I'm the caretaker of this place. I'm going to the stable, and I don't need a minder. Tell my grandfather I'll be there soon." Simrin gave a single slow nod before spinning around and darting away. She was remarkably fast. Seth realized she was rushing to report on him. He bolted into the stables, his boots echoing on the stone aisle. "Hello, Glory," he called out as he raced past the mare. Reaching his own mount, he patted Noble's neck. "Outstanding work today. You're truly the best." Further down, he spotted the two dwarves. They stood holding leads attached to Tempest. "Are we all prepared?" Seth called out. Oban looked up. "We've fitted Tempest with the training saddle." "Training saddle?" Seth asked, skidding to a halt as he reached the dwarves, his mind racing with how little time he had before Simrin returned with his grandfather. "It's a bit heavier and broader than a regular saddle or a racing model," Didger explained. "But it offers the rider extra stability. A griffin still learning might bank too hard and snap your spine or toss you clear." "All right," Seth said. "I still need those sharp turns. How do I get on?" "Haven't you ridden a griffin before?" Oban inquired.
"I've been a passenger once," Seth admitted. "Just never in one of these." Seth slipped his hand into his pocket and retrieved Calvin. Bending down as if to adjust his boot, he placed the Nipsey on the stable floor. Calvin flashed a quick thumbs up and darted into a pile of hay. "Do you have the location fixed in your mind?" Didger pressed. "We must ensure Tempest knows the heading before she launches. It could be vital with so many dragons prowling the skies."
"We'll tell her at the last second," Seth insisted, a new edge of desperation in his voice. "We have to move. My time is almost up." Oban and Didger hoisted Seth into the deep-backed saddle, fastening the leg and waist restraints. "This isn't exactly cozy," Seth remarked. "The backrest has more give than it appears," Didger assured him. "Under sufficient force it will flex. It might just keep your backbone in one piece today." "How do I get loose from all this?" Seth asked. "Clever design, truly," Oban said. "Just yank these two releases together." He pointed to the specific straps. "Pull hard, son, and you'll be out," Brunwyn said. "You were certain about this flight." Didger noted, his voice dropping. "But are you truly? The skies are thick with dragons." "We'll be faster," Seth said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Right, Tempest!" The griffin let out a piercing cry. "She's swift," Oban conceded, "and clever and not fully tamed. On any normal day with no foes in sight, riding her would be a considerable gamble, but I doubt any of our other griffins would stand a better chance against such dreadful numbers." "I need to leave now," Seth urged. "Your destination?" Didger prompted again. "The shrine of the Fairy Queen," Seth whispered. "The shrine," Oban gasped. "It doesn't matter if you're the caretaker. Setting foot there will get you annihilated." "Possibly," Seth acknowledged, a strange, defiant smile touching his lips. Who would have thought his biggest gamble would involve seeking favor from a being known for caprice? "But my sister is forging a friendship with the Fairy Queen. The Queen has aided her in crises before. I'm praying she'll extend that help to me. I'm out of other ideas. I have to go." "Fairy Queen's shrine," Didger announced firmly to the griffin. "Do you understand?" Tempest dipped her head and screeched. As Oban and Didger unclipped her tether, Tempest stretched her powerful wings. The door at the stable's far end swung open. Simrin stood framed in the entrance, with Seth's grandfather, grandmother, Kendra and Marat visible behind her. "Stop that boy," Simrin commanded. "Seth," his grandfather's voice carried across the space. "Go, Tempest," Seth urged, leaning forward. Now, fly! Apparently fly was the command she'd been waiting for. Tempest bolted down the aisle toward the nearest doorway. It exploded outward as she hit it, and the griffin launched into the sky, climbing in a tight, aggressive spiral. The shouts from the ground swiftly faded into the distance. Peering down, Seth watched Blackwell Keep diminish beneath him. He understood the spiraling ascent allowed Tempest to build height without immediately crossing the protective barriers surrounding the keep. After a tense minute, the griffin banked sharply, folded her wings, and plunged into a steep dive. Seth felt his stomach lurch toward his collarbone, and a wild, exhilarated laugh burst from him as adrenaline surged through his veins. Still in the dive, Tempest sliced through the magical barrier. And then the true journey commenced. Dragons converged on them, but Seth could barely process the chaos. It was like being on a roller coaster engineered by a brilliant lunatic, one that constantly leapt from its rails, only to slam back onto them somewhere else. Seth squeezed his eyes nearly shut against the battering wind. They looped, dove, swerved, climbed, and corkscrewed. Repeatedly, Seth lost all orientation, unable to distinguish up from down. Dragons flashed at the edges of his vision, here and gone. Their furious roars cut through the constant rush of air in his ears. He strained to find any sign of Nox beyond the wall, but when he glanced down, all he could make out was a smeared streak of greenish-grey. Everything else was just sky. They were weaving through peril at such a frantic pace that Seth didn't have a moment to fixate on any single danger. Each sudden drop and sharp roll hit him like a physical jolt. It was less like flying and more like being tossed around inside a tornado, hurled from one chaotic vector to the next without a hint of warning. Several of the tighter spins made the world at the corners of his eyes go black. The leathery edge of a dragon's wing passed so near he could have reached out and grazed it. A kaleidoscope of coloured scales streaked past in a dizzying whirl. Tempest plummeted in a dive that defied gravity, only to pull up violently and carve a spiralling arc through the air. Massive jaws clashed shut on empty space, and cruel talons ripped through the wind. But the griffin juked and rolled and plunged, escaping untouched. A shriek from Tempest and a yell from Seth were both instantly stolen by the roaring gale. Then, as if they had burst into the calm center of a storm, the flight smoothed out. They began a steady, climbing ascent. Seth was so disoriented, it took him a few seconds to register the absence of violent spirals and turns. When he looked back, every dragon was now far behind and below them, none appearing able to match their speed. Blackwell Keep was already a distant, shrinking silhouette. Spotting Nox was impossible. A silent prayer for his cousin's safety echoed in Seth's mind. From her position on the keep's walls, Kendra arrived just in time to witness Seth and his griffin threading a desperate path through the swarm of dragons. As pursuers closed in from every angle, the griffin seemed cornered on multiple occasions, yet each time it escaped obliteration by a hair's breadth with its impossibly erratic flying. Her eyes struggled to track the aerial gymnastics. A banking turn left would become a dive to the right, cut short by a tight loop, then a corkscrewing fall. A child's chaotic crayon drawing couldn't have outlined a more insane trajectory. With almost cynical cleverness, the nimble griffin used the very abundance of dragons to its benefit, slicing between them to cause traffic snarls and near mid-air crashes. While the dragons swerved to avoid each other, Seth and his mount shot through the temporary gaps. Kendra kept expecting the griffin to bolt for the safety of the hut on the ridge. A small army of dragons had already clustered around that domed sanctuary, clearly expecting that very move. But the griffin never even turned toward it. Instead, Seth and his winged companion were vanishing toward the horizon. Miraculously, unbelievably, they were escaping. She felt a presence beside her and turned to see Grandpa Sorensen. "What is he doing?" she breathed out.
"Oh, for mercy's sake," Grandpa whispered, his voice thick with dread. "He can't be. What am I thinking? Of course he can." "What?" Kendra demanded, her stomach tightening. Grandpa pointed a trembling finger toward the ground outside the wall. Kendra's eyes found a lone figure jogging away from the keep's protection. "Is that?" "Your cousin Knox," Grandpa confirmed, his tone grim. A massive white dragon with pearlescent scales dove toward Knox, only to pull up abruptly at the last second. Other dragons mimicked the action, swooping in as if to attack, then swerving away at the final moment, either climbing skyward or landing off to the side. A large crimson dragon settled directly in Knox's path, blocking it completely, yet shuffled aside as the boy fearlessly approached. "He's heading for the safe hut," Kendra said, confusion overriding her fear. "Why aren't they stopping him?" "That crafty little scoundrel," Grandpa murmured, a mix of disbelief and reluctant admiration in his voice. "He's using the same ploy they used on the ogre." Realization struck Kendra. "But Knox doesn't know." "He has no idea what he's really walking through." Somehow Seth managed to bring him here and convinced him to go retrieve the scepter. Grandpa deduced, watching the scene unfold with horrified fascination. Kendra observed her cousin's steady, confident trot. What did he see instead of this dragon-infested nightmare? A peaceful field, a simple path. Did he feel even a whisper of the mortal danger that surrounded him? "Will it actually work?" she asked, her voice small. "I would never have dared it," Grandpa stated flatly. "The logic is theoretically sound, but to gamble with an unaware child, to use his innocence as a shield, I would have let Blackwell Keep fall to ashes. I would have let the dragons besiege the safe hut indefinitely. Eventually, Henrik would have either starved or been forced to make a break for it, a run that would have ended in his demise. If the Alcitor inside perished from hunger, the hut's protective magic would have faded, allowing the dragons access. Its enchantment only endures while a living soul remains within its walls to protect. Wyrmroost would have been lost. Grandpa fell quiet for a long moment. "I never would have permitted Seth to attempt this, Kendra. I would have intervened, yet it might just succeed. If Knox is shielded, wouldn't that same protection extend to others if the dragons ever broke free?" Kendra questioned. "The sanctuary operates under very particular rules, designed to shield unaware mortals," Grandpa explained. "Out in the wider world, mortal disbelief can help ward off magical beings, but it offers no guaranteed safety. Should those dragons escape, every person on Earth would be at risk, just as in ancient times." A sharp intake of breath signaled Grandma Sorensen's arrival, Marat at her side as she spotted Knox heading for the safe hut.
"That cannot be Knox," Grandma insisted.
"It is," Kendra confirmed. Grandma's hand flew to her mouth. "That poor child. The original treaty of Wyrmroost seems to be guarding him," Grandpa stated. "That and his own lack of awareness." He gazed upward. "Save your concern for Seth, the ogre's loophole," Grandma whispered. "Seth issued the command. Now the dragons can track him anywhere." Grandpa faced Marat. "If Seth commanded an unknowing person to fetch the sector, could the dragons then pursue Seth beyond the sanctuary's borders?" "Without question," Marat affirmed. "They could, and they would. Once outside, no pact would compel their return." Grandpa's eyes welled. A choked sob broke from him. That reckless, courageous boy, he understood perfectly. He traded his own safety for the sanctuary's survival. "Marat could have prevented it," Grandma said, her voice tight. "When Seth fled on the griffin before he crossed the protective boundary, Marat could have shifted form and stopped him." "Possibly," Marat conceded. "Tempest is remarkably swift. Had she sensed my pursuit, she might have crossed the barrier at a more vulnerable angle. Remember also, your grandson holds the caretaker's authority. None of us are entitled to countermand his choices." "We have an obligation to protect him," Grandma insisted. From recklessness, perhaps, Marat replied. This scheme is not reckless. How much longer can that griffin evade the dragons? Grandpa asked. Marat narrowed his eyes toward the horizon. Celebrant undoubtedly wishes to capture Seth alive. Notice none employed their fiery breath. Tempest is our swiftest, most unpredictable, most adept griffin. If she uses the terrain wisely, she may buy another 20 minutes. Can the dragons hunt Seth endlessly? Grandma pressed. No, Marat answered. Once his unwitting pawn is back behind secure barriers, the dragons have until dawn the next day to seek vengeance. After that, every protection at Wimroost will shield Seth as before. Is there any possibility he can last that long? Kendra asked. Marat allowed a faint, grim smile. There are perhaps 3 locations within Wimroost where Seth might hide successfully, provided he can reach them. Each would take him beyond the preserve's ordinary confines. Tempest seemed to be aiming for one. Which one? Grandma demanded. The shrine of the Fairy Queen, Marat said. That clever, clever boy, Grandpa murmured. Would the Queen grant him entry? Grandma asked Kendra. I don't know for certain, Kendra admitted. They met at Zizik's. I hope she will. Suddenly everything turned blinding white as Tempest surged into a thick cloud. The cold, rushing mist soaked Seth instantly. He ducked his head, gulping for clearer air. They burst from the cloud only to veer into another, and then a third. Tempest then climbed steeply, as if aiming for the stars, before pitching into a terrifying dive. The wind screamed over Seth as they accelerated, trading height for sheer velocity. The dragons from Blackwell Keep had fallen farther behind, but others were now converging from across the sanctuary, closing in from both flanks. The dive sharpened, driving straight toward a mountainside. Seth glimpsed a towering waterfall forking around a rocky spur. Since none of the approaching dragons were yet in striking range, Seth guessed Tempest was racing for their goal, a desperate bid for sanctuary within the sanctuary. Seth's gaze swept desperately across the rocky slope, hunting for any hint of the sacred site. He'd never laid eyes on a shrine to the Fairy Queen himself, but Kendra's vivid description, a spring, a ceremonial bowl, a delicate fairy figurine, was etched in his mind. The mountainside rushed closer, and Seth's knuckles whitened around the saddle's grip. Landing meant the pursuing dragons would be upon him in heartbeats. His entire existence was narrowing to this desperate point. Simply approaching the shrine might end him. If it didn't, the dragons surely would, unless the Queen herself chose to listen. Tempest dove toward an outcrop of somber grey stone, her wings flaring wide to break their descent. They touched down roughly at its base. Seth's fingers fumbled with the release buckles, a spike of pure terror shooting through him when they refused to yield. The absurd irony of surviving a griffin flight, only to be incinerated because he was stuck in his seat, nearly made him scream. With a final frantic yank, the straps loosened. Tempest nudged her beak toward a broad, flat ledge ahead, where a thin veil of water cascaded down. That had to be it. Go, Tempest, Seth urged, his voice tight. Get clear. Save yourself. The griffin shuffled backward, letting out a conflicted cry. Seth waved his arms wildly. Now! He spun and sprinted for the shelf. A fleeting glance over his shoulder showed Tempest becoming a distant speck against the sky, and 5 sinuous, scaled shapes rapidly closing the distance. He didn't dare look longer. I'm so sorry, Seth yelled as he skidded across the wet stone toward the spring's source. Forgive the intrusion, Fairy Queen. This is life or death. There it was, a small golden basin beside a miniature statue of a fairy. He threw himself to his knees before it. The simple fact he hadn't been struck down yet felt like a fragile thread of hope. My name is Seth Sorensen, he rushed out, words tumbling over each other, uncertain if any entity was even listening. You know my sister Kendra? I'm a friend of Bracken's. We met at Zizix. I was the one who gave Kendra the sword that destroyed the Demon King. A sudden gentle breeze washed over him, carrying impossible layered scents. The crispness of a winter peak, the sweetness of summer orchards, then the sharp tang of pine sap and a distant saline whisper of ocean air. I need an enormous favor, Seth pressed on, the words almost tripping in his haste. Dragons are seconds away. I need sanctuary in the fairy realm. They can track me anywhere else, but I'm guessing they can't follow me there. You allowed Kendra to visit. Please, hide me. Titanic roars split the air above and behind him. Seth looked up to see multiple dragons, their jewel-toned scales glittering with menace, fanged maws gaping, now terrifyingly close. Please, he screamed, raw fear shredding his voice. They're here, please. A brilliant, shimmering whiteness swallowed his sight completely. Still on his knees, he felt a disorienting sensation of sliding and spinning through space. Then the light vanished. He was kneeling, not on cold stone, but in the soft grass of an endless green field. Above, the sky was a canvas washed in deep, warm hues of amber and rose as if a sunset had bled across the entire firmament. The mountainside, the dragons, the spring, the statue, all were gone. He was not alone. A man stood before him. His skin was pale as moonlight, yet radiated health. His ageless face was serene, touched by a faint, gentle smile. He wore a hooded robe that seemed to shift and shimmer between shades of silver and soft grey. His eyes held a profound kindness, edged with a trace of ancient sorrow, and they studied Seth with keen interest. For a moment, Seth was utterly disoriented by the peaceful silence, a stark contrast to the roaring chaos he'd just escaped. "You're not the Fairy Queen," Seth finally managed. "I am not," the man replied, his voice a calm pool that mirrored the quiet depth in his gaze. "Did she bring me here?" "I brought you here," the man stated. Seth pushed himself to his feet, wincing as he did. In his frantic dive at the shrine, he'd scraped both knees badly on the rough stone. The stinging pain only registered now, blood seeping through his pants. The adrenaline of his near execution was still unwinding in his veins. A part of him had been braced for a fiery end, but here he was, apparently safe. "Thank you," he breathed, the words heavy with relief. "Thank you so much." "It was the very least I could possibly do, Seth Sorensen." Seth frowned, searching the placid features. "Do I know you?" The man's smile deepened, just a little. "You secured for your sister the sword that finally severed the chains of my long imprisonment." Seth's eyes went wide with realization. "It's you. You're the Fairy King." "I am," he affirmed. "But I thought I heard you didn't speak anymore," Seth said, confusion cutting through his awe. "I have not found much need for words," the Fairy King said, his tone measured, as if each syllable was considered. "The return has been a complex adjustment." "You saved my life," Seth said, the magnitude of it settling on him. The Fairy King moved forward then and drew Seth into a firm, encompassing embrace. It was warm and solid and felt oddly final. "This act is nothing," the king murmured, his voice soft yet carrying immense weight. "I owe you a debt that 1,000 lifetimes could not settle, Seth." The embrace ended, and the Fairy King stepped back. Seth stood there, feeling suddenly lightheaded, the green field seeming to tilt gently around him. A profound sense of love and gratitude had washed over Seth during their embrace. "How could you possibly have found me here?" Seth questioned. The Fairy King offered a simple shrug. "I didn't plan to. I rarely venture from my halls, yet today I felt a pull to walk among the glades. My path led me here, just in time to hear your call." He rested a gentle hand on Seth's shoulder. "This is a sanctuary of light. Those marked by shadow are not meant to linger. Yet we share a strange kinship, you and I. I have known the deepest dark, as have you." "I'm a shadow charmer," Seth admitted. And I was submerged in that same darkness for eons of unending agony, the Fairy King replied, his gaze turning distant, his tone flat. I saw no conclusion. I had become so lost, my own mind a stranger to me. In my diminished state, I was convinced I had become one of the restless dead. His focus sharpened on Seth once more, and then it ceased. Now I am unshackled. My former prison, my personal hell, is transforming into a garden. I'm still learning where I belong in it all. But my gratitude to you and your sister is boundless. That I will carry forever. The Fairy King took a step back. I have to ask for another favor, Seth began. Not another, the Fairy King corrected softly. A lifetime of favors. My debt can never be settled. Can you send me to Fablehaven, Seth asked, to the shrine on the grounds? I have a path from there back to Blackwell Keep at Wyrmroost. My family is in danger. I have to reach my sister, and I need to know my cousin is safe. It will be done, the Fairy King affirmed with a slight bow of his head. Come with me, alone. From the high outer wall of Blackwell Keep, Kendra watched alongside Grandma, Grandpa, and Marat. Below, Nox sprinted from the direction of the safe hut, the golden scepter clutched tightly in his grasp. The air thrummed with the fury of dragons, hisses, growls, thunderous bellows and roars. Claws tore at the soil, massive tails pulverized stone. The sky lit with jets of flame, blasts of arctic frost, jagged bolts of lightning, and clouds of strange vaporous toxins. Yet none of this touched Nox. He wasn't burned, frozen, electrocuted, poisoned, eaten, or crushed. Celebrant himself lunged, the Dragon King coming nearer than any other, only to halt abruptly. His fierce eyes blazing, Celebrant gaped his mighty jaws, but no attack emerged. He moved to block the path, then twisted aside at the final instant. It was almost comical, a deadly game where the rules were mysteriously rewritten. As Nox closed in on the keep, several dragons shifted into human forms and gave chase, their pursuit resembling a bizarre, high-stakes game of tag. A few got near enough to brush his sleeve, yet none could lay a hand on him to stop him. They simply couldn't. The human-shaped dragons shouted promises of wealth and power if he would only drop the scepter. Nox paid no mind, his legs pumping steadily. He's really going to make it, Kendra breathed. It appears so, Grandpa said cautiously, his belief reserved until Nox was truly behind the walls. Then Nox vanished through the postern gate. A chorus of draconic wails of frustration filled the air. Blasts of fire and lightning struck the keep, harmlessly deflected by the unseen barrier. Remarkable, Marat observed. The defenses hold firm. It seems our little security issue is resolved. Let's go greet your cousin, Grandma said to Kendra. They found Nox in the courtyard, still holding the scepter with Brunwyn at his side. Well done, son, Grandpa Sorensen called out. Nox turned, a look of bewildered relief on his face. You're all here too? How come I was the last one to get the memo? What exactly did Seth tell you about this situation? Grandpa asked as they walked over. He said it was some next-level virtual reality, Nox explained, his eyes wide as he took in the ancient stones around them. I had no idea the tech was this advanced. No headgear. It feels completely real. Where did you even get this setup? Grandma Sorensen reached him first, wrapping him in a warm hug. Kendra did the same. Some secrets are best kept close, Grandpa Sorensen said. Thank you for being a good sport and playing your part so well. It wasn't that difficult, Nox said, though his voice held a tremor. I'll admit, I got pretty spooked when those people started chasing me at the end. For a second there, it felt a little too real. As they neared the end, their efforts seemed to fade. Seth had assured me no one could reach me, and it turned out he was correct. What else did you notice? Kendra pressed. Much the same as you, Nox replied. People often interpret the same sights differently in this place, Kendra explained. The weather was wild, Nox said. Swirling clouds of dust and strange light, little tornadoes and patches of fog. It looked intense, but the mists and whirlwinds just parted as I approached. The moose protecting the scepter was definitely the most intimidating part. Those antlers were absolutely massive. "And it just let you take it?" Kendra asked. "Exactly like Seth described," Knox confirmed. "He was right on every count. I demand an audience with the caretaker." Celebrant's voice thundered across the grounds. "Hear that?" Knox said, looking up. "No storm in sight. The weather here makes no sense." "I worried this might happen," Marat murmured. "I will attempt to calm him." He moved quickly toward the nearest staircase leading up the wall. "This is an emergency," Celebrant roared. "I require an immediate audience. Ruth, would you escort Knox home?" Grandpa requested. "Then keep watch. If Seth managed to reach the fairy realm, he might try to return to Fablehaven through the shrine. He cannot come back to Blackwell Keep before sunrise tomorrow, or the dragons will be able to enter and find him." "This whole situation sounds like a complicated game," Knox remarked. "I'd love to see the dragons. How's the visual presentation?" "Incredible," Kendra said, "but right now you really should go. Grandma guided Knox away." "I will not be ignored," Celebrant threatened. "Show yourself, caretaker. Confer with me." "Would you prefer to go below ground?" Grandpa asked Kendra. "There may be levels beneath the keep where we won't hear him." "Wouldn't hiding during an emergency send the wrong message?" Kendra questioned. "It is less than ideal," Grandpa conceded. "Ah," Marat, Celebrant shouted, "I believe you are no longer the caretaker here. Bring me the masters of this keep, unless they have already fled." "I want to hear this," Kendra stated. "If Celebrant needs proof a caretaker is present, I might have to reveal myself. Perhaps Marat could stand with me. If Celebrant sees you paralyzed by dragon fear, he could declare you unfit for duty," Grandpa cautioned. "It may be safer to keep you entirely out of view." "We should listen," Kendra insisted. Grandpa led Kendra into the tower closest to where Marat stood on the wall. From inside, Kendra listened to the argument unfolding between Marat and Celebrant. "I repeat, there is a caretaker here," Marat maintained, "but she is not obligated to be at your beck and call every moment. I would be happy to arrange a meeting for tomorrow." "Not tomorrow, not tonight, not in an hour," Celebrant demanded. "I know she is inside. This is an emergency." "You are the one creating the emergency," Marat said placatingly. "They created the emergency by moving a scepter without consultation." Celebrant blustered. "I am a caretaker of equal authority and deserve to be included in decisions regarding the scepters. It was the scepter linked to their medallion," Marat soothed. "None of your concern. You have your own scepter to manage." "All 7 scepters on this preserve are my concern," Celebrant ranted. "I saw Kendra enter the keep. She has not left. I have reason to believe her brother has fled the sanctuary. If Kendra refuses to speak with me, I will declare her incompetent and assume her duties." "You cannot do that," Marat protested. "Are you certain?" Celebrant asked, his voice rising even further. "Kendra? I know you can hear me, Kendra. Come and face me, or I must assume you are incompetent. This is urgent. A real caretaker is needed at Blackwell Keep, not a pretender." "Return tomorrow," Marat ordered. "We'll let the barrier decide her competence," Celebrant said. "As a caretaker of Wyrmroost, I renounce the incompetent caretaker of Blackwell Keep and demand to assume all responsibilities of that office." "You have no such right," Marat declared. "Don't I?" Celebrant replied. "The barrier is feeling rather soft all of a sudden. If the guardian of this place chooses to cower behind stone walls rather than face her counterpart, then perhaps my challenge to her authority should stand." Kendra flinched as a wave of heat washed over the tower, the air outside glowing a violent crimson. Peering out, she saw Celebrant, the Dragon King unleashing a torrent of flame directly down upon Marat. A shimmering, invisible shield held around the man, but Celebrant was straining. His neck extended past the greater barrier, protecting the keep itself to target his foe. The protective dome seemed to waver under the assault. Was it failing? Was her hesitation now proving her unworthy? She clenched her jaw from Celebrant's earlier taunts. It seemed Seth might have gotten away. Yet even if her brother had reached the fairy realm, he couldn't return to Wyrmroost until sunrise. Should she attempt to reason with the dragon? Did she possess any power to resist him? Calvin had faced dragons alone. So had Trask and Patton. Maybe it was her turn to learn how. But what if she just locked up? Would that be any worse than hiding? Absolutely. It would be a public admission that she was no true dragon tamer. Celebrant would mock her, shatter the magic shield, devour her, and reduce the keep to rubble. But what if she didn't freeze? A memory surfaced in the path of dreams. She had felt Seth's grip, a tangible comfort, though they were apart in the dreamscape. Sure, they might have been physically touching as they slept, but in that realm their connection felt spiritual. And Seth had kept running even with a dragon on his heels. Was that a clue? Could someone be present in spirit even when they were far away? He had risked everything to save Wyrmroost. He'd even risked their cousin, though that was a scolding for another day. If Seth could charge through a sky full of dragons on a griffin's back, couldn't she find the courage to face one? Couldn't his bravery inspire her, making him feel almost here with her? Or was that just a desperate fantasy? Kendra? Celebrant's voice boomed, shaking the stones. Present yourself or surrender your stewardship. Dragons, press the assault. This barrier will fall. She is a pretender. The roar of more dragon fire answered him. Her fingers tightened around the unicorn horn in her pocket. Seth had been the one to recover it. Didn't that carry a piece of him with it? It also linked her to Bracken. "Bracken, can you hear me?" she pleaded inwardly. In a situation came the rushed, strained reply. She could feel his alarm. Something was terribly wrong. "Me too," Kendra sent back. "I have to face a dragon alone." "Then do it," Bracken urged, his mental voice fraying. "Be strong. The power is the connection severed violently." Bracken? Kendra thought with all her might. What happened? "Are you okay?" Silence. A cold dread settled in her stomach. Trouble was everywhere. A glance outside showed Celebrant breathing another searing jet at Marat. "Attack!" The Dragon King thunderously commanded. "I have to." Kendra whispered an apology to her grandpa. His face was etched with worry, but he didn't try to hold her back. Gripping the horn so tightly her knuckles turned white, she stepped out of the tower doorway and onto the broad top of the wall. Chaos erupted around her, lightning forked and fireballs detonated against the shimmering barrier from all sides. "I'm here," Kendra called out, her voice barely carrying over the din. Celebrant was thrown backward, as if struck. A moment later, the other dragons ceased their attacks. Leaving Marat behind, the immense Dragon King moved along the wall until he loomed directly before Kendra. If a dragon could smirk, Celebrant was mastering the expression. He bared rows of savagely pointed teeth, and his eyes shone with predatory glee. "There you are," Celebrant crooned. "Catching up on your beauty sleep?" He was terrifyingly close now, just on the other side of the wall's edge. If she leaned out, she could brush his scaled snout. Kendra fixed her gaze on his flaring nostrils, avoiding the hypnotic glow of his eyes. She had words prepared, a retort ready, but her throat had sealed shut, her limbs locked. "You're not turning to stone on me, are you?" Celebrant asked, oozing smug satisfaction. "That would be terribly unbecoming for a caretaker." "Use your words, Kendra. You're giving exactly the wrong impression." How did the others manage it? How did Patton command his body when fear tried to paralyze him? Was it sheer force of will? Once more the sentences formed in her mind. Once more they died unspoken. Celebrant gave a low, theatrical chuckle. Is this the famed guardian of Blackwell Keep? This stunned, silent child, this is an embarrassment to the very title you hold. Marat's voice cut through the tension. The girl is exhausted, he called, moving quickly along the wall to stand beside Kendra. She hasn't slept. Try this again in the morning. But Kendra knew better. She was far from unfit. She and Seth had just succeeded in their mission. Recovering the scepter, she had faced the demon king herself. The memory of Vasilis in her grip, its power vibrating through her arm, was still vivid. In that desperate hour, with demons closing in, her family had depended on her. The entire fairy world had leaned on her strength. Now, once more, her family needed her. Something solid clicked into place within her. No, she stated firmly. We talk now. Celebrant recoiled as if physically struck. Then the Dragon King pressed close to the invisible barrier, his teeth bared in a furious snarl, eyes blazing. You are a failure as a caretaker, he hissed. Kendra's fingers tightened around the horn. The gesture proved she could still move. Seth had risked everything. He wasn't here precisely because he had succeeded, because he had cleverly delivered the scepter to the safety of the keep. She couldn't allow Celebrant to claim victory. Not this way. Meeting his furious gaze, even as her entire body shook, she knew she had to finish this and walk away. I think the same of you, she shouted back, her voice gaining strength. You destroyed the perch like some common vandal. You constantly assault your fellow caretaker. Heard a warm, reassuring sound. Marat was laughing. Meanwhile, Seth was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Back at Fablehaven, he had run into Newell and Doran on the path to the house. They had been heading his way. Grandma Sorensen, worried sick, had sent the satyrs to fetch a boat and rescue him from the island in the fairy pond. The fact that Newell and Doran were willing to row anywhere near that treacherous place said a lot about their friendship. But the Naiads, true to the Fairy King's parting promise, had already provided a boat and ferried Seth safely across the water. From the satyrs, Seth learned the wonderful news that Nox had made it back from Wimroost. Even though he'd been confident his cousin would be okay, hearing it confirmed was a massive relief. When he finally found Grandma Sorensen standing guard by the magical barrel, she had crushed him in a fierce hug and covered his face in kisses. A perfectly expected reaction, considering she'd believed him dead. It felt incredible to hear that their risky plan had actually worked. The scepter was secure at Blackwell Keep. The protective barrier was restored to full power. Seth remained convinced a serious scolding was inevitable. Instead, Grandma prepared a hearty meal and sent him straight to bed. He was utterly drained, having been up all night on his adventure, riding horses, and, let's not forget, fleeing an entire dragon horde on a barely trained griffin. After a few hours of sleep, he awoke before dawn to a delicious breakfast with Grandma Sorensen and the Larsens. Nox, buzzing with excitement, immediately begged Seth for another virtual reality session. Seth had to explain the high cost of formal camp enrollment and how the game administrators now considered Nox an outlaw for hacking into the system as an unregistered user. To prevent any further attempts, Grandma had the barrel relocated to the dungeon. When she brought Seth back to Wyrmroost shortly after sunrise there, he was greeted like a true hero. It was a welcome he hadn't anticipated. Before returning, he had quietly braced himself for the possibility of being stripped of his caretaker title altogether. The celebration felt surreal, a stark and joyful contrast to the quiet dread he'd carried with him. Seth had braced himself for the worst. Maybe they'd decide he was too much of a liability and lock him away for a while. Instead, when he finally reached the keep, he found a gathering waiting for him, Marat and the staff, Kendra and Grandpa, even Mendigo, who had trudged his way back along the roads. Brunwen offered a sly wink amid the cheers, a silent approval that felt nothing like the reprimand he'd expected to his relief. Tempest had returned unharmed as well. The dragons hadn't pursued her at all, withdrawing from the grounds not long after Kendra's private audience with Celebrant. Henrik was back too. The plan, against all odds, had actually worked. Now, standing in his grandparents' room with Kendra, Henrik and Marat, the silence felt heavier than any shouting. Seth couldn't take the suspense. It was probably foolish to bring it up himself, but he had to know. So, is nobody going to yell at me? He finally burst out. All eyes shifted to Grandpa. Well, Seth, that really depends, Grandpa said calmly. Do you think you deserve a scolding? Seth hesitated, feeling the ground grow uncertain beneath him. He chose his words with care. Not really, he replied, trying to sound offhand. No, Grandpa prompted, his tone curious. I came up with a way to save the sanctuary, Seth explained. I was the only one in real danger. What about your cousin, Grandma asked pointedly. I was sure he'd be safe, Seth said. Grandpa let out a slow breath. I've spent more than 50 years on magical preserves. I wasn't certain about Nox.
Were you, Marat? I was not certain, Marat admitted. Exactly, Grandpa said. Nobody was sure except you, and Kendra, if you had died, she would have been left exposed to Celebrant. I knew she'd have the scepter, Seth countered. But if I couldn't speak to Celebrant, Kendra cut in. He could have denounced me as caretaker and seized control. I'd have been alone. Seth's shoulders slumped. I didn't fully think that part through, I'm sorry.
As it turned out, Grandpa noted, even though you survived, your sister still ended up facing Celebrant alone. She did? Seth exclaimed, his eyes widening. Completely solo? And she handled it with remarkable courage, Marat said, though his expression was grave. Though I fear any semblance of diplomacy is now shattered. Celebrant was never our ally. He tolerated certain pretenses. Now, I believe, even those are over. The caretakers of Wyrmroost are officially at war. We were already heading in that direction, Seth muttered. We have now arrived, Henrik confirmed dryly. Any other reflections? Grandpa asked Seth. I did my best, Seth said quietly. To his surprise, Grandpa Sorensen stepped forward and wrapped him in a firm embrace. I know you did, son. You were handed an impossible job, Seth. You took on the caretaker role for one of the most perilous sanctuaries in the world. You believed in your plan and you gave it everything you had. How could I possibly scold that? When the hug ended, Seth just stared. Should I have told you beforehand? I wanted to. Would you have helped me make it better? Truthfully, I think I would have tried to stop you, Grandpa admitted. And then Wyrmroost would have fallen. It would have fallen without Henrik too, Kendra added. I still can't believe he got that far with the scepter. I used every trick I had, Henrik said. Every bit of knowledge, every piece of gear. It nearly got me back to the keep, but by then too many dragons were on patrol. I was grateful to reach the safe hut. How did you make all those copies of yourself? Seth asked. I carry a lot of tools, Henrik explained. Some distract, some attack, some offer brief invisibility, but the masterpiece of my collection is the Prism of Reflections. It creates 4 duplicates, making 5 of me total, then 4 more from each of those for 25 altogether. Some copies were layered with powerful diversion spells, others with lighter ones. I kept the real me right in the middle. The prism even duplicated my equipment, including the magical aura the scepter gives off. It bought me a crucial head start. The duplicates looked completely real, Kendra observed. Henrik shook his head. They were all illusions except for me, but they were potent illusions, convincing enough that if you bumped into one, you'd swear you felt something solid. The prism weaves illusions so convincing they can fool all 5 senses. Make that 6 if you include the distraction spells and the way it mimics magical auras. Your efforts together preserved Wyrmroost, Marat stated. I only wish every sanctuary had been so lucky. I waited to share this news until you were all here. I'm afraid I must tell you that Soaring Cliffs has been overrun. Kendra's face went ashen. Bracken, she whispered, her voice hollow, and Agad, Marat added gently. Along with countless others, their current condition is unknown. All contact was lost the moment the dragons seized control. Kendra's fists were tight, her knuckles white. Tears welled in her eyes as she gripped the unicorn horn. I've been trying to reach him for hours. There's nothing. Marat approached and lightly traced the curve of the horn. Bracken lives. The essence of this horn would alter if he were gone. A sob broke from Kendra, a raw mix of desperate relief and fresh fear. Seth moved to her side, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. So does this mean we have dragons running free now? Grandpa Sorensen asked, his voice grave. It means there could be scores of dragons unleashed, Marat confirmed. Prisoners for centuries, now able to roam the world as they please. What they choose to do next is anyone's guess. Kendra was struggling to compose herself, wiping her cheeks. Can we help them? Bracken and Agad? We will do everything possible, Marat assured her. The remnants of Dragonwatch are mobilizing a reconnaissance team right now. With luck, it will become a rescue operation. We're stuck here, aren't we? Seth guessed. You are bound to Wyrmroost for a full year, Grandpa reminded them. Unless Celebrant allows us to name a replacement, Kendra said, though her tone lacked hope. Marat gave a short, dry laugh, which he will never permit. Celebrant has come to understand you are far more formidable opponents than he initially believed. But you wounded his pride, Kendra, deeper than any blade could cut. You shamed him thoroughly and publicly, in both word and action. I really wish I could have seen that. Seth groaned, shaking his head. I always miss the epic moments. You undermined his authority as Dragon King, Marat continued. I know his mind. He will move heaven and earth to prevent your departure. Nothing less than your utter defeat will appease him now. We have much to think about, Grandma Ruth said, her practical tone cutting through the tension. We require more support here at the keep, Grandpa stated. I will send a summons to the Knights of the Dawn. The scepter will shield Blackwell Keep from a frontal attack, but war can be waged in subtler ways. We must prepare for every possibility. Contact your allies, Marat said, nodding. I will rally mine. We'll reconvene tonight to plan our next steps. With that, Marat and Henrik departed. Grandma sat next to Kendra, wrapping an arm around her. Grandpa gave Seth's arm an affectionate squeeze. You two continue to amaze me, he said, a note of pride in his voice. In just a matter of days, you've shored up the keep's defences, revealed the Dragon King's true plans, and earned the genuine respect of Wyrmroost as its caretakers. Do they really respect us? Kendra asked, sniffling. You should hear the talk around the fortress, Grandma said with a small smile. The gossip has shifted considerably since your appointment. What were they saying before? Seth asked, intrigued. Let's just say confidence in your abilities was somewhat reserved, Grandpa offered tactfully, exchanging a knowing glance with his wife. Will you send people to find Bracken? Kendra pressed, turning to her grandfather. Knights of the Dawn? I don't really know the Dragonwatch members. It is our highest concern, Grandpa affirmed. We must locate Bracken and Agad, and ideally reclaim Soaring Cliffs. It will be a tremendous challenge. Our forces are already thinly spread, with other sanctuaries facing their own uprisings. Kendra let out a weary sigh. I'm glad you'll try. Does the Fairy Queen know? Grandpa shook his head. We have to tell her, Kendra insisted, a new urgency in her voice. Bracken is her son. She might have ways to help that we can't imagine. We'll find a way to get a message to her, Grandpa promised. He then gave Seth's arm another pat, his expression lightening.
I believe a certain someone in your quarters is probably waiting to see you."
"The tiny hero!" Seth exclaimed, a grin breaking through. He hurried to his door and pushed it open, just catching sight of a minuscule figure darting behind the leg of his nightstand. Seth closed the door behind him. "Have you been eavesdropping on us?" he asked, pretending to be stern. Calvin stopped and peered up at him, his tiny hands on his hips. "It's my job. I think your grandfather noticed me. He's got sharp eyes." "You could have just come inside," Seth said. "It looked like a family moment," Calvin replied. "I wanted you to feel you had your space." Seth walked over and picked him up. "Did you reach Henrik before Knox?" "Absolutely," Calvin said, a note of pride in his voice. "Timing was tight." "I whistled for a bird," Calvin explained. "A thrush. Not exactly a dragon, but it got the job done. The tricky part is figuring out how to guide them." "Whistled for it?" Seth asked. "I use my pipes to call them," Calvin said. "It's incredibly handy when it works. You're full of surprises. Right back at you." "Finding that Scepter was brilliant," Seth said. "You really pulled us through. Kendra and I are getting all the applause, but we'd have been finished without you." Calvin grinned up at him. "Just doing my part."
How often do you get a dragon ride anyway? Kendra managed a solo chat with a dragon, Seth mentioned. You could too. I'm the only one who can't seem to manage it. You're the one who actually saved everything, Calvin countered. I still can't believe you went into the fairy realm. You were smart not to bring me. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have let me pass the gate. I met someone there, Seth said quietly. He asked me to keep it to myself. Had to be a unicorn, Calvin guessed.
Or an astrid. Not many males in the fairy realm. "You know your stuff," Seth observed. "I pay attention," Calvin said. "Always learning." "I'm learning too," Seth said. "Learning what?" "That if you're going to take a massive risk and hope to avoid trouble, it really, really helps if your plan doesn't fall apart." Seth began digging through his emergency kit. "What are you looking for?" Calvin asked. Seth pulled out a small, dark tower, carved from onyx, and a folded slip of paper. "Let's go find Kendra. I think it's time we sent the dragons a message." Kendra and Seth stood on the section of the wall where the wooden perch had once been. A few splintered beams still jutted from the stone. Behind them were gathered Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen, Marat, and several staff members from Blackwell Keep. Seth leaned over the edge, looking down to where Brunwyn was crouched on the bare earth just outside the castle wall. The Minotaur glanced up, gave a wave, then turned and jogged back toward the gate. Seth held up the paper from his kit. It was covered in strange looping symbols, with a rough phonetic translation written beneath in English. Agad had told him that speaking the phrase aloud would trigger the magic. Seth voiced the odd syllables and watched as the miniature tower Brunwyn had placed below began to swell and rise. The stone of the growing tower was a shade darker than the grey blocks of the keep, but it lightened as it climbed, blending seamlessly. The flat top of the square tower halted its ascent when it reached the height of the wall, and matching battlements emerged along its edges. When the transformation was complete, the new tower was fused to the keep as if it had always been part of the fortress. The space on top was easily twice the size of the old wooden platform. Seth let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The integration was smoother than he'd dared hope. Part of him had feared the new structure might crack the ancient wall. Kendra hugged him from behind. "It's perfect," she whispered. A happy murmur and a few cheers rose from the gathered onlookers. Marat stepped forward, peering down at the new addition. "That is highly adaptive magic," he remarked. "A first-class enchantment. It sends a powerful message, Seth." "Well done." For a moment everything was quiet. Then from far away, so faint it might have been the wind or his own hope, Seth thought he heard the distant echoing roar of a dragon. I am immensely grateful for the insightful feedback from my wonderful agent, Simon Lipsker, along with many others who offered their perspectives. My sincere thanks go to Mary Mull, Sadie Mull, Jason and Natalie Conforto, Cherie Mull, Bryson Mull, Tucker Davis, and Pam Mull for spotting ways to enhance the narrative and for catching those pesky errors. Creating and sharing Dragonwatch was a true team effort. A special shout-out is due to Brandon Dorman, whose incredible cover art and interior illustrations once again breathed vivid life into these pages. My appreciation also extends to the talented production team at Shadow Mountain, editor Emily Watts, art director Richard Erickson, and typographer Rachel Ward, as well as the marketing and sales crew, Dave Brown, Julia McCracken, John Rose, Illis Levine, Sarah Kobebe, and Chris Schobinger. I'm equally thankful for the steadfast support from the team at Aladdin, including Mara Anastas, Lisa Abrams, Catherine Hayden, Carolyn Swerdloff, and Mary Marotta. As ever, my family deserves my deepest gratitude for their endless love and patience. My children are my greatest joy, and their mother remains my rock through every writing journey. My parents and siblings have also supported me in countless ways. And to you, the reader, thank you for embarking on this adventure with Dragonwatch. Without you, these stories would simply be words on a page. I'll share a few more reflections in the note that follows. For years, I wrestled with how to revive the world of Fablehaven in a fresh series. Back in 2006, Fablehaven was my debut novel. I wrapped up that 5-book saga in 2010 and noted then that a 6th volume wasn't in the cards, though I held out hope for a sequel series someday. Well, that day is finally here. The concept for Dragonwatch simmered for a long while before it finally demanded to be told. This book is the opening chapter of a 5-part series, and I'm committed to delivering a new installment each year until the tale is complete. If Dragonwatch captured your imagination, but you haven't explored the original Fablehaven books, I highly recommend giving them a read. You'll discover much more about Kendra and Seth, their allies and family, and the magical sanctuaries they defend, all while embarking on a host of thrilling escapades. For those current on Fablehaven, but curious about my other work, consider diving into 5 Kingdoms. It follows a group of friends whisked away to a strange new realm and is packed with the kind of brisk, adventurous pace that Fablehaven fans tend to love. I'm currently putting the finishing touches on the 5th and final book in that series, and let me tell you, the finale is shaping up to be epic. You might also enjoy Beyonders or The Candy Shop War. I am incredibly excited to continue the Dragonwatch journey. If you find these stories entertaining, please tell a friend. Your support through purchases and recommendations is what allows me to keep writing. And for that, I thank you. To stay connected, you can find my author page on Facebook. Follow Brandon Mull on Twitter. Look for Writer Brandon on Instagram. Or visit brandonmull.com. Discussion questions. Why was Bracken concerned about Kendra speaking with the demon Jubaya? What motivated Kendra to go through with the conversation? Do you believe her choice was wise? Explain your reasoning. Seth and his cousin Knox often clash. How are their personalities different? In what ways might they be surprisingly alike? How could these similarities and differences create conflict between them? What common traits do Kendra and her cousin Tess share? Where do they diverge? Why do you think their relationship seems more harmonious than the one between Seth and Knox? What reasons did Agad and Marat have for appointing Kendra and Seth as the new caretakers of Wyrmroost? Which of their assumptions proved correct, and where might they have been misguided? Did you agree with Seth's choice to return Vasilis to the Singing Sisters ahead of schedule? How could the sword have been useful during the challenges at Wyrmroost? How could this situation have escalated? 6. List several qualities that make the Satyrs positive friends and allies for Seth. In what aspects do they serve as poor influences? 7. Calvin views himself as a champion. What specific actions and traits demonstrated Calvin's heroic nature? 8. Initially, Raxtus is the sole dragon Kendra trusts as a companion. Explain why Raxtus was distressed by Kendra's presence at Wyrmroost. How might his dynamic with his father strain his bond with Kendra? Did Raxtus truly act as a friend to Kendra in this narrative? Support your answer 9. Imagine being offered a curated tour of Wyrmroost led by 3 personnel from Blackwell Keep. Would you accept? Why or why not? Which 3 staff members would you select as guides, and for what reasons? 10. What motivated Kendra and Seth to venture beyond the protective enchantments surrounding Blackwell Keep, Terabell, and the primary roadways? How might that choice have led to disaster? Do you support their decision? Justify your view. 11. Seth contends that seeking enjoyment and following passions often involves accepting danger. What are some risks you personally undertake? Which hazardous pursuits do you deliberately steer clear of? 12. Marat observed, to despise someone demands nearly the same dedication as to cherish someone, yet offers none of the rewards. How does harboring hatred consume energy? In what ways can it injure both the target and the one who hates?
What are the advantages that come from the devotion required to love someone? 13. Seth deceived Nox into recovering the concealed scepter. How was this unjust to Nox? Why did Seth believe the deception was necessary? 14. Why did Kendra choose to confront the Dragon King without allies? What newfound capability emerged from this encounter? Describe a time when facing an uncomfortable situation helped you cultivate a new skill or strength.
Brandon Mull is a #1 New York Times best-selling author, known for the Fablehaven, Beyonders, and 5 Kingdoms series. Residing in Utah, in a cheerful valley near a canyon entrance with his 4 children, his backyard might or might not contain a colossal enchanted bovine. He eagerly continues the adventures of Kendra and Seth in Dragonwatch, the follow-up series to Fablehaven.